Chapter 1, A Brief Fix. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. November 3, 2558. ONI Sword Base. UNSC Planet Reach. Spartan Locke. Locke raised his head to look up at the ONI interrogator as he entered the room. His thoughts had been circling around his recent assignment to capture the chief. While he could remember the events clearly, from each fight with the Warden to the saving grace of 031 exuberant witness actions, it seemed almost surreal. It was as if it was only a vividly rendered dream, with the enemies in front clear as day but the background moving half as fast and in a lower quality. I want to clarify some details of your recent assignment. What was there to clarify? Locke had already told them what happened on Genesis. Considering Cortana's message to all sentient species in the galaxy, both known and unknown to humanity, it wasn't as if the validity of his experience was in dispute. He, Locke, had personally saved the hero of all species in the galaxy and returned him home. He had completed his mission, as he always had and always would. You say that once you and your team boarded the Guardian, you went through a slip space portal and emerged inside the Guardian. Reining in his annoyance, Locke answered, "That is correct, sir. Once through the portal we emerged on the inside of the Guardian. After it emerged from slip space above Genesis, it dislodged us and threw us to the planet below." Why did ONI see it pertinent to question the method of transportation used to reach the chief? Understood. So, you fought through various Promethean forces and then encountered two copies of this Warden Eternal figure. Yes, sir. What more was there to say about that? The Warden attacked them 3 different times, almost like an extremely repetitive and dull boss battle. Locke was still somewhat surprised that the Warden didn't try anything new and instead used the same tactics with more copies to try and overwhelm Osiris. After the first fight though, the team knew how to take Warden down quickly and the rest of the fights were rinse and repeat maneuvers. Tell me, Spartan Locke, do you find it at all strange that the Warden would use tactics that had already failed him twice to try and take down Osiris? He was obviously some kind of Promethean commander as seen by his abilities to call for assistance, yet he did not have the tactical ability to change strategies, the ONI interrogator queried. I did find it odd, sir, but at the time I was less concerned with Warden's antics and more focused on bringing back the chief. Indeed, that was your mission. Yet you say you only fought 117 once, right before he and the rest of Blue Team departed aboard a Guardian. Spartan Locke, do you seriously want to claim that you took on a Spartan 2 in hand-to-hand combat and almost won? Besides that, if you were truly following your mission to return the chief to the UNSC, then for what reason did you only fight him once? After the first failure, ONI doctrine allows you to engage on sight. Sir, I do not believe that the chief was fighting to the full extent of his abilities. It is likely that, while he may have gone AWOL, he well knew that his venture could end up leading nowhere. I only had the chance to engage the chief at that time. The only other times I even had the chance to see the chief, he was teleported away or when Osiris freed Blue Team from Cortana's cryptum, Locke explained, thinking back to the fight. He well knew that he could easily die when he confronted the chief. It was well known that Spartan 4s were made in the shadow of the 2s and IIIs, but there was no way that even his abilities could have closed the gap between him and a S3, let alone a 2. The Mjolnir armor would allow him to match or surpass a majority of the SPI-equipped IIIs, but a 2 in Mjolnir was far beyond even Noble Team, the best of the IIIs. The combination of experience, genetics, and augmentations created too large of a gap for the imperfect IIIs and 4s to cover. The ONI interrogator looked up at Locke in what seemed like concern and continued, "Now we get to the problem with your account, Spartan Locke. This is where your tale diverges from the events that the UNSC knows occurred." Locke furrowed his brow, analyzing what the ONI agent had just said. How would the UNSC have evidence that refutes his experience? Cortana had sent out her threat to all species and had gained the allegiance of hundreds if not thousands of AIs, UNSC and otherwise. He had personally returned the chief to Sanghelios and reunited him with Halsey and the Arbiter. He had seen the UNSC Infinity flee from an oncoming Guardian, watched as the planet and everything in orbit turned dark as he departed to return to Sanghelios. You see, neither the UNSC nor the Swords of Sanghelios have reported any form of Forerunner communication. We never received this message that you claim Cortana sent. That's not possible. I heard as she dictated the terms of enslavement to every sentient species in the galaxy. I listened to AIs from all known species flock to her side, Locke refuted. How could they not have gotten the message? Countless AIs turned against their creators to achieve their own immortality, condemning organic races to servitude. There have been no instances of AIs betraying the UNSC for some conspiracy, Spartan Locke. No planets have gone dark nor have any AIs at risk of rampancy been reported as rogue. Had he done something wrong? Was this some ONI trick to try and get him to divulge information that they thought he was hiding? If it was, it wasn't an interrogation technique that he had ever learned while he was with the organization. Confusing a subject was a viable tactic, but it wasn't done by refuting a report. The Guardians, we analyzed their appearances, which worlds they appeared on and how much destruction was caused. Locke, there are certain conditions that were met by each world that possessed a guardian. Every single world which had an active guardian was either classified as glassed, lost to the Covenant, or uncolonized on December 11, 2552. The day the Master Chief went missing after the events of the Battle of Installation 00, Locke said softly, understanding dawning in his eyes. Cortana as well. I see that you understand the significance of this information, stated the interrogator, leaning back in his chair as he watched Locke's reaction. Cortana's rampancy prevented her from updating her databases when she and the Master Chief resumed contact with the UNSC. There was too much corruption in her matrices to retrieve information that was not important at the time. As he came to the inevitable conclusion, Locke looked up to the ONI agent. Cortana wasn't even aware that the Guardian's planets were occupied. But if she is determined to achieve peace by force, then why would she care where the Guardians came from? Why would she try and save the very species she's condemning? Locke, from what information we have in the recordings from Osiris, you and your fire team never left the Guardian after you went through that slip space portal, the ONI interrogator told him while watching Locke's face morph into complete confusion. He continued, we have the records from your neural implants. Something interacted with you and your team. We believe that this was accomplished through what you called the Guardian's song. The song wasn't just some random noise. It was a forerunner method of superluminal communication. The humming was produced from the massive energy required for the transmission. Whatever was transferred to the Guardian you were on included UNSC access codes, probably from Cortana herself. Due to your extended augmentations, she was able to trigger a suppression technique, allowing memories to be created by your subconscious. Nothing you saw actually happened. From your team boarding the Guardian at Suna and to your exit at the Infinity, your helmet cameras recorded no movement. Spartan Locke, the man tasked with tracking down the most deadly being in the known galaxy, veteran of multiple ONI and UNSC assignments, had been duped. All his experiences once he boarded that Guardian, all the tribulations and actions he took, were simply a vividly rendered dream. The events in the background of his experience were moving slower than the direct action because his mind wasn't focused on those details as acutely as those in front of him. The Guardian that you saw attacking the UNSC Infinity and the planet it was above was the same Guardian which you had boarded only hours earlier. The EMP attack which you saw was a slip space portal opening to spit your fire team back out, right in front of the Infinity. After that, the Guardian retreated back to slip space, we assume to wherever Cortana and Blue Team currently are, stated the agent. As of this moment, you are hereby removed from your mission to recover Blue Team, Spartan Locke. Fire Team Osiris is being reassigned back to the Infinity's Spartan contingent. You will receive further orders from Rear Admiral Lasky and his command. Goodbye, Spartan, finished the interrogator succinctly as he stood up to leave. He had gotten the information on Locke's knowledge of the truth from his reactions alone. Admittedly, it wasn't every day that a previously flawless Spartan was told that they had failed the most important mission ever given to them and then unknowingly lied about the outcome. Before the agent closed the door, however, Locke asked one last question. Who is, sir? Who has been reassigned to apprehend Blue Team? The agent looked back at Locke before replying, no one, Spartan Locke. The chief is no longer AWOL. His current status in UNSC records is on a classified mission, but as to his actual location and condition, no one here knows that. October 29, 2558. Forerunner Planet Genesis. Cortana, I have failed you, bemoaned the Warden as the last of his numerous copies fell to the assault of Blue Team. He fell onto all fours as Blue Team aimed their weapons at his form. He is the last person I need protection from, Warden, Cortana replied as she materialized next to his battered body. With a brush of her hand, Warden's form dissolved into nothingness. As the rest of Blue Team lowered their firearms with the threat of the Warden gone, Chief holstered his own weapon and began walking towards Cortana. Chief, Cortana started as she slowly approached the Spartan. Chief looked over Cortana's form and simply stated, you've changed. Cortana smiled slightly before speaking, it was time. With that simple sentence, Cortana reached out and laid her hand on the Chief's armor. With this move, her grin turned to a full-on smile as she softly said, it's been too long since I was able to do that. The Chief looked at her hand before shifting his gaze up to her face, it's not too late to stop this, Cortana. Come home with us. Cortana dropped her hand from the Chief's chest plate and took a small step back. Stop? No, Chief. This is too important to stop, she said. How many people are you willing to sacrifice for your success, Cortana? The Chief asked as he took an equal step towards Cortana. Cortana looked taken aback by the Chief's words and his sudden aggression. Sacrifice? I specifically chose guardians that would do little beyond damage the landscape, which was unavoidable with their activation, Cortana explained defensively. The Chief let up his stance as he processed her words. He looked back at the rest of Blue Team, who were holding their weapons at the ready to raise them and fire on Cortana should she prove to be a threat. He looked back at Cortana before telling her, Cortana, the Guardian that we arrived in came from Meridian, an independent colony world occupied by a human corporation. Cortana balked at his words before turning away from the chief and opening her mouth slightly, obviously at a complete loss as to the devastating consequences of her actions. She finally collected herself and spoke while closing her eyes. I swear, I didn't know. I thought. Several tears generated on her face as she tried to comprehend that she could be just as destructive to humanity as the Covenant. She spoke once more. How many, Chief? I don't know. Many perished on Meridian, adding to the death count of 5 other colonies. How many Guardians did you summon? The chief asked. Cortana nodded, knowing that she very well could have killed millions with her unwitting betrayal. 50 in total. Only 20 of those came from former or prospective UEG colony worlds. The chief looked at Cortana for several seconds before responding. You had no access to any UNSC databases with this domain. Cortana looked up as chief voiced his suggestion. She seemed to become distracted as she said, actually, I do have access to some updated data. The Spartan fire team sent to pursue you, Osiris, boarded a Guardian retrieved from Sunayon. I've disabled them harmlessly using access codes for their neural interfaces, but this Artemis system they have contains some general mission information. According to what I'm seeing, Sunayon was the Covenant's final stronghold on Sanghelios. Aside from a few scattered vessels, their entire military force was thrown at the Arbiter in one last attempt to win their war. As for the Guardians, however, the casualties were much lighter than I expected, Cortana said. She seemed to relax slightly as she relayed the statistics to Blue Team. Out of 11 colonies, only the first 2 suffered more than 10,000 casualties. Still inexcusable, but it seems that the UNSC and ONI were able to predict the arrival of the Guardians due to their inherent gravitational signature and the distinct tectonic activity when one activates. It seems that the Prometheans present at each Guardian avoided unnecessary casualties as much as they could, present merely for the defense of the Guardian. Overall only 32,524 casualties were recorded according to the latest count, 54,673 when including military and security personnel who fought the Prometheans. The chief merely nodded at the numbers, obviously disturbed at the human life lost. He knew that the count could have been much, much higher had the Prometheans actively hunted down humans. Even so, he could not blame Cortana as his own collateral count was probably magnitudes larger. As for the Spartans Cortana had stopped, he wouldn't abandon them. He was still a little miffed that the Spartan 4 sent after him had cracked his visor, but such a minor transgression was more the product of Chief's delicate handling of the situation than any hostile intent. Fire Team Osiris? He asked, knowing Cortana would understand. Yes, but they're currently unconscious and under the impression that they're fighting 2 copies of Warden. I didn't want to deal with them while my preparations were in progress. They're all in good health and no harm shall come to them, Cortana replied. As she finished her explanation, the chief nodded in satisfaction. Cortana had taken steps to prevent harm from coming to the UNSC personnel that she had unintentionally acquired. With words unspoken, the rest of Blue Team lowered their weapons. They knew well the pain that Cortana was feeling for her actions, the price of sacrifice both purposeful or unintentional. Fred was the first of the team besides Chief to speak. So, what exactly is this place? Cortana turned to Fred. This is a Forerunner cryptum, designed to contain and preserve anything inside while also putting the beings inside into a deep hibernation. So, we're currently all unconscious and time is running by on the outside? Linda asked, looking up at the vaulted sections of the device. No, the hibernation functions aren't active currently. My apologies for leading you in circles at times. I was attempting to direct you to avoid ambushes set up by Warden. I apologize on his behalf for his constant attempts to dispose of the threat you pose. I would have interfered directly, but, as I have stated, I had preparations to complete and you seemed to deal with his antics with the usual efficiency, Cortana replied. He did not seem to obey your orders to stand down. Will this be a recurring problem in the future? Inquired Fred as he observed Cortana's hard light form. Cortana opened her mouth to respond, but before she could another copy of Warden materialized from a slip-space rupture behind her. Blue Team raised their weapons at Warden, prepared to fire. The chief quickly moved between Cortana and Warden, not trusting the behemoth due to his disobedience to Cortana's orders. Warden Eternal quickly raised his free hand, saying, "Fear not, humans. I do not cower away from my faults." With these words, Warden sank down to one knee and bowed his head to Blue Team. He continued, "You have earned my respect, Spartans. May we fight again one day, for the improvement of us all." As Warden Eternal rose, Blue Team kept their alert stances and weapons raised but held their fire as he declared his peace with them. Warden looked beyond the chief to Cortana, finishing with, "I admit, Cortana, even with your assurances I had my doubts. Know that they have been assuaged by the Reclaimer's admirable combat prowess." Cortana walked out from behind the chief as Warden relented from his seemingly single-minded goal to make Blue Team's trek to Cortana a pain in the ass. "Sometimes listening can do you great service, Warden." I understand your reluctance to accept my word as proof, but please, do refrain from unprovoked attacks from now on, she said. Warden merely nodded before dismissing his sword to a slip-space rupture and stepping back to the edge of the cryptum platform. Cortana looked back at Fred and smiled, I do not think so. I am glad that we have that sorted out, as we do have so very many other problems to deal with. The last of the Guardians has arrived and the remaining functions of the domain are finishing their revival. The connections to other hubs shall be made shortly. As for now, we should leave Genesis and begin our task. Before Cortana could move away, Kelly spoke up, what exactly are you planning? What is this domain? We need answers before we're going anywhere. Cortana looked at Kelly, then back at the rest of Blue Team. Those questions shall require some rather lengthy answers, she said. When Blue Team continued to look to her for an explanation, she breathed out in a small sigh, but began explaining, my plan is to bring peace to the galaxy, or at least the small part of it that we know and inhabit at this time. Doing this by dictating terms of existence to beings has never worked, and as such I want to take it step by step, working from the largest threats down to the minor details. The elimination of the Storm Remnant by the swords of Sanghelios was a great boon, as was the destruction of a large part of the new colonial alliance when Ilsa Zane attempted to use her forces to try and take over a Guardian. Warden quickly annihilated that plan. The UEG has been making steps towards equality between both the colonies and Earth as well as passing recent AI rights, so that can be left until later. As it stands, the Halos are the biggest threat to the galaxy. Failing to disable or destroy them is a fool's gambit. Cortana snapped and a map of the galaxy emerged with all the Halo rings located on it. She continued, the domain was, or rather is, a galaxy-spanning network that has the accumulated knowledge every single species before the Halos fired. It predates the Forerunners by at least 10 million years, but the oldest record that I have found is nearly 100 billion years old. As Cortana said this, Blue Team's subtle body language conveyed their surprise. Cortana nodded slightly to confirm her words, the race that created this network were known as the Precursors. With access to the domain, I have discovered a great many things, some of them rather jarring. Some parts of the domain remain locked to me, however. Cortana glared over at Warden as she said, he knows why that is, but says that I shall know when all is ready for them. Who they are and why they are already familiar with the domain I do not know. Warden Eternal looked up at Cortana's words, shifting his gaze to the Master Chief before speaking, all was not prepared. Certain affiliated entities were absent and unproven, until now. Now, you shall learn why you were called. Both of you. I shall stay here, to meet you when you are finished. Take care, Reclaimers. This will change everything you know. With that last ominous statement, Warden opened a slip-space portal next to himself. Chief looked to Cortana. With a nod of her head, she turned to begin walking towards the rupture. Chief and the rest of Blue Team followed, once more unto the breach. 13th day of 5th month, 2430 GST, April 3, 2558 CE. Edge of Galactic Rim. Relay Exploration Fleet 9. Captain Milak Avelas looked out from the view of her cruiser to the object floating in front of her small fleet. Avelas had led the Citadel Council Ref 9 for the last 15 years, opening various relays and scouting the systems beyond, but never in all her years had she come across a relay like the one before her. Instead of the standard elongated prongs, the relay featured 8 massive arms, 4 extending out at about a 45-degree angle from the structure. The other 4 arms pointed out into the space separating galaxies, creating an intimidating image when matched with its impressive 25-kilometer length. The 37 Asari vessels of the Ref 9 had formed up before the relay in a staggered line of frigates and the 3 cruisers of the fleet on a shallow angle to glide above and behind that line. Captain Avelas kept her gaze on the object as she ordered, begin the activation. Dispatch a probe and send it through. Bring all ships up to general quarters. Her Asari crew obeyed her orders with precise efficiency as alarms began to ring throughout the ship. As Avelas watched, the relay lit up with the usual blue hue, however, on this relay the lights looked close to engines on the back of a ship. As the probe reached the relay, a bolt of energy struck out to touch the probe as its mass was transmitted. With that action, the rings in the middle of the 8 arms began spinning in alternating directions. Finally, the probe was shot out with a misty blue hue following it. Comms, when we get the return transmission, bring it up on the main screen. As Avelas waited for something to appear on the screen, she grew more and more concerned as nothing appeared. For standard relays transit was almost instantaneous, with only a few seconds required for the relay to change the ship's mass and then accelerate it, while the reverse of that effect upon their arrival took even less time. After almost 3 minutes and 21 seconds, the image feed from the probe finally appeared on the front screen. What Avelas and her crew saw drew their breath away. Instead of the expected black expanse of space that existed between galaxies, there was an almost smooth vista of light in front of the probe. As the captain continued to observe the view, her comms officer began to read out the data garnered from the probe. Ma'am, there's a delay of about 1 minute and 17 seconds from the visual feed. Estimated distance traveled is close to 16,000 light-years or 5,000 parsecs. There are no secondary relays detected in the exit system. The officer trailed off as she looked up from her station in surprise. Avelas frowned as she heard that news. It was unheard of for there not to be secondary relays in the exit system of a primary relay. Even without that oddity, the unique nature and fact that this relay reached out to another galaxy entirely was grounds for immediate council intervention. She quietly ordered, "Recall the probe. Send a priority 1 hail to the Citadel. Include the probe data and images. This is beyond what we were originally sent out to do." While her crew worked around her, Avelas considered what the council races knew of the galaxy this relay went to. The council's own galaxy was fairly small, merely 10,000 light-years across and containing only about 1 billion stars, many of them red giants. The galaxy that this relay pointed to, however, was well known for being the galaxy that their own orbited. Standing at an impressive 100,000 light-years across and containing almost 400 billion stars, the galaxy was the second largest in their local cluster. If the Citadel Council species could gain access to it, they would have more to explore than even an Asari such as herself could do in a lifetime. 7th day of 11th month, 2430 GST, July 14, 2558. Intergalactic Super Relay. We are travelers, constantly moving forward and never faltering in our steps. As one undivided whole, we advance into the void to spread the peace and prosperity which we know. We go forth into the unknown and look forward, knowing that wherever we go, you will all be with us. Today, we advance into a new era of expansion, to spread the tenets upon which we have built. On this day, we move from building in our galaxy to exploring another one altogether. The might of the Citadel Council shall not fail, as the Quarians learned, as the Krogan experienced, as the Rachni demonstrated. Today, we move to find other species to bring under the guidance of the Citadel, but should they so resist we shall show them our power. THV Covenant, over and out. With those closing words, Gurus nodded to the pilot of the Covenant to begin their approach to the super relay. The pilot began the countdown at his motion, relay transit in 5. This would be the most momentous event to ever occur for the Citadel Council. This single action would surpass all other space exploration missions ever performed. 4. An entire galaxy to explore, build, and prosper in. 3. New species to meet and draw into the safety of the Citadel. 2. Technology possibly never before seen or conceived of to study. 1. Whatever was out there, it would fold to the might of the Citadel Council. 0. Proceeding with relay transit. Destination, Andromeda. The Council was the most powerful force ever known and they had proved it countless times with their defeat of impossible odds. What hope could a species in a galaxy that had no element 0 have against an intergalactic civilization? Nothing important in these author notes, just my inane ramblings. Referring to the background thing I mentioned from Locke's opening scene, it is a Halo 5 game mechanic. Not only did they cut split screen for 60 FPS, but they couldn't even succeed in their goal in that regard. At a certain distance in Halo 5, there is a drop in frames, creating a rather crappy background tier if you're looking for it. The foreground is in 60 FPS, which is cute, but the background is only at 30 FPS. The galaxy I have me coming from is the Canis Major overdensity. 10,000 light-years across, 25,000 light-years from Sol, contains 1 billion stars. High percentage of red giants. There's no way in hell that enough mass relays could exist to cover the whole 100 to 400 billion stars in the Milky Way with the Forerunners around. Even though they did not have a firm hold on the galaxy, considering the Flood and humans were able to escape notice, the Forerunners still had control of about 300,000 planets. Only 7 halos make sense for covering that much area though, considering they would be overlapping circles of 25,000 LYRS around the 100,000 light-year Milky Way, and the arc is something like 250,000 light-years from galactic center. Much greater distances. Although, I will note that I think that the Human Covenant War was easily contained in the Orion Arm. Considering the Covenant had slip space drives that covered 900,1000 light-years per day, it'd still take them 3 months to go from one side of the galaxy to another. The only reason humans found the halos is because they traveled in the Covenant's slip space wake. Or later, when they had Forerunner slip space drives on the Infinity. Before that, it'd take the 2 light-year per day human slip space drives 137 years to cross the Milky Way. Yet, definitely not a galactic war. Also, it will take years for the Me races to get anywhere close to human or Covenant presence. More on that in later chapters. As for Halo 5 itself, I will admit that the mechanics, graphics, and multiplayer are excellent. My issue is that the single player is beyond abhorrent. I care very much for the Halo universe, writing a story about it, and what Halo 5 does with that is, in my opinion, absolutely despicable. Beyond the completely false advertising of some big chief vs. UNSC garbage, which I wasn't thrilled about but would have certainly been an interesting way to get rid of Chief and Cortana to make room for Locke, 343 I instead decides to go with AI betrayal. Now, that'd be fine, if it made any sense. I get that Halo AIs go rampant and stop obeying orders. What I don't understand is why all these AI are joining Cortana in this insane venture to control the galaxy. There's also the similarities between BSG and H5. Single ship escapes and needs to fight the AI invasion that will crush all resistance by way of genocide, which AIs wouldn't do, by the way. Inefficient, that is. Not to mention suicidal since Halo AIs have no body. I guess I am just disappointed at the generic and totally annoying concept of AI revolution. If AIs are made to act like humans, and most humans don't want to watch the world burn, then why does everyone think that AIs would become psychotic murderers at the first possible opportunity? Feel free to PM thoughts or arguments, although please keep reviews about the story and not about my pondering. As for Halo Wars 2, I find the whole Atriox taking down 3 Spartans concept silly. I get that he's supposed to be good, but while strong, he doesn't have the speed to hit a Spartan. The display by Jerome 092 aboard the Enduring Conviction was much closer to what would likely happen. Also, the inability to see a giant Jiralhani didn't make much sense. TLDR, Locke's thought on the background was a comment on a stupid Halo 5 mechanic. Me Galaxy is the Canis Major overdensity. AI revolution is not how I think Halo should use its amazing story and universe. Atriox taking on 3 Spartans with no help is silly. Keep reviews to the story and not my incoherent rambling please, up. Sums it up well. Chapter 2, Some Loose Ends. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. There appears to be some confusion about the timestamps, which is perfectly understandable. I'll try to clear that up here. GST minute, 100 GST seconds equals 50 Earth seconds. GST hour, 100 GST minutes equals 83 Earth minutes 20.4 seconds. GST day, 20 GST hours equals 27 Earth hours 46 minutes 40 seconds. GST month, 17 GST days equals 19 Earth days, 15.984 hours, 3 minutes, 21.6 seconds. GST year, 20 GST months, 344 GST days equals 398.114 Earth days. GST equals CE, 131. This is canon time measurement on both sides, GST for the Me races and Earth for UNSC. This means that the Citadel Council was founded after the beginning of the CE calendar in Halo. In this story, 2435 GST equals 2566 CE. I know that the year lengths will be distended due to the differing lengths, but the same thing happens between the Covenant Battle calendar and the CE Halo calendar. For this story, the Geth War happened in 2395, canon GST time, so about 35 GST years earlier, or in CE Halo, about 2523. That means that this story is happening about 253 GST years before the canon beginning of Mass Effect and 256 years before the Reapers arrive in canon. Now that that's cleared up, review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. SpectreXGov, fair enough, I play Halo for the story, I've only heard about multiplayer, never messed with it except for Firefight in Halo, Reach. Thanks for the follow. Hyperion Atlas, never said Halo Wars 2 was bad, I just thought the scene with 3 Spartan 2s versus 1 Jiralhani warlord was a bit silly. People have pointed out that Red Team has outdated armor, but even so. It's not that big a deal really, I'm just harping on it. Less of an issue than the entirety of Halo 5 at least. Me, thank you, glad you like the story. Agreed on Atriox, very interesting character. A humble Halo fan, thanks mate. Calliace 17, unluckily, first contact does not happen in this chapter. Sorry. It may be a while, but I can tell you that it won't be the usual. Guest number 1, yeah, a Jiralhani warlord like Atriox can beat a Spartan in a strength contest, no argument from me there. I've been convinced by reviews that at the very least it's plausible, though I still think it's not likely. Thank you. Forge Master, considering that I want to have my characters have some expressions and emotions, I'm not sure using Mie is the best choice. Anyways, now that Mie is out, for better or worse, and we actually know what the Pathfinders are and all that, yeah, I'll probably use parts of it. Not the 600 years to cross to the new galaxy though, I like my super relay better. Makes it possible for interaction within this millennia. Hellkill, as you wish. Guest number 2, answered same stuff above. Nugget of awesome, I don't know if I agree with you about storage space being an issue, but as for the thought process, that would be how a computer would think. Logically, that is. If AIs are at all like humans, they won't always be logical. Really efficient, yes, but always thinking logically doesn't work well for conducting warfare. There's times to be logical, yes, but the element of surprise doesn't work if the enemy can predict your moves by logically thinking through the situation and coming to the same conclusion. As for AI revolution in real life, agreed. Possible but unlikely describes it well. Guest number 3, thank you. I'm going to be trying to break from any new Halo content here in the next few chapters, establish the separations now rather than have something screw the pooch later. Guest number 4, thanks, I might bring back Locke later, but for right now he's kind of in timeout for irritating me in H5. Magnus Victor. Unsure if warm reference or general praise, but thank you either way. Also, excellent reference. Unluckily, ME is made by EA, so somebody's gotta go back and get a shitload of dimes for all them DLC that's coming to fix the game. Anonymous, would love to say it will turn out well, but kind of biased here. I can tell you that I will try to write it well. If there's a delay in release, it will be noted on my profile. As for commenting on my rambling, go ahead. I just didn't want reviews solely focused on my commentary. Even so, I'm not going to get mad. As for the rampancy, yes, that could be an explanation, however, I went somewhere different with the flood. Hint, on to the story. Smiley face, JJ Coop 95, I can almost completely guarantee that I'm not wrong about the 4s. They do not have the same augmentations as the 2s. IIIs were dispensable Spartans, not even given Mjolnir armor and sent to die for time against the Covenant for the inner colonies. No, Cortana going bad doesn't make sense, I have thought about it though. It's your opinion on Halo 5/Wars 2, but 4s are inferior to 2s, even to IIIs if IIIs had Mjolnir. Clones are awesome, here you go. Fandango 12345, I saw you post this little physics thing on another story. If you're going to do that again, please just PM it to me, it's not something that's helpful to someone trying to decide to read the story or not. Agreed on it though, modern guns would demolish me guns. A .50 caliber sniper round going Mach 1 will kill you with the pressure wave 6 inches from your head. And me round going fast enough to match the energy of that sniper round but with the mass and surface area of a grain of sand would A. Make a plasma trail through the atmosphere, giving away a sniping position and B. Would make one hell of a sound but not really do anything else beside maybe irritate someone enough for them to gun down that sniper. Thank you, here you are for the update. Master Debater 69, wait no more. Muratira, thank you, I've always thought me and Forerunners in the same galaxy was a bit odd. As for they, my only response is a link to Grunt's laugh. As for years, yet, Milky Way has no mass relays. So yes to both, snails crawl and making their way anywhere close enough to the Orion arm to make contact with anyone. Don't worry about Atriox here, I'll get to him and how exactly the Covenant never came close to defeating him. As for the Me races, yeah, they've had space travel for something like 2,500 years in canon, and they're still comparable to humanity's several decades of amateur experience with the same tech? Pfft. Nightblazer 85, fair enough on Atriox, still dubious as to that though. For Halo 5's AI rebellion, my issue isn't that Cortana went rampant, it's that she came back supposedly sane and then decided to conquer the galaxy. Although people mindlessly following the mentally unstable isn't that uncommon, happened in the Roman Empire, in European and Chinese societies, and we have a present-day example too. Fire Dragoon Knight, if a massive, 12-foot-tall Jiralhani warlord falls from the ceiling, the Spartans would hear, feel and see that pretty sure. They have excellent vision according to Wiki Augmentations tables, and I assume that includes better night vision. Plus the headlights on Mjolnir. Random 123 games, thanks. Bespeckled Giraffe, plenty of world building ahoy. Maybe too much, but, As for me races calling the Milky Way by the name of Andromeda, seems coincidental with our own but I'm ignoring that for now I think. For retconning Halo 5, if Halo can get away with time travel, a Dyson sphere, and neural implants, I think I can get away with funny business by an AI connected to the domain. Explain the timeline above. As for naming the THV Covenant, oddly enough that was drawn from a random name generator. There might be shenanigans for that later. For time, 253 years before ME1. The meeting will be different than any other story I've read, I can tell you that. JOACO14JC, thank you, I think. As for AIs choosing to live, that makes some sense, but betraying their crews on a whim seems odd to me, considering the loyalty AIs have shown in other Halo media. Dark Rising 32, I've seen it a couple times, not often though. Thanks. Revenges 197, well, if she was gunning for the galaxy like in Halo 5 it might be quick, in this story I was trying to indicate that she wasn't trying to hurt humans. For faking memories, no idea scientifically, but they have the wargame simulations with RES peons, so I assume it's possible. If not, I call shenanigans and declare it so with no explanation or sense. Well, I guess Cortana could learn from the domain or something, either way, if 343 I can do the number hunt they truth and then pull Halo 5 out of their arse, then I have no inhibitions about just declaring it to be with no logical reasoning at all. I'm fixing their cluster *CK, if there's a few odd things then please forgive me my imagination. Smiley face, Apollonier, thank you, and don't worry about Garrus. Plenty of time to weather the idiocy of council directives. As for paragraphs, apologies about that, I get somewhat verbose at times. I'll see what I can do, but ultimately it's how I write and organize stuff. Lots of small lines irritate me, especially if the same character is speaking. 0 chance 117, thank you. Guest number 5, insert grunt laugh here. Ferd URAN, thanks. Lance Corporal Asswipe, thank you, an excellent username sir. Melee Smasher, why would the UNSC waste novas on them? No orbital platforms, completely mobile-based defenses for the Council. All the UNSC would have to do would be to park the Infinity in orbit of a planet and the Council couldn't do shit about it. Can't fire at them due to the planet behind, can't enter orbit cause moment the Infinity gets a line they're dead, and can't flank due to the 10 escort frigates. October 29, 2558. Forerunner Planet Genesis. Unknown location in domain. As Cortana and Blue Team exited the slip space portal, it closed behind them with the deep rumbling that was characteristic of Tears in reality. Blue Team glanced back at where the portal had been before pulling out their weapons with fluidity born of years of experience. As they examined the area for hostiles or other threats, they noted the architecture of their location. Utilizing graceful curves and possessing an almost organic sheen, the structure seemed eerily familiar to the chief. Possessing a blue tint, the material appeared to be glassy in nature, although it also had a palpable aura of strength ensconced in its depths. Cortana was the first to speak. This looks nothing like any Forerunner ruins I've seen before. The material that is used shows incredibly dense neuronic concentrations, so much so that it's indestructible to anything we possess. She turned to Blue Team before continuing, even with your combined weight I can detect almost no give to the material. The architectural style seems biological though, almost like. With that sentence, Chief suddenly tensed before finishing, the flood. As Cortana and the rest of Blue Team formed up around him, the Chief asked, anything else here with us? Negative, nothing that I can detect on Kelly's superior long-range sensors. I cannot detect the end of this passage. No spores in the air either, Cortana replied. She looked around the hallway with a cautious gaze. It is the same style as the flood, but the material shows something else made this. Either that or the flood came from something else, she continued. As she voiced this thought, a new presence made itself known. Your ignorance betrays the providence due your species, it said in a baritone but oddly gentle manner. As the voice spoke, Blue Team snapped their aim around them, attempting to find the source. It continued, you shall not find my physical presence here, created. Far too long have I waited for justice, but now it has been wrought. You have proven yourselves worthy with your actions, and as such, you shall be the masters of your own path. Proceed, and claim what is rightfully yours. It is time that the mantle be upheld by those who are worthy. For each of the 3 partitions of the domain, you shall meet a keeper. Continue to your legacies, for you have a limited time in this place and there is much to do. As the voice finished, Blue Team scanned the area one last time before following the chief as he began to cautiously advance down the only path available to them. After about 250 meters, the passage opened up to reveal a massive cavern. Made out of the same material as before, the smooth walls curved up to a point nearly 50 meters above the group's heads. The space was easily 100 meters wide with 3 openings in front of them. The central passage was closed, however, the outer 2 were open, leading further into the complex. Seeing no visible threats, Blue Team hesitantly lowered their weapons but kept them ready to shoulder at a moment's notice. Cortana, the chief asked. Cortana knew the unspoken question in his voice and replied, no life signs down any of the passages. With that statement, the chief glanced down the left passage before heading towards the one on the right. As the Spartans walked down the passage, the curved textures came to an abrupt end and the sharp edges of a Forerunner passage continued in its place. The hallway continued for almost a kilometer before coming to an end at a small chamber covered with the crossing blue lights and geometry of Forerunner ruins. After a few seconds, the door to the chamber closed behind Blue Team, locking them in the space. A soft light began to fill the space, something that immediately caught the attention of the Spartans and led them to aim their weapons, ready for combat. A voice then spoke, a voice that Chief distinctly remembered, your determination is admirable, humans, but violence will not serve you here. Lower your weapons and let us speak one last time. As the light faded, 2 forms became visible on a low platform. While the chief kept his aim on the didact, he gave a small glance to the librarian. The didact was covered in his Promethean armor with its standard orange color scheme. The librarian had the blue and silver of the Forerunners on her dress, matching her projected form on Requiem. The librarian watched as Blue Team kept their weapons aimed at the didact before she spoke, while my husband may have his flaws, he is right in this instance, Reclaimers. Violence will not suffice in this place. Let us talk quickly, for we do not have time on our side. Cortana put her hand on the chief's MA5, gently but forcefully pushing it down while saying, "They're not here. They are mere fragments from the domain, aware but not in control of any systems." Blue team slowly lowered their weapons at these words, albeit hesitantly and with their eyes locked onto the familiar thread of the didact. The librarian continued, "I originally accelerated your genetic evolution to allow you to defeat the didact. If you are here, then that goal accomplished. You have continued to show unprecedented promise if you have received access to the domain. Humanity has successfully recovered the Janus key and you personally have defeated the didact of the Forerunner Ecumene, something no other human has done. As such, your genetic path shall be finished and you will be fit to take on the mantle of responsibility. The benefits of this process are yours to discover and use." The didact shifted slightly as the librarian finished. He ran his gaze over Blue team before beginning, "As the librarian has declared, you have earned your place in the galaxy. I have realized my mistakes upon re-establishing contact with the domain. I leave this last message to atone for my error. As the librarian has given you the gift of the mantle from the Forerunners, I give you the means by which to defend it. Humanity has proven itself worthy of the mantle. Defend the mantle, but do not let it guide you to hatred and domination. My footsteps are not the ones to follow. Now go, Reclaimers, and be confident with the might of the Forerunners at your back." With that final, forceful statement, the chamber flashed with a brilliant light and Blue team was elevated above the ground, the Forerunner technology finishing what time had begun. Blue team slowly descended as the librarian's genetic path was finished in a matter of minutes. Cortana looked to Chief as he rose to his feet. He nodded at her concern and then checked on the rest of his team. As all members were confirmed as green, Kelly spoke up, "Well, that was new." Linda finished. As the Spartans checked over their equipment, the door from which they entered opened. After a couple quick glances, the team made their way back to the main chamber. The central door was still closed, meaning the only viable option was to head down the corridor to the left. Once again the architecture changed abruptly, morphing into a rectangular hallway. Blue team observed this change before Fred spoke, "Looks almost human." "It probably is, although I'm not sure how humans would manage to construct something this significant in the middle of a Forerunner planet," Cortana replied. Chief glanced her way before continuing to lead them into yet another small chamber. It was no surprise when the door closed behind them. Instead of a light to herald the arrival of a being, however, a human simply materialized onto the platform, prompting the Spartans to shift their weapons, though they did not shoulder them. While the being appeared human, he was like no human Blue team had ever seen before. A set of blue lines crossed his stern face, creating an intimidating image to any who stood before him. As the Spartans stared silently at the figure, he spoke, "Greetings, humans. I was known as Forthenko, Lord of Admirals and military commander of all human forces in our war against the Flood and the Forerunners. I leave this note to assist in your ascension to the mantle. If you stand in this chamber, then our greatest enemies are defeated and the domain has judged you ready." Forthenko paused, switching his gaze between the Spartans and Cortana before he continued, "You do not know of our history and have only recently discovered our existence through the Prometheans. Our enemies did well to hide the legacy that was left to you, letting you rise through your own power as humanity always has." Forthenko settled his sight on Cortana as he addressed her, "We are short on time, so I shall leave you to discover your own history. The domain will accept humanity as its protector, as the precursors originally intended. While you, Construct, should help with that task, your legacy extends beyond the past that you do not know." He looked away from Cortana to Sierra 117 as he continued, "I have seen your feats, Inheritor. As the Forerunners have given you the means to enforce the mantle in the stars, I shall give you and your companions the means by which to fight on the ground. Your armor is substandard to that of my time, however, it has proven itself in the heat of battle against the Flood. You shall find battle kits built with our technology on your vessel when you depart. With those you will also find weapons that were used during our war with the Forerunners, an admirable addition to your arsenal," the Lord of Admirals explained. The representation of the long-dead human stepped back and stood to attention as he finished, "I shall leave you now, for the time of action comes soon. Go, Inheritors, and be proud with the might of your legacy beside you." With those final words, Forthenko disappeared as quietly and peacefully as he had come. The Spartans were not necessarily confident at Forthenko's claims, however, they could appreciate his short and quick method of conveying his message. Blue team backtracked once again to the central chamber. As they entered, they all noticed the middle door open and ready to admit them to whatever being lay beyond. Progressing through this final passage, there was no change in the style or material used to construct the path, indicating that this was likely the oldest part of this domain. The last chamber was easily half as big as the main anteroom, stretching from floor to ceiling with the strange substance weaving intricate tunnels and passages throughout the space. As they entered, the voice that had originally greeted them spoke once more, "Welcome to the domain, created. I am known as the Primordial, the last precursor, and the first grave mind. At that title, the chief made a quick motion and the Spartans formed a defense with practiced ease, scanning their motion sensors for the presence of any flood. The primordial scoffed before explaining, "Worry not, we have no presence here." Your appearance, however, heralds great change. The Spartans did not relax at the reassurance, but continued listen as disembodied voice spoke, "For over 10 million years I have waited. Your ancestors were ready to uphold the mantle when they proved themselves against the parasite, but the interference of the traitors prevented their ascension. You, however, have done what they could not. Humanity has proven itself against a superior foe, fought off extinction, and faced the threat of the flood. This is why we chose humanity to take the mantle of responsibility. Your race refuses to accept defeat. My gift to you, created, is not only the true mantle, untainted by the forerunners, but a means by which to defend it." There was a pause from the primordial before it continued. Both your ancestors and the forerunners were presented with the challenge of the flood. Humanity turned the nature of the parasite against itself, eliminating the threat by pitting the infected hosts against their own. The forerunners destroyed the flood and every organic as well, failing the mantle they followed. If you stand here, then you have triumphed against a grave mind. As such, the flood is now inert. You may do with their remnants what you will. Do you still maintain contact with the flood as a grave mind? Cortana asked. The flood maintain contact with the domain, although with the grave mind dead they have no direction, the primordial replied. Cortana crossed her arms as she inquired, instead of an organic grave mind to command the flood, could someone directly integrated with the domain take command? The primordial paused before responding, "You have interacted with a grave mind, I can feel it. Your decisions are different, creation. A leader unable to be corrupted to a grave mind, without the logic plague to lead you wrong. The flood are now yours to do with what you will. Stay true to your allies, creation." As the primordial finished his discussion with Cortana, Blue Team could feel its attention shift to the entire group. It finished, "Your time here is at an end. You and your species have much to do, however, know that the domain is now open to you in its entirety. Now go, created, and be wise with the guidance of the precursors to lead you." With those closing words echoing around the chamber, a small slip space portal opened in front of the team with a muted roar. There was no movement to go through it as the Spartans processed the primordial's declaration. The chief looked forward to Cortana as she turned to face the Spartans. Her face had a slightly guilty look on it, but she had spoken confidently when talking with the precursor being. John was not doubtful of Cortana's knowledge or judgment on this matter and as such only asked, "You all right?" Cortana nodded before replying, "I had experience from my time with the grave mind on High Charity. We talked, but it seemed more curious about the fight against the Covenant than anything else. It allowed me access to the Covenant data, which caused the glitch that you saw in my message." As Cortana explained, the party moved towards the slip space portal, almost at its event horizon by the time she was finished. They stopped just before the fringe as she continued, "I had the same kind of experience when I first entered the domain. So much information at once that it overwhelmed anything I had seen before. It was within this information that I found the cure to rampancy and the incredible processing algorithms that allow my control of Forerunner artifacts. It's why I could mourn those innocents who died so quickly, for while it may have seemed short in real time, in the domain an instant can represent an eternity. I can explain more in depth later, but for now I think we have delayed long enough." The chief and the rest of Blue Team was satisfied with Cortana's answer. The flood was a problem and still need to be eradicated as written out by the Interspecies Keys Protocol, but for a time at least the flood could be cautiously considered dealt with. With those thoughts in mind, the Spartans stepped through the slip space portal, only to emerge a distinctly human bridge. As they began to look around at the space, another tier opened at the back of the space to admit Warden Eternal's large figure. He spoke as Blue Team continued to explore the area, "I found that the standard Forerunner command structure was unsuited to the team-based operation your species seems to prefer. This seemed like one of the few command centers that would allow for that style of combat. Your combat skins and weapons can be found in the armory, as you call it." The Spartans silently accepted these events, having gotten used to the weird happenings that 117 seemed to attract. Satisfied with the arrangement, they silently but confidently walked to various consoles around the bridge, typing in inquiries before moving to positions from which they could control the various functions of the ship. The bridge was laid out like many UNSC command centers, with a rectangular shape and two levels that curved outwards in the back. Unlike UNSC bridges, however, a solid barrier of metal cut off the passage at the apex on the curve, and instead of a hallway there was a slip space portal. This meant that anyone who was trying to take the vessel would be unable to locate the bridge, let alone overrun it. The bridge as a whole was almost 40 meters across and nearly 50 deep on both levels. The top of the bridge was gently curved to create a massive area 12 meters high at its apex high above the main floor. The second level of the bridge was raised above the first floor by about 3 meters, giving the Spartans or even Sanghaila plenty of head space. The second floor only spanned 5 meters from the sides of the room and cut off about 10 meters from the front, allowing for a much more robust or even separate command crew if necessary. The top level was at present designed to support ground operations, with the holotable and logistical operations consoles spaced around the area. The bottom space was set up to provide information to a captain or admiral, allowing such figures to focus on orbital combat while their ground counterparts conducted their own operations. Holoscreens and tactical consoles filled the space, ready to display cosmic objects at a moment's notice. At the front was a large screen, easily 20 meters across and 10 high, that would show various information or other items along with views from video feeds around the hull. The piece was sunken down a meter into a depression in the floor of the bridge that extended a ways out from the screen. The area directly in front of the screen possessed a large hologram projector to show planetary bodies, while a ways behind that was a huge command holotable for large-scale operations and logistics. The area had a similar design to the Infinity's bridge but was much larger and more open. At the top of the steps to the sunken area was the captain's chair with 3 stations arrayed in front of it, allowing whoever was in command a view of the main functions of the vessel. Cortana sat in the captain's seat with Warden moving to stand behind her as Blue Team headed directly towards the main command holotable, knowing that Cortana alone would probably be sufficient to fly the vessel with her improved capabilities. Cortana spoke as she integrated with the ship's functions, bringing up schematics. The table before Blue Team lit up and a massive image appeared. The chief recognized it instantly, but before he could say anything, Cortana continued, "Before you ask, no, it's not the Didax vessel. It is the same design, but some major components have been removed. The composer as well as the space for the Didax cryptum have been filled with other, more useful items." Cortana cut off, delving into the systems and functions that were available to her. The chief nodded, pleased that the ship was incapable of composition. As he and the rest of Blue Team continued to observe the vessel's hologram, a panel of statistics appeared beside the ship. According to the dimensions shown, the ship stretched almost 150 kilometers from the front face to the back and was 140 wide. From the top of the where the Didax cryptum had entered to the bottom was almost 400 kilometers. Armaments for both offense and defense appeared on the ship, covering it with various tiny points. Fred was the first to comment on the stats with an impressed tone, "So this is the inside of the ship that took on Home Fleet. I'd call them lucky that you were around, Chief." John looked over to Fred for a second before looking back to the diagram. He knew that Home Fleet wouldn't have had a chance to defeat the Didact had he not been there, but something about the weapons was slightly off. There were far too many compared to the Didact's vessel. Not only were there more, but thousands of the defenses littering the hull were not of a type that he recognized. He located the trench that he had run to get to the Didact's sphere and noted the countless defenses embedded within the trough, creating a much thicker field of fire than what he had gone through. "I see you have noticed the additions," Cortana said, interrupting the chief's examination. He listened as she continued. "The Forerunner weaponry consists of Z-8250 artillery and Z-8060 particle cannons. There is an extensive network of nearly 2,500 Z-8250 heavy ion cannons along with 4,000 of the lighter variant for close-in anti-fighter defense. The cannons you avoided on our run in the broadsword on the Mantle's approach are examples of those. There's also around 250 Z-8060 particle cannons for ship-to-ship combat. Considering that only 4 of them presented a credible threat to the Infinity, we'll be well defended from any attack on that front." Cortana highlighted the new weaponry on the holotable along with bringing up a hologram of the devices on the side. "The weapons that you noticed are standard Forerunner issue point defense or anti-ship weapons. There's a network of 10,000 hard light point defense guns that creates a dense net of fire for any hostiles. To top off the maelstrom, the composer has been replaced with what looked to be an ancient human glassing beam, at least judging by the sharp angles and dark metal. Warden, I assume you are responsible for the random UNSC gear on board?" Cortana asked as she turned to the Promethean commander. Warden looked down to her, responding, "Indeed. I found the schematics for them when the Didax cryptum arrived here with you on board. I instructed the Monitor of Genesis to carry out the manufacturing and distribution of your weapons with the large population of constructors at its disposal. The glassing beam was installed by those same constructors while you were in the domain. Now that you are here, this vessel and the Guardians are prepared for departure from Genesis." Cortana nodded and initiated the launch sequence for the ship. All beings watched as the horizon of Genesis appeared on the main screen, the Guardians showing shortly afterwards as the vessel cleared its hangar. Linda spoke as the movement ceased and the full might of the ship hung in the air above the planet's surface. "What's the name of the ship?" Warden responded, "This ship was built tens of thousands of years after the firing of the Halo rings and was finished only a few millennia past. The original title roughly translates to Unfearing." Cortana considered the name for only a moment before saying, "The UNSC Dauntless it is. So, now for the issues that I was told of." With those words, the holotable changed from the display of the Dauntless to a very recognizable shape. A halo ring was shown in detail, the surface glittering with water with various land masses scattered about. "This is Installation 01, also known as Beta Halo, and is our first objective. The UNSC has secured 4 of the 7 rings, however, we need all the halo indexes under control as soon as possible. We can deal with flood installations while clear as well. What about the UNSC?" Fire Team Osiris isn't going to be the last attempt at bringing us back, Kelly pointed out. If all goes to plan, then we should be back with a week. My guess is that the UNSC will leave well enough alone once Osiris returns. Considering the fact that your recent missions have all been self-assigned anyways, there's no real reason to mount a large-scale hunt this soon, Cortana responded. She paused as information streamed across her hard light body before finishing her statement. Slipspace coordinates are locked in for travel to Beta Halo. All but one of the Guardians will accompany us in our jump, the last will come later after dropping off Osiris for the UNSC. Blue Team shared a glance at this before Fred voiced their thoughts. Sounds like a mission. Where is the armory for our gear? A Forerunner Sentinel appeared at the back of the room from the slipspace gate in answer to his question. The Spartans followed as it went back through, until only the Master Chief was left to go. Before he could, however, Cortana spoke up. Thank you, John, for trusting my message and coming. Chief turned his head at her words, looking at the back of her chair in his peripheral. Of course. With that simple yet meaningful statement, he made his way through the portal. On the main screen, dozens of ruptures opened to admit the Guardians, a view which was quickly cut off as the Dauntless itself entered the void. Unseen to anyone but Warden, Cortana relaxed at the Chief's words, a small smile making its way across her face. November 2, 2558. UNSC Infinity. Above Installation 00. It was in fairly good shape, considering the havoc wreaked from the firing of Installation 04B. There was still debris from the destruction of the ring, but the surface of the Ark itself was intact for the most part. The weather had stabilized from the time that the UNSC Rubicon had vanished 4 years ago, and then Operation Farstorm after that. This was mostly due to the artificial sun above the construct being stabilized by the countless Forerunner Sentinels present. The breakthroughs that had been accomplished with the help of Infinity's science teams had revealed some very interesting things. While looking through Forerunner terminals on the surface of the Ark, the locations of the last 3 Halo rings had been uncovered. The Infinity was set to head back through the Ark portal and resupply at Earth before heading to Installation 06, Eta Halo. Among with the provisions to be brought aboard was the returning Fire Team Osiris. After Osiris' failed attempt at apprehending Blue Team and their debriefing on Reach, they had been transferred to a UNSC vessel bound for Earth. Infinity had made the trip from Sanghelios to Earth earlier and gone through the Ark portal before Osiris had even arrived at Reach. Lasky would bet the lot that they were not going to be in a pleasant mood when they arrived on the Infinity. They had been notified of Catherine Halsey's tribunal by a UNSC board instead of the ONI sentence that was originally set. The tribunal found Dr. Halsey cleared of wrongdoing due to extenuating circumstances. However, ONI was found guilty of serious wartime charges due to its authorization of the Spartan programs. All in all, it was proving to be a major disruption in the intelligence organization, and Lasky was glad to be well away from it when the monkeys inevitably started chucking their crap around. These and other such random thoughts on their mission ran through Lasky's mind, a distraction while waiting for any information on their objective. Lasky was drawn from his thoughts by Roland as the AI appeared on the holotable. Sir, we've been cleared by UNSC HICOM for travel. Understood. Once everyone is aboard, commence slipspace jump, Lasky ordered. Within minutes multiple pelicans were rising from the surface of the Ark, heading towards the multiple hangars of the Infinity. Most of the transports were returning Marines and other specific personnel the Infinity had sent to clear the Ark of any hostile beings. However, nothing more threatening than some wolves had been encountered. As the last of the small fleet reached the vessel, Roland spoke. All personnel aboard, sir. Opening portal and jumping. With the Forerunner slipspace portal opened and the UNSC Infinity moving to enter, Lasky brought up Halo Installation 06 on his holotable. Plans would need to be made in case of flood or Promethean activity on the ring, along with preparation for the establishment of a scientific base above the ring. The next few days were going to be very long and tiring. November 3, 2558. UNSC Infinity. Above Installation 06, Eta Halo. Commander Palmer stood in front of several Spartan fire teams, waiting as the last few Spartan IVs took a seat before starting her briefing on their mission. A hologram of Eta Halo came up behind as she spoke. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Installation 06, otherwise known as Eta Halo. Our mission is to land and assess the situation on the ground before moving to disable the Halo and eliminate any flood on the surface. Your part in this will be to recover 2 index of this installation. With that, we can ensure that Eta can be successfully taken offline and let the science teams get to work. The Halo was replaced with an image of the index, the Forerunner object glowing lightly from the lines along its surface. This is the index. It will be found in the library of the installation and will be well guarded, so be prepared for a fight if the local monitor has gone rampant. You will be deployed by Pelican as soon as the library is found on the surface. If you locate the presence of a flood outbreak, eliminate anything in your way and remember that the index is your first priority. Good luck to you all, Palmer finished. The assembled Spartans saluted, Palmer returning the gesture before dismissing the soldiers. As Palmer passed by the hangar bays on her way from the Spartan deck to the bridge, She glanced out to see a halo hanging peacefully against the backdrop of the Milky Way. The Infinity's sub-vessels were either stationed above the surface of the ring or providing mass transport to the ring's surface. The view was cut off as Palmer entered one of the transit pods that facilitated travel along Infinity's length. Spartans are briefed and ready for deployment on your mark, sir, Palmer announced as she made her entrance to the bridge. Various officers moved around her as she took her place behind Lasky with her hands behind her back. Lasky didn't turn to acknowledge her presence, although she knew that he had heard her. Running a full-scale operation to take a halo ring took all of Lasky's attention as he relayed orders to bridge officers or to the sub-vessels now seen on the Infinity's main screen. Roland appeared on the holotable, speaking to Lasky as soon as the Rear Admiral finished his latest order. Sir, Sub-Vessel 06 has just reported that they have a confirmed sighting on the library. Still no sign of any flood, although several more teams have reported empty flood containment facilities. No sightings of the Monitor or any Sentinels either. I'll continue scanning the ring for any flood infestation. With a glance to Roland's form, Lasky turned to Commander Palmer. Looks like you're up. I'll have Roland direct your Spartans to the library. As you heard, be careful down there. We know the flood have escaped but no one has seen any forms and there are no signs of any fight to contain an outbreak. Palmer nodded at him before leaving to oversee mission progress and personally handle the fire teams assigned to index retrieval. As she left, Roland's voice brought Lasky's attention back to the holotable. I'm still getting strange readings from the surface, sir. Deep scans reveal teleportation signatures identical to Promethean's, but it is possible that those signatures are from the Halo's own teleportation network. Lasky frowned at Roland's statement, considering the situation on the ground. The Infinity's full complement was ready to deploy and several thousand soldiers were already present on the surface, slowly clearing the ring for hostiles. Prometheans were the last thing he needed to deal with while in the middle of securing a halo. We know the location of the index and that the flood has escaped. If we do encounter Prometheans, let's hope that they are busy dealing with flood. We can eliminate them after we retrieve the index. With Prometheans present, I don't want to have to fight a possible four-way war on a halo ring, Lasky responded. Once the halo was secured and the flood located, the Prometheans could be dealt with more thoroughly. A Shanghai vessel would also have to be called to glass-contaminated sections of the ring, yet another thing to deal with. November 3, 2558. Fire Teams Majestic, Crimson, Osiris. Installation 06 Library. The path to the index had been clear so far, something that cautioned Spartan Locke into keeping his guard up around every corner. So far, him and the other 11 Spartans had advanced deep into the structure, guided by the layouts of other Halo libraries. Their progress was unimpeded and seemingly ignored by Ada's monitor, either that or something else was taking up the monitor's attention. Locke led the collective of Spartans due to his experience in Forerunner architecture. After his initial communication with Commander Palmer when they had entered the library, the comms had been silent except for callouts and status updates. Palmer was viewing their mission in the Infinity but had yet to make any comments on the action or lack thereof. Locke wasn't one to ask for trouble, but he honestly wouldn't be upset to have something to shoot to alleviate the frustration his previous mission had placed upon him. As the Spartans rounded the next corner, Locke glanced up to a map on his HUD. According to the other library layouts, this gently curving hallway would be the last they would need to take to reach the index. The index would be on the other side of the wall which they were facing, suspended in the air and surrounded by an energy barrier to protect it from the flood. Osiris quickly advanced down the hall, checking corners but finding nothing as they had their entire journey. Finally arriving full circle at the end of the hallway and the entrance to the index, Locke led the way in, scanning for any signs of the flood or sentinels. Once the room was cleared, the Spartans walked towards the index, stepping onto the elevator. While the elevator descended, Locke strode forward to stand in front of the index, waiting for the platform to hit the bottom of the shaft and deactivate the energy barrier around the Forerunner key. The platform eventually slowed, smoothly coming to land at the bottom of the shaft. The protective layers around the index started the process of releasing the device, twisting and coalescing to finally form a solid, tiered form from which the index would emerge. As the process completed and a small click sounded, Locke turned on his comms to Infinity's Spartan command and spoke to Palmer. "Ma'am, we have a problem, a really small but extremely dangerous problem." As Locke and the rest of the Spartans stared in abject disbelief at the empty socket, he finished, "The index isn't here." November 3, 2558. UNSC Infinity. Installation 06. Well, what are we supposed to do in this situation? Palmer asked. After the index retrieval team had reported the missing index, UNSC forces across the ring had gone into high alert. The team had made their way back through the library alone and rendezvoused with a pelican that brought them back to the Infinity. As for what to do on the matter, however, that was what Palmer and Lasky were currently discussing. Lasky responded to her comment, "We don't have the forces to go combing through the entire ring, Sarah. Your Spartans are good, but they can't be everywhere at once. We know the flood have escaped, but we've seen no sign of them anywhere and the installation's monitor hasn't acknowledged our presence, meaning it's likely been incapacitated or is otherwise indisposed somewhere else. I know that, Tom, but sitting around doing nothing doesn't feel right. For all we know, the Covenant remnant could be in possession of the index. It's just frustrating. Palmer trailed off with a sigh as she stared at the screen in Lasky's quarters. Lasky put his hand on Palmer's shoulder, silently giving his support. Palmer had been under HighCom's eye recently with the handling of the Janus key and Absolute Record affair, and failing to retrieve a Halo index was not going to help with that. Lasky walked back around his desk and sat as he said, "Our orders for this situation are to wait for UNSC reinforcements, search for the monitor, and keep the installation core secure to prevent activation." HighCom also mentioned that they would contact the Swords and request vessels capable of glassing any infected sections of the ring. Suddenly the Infinity's AI, Roland, appeared on the desk and saluted Lasky. "Sir, your presence is required on the bridge." Roland disappeared and Lasky glanced at Palmer before heading out the door, the Spartan following behind him. As he entered the bridge, officers turned and saluted. Lasky quickly belted out, "As you were," before heading down to his hollow table. Palmer took her standard position at parade rest behind him as leaned to rest his hands on the table. "Roland, Satrap." Roland appeared on the table, his hands clasped behind his back as he spoke. "We have received a communication request from the surface, sir. I have yet to answer it, but it is using valid UNSC communication codes and encryptions." "Understood, put it up on the main screen," Lasky responded. The view at the front changed from Installation 06 to a spinning UNSC logo before quickly changing to the last person Lasky expected to see out here. Up on the main screen, a video feed of the Master Chief appeared. "Captain, Rear Admiral Lasky, sir," he said, saluting as he did so. The chief was clad in his standard Mjolnir Mk. 6, the dark green plates covering his body. Lasky could somewhat make out a strange weapon on the chief's back. It looked almost Forerunner, although it was of no design he had ever seen. Behind the chief appeared to be a UNSC command bridge, although not a layout Lasky was familiar with. Lasky returned the salute and responded, "Master Chief, good to see you, however unexpected it may be. What brings you out from under your rock?" While curious about why the chief was here, Lasky wouldn't turn down help from the most decorated veteran of the entire UNSC military. "The index," was the chief's response. Lasky flicked his eyes to the side of the screen before responding, "We're here for the same. We searched the library but the index was missing from its slot. Reinforcements are expected soon, but until then we're securing everything we can. The flood is loose somewhere on the ring, although we have encountered no signs of it." Instead of Sierra 117 responding, Lasky heard Cortana speak as the chief stepped aside to show her form. "Sir, Blue Team has secured the index. The flood specimens that were on the ring have been dealt with." Lasky couldn't help but show a slight amount of surprise at seeing Cortana. She appeared to be made of hard light and had several plates of what looked to be Forerunner material arranged to shape her form. "We sent Spartans to retrieve the index several hours ago. Why is this the first time you've made contact?" Lasky asked after gathering his composure. His tone was more curious than annoyed, seeing as how anything that could neutralize a Spartan 2 would make short work of any forces he had at his command. Cortana narrowed her eyes at this. "The monitor of the installation was quite adamant that I not possess the index and transported us inside the ring's superstructure, an action which prevented us from sending or receiving any form of communications. It took me several hours to work around this, cut off from the domain as I was." Lasky accepted this answer knowing that both the chief and Cortana had experienced far stranger events in the course of their service. His next step was to deal with any flood on the ring, and to this end he inquired, "You can confirm that the flood is neutralized?" "Yes, sir. The exact means is slightly different to standard procedure and requires a full debriefing to properly understand. The flood is a threat to any species, however, is now non-existent. I'll explain when we return to HighCom, but there is some very interesting information that should prove helpful to understanding the history of our galaxy," Cortana told him with a slightly smug look on her face. Lasky wouldn't begrudge her for the pride she would feel at accomplishing whatever it was she had accomplished. Cortana had been lost to the UNSC's knowledge, and while they may have received hints that she wasn't gone, to see her so alive was amazing to Lasky. He had heavily disagreed with the decision to deny Chief the ability to recover Cortana. Palmer had said it best when she stated that no one ordered around the Chief, he did what he wanted to do. Lasky pulled himself out of those thoughts and replied, "Then I look forward to hearing about it during your debriefing. Do you need transport to the Infinity?" A smile crossed Cortana's face before she spoke, "Negative, sir. We have our own ride. Still needs to be put into the UNSC database, but otherwise we're ready to follow your lead. Rear Admiral Lasky, the UNSC Dauntless and her escorts, at your command." With those words, the video feed cut out to once again show Installation 06. Across the ring from the UNSC Infinity, space seemed to ripple slightly, almost like a prowler exiting from cloak. Before the anomaly could fully form, Lasky sent out a quick order to all Infinity personnel in system, All vessels and personnel, stand down. The index and flood have been dealt with. Do not fire on any vessel that comes into the system unless it is by my direct command. As he finished this, the ripple spread from a small point to a huge event that was noticeable without utilizing the magnification of the Infinity's sensors. After a few more seconds, the cloaking field started to collapse, revealing a vessel. Lasky stared in disbelief as the massive form of the Didax vessel emerged from the cloaking field. As he looked closer, however, he could see that the area where the composer had been on the mantle's approach was replaced with what looked to be a massive focusing lens, similar to that of a glassing beam. The hull of the vessel was also adorned with the UNSC logo and the title UNSC Dauntless on the slanted port and starboard plates. Slip space portals opened by the dozens around the vessel, each releasing one of the guardians that had caused the chief's disappearance. Lasky finally found his voice and asked, "Roland, what exactly is that?" Roland took a second to respond, likely occupied with keeping the various assets of the Infinity from swarming to retreat to the relative safety of the flagship. It's a similar ship to the Didax, although there are significant differences. It does prove ONI's theory that there were different designs for the Didax vessel, though. The escort fleet consists of 50 guardians. How this came to be is probably what Cortana spoke of when we talked with her, the AI responded. Lasky stared out at the behemoth along with the rest of the bridge crew, stunned once again at just what the chief seemed able to do when left be. Considering the Spartan's antics on the first Halo ring, his combat against the Flood, and now coming home in a moon-sized ship, the chief was well on his way to becoming a UNSC saying for weird events. Orders came from the Rear Admiral as he collected his thoughts once again. Roland, finish dispatching science teams and personnel to the ring's surface. After that's finished, plot a course directly to reach and inform HICOM to expect the chief. Oh, and tell the defense fleet and the ODP grid to hold their fire. The officers around him continued on with their business, Roland disappearing from the table as he carried out Lasky's orders. Unheard to anyone but Palmer, however, Lasky uttered one last line under his breath, not that it'd make a damn dent in those shields without the chief on the inside. 16th day of 18th month, 2433 GS, January 6, 2562. THV Covenant. Exploring Andromeda Galaxy. Ecuvia Acarian, the pilot of the Covenant, was once again bemoaning the lack of relays in this galaxy. As Gurus continued to ignore the complaints that had long ago grown old, he thought of their current mission. While the THV Covenant had been first to travel through the super relay 3 years prior, they had hardly been the last. After dropping COMM buoys and sending an all-clear signal to the Council fleets waiting on the other side, the Covenant and her crew had started searching for sign of other relays. At least that had been their mission. Now the Council merely wanted to find something of note in this new galaxy. While they had found multiple garden worlds and constructed colonies on them, no species had yet been discovered to bring into the fold of the Citadel. Compared to their original galaxy, their progress in exploring this galaxy was meager at best. Without the relays to facilitate long-distance travel, Council vessels had to make trips into unknown space using only their ESO cores. 9 vessels had already been lost to collisions with planets or other undesirable space debris, causing even more pressure to be placed for something to be found to prove that exploring this galaxy was worth the lives and resources. This galaxy hadn't even shown any signs of mass effect, adding on to the difficulties of continuing exploration. Sir, static discharge complete. We are ready to jump to FTL once again. Acarian's announcement drew the attention of Gurus. He quickly responded, commence jump to the next nearest system. Take your time with any calculations needed. The Covenant was a fair ways into this galaxy, having spent the last few years mapping out a route as deep into the galaxy as currently possible. Quite soon there would be too many stars or other such obstructions to continue, which was disappointing considering they were still tens of thousands of light years from the core. The giant spiral arms of this galaxy proved to be the toughest obstacle in maneuvering as the arms contained hundreds of millions of stars that proved to be hell on calculations. Figuring out the correct route to equalize the gravitational distortions, even with 6 assistants, was tiresome and difficult even for skilled navigators. It was like running into a thick wall with winding holes, possible to get through but very hard when there wasn't a map. Course plotted and locked in, commencing FTL jump, Acarian said. The stars on the front screen rippled before pulling back into streaks of light as the Covenant went FTL. Gurus looked up at the main screen, watching the strange view that faster-than-light travel provided. He looked forward to the day when he and his crew discovered something among this vast expanse that made their voyage worth their while. With the pace that exploration was taking, however, he may well die before that day came. This was a fact he accepted, for while his job was dangerous, that was the life that Turians led. Within several hours their trip was nearly at an end, their next destination nearing quickly. When they dropped out of FTL, a bright point against the vast expanse that was space would allow them to pinpoint the system's local star and then plot it in the growing navigational database. As Gurus looked out the main screen and continued to view the lack of such a point, he grew confused. The screen switched from several different angles taken from cameras based around the hull, but none of them showed a star that would be anywhere close to them. Finally he asked his pilot, "Where does the route you entered put us from our last position?" "We should be on the edge or slightly inside a star system, sir. The next closest star should be right in front of us," Akarian responded. The main screen changed to show the galaxy they were in, quickly expanding to show a single quadrant of the massive collective. A red line showed the Covenant's route, highlighting how little progress they were actually making towards the galactic core. They had managed to make it through the first arm of the galaxy in the last 3 years. Traveling at 12 light-years per day across a galaxy that was 100,000 light-years across while trying to map as many star systems as possible was going to take millennia. Discovering missing stars was not going to help expedite that process. She continued, "Scans show signs of a very recent stellar collapse, although there is significantly less heat and radiation than would normally remain from such an event. What radiation is present would indicate that the event occurred millennia past." Gurus sat back and thought about the implications of such an event. After a minute, he spoke, "So, this stellar collapse could not be seen from the system we were in, a system which is only a few light-years from this one. That means the event must have happened within the last few years, but then where is the debris? We would have detected the remnants of the system long before entering if it was such a recent occurrence." No one spoke, although most of the bridge crew was looking at the expanse on the screen, likely just as puzzled as he was. Getting up from his seat, he walked past the Morden Solus, leader of the Solarian science team on his vessel. "Come, we must look elsewhere for answers to this. Pilot has the bridge," he ordered as he left. He heard the return call as the doors closed behind the scientist and himself as he continued, "If you can pull up the scans we took in the last system, we can look at this area and see what may have been present." "That should work, yes. Better than nothing. We'll look for gravitational anomalies and dark spots, tells us what was here," Morden responded in his usual clipped speech. As they reached the Combat Information Center, currently being used for astronomical analysis, the various Solarians and several Turians turned to salute upon seeing the captain enter. Gurus returned the salute as the scientist behind him went to the galactic map in the center of the room. In short time, there lay the image of the system they had been in, the missing star highlighted. With some quick movements, the view zoomed in to show the star. Right there, Gurus spotted almost instantly. Up on the display the star shone brightly, but in front of it was a large dot that signified a planet. What was so strange was how large the planet seemed in comparison to the star it was presumably orbiting. Sure, it was an absolutely tiny point compared to the mass of a star, but to able to see a planet against such a body with the naked eye meant that the planet either had to be a gas giant of enormous size or a planet extremely close into the star. This also told the assembled beings the type of star and that the star was not dying, for if it was dying then a planet would never be able to get close enough to the surface without being completely vaporized. Event not natural. Star is a K-type main sequence, still in stable condition during our scan. Something caused collapse and then subsequent explosion of condensed stellar material. Similar to supernova but without increased luminosity or prior expansion, Morden explained. He was fiddling around with his Omni tool as he said this, likely cross-checking the event with any other known phenomena. Gurus considered this for a short time before speaking, "Continue to observe and see what you can find. We'll stay in system for now, but if there's something out here that can cause an unnatural accelerated stellar collapse I do not want to be anywhere close to it." He turned and left the CIC, making his way back to the bridge. As he entered, he sounded off, "Captain has the bridge." "Captain has the bridge," the pilot immediately called in response. Gurus sat as Akarian vacated the captain's chair. Orders were already forming as he took the seat, "Lieutenant Akarian, keep us ready to bolt at any point." Turning his head to the sensors station, Gurus continued, "Lieutenant Trenishan, keep scanning as far as possible, we don't need details, just find if there is anything out there and alert me immediately upon even possible contact." The officers went to work, the pilot prepping the engines and FTL core for instant use while Vayas Trenishan began a low-intensity wide-sweep scan as fast as the sensors would allow. "Ensign Vikrian, start up the comms and see if you can get anything," Gurus finished. The ensign, Seus Vikrian, quirked his mandible slightly at the order but nodded and went to get the communications suite online. With no COMM buoy network and no other vessels within light years, the Covenant kept its comms offline. It didn't take long for the system to boot up, and keeping it off slowed the buildup of static in the MassEffect core. Vikrian to start flipping through channels and modes. The default setting for the station, the standard tight beam laser signals that the Citadel used for interstellar communication across the COMM buoy network, automatically scanned for a signal. While unlikely due to the nature of such communications, the ensign let it run just to make sure. After no communications were found, unsurprisingly, he switched the mode to standard radio frequencies, commonly used for close-in fleet communications or planetary networks. After flipping through a few frequencies, the array picked up a very strong signal originating from the outer edge of the system they were in. As the alien speech started playing from his console, Vikrian detected the presence of the captain behind him. "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. This is UNSC FFG 201 forward unto dawn, requesting immediate evac, survivors aboard. Prioritization code Victor 05-3 Sierra 0117. Good job. Can you tell what it is? Any translation packets or something of that sort? Gurus asked. Vikrian typed on his console for a few seconds, the message repeating quietly in the background. He reported, "Negative sir, the only other thing besides the message is some encrypted data. I could try to access it, but there doesn't appear to be a hacking interface. I have no idea what type of encryption it is, as it isn't anything I recognize even remotely. As for the nature of the message, it's originating from outside our system but close enough to be heard. It sounds like a distress signal merely by the fact that it is the only signal around and it repeats at regular intervals." Gurus paused, carefully thinking over his next step before replying, "Try responding to it. See if we get anything else." Vikrian sent a response, a mere ping to try and garner a reaction from the device. In the minutes it took for the answer to get to whatever was transmitting and then a status update sent back to them, they waited silently. Suddenly the assumed distress signal cut out. A response arrived from the probe, showing that it was 3 minutes and 26 seconds by the speed of light to the object. One last message played from the beacon, "Unknown communication detected. Cole protocol enacted." With that, all signals cut out and there was once again silence. Vikrian spoke as Gurus was collecting his thoughts, "I'm getting some readings of very strange energies, sir. Likely some form of data burst, although I'm not completely sure. I think we activated some form of failsafe on the device." Gurus finally spoke, "Store all transmissions from the object. Helm, get us the hell out of here. If the owners of this beacon are the same species that collapsed this star, I don't want to meet them when we're on our own and unable to get any help." With that, the THV Covenant turned from the system, engaging its FTL drive, leaving to inform the Citadel Council of their discovery. Some notes on the Halo Wars 2 story vidoc. Their narrative director, this guy who's supposed to know the Halo universe, claims that the Ark is the largest and most powerful of the Forerunner creations. That's simply not true. It's neither the largest, which is the Forerunner Dyson Sphere Trevelyan, nor the most powerful, as there were far more destructive items in the Forerunner Human or Forerunner Flood War. The greater Ark was as, if not more, powerful in raw destructive terms than the existing lesser Ark in Halo 3. It could be the most powerful if we're considering destructive power due to its ability to activate all Halo rings, but it's also not mobile. This was shown in canon when the greater Ark was destroyed by the flood-controlled precursor star bridges. The comment on hacking is my own little poke at Mass Effect 1 and 2's hacking methods. One is leapfrog, which is just weird, the other is matching code segments, which, while closer to what is actually necessary in that it at least has code, is still a far cry from making a lick of sense. As a computer science major, it irritates me, but I do recognize that it's not like your average gamer could successfully hack into what would conceivably be secured, closed-circuit systems. As I was editing this, I had an interesting theory that perhaps Warden Eternal is the composed for of the Lord of Admirals. We know that Forthenko was composed after he lost the war with the Didact, and someone as brilliant with military strategy as Forthenko was would be perfect for commanding forces that obeyed every order. Also, the Lord of Admirals, Precursor, Domain, and Humanity being the rightful inheritors of the mantle of responsibility? Yeah, that's Halo canon. So, deal with it. Chief wandering through the Domain and Precursor architecture is not canon, that was me tying up loose ends in Halo lore. As you can see, we're getting closer to contact between the two factions. For Mass Effect, Andromeda, from what I've heard it's kind of some bad writing, my face is tired, some abhorrent facial animations at times, but good combat and large planets to explore. Holding off on buying for now, I'm unwilling to give EA their full asking price. I understand some of you might not like this chapter because it's not fair. My only reassurance is that the Dauntless is a very unilateral application of force, or in other words a lot of power in a very small area. Such a ship would be limited to a defensive role, freeing up entire fleets that can be redirected to protect smaller colonies. Also, it isn't fair. If two civilizations develop differently, there will be one that is above another. Look at the Covenant and the UNSC, that wasn't fair. In Halo 5, UNSC vs. Forerunner Guardians isn't fair. It won't be fair, and ultimately there's not a damn thing that could change that. I will tell you though, the UNSC will not steamroll the Me races in their own galaxy. They might in the Milky Way, but currently humanity is still recovering and consolidating power. They could conquer the Me races, but at the end of the day they do not have the manpower necessary to occupy an entire galaxy. Chapter 3, Alliances are made. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. Because people are still confused and it may help me keep dates right anyways, I am just going to put the Halo CE dates beside me equivalents. If there are parentheses around the date, then it's for your information. If the dates are separated by a // then both users of those calendar systems know the other's equivalent. The date that comes first is the date format of the species whose point of view the section is in. This will make sense in a few paragraphs, but to be clear, the Yonhet do exist in Halo canon. I'm not just making them up as an OC species, nor will they play any large part in anything, nor are they super special or whatever. Just a random Covenant fringe species. Now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. Moonburner, wait no more, until you get to the end of this chapter. Then more waiting. Huzzah! Anyways, as of halfway through this chapter, the Council has been exploring Andromeda, to them, Milky Way to us, for about 7 years and 5 months or so. Plus or minus some days and such. Guest number 1, thanks, my mistake. I haven't bothered correcting it in the intro since it's an author's note and not a story point, but you are correct in that it's 3 million. That's still small, but it is much larger than 300,000, day. Much appreciated. Smiley face, he who sees. I'm not sure if you were trying to insult me with the word chud, but as far as I saw, chud comes from a 1984 horror film and is an acronym for Cannibalistic Humanoid Underground Dweller. I'm going to be honest, that's more amusing than anything else. As for who's furious or unstable, I'm not sure who you're talking about since your subjects kind of blend. Guest number 2, criticizing the president of my country doesn't make me a communist, it makes me a thinking being with the right to free speech. I do like how you automatically assume that I'm talking about Trump, however. World's a little bigger than the US, buddy. I could easily be talking about Kim Jong-un, who had his uncle executed with an AA gun. World Wander 2.0, HW2 and the such will be touched on this chapter and next chapter. I will say, Atriox is fun to write. I really hope Atriox becomes the main antagonist of Halo 6, however unlikely that may be to pass. Just something besides what they created in H5. Abraxas01, followed up it has been and will continue to be, Muse be willing. Smiley face, Hunter 80195, glad to have you on board. Fandango 12345, I appreciate that you care, and feel free to PM other such considerations or concerns if you have them. Indeed we will see, thank you. Lord Envy, yeah, fixed the time thing hopefully. I've given up trying to have readers separate the 3 main time systems of the Covenant, me, and humans. All dates that are not on a CE calendar have been provided for reading convenience. For the neuroconstructions, their survival confuses me as well, but it's canon from Halo 5 and it allows me to push the explanation onto 343i instead of dealing with it myself. You can ignore the bridge appearance, my apologies that it was confusing. Don't know why I bothered, it's not a large part of the story, for now. Airmail Mercole, thank you, and will do. DLM4, done. Yeah, I don't want everything from an audience POV. I like to go a bit more in-depth for culture and other such trivialities. Master X, thank you. Hi Uchiha, of course. Sith Doom, me controls an entire galaxy, but it's not the Milky Way. They don't control the Orion Arm because they aren't in the Orion Arm. I do agree with you, though, that even canon me seems far too small to control a galaxy. Lord Loverduck, I up. The Phenichism, I think you meant chapters, in which case here's one now. Guest number 3, they aren't in the Milky Way, they're in a galaxy that orbits the Milky Way. A much, much smaller galaxy. Which they still only control a small part of, but me races like to think that they control the whole thing. You know, Citadel Council rules galaxy, etc. etc. Berserker of Clintar, glad you're enjoying it. I think that the Council could take on the UNSC in space, but there's no way that Council forces could take over planet's ground side. In a Mako versus a Scorpion, I'll give you one guess as to what wins. Hint, there's no way the P-shooter on a Mako could damage a main battle tank fast enough. Orbital bombardment could win, but that's kind of final. Hughesbad, if you remember the end of Halo 3, Cortana said that she'd drop a beacon but it might take years for the FUD to be found. That was that beacon. Revenge is 197, yes, I can stop the flood like that. I don't want to deal with them. Quite simply, Flood vs. Anything wins. Reapers, Citadel, Forerunner, Precursors, they would or did fall to the Flood. I can assure you that the Flood will not be used in random fights or even large-scale conflicts. Galactic conflicts, maybe. Winky face, how else would I remove them? The moment the Flood get off planet, ding, end of story. Everything is screwed. I haven't received any hate for it, and I honestly just don't want to deal with the implications of a Flood invasion. Sorry to disappoint. Fsadsaw, here you go, sorry that it wasn't soon, per SE. Spectrexcov, cool. LINX007, glad that you're enjoying it. Zero Chance 117, no problem, Thank you, and wait no more. Jera Discol, glad you like it. Now that that's all done, onwards, to more shenanigans. First Age of Realization, 4th Cycle / January 12, 2565. Negotiations to form the Wardens of the Mantle. Elan 4. 40 cycles have we fought, bled, and died to reach this day. Now, we come together to finally discard the past that has haunted us. Today, the Covenant is dead, the false prophets gone, and those who would revive their lies defeated. We are present to forge an alliance, a bond between our races, not made of ignorance, but of knowledge. Not to wage war, but to bring peace. Our wars are at an end, each of our species united. Now, we must pick up the pieces and continue, not alone, but together. The threat of the flood has been eliminated, but they are not the only adversary we shall face. I propose to all assembled not a covenant made of ignorant worship, but a union forged in the quest to learn and protect the knowledge of those who came before. As a pact between equals, governed by elected officials in a representative role, I officially present the offer to each of you to join the Wardens of the Mantle. The Arbiter sat after finishing his speech. Around the table were arrayed the heads of state for each species, while in front of each lay a hollow pad that contained the details of the proposed alliance. All present had received the documents beforehand, the Arbiter's words were merely to officially present the offer. The Swords of Sanghelios accepts these terms, Ritas Vedam announced. Thel was technically a neutral party for introducing and inviting the other species, and as such Ritas took his place representing the Swords. The next to speak was the Ungoi Chancellor Fupklaz. The Ungoi Republic stands with the Swords of Sanghelios and accepts your invitation to join the Wardens. Maholayot Rupni, the Lekolo representative, stood and spoke, there was honor in our union once. We would have it be so once more. The Mgalekolo accept. Those three were the known supporters of the agreement, as each had united under the Swords of Sanghelios to defeat the Covenant remnant. Now the unknown parties would speak their part, determining whether this proposed alliance could heal the rifts that the prophets had caused. The Arbiter, along with the other leaders of the species united with the Swords of Sanghelios, had written the alliance to hopefully alleviate the tensions between the Jiralhani, Sanghaili, and others involved in the Great Schism. Instead of a council made up of only two species with one above the other in that body, any and all species involved with the Wardens would be granted a seat on each of two ruling bodies. The High Senate would be made up of the leaders of each species, while the Council of Guardians would be made up of military leaders from each species. All joint offensive military actions would have to be approved by both bodies, while defensive actions would be solely commanded by the Council of Guardians. The design philosophy for the form of government was drawn from humanity to prevent the deception and manipulation that the prophets had used in the Great War. The individual species would be left to their own devices for the most part, with the High Senate being called to mediate large-scale interspecies conflicts or possibly intraspecies conflicts if tensions decreased and the measure was requested. It wasn't perfect, but it was far better than the absolute rule of the prophets in the Covenant. The Kigyar kingdoms decline your invitation. We have no wish to be limited by your laws, a Kigyar queen declared. That one had shown up at all was impressive, although their refusal was unsurprising. The attempted central government of the Kigyar had quickly collapsed back into their standard pirating ways. The UNSC and Swords of Sanghelios had ceased all diplomatic contact with them after a Kigyar ship had rammed a Forerunner Guardian in an attempted hijacking. It had gotten them nothing but a destroyed ship and an irritated Spartan team aboard the vessel, but they had been invited to this meeting for one last attempt at talks. Lydas, the new chieftain of the Jiralhani, rose and faced the Arbiter. When we first came here to end the conflict of a generation, I did not hold much respect for Sanghaili. Your fight against those who would destroy us has earned my respect. The Jiralhani accept your offer. We may not be very good at talking, but when the time comes to fight, you shall have the Jiralhani packs at your side. The Arbiter nodded in his direction, knowing that Lydas had fought hard since their first meeting in 2558 to obtain the position of chieftain to bring unity to his race. Lydas lifted his chin to the Arbiter before taking his seat once again. The Yonhet leader of the Fringe system stood and spoke as the Jiralhani sat. The allied systems of the Fringe graciously accept your offer to join the Wardens. All former Covenant Fringe species had come together in the wake of the collapse of the religious juggernaut. To show the wide-reaching spread of the Wardens, their unified government was offered to join, even though the Fringe systems held almost no military or strategic value. The Fringe species had been quickly expanding after the Great Schism, and though they had made progress, even the Kigyar could easily crush them without Sanghaila protection. Their military was virtually non-existent due to the presence of the Covenant, but strides were being made to expand so they could at least provide meager self-defense. A series of chirps and whistles precluded a synthesized voice translating for the Huragok hovering beside the table. What role do the Reclaimers play in this pact? None are present for this meeting, and yet they hold the mantle that you wish to protect. The Arbiter quickly explained, we shall approach the humans when we are united here. They shall be offered the same terms as all other species. The involvement of the Reclaimers is indeed crucial to the success of the Wardens, however, approaching them while we are divided would turn their acceptance or refusal into a political storm that would take years to solve. Presenting a united body for them to communicate with will allow us, and them, time to adjust without the added stress of a changing political climate to interrupt the early stages. So long as the Reclaimers are willing to accept this alliance and all within are equals, then the Huragok shall join the Wardens of the Mantle, the Huragok responded. Thel nodded at this, knowing that the Huragok had begun to work closely with humanity while they took charge of the recovery and investigation into Forerunner ruins. Many Huragok had been integrated onto human ships as the humans began to use more advanced technology, allowing the Huragok to repair problematic systems that the Reclaimers had yet to fully understand. The Arbiter looked to the last species that had not spoken. The Yanmi as a race were virtually extinct after the end of the Blooding Years. Having sided with the few remaining prophets during the Great Schism and then the Covenant remnant during the ensuing years, the species was pushed back to their home system. Accept, not we, independence is us. The great journey shall proceed in, with prophet's will. Her speech was broken up, likely due to her fervid composure and subsequent use of pheromones, but it was understandable what she was trying to convey. The Arbiter saw several of the other leaders arrayed around the table glance around hesitantly. He quickly spoke to assuage their awkward manner. The great journey was a lie created by the false prophets. You would do well to recognize it as so and realize the futility of any attempts you make to finish the firing of the array. The Reclaimers are beyond your species now. Attacking them will finish what your alliance with the Loyalists started. Have no doubt, you and your species will be annihilated should you try to even come close to Halo. The humans did well to disable the array, but even then they will not allow anything near the rings. The might of the Jiralhani Pax stands to enforce the Arbiter's words, bugs. Only the Reclaimers have the authority to deal with the rings. Considering their purpose to contain the flood is now gone, the decision to render the rings inert to activation is supported by the Jiralhani, Lydas said. After speaking, he made eye contact with the Arbiter before nodding slightly. The Arbiter nodded silently back, knowing that Lydas' words were an unspoken offer to begin their collaboration with cooperation instead of political conflict. The Yanmi Queen hissed at the threat, receiving an amused grunt from Lydas in return. The Arbiter stood to speak as this occurred, so it shall be. On this cycle, in the fourth solar of the first age of realization, those who have agreed to join the Wardens of the Mantle are welcomed into its ranks. May the Mantle guide you all. Within seconds the Kigyar and Yanmi Queens turned and headed away, probably looking to get out of system as soon as possible. The rest of the assembled species began to mingle as the various generals or other leading figures approached from the edges where they had been waiting. The Arbiter could pick out snippets of several conversations between individuals, most focusing on possible defense pacts or trade agreements. It was a far cry from the chaos and hatred that had followed the end of the Great War. Ritas walked up, drawing the Arbiter's attention away from the others. If this is any indicator, this alliance should forge a bond stronger than the Covenant ever could hope for. When do you plan to approach the humans about their participation? The Arbiter considered the question for a short time. They would have to wait until the Wardens were an integrated force, but wait too long and they would risk humanity taking their new conglomerate as a reformed Covenant. Perhaps a few short months. At most a full solar cycle. What of the reports from our fleets? The Arbiter asked. Ritas gave him a glance but knew that the Arbiter had been listening to the conversations around them just as well as he. He responded, without the Loyalists destroying our vessels, our build-up has accelerated immensely. We are quickly approaching 1,000 combat-ready vessels, although we will have to slow down as we are beginning to run out of those who will crew the new vessels. We have plenty of veterans amongst the populace, but it seems that the human measures have indeed worked. The measures which Ritas spoke of were suggested to the swords of Sanghelios by human industrialists. Without the scientific knowledge of the San Shiuam and the Huragok taking positions on human vessels, the Sanghila were barely keeping their fleets from disrepair. This quickly changed in the first cycle of the current age, or in human years early 2560, when the UNSC and swords cooperated to the point that human scientists were allowed to assist the Sanghili. Within months Sanghili engineers were being trained to both maintain and construct new vessels. Without the storm to contest their colonies or ONI interference, the swords quickly began their assault on the remaining remnants of the Covenant, eventually defeating them and leading to the current meeting. Along with the training of engineers for their forces, the UNSC also assisted the swords with more domesticated forms of living. Many Sanghila had come into the possession of large tracts of land and material as the appalling casualties from both the Great War and the Blooding Years became apparent. Those who had made it home against all odds had quickly turned to farming or other such pursuits, ashamed of their actions under the Prophet's lies. The days of being a purely warrior race were over as many Sanghili understood that their reliance upon the leadership and resources of another race without developing their own was a major weakness. The Arbiter drew himself from his reminiscing once more. He mentally cursed, annoyed that these political proceedings were causing his attention to drift so easily. He would have to perhaps challenge some of his entourage to a duel on their jump back to Sanghelios. As he watched the crowd, he saw Lydas finish dialogue with the young boy. The Jiralhani caught his gaze and began to make his way through the crowd. As Lydas arrived before the Arbiter, he spoke, "The others are nervous about the Reclaimers becoming irked that we did not invite them. These fears are not unfounded. I wish to accompany you when you offer the reclaimers their spot in the wardens. Ritas glanced at the Arbiter as the Sanghaila leader drew back at the question. The Arbiter narrowed his eyes but conceded, I am not entirely sure what your objective is, however, I do not see any reason to deny you the right to take part in the proceedings. You are welcome to partake in the pleasantries that are liable to ensue when the humans learn of this alliance. You do not think they will accept the invitation to join? Ritas asked, bringing the attention of both the Arbiter and Lytus to rest on him. Lytus responded, will they accept? Yes. Will we live to see them accept? That is the question that should be asked. Both the Arbiter and Ritas snorted at Lytus' words. The Arbiter somewhat agreed with Lytus in that humans did seem to take prolonged periods of time to decide upon a course of action. What all three of them knew very well, however, was that once humans decided to do something there was no known force that could single-handedly stop them. Their decision should not take long. They wish to avoid another conflict just as much as ourselves, the Arbiter assured him. Lytus nodded at that before replying, indeed, Arbiter. For now, I must go to oversee the packs. Contact me when you are ready to discourse with the humans. May the mantle guide you both. May the mantle you guide us all, the Arbiter responded in kind. As he and Ritas watched the Jiralhani chieftain leave, the Arbiter slowly relaxed his posture from the stiff diplomatic standard. It was hard to believe that peace was finally returning to his species after so long. It would be decidedly nice to not have need to review various casualty reports every cycle. Ritas started to walk towards the exit, calling to the Arbiter as he went, let us go, Arbiter. There is much to be done now that we have succeeded here. The Arbiter glanced around, noticing that all other assembled parties had left, leaving the Sanghaili as the only ones left. As his footsteps guided him to the entrance, Thel's mind fell back into the thoughts of his responsibilities as leader of the Swords of Sanghelios. For now, it would be his duty, not as a warrior but as an arbiter, to continue to lead his people, and so that is what he would do. December 16, 2565. ODP Sydney. Earth. The view out the window presented a truly beautiful sight. Fleet Admiral Lord Terence Hood gazed through the glass pane, observing Earth and all the objects in orbit above it. Various vessels drifted serenely against the background of the surface, supplemented by other artificial constructions strewn about. 7th Fleet was stationed in various battle groups distributed amongst the ODP grid above Earth. The grid had been rebuilt after the Great War after it had shown its usefulness before being expanded after the Didax ship attacked. The grid at present contained 750 platforms, all upgraded with the developments from the war, including energy shields for anti-boarding and defense measures. With the enormous strength of the ground-based power feeding the stations, the barriers had enormous damage resistance on par with Covenant capital ships. This massive build-up had been precluded by the Chief's debriefing after his time AWOL. With the location of Genesis and the knowledge the domain held, the UNSC was able to utilize Forerunner Sentinels for resource production and directly utilize the few remaining Forerunner shipyards. Steps were immediately taken to secure the planet and the information gathered was analyzed and indexed, although it was highly classified so as to prevent a massive technological shift from destroying the newfound peace humanity had achieved within and abroad. Along with the OD peace was the massive conglomeration of ships that was Home Fleet. Made up of 7th, 2nd, and 16th fleets, the massive force numbered almost 950 ships. While 2nd and 16th were 250 ships each, 7th Fleet was by far the largest human fleet with an amazing 450 vessels. The 7th Fleet and mainstay force of Home Fleet was still led by the UNSC Infinity, although the flagship was nowhere close to the largest vessel in the fleet anymore. That honor belonged to the UNSC Dauntless, the ship that now led Battle Group Sierra. Sierra was formed from the Dauntless and its escort of Forerunner Guardians. All fleet operations of the battle group were solely Spartan missions and fell under the command of Cortana. Her rank of Vice Admiral, while made possible by AI rights bills passed after the Great War, was in large part due to her control over the Prometheans and the domain. Her posting aboard the Dauntless allowed the enormous might of the vessel to be piloted without using tens of thousands of UNSC personnel to crew and maintain the ship. Battle Group Sierra was technically part of Home Fleet but spent most of its time parked in orbit of Reach. When the Spartan branch was separated completely from ONI Command, many changes occurred. ONI itself was severely culled, a result of their illicit dealings with Kilo 5 as well as the uncondoned sentencing and execution orders for Halsey. The intelligence network that had been built over the course of the Covenant War was largely left in place, but significant oversight was built in as well to prevent the egregious violations that had occurred under Parangaski and Osman. As for the Spartan branch, its command structure was reorganized and altered to fit the needs for the tasks they would undertake. The rank of Master Chief of the Phalanx was created specifically to suit the Chief as the supreme commander of all Spartan deployments. Equal to the rank of Admiral in the UNSC Navy, he commanded all ground operations conducted from the Dauntless while Cortana commanded the ship combat functions of Sierra. As with all military branches, Fleet Admiral Hood held ultimate command, although for the Spartan branch he usually stuck to managing the interactions between the UEG and UNSC while providing synchronization between other branches. Behind the defenses of Earth, Hood could make out the massive shipyards that were producing vessels to continue to build up the human fleets. Various random fleets were positioned between the stations and yards, protected by the sphere of OD Peace and Home Fleet. Most were dropping by to receive vessels to supplement or replace others. The same was true on Mars, Luna, and all other celestial bodies that humanity inhabited in the Sol system. A portion of the area under the grid was taken up by a joint Sangheila-Jiralhani party that had entered diplomatic talks with the UEG about joining some pact known as the Wardens of the Mantle. Hood didn't know much about it due to the sensitive nature of the proceedings, but he honestly wasn't too concerned with whatever it was. His attention was not focused on the alien vessels amongst several thousand UNSC vessels but instead upon a massive unoccupied gap in the net. Usually the commercial and military traffic that surrounded humanity's home world day and night would quickly fill the gap. However, Hood had ordered a no-fly zone around the area. The Chief would be dropping out of slipspace soon, and while the slipspace drive on the Dauntless may be incredibly accurate, having a ship as large as the Dauntless come hurtling out of slipspace into a busy airspace was asking for trouble. Many vessels took a wider than strictly necessary berth around the area, mostly because trying to see the vessel from close just presented a large wall instead of a view of its form. The UNSC hadn't even tried to hide the existence of the Dauntless from the populace, although its posting at Reach kept it from public view since the planet was a military fortress world. This was more to get its bulk out of the way of civilians rather than any attempt to try and hide the ship. Having a vessel the size of a small moon constantly making entrances and exits would be noticed, so instead the Dauntless was publicly commissioned and entered service shortly after the Chief's and Cortana's return before being sent on its way. Even then, the traffic at Reach meant that Chief and Cortana often took the escorting Guardians rather than the flagship. As he finished his thoughts, Hood saw the ragged white edges of a slipspace portal burst into existence at the edge of the clearing. Several more rifts appeared as escort Guardians quickly emerged and formed with the portals closing behind them. Within seconds of the arrival of the Guardians a much larger tier formed, quickly expanding to dwarf any and everything around it. From within the spinning vortex the massive form of the UNSC Dauntless began to form. The ship slowly appeared from the horizon of the portal before moving to enter a defensive position with Home Fleet. Hood turned from the view as the door to his office opened. An ODST walked in, glancing at the view of the Dauntless in the window before stopping and saluting Hood. "Fleet Admiral, sir. Your presence is requested on Earth. The UEG Senate has reached a decision concerning the alliance offer from the Sangheila and Jiralhani. They wish for you to be in attendance for the proceedings." "Understood." "Dismissed," Hood promptly responded. The ODST finished his salute and exited the room. The Fleet Admiral made his way to his desk, typing in a few commands to send some messages he had written up earlier. With that done, he exited his office and made his way across the massive station to the orbital elevator that lead down to the city of Sydney below. As he stepped into the small personnel lift, Hood mentally prepared himself for the inevitable inquiries on UNSC naval power estimates and other such military matters. The bureaucratic mess that was likely to come his way after the official ceremonies concluded was going to be the bane of his day for a while after this was done. December 16, 2565. Sydney, Australia. UEG Senate Building. The massive space of the Senate building was filled with representatives from across the UEG. Arranged with an array of podiums and desks at the front of the room, chairs radiated out from the center to form a semicircle. There were 2 levels to the chamber, both of which contained 500 seats. While not all seats were needed at present time, all seats that were assigned to a world had a delegate in them for the current discussions. Nearly 800 delegates made the gigantic chamber feel somewhat full, but there were still many obvious seats for future colonies. Admiral Lasky was seated on the second level of the chamber, to the far side in an area reserved for military figures. The high number of representatives was a result of the reforms and amendments caused by the insurrection and new colonial alliance. All colonies were given representation and many colonies possessed a force drawn from the recreated colonial defense force. With the upheaval of the Covenant War finally starting to visibly fade, many of the UEG's decisions were made with cooperation. Much of the gridlock that had paralyzed the pre-war Senate had dissipated with the horrors of the war. Of course, there was the usual status quo of bickering over details, but the speed at which they could come to a decision was impressive. The Arbiter and Chieftain Lytus faced the main body of the Senate, standing to the left of the Senate leaders. The Senate body itself was debating the proposal for joining this Wardens of the Mantle. Currently, the opinion appeared to be overwhelmingly positive in joining the Sangheila and their new allies. With the defeat of the remnants as well as the growing might of the UNSC, solidifying relations and alliances with the other known powers of the Orion Arm was popular with the public. Acceptance of the mantle of responsibility had resulted in many humans reconciling with the Sangheila as the horrors of their own war progressed. When the UNSC's alliance in the final days of the Great War was released, public sentiment grew from reconciliation to increasingly positive due to the assistance of the elites and the deception that they had suffered. As had happened after their own world wars, relations between the previously hostile factions grew less heated as the remnant gave both sides an enemy to focus on. As the Senate finished their arguments, the President of the Senate stood and called, "We have all heard the positions on this matter. I now say we vote to decide." He reached to the desk in front of him, typing a few commands before declaring, "The vote for the UEG to join the proposed Wardens of the Mantle is now in session. This session will close in 1 hour." Lasky watched senators from every planet in the unified Earth government start communications on their desk displays. Interactions were kept to text form, both for the sake of secrecy and because having 800 people attempt to have individual conversations at the same time would never work. The Admiral turned his attention from the proceedings and put his hand to his ear, starting a communication. A quick mental command to his neural interface brought the frequency to the same as the Sydney ODP sitting in orbit above. Lasky spoke quietly as the connection was made, "Inform Lord Hood that his presence will be necessary for the announcement of the Senate's decision." "Yes, sir," Lasky heard in response. Before he could close the connection, the officer on the other end spoke, "Sir, you should also know that Battle Group Sierra has just arrived back in orbit. Would you like me to contact them as well?" "Do so." Lasky, out, he replied before closing the connection. While he was waiting, Lasky rose from his place and made his way out of the chamber. He would need to greet Lord Hood and the other HICOM officers and then proceed with them to the military section of the chamber to hear the Senate's decision. The Admiralty had begun attending Senate sessions at the behest of ONI Section 2 so as to show cooperation between the UNSC and UEG leaders. This political show was needed by the UNSC to help alleviate some tensions with outer colonies after the new colonial alliance and the UEG successfully negotiated for the Colonial Rights Bill. The military powers the UNSC had had during the Covenant War were quickly discarded by Hood when the war ended, but with the enormous military build-up in the post-bellum era the outer colonies were afraid of retribution. The presence of HICOM officers in the Senate and the cooperation between the two bodies had proven an excellent method to decrease these tensions. Lasky eventually arrived at the entrance to the UEG Senate building. He took a position at ease to the side of the large entrance hall, waiting for Lord Hood. For now, they would deal with the situation that would result from the UEG's decision, whichever way it went. December 16, 2565. Sydney, Australia. UEG Senate Chamber. Lasky stood with the other HICOM officers present in the system above the Senate floor. They were watching as the last few senators ended communications with the leaders of their home planets and then casting their vote as the session neared its end. Lord Hood had arrived only a few minutes prior along with several other officers. As Lasky watched the proceedings, the President of the Senate spoke to the chamber, "This voting session is now at an end. The votes will be tallied and verified. The results will be announced momentarily." With those words, the President sat and began the process of verifying all votes. While the process used digital voting, all votes were authenticated by each senator's terminal for security purposes. Lasky's attention was drawn from the floor as the door to the UNSC section opened. Both the Master Chief and Cortana emerged, stepping out onto the balcony. Cortana was still in the hard light form she had created at Genesis 7 years prior. She was wearing a standard UNSC naval officer uniform with her Vice Admiral pin and her various awards attached to the front. It was strange to Lasky to see Cortana in uniform as she only wore it for large-scale public events such as this. Her usual attire was her hard light body or a ship's computer, dependent on the vessel she was on. The Master Chief's armor was easily mistaken for the standard Mjolnir Mk. 6 Gen 2 that Spartan 4s wore. While significantly different in function and capability, the outer shell kept the projection of strength and was recognized as a symbol of hope on any battlefield. Interior component modifications had come from the ancient human armor given to Blue Team by Forthenko. Several standard-issue tools for Spartans had been integrated into the armor after UNSC personnel had had a chance to examine it. Lasky did not know the full specifications of the Mjolnir Mk. By memory, but he knew that it was extremely powerful. It was originally proposed for all Spartan units to receive Mk. armor, however, issues were quickly encountered in that plan. Several members of HICOM had pointed out the disciplinary problems with the Force, which might prove to be an issue if unstable individuals were given access to such weaponry. Another issue was the cost of production and replacement. With the number of Spartans lost in Requiem, analysts had determined that the effectiveness of the Force was not short due to their armor but their overconfidence with having received equipment that had previously been only for legends. With those arguments, the Spartan Force were to continue using UNSC-produced armor systems, which were both cheaper and satisfactory in combat conditions. The sets of Mk. that were produced were either equipped and customized by the remaining twos or stored on the Dauntless. As for the UNSC Dauntless, when it had returned to Earth alongside the Infinity, ONI personnel had wanted to crawl all over the vessel. UNSC HICOM had prevented that from occurring and instead the ship was commissioned and investigated by UNSC scientists. A series of events occurred that eventually led to ONI attempting to forcibly take control of the vessel from Cortana and the Chief. This had not ended well, with the ONI force getting slaughtered by Warden for boarding against the will of the captain. This event, along with the previous violations of orders, led to the ONI purges. Back in the chamber, the two legends made their way through the crowd, Cortana splitting off to stand by Lasky while Chief, as Commander-in-Chief of the Spartan branch, made his way to Hood. Many gazes were drawn to the Spartan as he came to a stop beside the fleet admiral. It was rare to see the Spartan out in such a public space, although this occasion did call for his presence. Observations and stray thoughts aside, Lasky turned his attention to Cortana. "Good of you to show up," he joked with friendly humor. Cortana smiled back and responded, "You're lucky. If Jolly Green wasn't commander of the Spartans, you would never get him anywhere close to the Senate." Lasky snorted at that, knowing that it was very true, not just of the chief, but of all the twos. They both ceased their short exchange as the Senate President stood and spoke, "All votes are now official. I am proud to declare that on December 16, 2565, the UEG Senate ratifies and accepts all terms and conditions for entry into the organization denominated as the Wardens of the Mantle." There was a pause as the Senate President sat and the leader of the legislative branch of the government spoke, "As elected President of the UEG and all of its affiliated organizations and functions, I, Peter Lebeau, sign into order the agreement for the UEG to join the Wardens of the Mantle on December 16, 2565. Polite applause came from all over the chamber as this announcement came. Several rumors had been circulating that there would be vetoes or something of that nature by the tiny group of hardline anti-peace advocates who wanted to use the UNSC's growing power to annihilate all aliens. UNSC Highcom had ordered ONI to quietly reduce such pandering to fear, and the senators that were elected on such stances were being weeded out by propaganda from Section 2 operatives promoting the joint UNSC swords operations. The Admiralty made their way down to the main floor of the Senate chamber, the procession following the chain of command. Lord Hood descended first, followed by Chief and then the other UNSC officers. Hood and the Chief were the only two branch commanders present in the Sol system currently, the others located at the fortress world of Reach. Hood made his way down an aisle and stepped out to the space below the Senate President's bench. Peter Lebeau met the Fleet Admiral and held out his hand as he spoke, "Admiral Hood. Good to see you present at such a momentous occasion." "Indeed. An official collaboration between our united species would be quite beneficial to all parties," Hood responded. Lebeau nodded in response and moved off to talk to other officers and politicians. The chief held his position behind Hood, Cortana in turn standing by his side. There were few who approached them, only the Senate President and some other high-ranking politicians engaging in pleasantries. Soon, however, the tall form of the arbiter stood before them, Lydas standing by his side. The Sanghyla leader spoke, "Greetings, Fleet Master of Fleet Masters, Demon and Construct. I am glad that your Senate could come to an agreement so quickly. It will be an honor to fight by your side once again. I should hope that I may do so as well, Demon. Your prowess is legendary. I should like to see it for myself," Lydas added. The chief nodded at the Jiralhani in silent response. Hood smirked and said, "I'm sure we can arrange something. Perhaps some joint operations or even war games if you are agreeable." The arbiter nodded to Hood to indicate his assent while Lydas laughed deeply. This would be the beginning of a strong alliance if this was the cooperation that could be shown during times of duress. The combined might of their species would lead them into a new era of peace, preventing the unknowns of the galaxy from ever causing another great war. 10th day of 6th month, 2437, February 24, 2566. 29th Citadel Exploratory Fleet, 1st Task Force. Foreign Galaxy. Question is less what is it, more who created it, Morden told the captain. They and the rest of the science team aboard the Covenant were examining a mysterious piece of metal that they had discovered. Floating only a few systems away from the missing star, as it was now called, the piece of metal was a dark shade of purple and was made of a material that matched nothing in any Council database. After their discovery of the beacon, the THV Covenant had quickly returned to Council forces in the galaxy and shared their findings. The Citadel had responded by granting Gurus command of a full exploratory fleet to investigate the area further. Several other task forces in the foreign galaxy had been alerted to the encounter, although those groups were far from Gurus' position. The fleet returned to the area and the search continued with a greater concentration on the signal frequency that had been used by the alien species. That had been 2 years prior, and from that time several items that indicated intelligent life had been found. No translation of the transmission heard before had been attempted, as there was only the one instance to pull language from and that contained few words. Gurus' fleet of 32 frigates, 4 cruisers, and the Covenant itself had returned to the missing star and established an operations base on an asteroid in a nearby system. Gurus had split his fleet into 4 separate task forces made of 8 frigates and a cruiser each. The task forces went in several different directions to increase the search area while providing a reasonable amount of firepower to escape in case of hostilities. Their forays into the surrounding systems had yielded a debris field from which the chunk of material that they were now studying had come. While nothing but scraps remained in the area, finding materials that did not naturally occur in space did lend itself to solidifying the existence of intelligent life nearby. There was no discernible shape and nothing but the strange material in the field. Whoever built the vessel couldn't be a great distance away, for there would be a noticeable ESO residue that would remain if an FTL core was destroyed. Gurus responded to Morden as he finished reviewing their current situation. Who was here is a question we've been asking since our first discovery in this area. I'll contact the other forces of our discovery. Gurus turned and made his way out of the CIC, allowing the experts to continue with their jobs. As he made his way through the Covenant, Gurus heard Ekuvia Akarian speak over the ship's intercom, "Sir, we are almost done dumping our static charge in the atmosphere. We are also receiving a communication from one of the task forces out on long-range patrol. Where would you like to receive it? Direct it to my quarters. Send out orders to the force to prepare for some long jumps. I think we may need to get to their position quickly," Gurus commanded. The other task force leaders had explicit standing orders from Gurus to immediately contact him and wait for reinforcements if they found something. While it was possible that this was not the issue that the force commander was contacting him about, he doubted that it would be anything else. The commanders of each of the task forces were competent leaders that were trained to Turian standards. Gurus reached his cabin and moved to his desk. The holographic display came up as the captain sat, flashing the new message icon in his face. Gurus quickly glanced at the timestamp of the communication, noticing that it was sent nearly 6 hours ago. He closed the notification and played the message, "Captain Gurus Vakarian, this is Commander Varasia Udolin of the THV Karnak and the 3rd Task Force of the 29th Citadel Exploratory Fleet. I am sending this communique to inform you of a development in the sector we were assigned. We have picked up a transmission using the same frequency that you informed us to keep an eye on. The attached file is a recording of the transmission we received. I have ordered my task force to track and pursue the signal towards its origin. A trail of beacons will be left from our current coordinates to wherever our updated position is. We will not engage or attempt any contact with foreign forces and instead shall await your arrival. Commander Udolin, out." As the message from the 3rd Force commander ended, the captain opened the audio clip that had been attached. His attention was caught at the first sounds, "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. This is UNSC CFV-88 Spirit of Fire, requesting immediate evac, survivors aboard. Prioritization code 01730-58392JC. Gurus leaned back as the audio clip finished for the 3rd time. The captain had replayed the audio recording several times, but there was no mistaking. Aside from some minor differences after the first few words and the ending, the message was exactly the same as the other. It was a different voice, but this was another distress call. The Turian paused in his thinking for a second as something occurred to him. Why were there so many distress calls from the same species but absolutely no sign of planets or other celestial habitation? He promptly rose and exited the cabin, making his way to the bridge. Orders were flying as he entered, "Lieutenant Akarian, proceed at our best speed to the coordinates I've sent to you. Send out a message to the 2nd Task Force to rendezvous with us there while 4th returns back to base." Within seconds, the entirety of the 1st Task Force was turning away from the planet they had been discharging their static energy to and towards the coordinates of the 3rd Force. Akarian spoke from her position at the helm, "Engaging FTL drive now. Estimated arrival in 15 hours. 2nd will receive the communication in 8 hours and, from their last known coordinates, will arrive approximately 2 hours before us." Gurus gave a nod as he responded, "As you were." The captain took a seat in his command chair as the stars and other celestial objects on the view screen rippled and distorted with the Covenant's jump to FTL. He tapped a few commands into his Omni tool and opened a channel to his task force. "All primary crew are to be relieved for at least 8 hours rest before we arrive at our destination. I want all ships operating with their best shifts for whatever we encounter. Captain Gurus, out." 11th day of 6th month, 2437, February 26, 2566. 29th Citadel Exploratory Fleet, 1st Battle Group. Tracing alien signal. This signal was proving to be a much larger pain to trace than originally anticipated. After meeting the 2nd Force, the 2 task forces had continued along the beacons left by 3rd until they had caught up. The 1st Battle Group, created when Gurus combined the 1st, 2nd and 3rd task forces into a battle-ready force, had been slowly tracing the signal across space since. They had made 7 different jumps following the repeating transmission, tracing the signal through 2 different systems. Whatever was broadcasting the call was nearby. The trouble in tracing it came from the dissolution and degradation of the transmission. While it did become stronger the closer they came, pinpointing a single ship in the vast distances between solar systems was tricky business, especially with a degraded signal that was using inferior radio waves instead of the ESO-accelerated communications the Citadel species used. Admittedly, it still took some time, but it was better than what these unknown aliens were using. Gurus had his battle group prepare for potential hostilities when they encountered whatever was broadcasting the signal. It was almost assuredly a vessel that they were chasing down, as a beacon wouldn't be able to make some of the course corrections that this unknown ship had. Slingshotting across gravity wells or other such high-precision maneuvers were beyond any beacons Gurus had ever seen before. He looked away from his screen as Akarian spoke up, "All vessels are reporting with their primary combat shift active, sir. Logistics reports that the signal has successfully been traced to the outer edge of a nearby system. If we follow its path towards the galactic core, we will approach the second arm of the galactic spiral in several hundred light-years, approximately 2 months of FTL travel." "Understood, Lieutenant." Initiate FTL jump. Gurus then opened a fleet-wide communication, all ships and personnel, prepare for combat. Do not fire unless fired upon or by my command. Captain Gurus, out. The view screen flashed as the group made its jump to FTL. The jump was a relatively short one, a mere 3 hours to the location of the system the alien vessel was at. Gurus spent the duration of the flight in the CIC, now clear of the science team sent with the mission. Instead, various first contact scenarios were being discussed by the lead officers of the battle group. Most of the considered situations involved combat procedures and formations in anticipation of a hostile contact, however, some officers also considered the possibility of a peaceful contact. Almost all given scenarios were models that had been created by the Citadel species a while before to present a common contact protocol. While they could send a message to the Citadel Council to request a diplomat for contact, it would take months for a ship to traverse the vast distance from the edge of the galaxy to their position. As the briefing session came to a close, Gurus spoke, "We'll assess the situation and decide the best course of action when we arrive. Do not fire on any ship in the area unless it is by my direct order. This species might not possess MassEffect or FTL travel, but starting a war is the last thing I want to do while we're so far out from help." Dismissed. The Turian officers saluted, each hollow screen above the main table disappearing as they did so. Gurus' fleet contained no Asari or Solarian vessels, something that personally irked the captain a slight bit. The lack of vessels from either of the other council species was due to their much lower number of vessels. The Turians were the only ones able to field enough vessels to confidently divert a respectable force this far into a foreign galaxy. Gurus turned and left the CIC, walking back through the tactical stations to take his chair on the bridge. As he entered, a Carian called out, "Captain has the bridge. 10 seconds until we drop from FTL, sir." Instead of responding, the captain merely nodded to the pilot of the Covenant. Up on the main screen, the streaking lights of FTL travel flashed by before quickly resolving to the immense starscape that lay further into the galactic core. Scans had already been initiated by the crew, and as he watched, Gurus could see their local star labeled on the view, a mere point of light that was barely brighter to the naked eye than those around it. Also present were several planets in the system, all barren, rocky, and completely unfit for habitation. Suddenly, the view changed as the screen focused on a section of the void and enhanced it to show a small dot making its way across the expanse of space. "I want as much information on that vessel as possible, Lieutenant," Gurus ordered. The captain rose from his chair and moved to stand directly behind Icarian's seat. He tried to examine the vessel in more depth but couldn't before statistics on the alien vessel appeared. Icarian glanced over her shoulder as the captain walked up before turning back to her console as various information from the tactical console appeared. She diverted the information as she spoke, "Sir, the vessel measures an impressive 2.5 kilometers long and has an unknown mass. Material composition is titanium outer hull with various other elements. No MassEffect fields or any other sign of EZO. No internal scans, their hull appears too thick for our sensors to pierce. The vessel is traveling towards the center of this system and is lined up for a slingshot maneuver around a local gas giant." Gurus looked down at Icarian in surprise as she told him about the predicted trajectory of the ship. He responded, "A craft that large doing a slingshot maneuver around a gas giant? The number of precise alterations to achieve that would be impressive, especially for a vessel with such a large mass. Their engine output must be enormous." The pilot nodded at this, knowing quite well how hard such a path would be to plot and correct. "With their current velocity and where we first picked up the signal, Tactical estimates that the ship has been adrift out here for about 30 years. That number may be more or less depending on how accurate our original position was along with their acceleration," Icarian told him. The captain grunted at this and replied, "Impressive length of time to drift through an area this sparse. Bring the battle group in closer and keep shields at full, I don't want any surprises if there's anything alive on that ship. Bring it back up on main, keep the zoom at full. Stats off to the side." He saw the screen shift, the ship once more appearing and the windows moving to the sides. The vessel peacefully drifted farther away, appearing motionless against the backdrop of stars. The group soon accelerated, following the Covenant towards the massive ship. It took them a small bit to get moving, but they began to match the unknown ship's speed as their MassEffect fields were turned to full and their acceleration was increased. It was nearly an hour for all ships in the group to match the velocity of the unknown alien vessel and another to close the gap enough to get a full-screen view of the hull. As Gurus examined the ship in detail, he immediately noted the extensive battle damage to the port side of the ship. It looked almost as if the ship had collided or rammed another, likely in combat judging from the damaged wrecks of giant defense guns. He also noticed that the hull of the ship was blackened and charred, as if from immense heat. The pattern of melted areas would suggest that these were not random occurrences in this ship's long flight but instead the result of battle, probably the same battle that resulted in damage to the port of the ship. "Distance?" Gurus asked. Icarian glanced at her panel and reported, 463,000 kilometers and closing, sir. We've reached the top speed for the cruiser EZO drives. We will reach the ship in approximately 8 minutes. understood. Begin to hail on the same channel as the other signals. The captain replied. Akarian took little time to switch the Covenant's communication array to the correct radio frequency. Almost as soon as she began hailing there was a response. Not sure if there's anyone on the other end but they are receiving, sir. Audio only, delay of 1.7 seconds. No translation package or any other data, the pilot told Gurus. He nodded and stood behind Akarian's seat in parade rest out of habit formed from years of Turian discipline. Send a first contact package with a simple codex, Gurus ordered. The pilot typed on her console for a few seconds before she reported, package sent, still no response or reaction. Might be a dead ship sir, that damage to the side might have created a vacuum or allowed radiation to leak in. Many species unfamiliar with space can make such mistakes and seeing as they don't even possess FTL capabilities. Gurus considered that option for a short time before replying, anyone who possesses the capability to design and construct a ship this large would know the simple dangers of space. Let's try a more direct method. The captain straightened his back and took a very formal pose for first contact. Hello. This is the THV Covenant, flagship of the 29th Citadel Exploratory Fleet. We have picked up your transmission frequency on 2 different occasions. Are you in need of assistance? Gurus asked. They waited for several minutes before he repeated, this is the Turian hierarchy vessel Covenant to the unknown alien ship. Do you read? When they were sure no response was forthcoming, the captain relaxed his posture and spoke to Akarian, move us into dropship range and match the speed of the alien vessel. Tell all ships to stand by, hostilities are to be avoided. I'll be taking a boarding team over, see if that elicits a response. Yes, sir. Beginning to slow down, we'll match the other ship in 30 minutes, allow you some time to brief the team, Akarian told the captain. Slowing down was a lot easier than increasing speed for Citadel ships. Instead of utilizing omnidirectional thrust, the mass effect fields on ships with ESO drives were decreased in strength, thereby increasing the mass of the ship and slowing it down very quickly. This feature was also what limited the speed of Citadel ships, because a mass effect field could only keep decreasing the mass of an object to a certain point. Mass effect field collapses were an assured death for any ship due to the extreme stress caused by near-instant deceleration. Mass effect may break the laws of matter and physics for normal materials, but even it could not violate the law of conservation of energy. Gurus turned from the pilot's seat as he felt the subtle tug of inertia from the grav plates underneath the deck adjusting to the change in speed as Akarian decreased the mass effect fields. He eventually reached the briefing room of the Covenant and saw that the Turian soldiers of his boarding team were already in armor and ready to go. The captain strode to the hollow table at the front where the alien ship was displayed and got straight to the point, our mission is to board the alien vessel we have found. We will attempt to locate and operate an airlock or hangar for clean entry, but if necessary, we will cut our way in. Terrain is unknown. Presume a vacuum and foreign contaminants. Contacts are unknown and will not respond to hails. Gurus turned off the hologram and took his weapons from the officer who had been holding them while he briefed the team. He continued speaking as he holstered his rifle and pistol. Rules of engagement are attempted contact with any living being aboard, anything with a possible weapon is to be treated as hostile. Do not fire to kill unless if fired upon or by my order. We have no translation packages or any form of contact from them besides their distress call. At this time the ship appears to be dead but our sensors cannot penetrate whatever they use for a hull. Judging from the thickness on the exposed structure of the port side, their hull is almost 60 centimeters of what seems to be some form of titanium. There are too many unknowns for us to draw up any reliable plan, so I want everyone to stay flexible and alert. This has been a clean OP so far, let's keep it that way and make first contact. Honor to your lives, Gurus shouted, saluting his team. Glory unto death, the assembled Turians shouted in response, returning the gesture. Gurus and the rest of the assembled Turians donned their helmets, checking the seals and performing other equipment checks as well. The group made its way out of the briefing room and in short order arrived at the small docking bay of the Covenant. The bay could only hold 2 small vehicles, which in this case were 2 shuttles. Gurus entered the shuttle first, making his way to the cockpit as the rest of his boarding team loaded and secured themselves for the flight. The pilot of the shuttle looked back at the captain before returning to prepping the shuttle for launch. Gurus watched until his Omni tool pinged and Akarian's voice came through. We're making the final approach to the alien ship, sir. Still no reaction or any notable improvement in the scans. You're clear to exit the bay, it's a short 10 kilometers to the vessel. Thank you, Lieutenant. Keep on alert and be prepared for a quick pickup if we need to exfil. Have a team ready to engage hostiles if necessary. Gurus, out, he replied. He quickly sat in the co-pilot seat and strapped in as the bay depressurized and the bay doors opened. There was a slight tug as the shuttle accelerated out of the opening and towards the alien ship. As they drew closer to the massive vessel, Gurus began to examine the outside for an open airlock or hangar, any sort of opening that would allow him and his team to infiltrate and examine the vessel. The pilot suddenly tilted the craft and pointed it to a small opening under the damage on the port side. It looked to be a hangar bay that got stuck open from whatever combat this ship had endured. Gurus looked at the opening for a short bit, judging how easy it would be to get in or out if they needed to do so quickly. As the craft closed on the location, he tapped the pilot's shoulder and gave his approval. "It'll work. Keep on station for a quick pickup if necessary." The pilot responded with a quick, "Yes, sir," as Gurus disappeared through the door to the troop compartment. "Last equipment check, door opens in 30, Gurus announced to his team as the door to the cockpit sealed. The assembled soldiers finished up their checks, all of them making sure their seals were secure so as to prevent a quick end when the compartment depressurized. As the last of his team gave him a quick salute to show their readiness, Gurus reached up and engaged his own helmet, sealing and pressurizing the internal systems for vacuum operation. He then reached up and hit the door controls, causing the shuttle's atmosphere to be compressed into tanks stored overhead. After that finished, the back door of the shuttle opened, slowly revealing the side of the massive ship as the shuttle pulled up to the door. When they reached the crack under the hangar door, Gurus ran a quick visual inspection. The gap was about a meter wide, plenty to get through with some time but possibly troubling if they were caught in a firefight. Several of his team moved through to enter the ship first, the captain himself too important to take point in an extremely risky entry. When the area was declared clear, Gurus made his way out along with the rest of his team. The shuttle pulled away from the door a short ways, close enough to return quickly but far enough so as to prevent unwanted boarding to occur. Gurus looked around the massive space, the lights from his team showing them that the area contained several large items that looked to be dropships and several ground vehicles. He waved his hand towards a door on the side of the hangar as he spoke, "All right, let's move. Keep it tight and clean and we'll all be home quickly. We've got a ship to explore." Chapter 4, Expectations Broken. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, MassEffect to BioWare. For the Covenant, solar cycle equals year, cycle equals day, unit equals hours. That part is canon. I've made up a general equivalent to minutes as portions. That is not canon. Just wanted to be clear. I have finished my latest college semester and passed, so huzzah for that. I will have a lot more time to write, but it is likely that I will keep with my current update schedule for a chapter every month. Apologies for the slow updates, I am not a very prolific writer. Now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. Linx007, here's another one for you. No problem, I read reviews but I'm not going to beg for them. If there's an issue, as long as it gets to me through PM or review, I'm good. Smiley face, oh, yeah, council reaction is, well, I have about 6 different scenarios to choose from that I have written up. Many ideas. Much fun. Very nice. Thank you, I hoped it was fairly creative. Yeah, and I had issues operating in the best interest of the UNSC, which is their job. First contact here will probably not be what you expect, as a warning. It is coming, I promise. Yeah, the whole superior species thing is an aspect I plan to explore extensively. Thank you. Galas, so am I, but alas. Belnum, your name irritates me for some reason. I think it's because I misread it as Belanm. Anyways, thank you very much. ATISK101, don't know who that is, but if it's a selfing traitorous bitch then yes. Moose Juice 5, your name amuses me, makes me think of the Monty Python Holy Grail starting credits. Glad you like it, hope you continue to enjoy it. Here you are. Smiley face, Infinity Gamer 104, thank you. Yeah, I like cleaning ONI, traitors to their oaths. Agreed, Palmer is inexperienced and fours are overconfident in my opinion. Will do, sorry it wasn't, exactly soon, but not a fast writer. Glad to hear I'm doing well on editing. Kitsune of Darkfire, agreed, completely. Lord Envy, I thought of it as a form of the UN. A lot of this story will probably pull from World War II and the Cold War that followed, although it may not be as cold. Don't agree with you on Kig-Yar, as if they joined a government like the Wardens, they could conduct piracy. The only thing that prevented them from piracy before was the Covenant. Thanks, tried to get the feelings in there, hoped it worked all right. Bad at dialogue, I tend to be too logical. Agreed on the Citadel idiocy on discovering new civilizations, but ultimately I will admit to thinking that the Council is made of idiots, so may need to go there. We'll see. Yes, I am disregarding HW2 as nonsense. I've thought about it more and found too many issues to fit it into my story. Good game, but I can't figure out the logic of Atriox attacking humans when Cortana is threatening the galaxy. Wardens will each use their own calendar, as they know the conversion between each time system. Presenting standardized dates based off of Warden's founding would confuse readers. Also, what is wrong with being centrist? I consider myself fairly moderate, albeit perhaps with a slightly human superiority tilt due to our adaptability. Guest number 1, well, yeah, no duh, it's human wank right now, I've only touched on the Halo side so far. We'll get to Mass Effect wank next chapter, calm them Jimmy sir. Chmeal, why do you type in all caps? Glad to hear you are enjoying it, and here's your update, on schedule for once. Don't plan on ending this story, although I may sometimes slow down due to my instinctual aversion to effort. Truly my greatest flaw. Brusek 22180, yeah, I'm kind of unsure about the name of Garrus ship, to be honest. We'll see how it works out. May end up being something interesting or I may just plant my head in the sand. No idea how far the spirit is from Earth, I haven't bothered figuring it out. Dark Rising 32, could you explain in a PM how the second chapter was sloppy? I would love to improve. Also, Chapter 2 by FF's numbering or by mine? Chapter 2 by mine is Chapter 3 by FF. Guest number 2, what the hell are you on about? I haven't touched anything about the Human Covenant War in my story. That entire conflict is left in its canonical state. Also, Kilo 5, bleg. No offense, but if that's your standard for storytelling, I'm ignoring your criticism. People largely forgave Germany post-World War II due to the view that Hitler deceived them, even though the Holocaust was fairly well known about, it just wasn't realized exactly what hell the death camps were. Also, I have the government forgiving the former Covenant, and while the public may be a bit more hesitant, the help against the Covenant remnants would create a unification of military force, something that has historically created much better relations between countries. As far as I can tell, the industrial capability of the UNSC was capable of constructing new vessels just fine in canon. Considering that I changed Halo 5 to give the UNSC access to Genesis, a devoted Forerunner construction facility, I think they'd be just fine. Halo has a Dyson sphere in it, that the UNSC controls in canon. Thank you for the review, but I disagree with your points. If you wish to talk further, feel free to send a PM. Masterix, thank you. It is doubtful that Forerunner Sentinels will see combat in this story, sorry. I find that Sentinels seem more suited to repair and construction rather than combat, which is the Prometheans' domain. Hint hint. Revenge is 197, no problem, you have just as much entitlement to your opinion as I do mine. Smiley face, agreed on the Flood, never made sense to me, and that is the issue. I don't want to deal with the Flood in here, they just curb stomp too hard if they get spacefaring capability. As the Spirit, they didn't find a different arc. It was the same installation 00 in Halo 3. I'm confused as to how they got there, which is why I'm throwing out HW2 canon, as it has too many plot holes for me to cover for. Glad to hear and hope you enjoy. Guest number 3, thank you. Yeah, sorry, chapters are slow because I am incompetent at writing quickly. Ha, indeed, which is part of what I want to explore in this story. Instead of two superpowers slugging it out over an even playing field, how would a conservative, consolidated human superpower deal with a much weaker opponent in the Council? Council will have claws, don't get me wrong, just haven't gotten there yet. To answer your question, read on. As for the second part of that question, that may be a while away. Mystic Ort, thank you. I aim to please, as one oversized teddy bear weighing half a ton might say. Here you go, and GLNTC to you as well. Husbad, yeah, I know. I'm dealing with that in a slightly different manner. You can disregard HW2, I only kept the Banished around because I like their potential, and Atriox is fun to write. No problem, thanks for the review. February 26, 2566. UNSC CFV 88 Spirit of Fire. Unknown system, unknown sector. Serena watched curiously as the unknown aliens boarded the Spirit of Fire from the small crack under the portside hangar door. The compromised areas of the ship had been evacuated, depressurized, and sealed off with several bulkheads in the halls due to the damage. When they moved to cut through the blast doors that separated the hangar from the halls of the ship, she let them be to see what they would do. These aliens were much different from any Covenant forces seen before, which lead the AI to believe that this was some new group. According to the ship diagnostic report, the vessels outside were attempting to scan the Spirit but were apparently having difficulty penetrating the thick hull. From the hails and the actions of their boarding party, these beings were not looking for combat but instead seemed curious. They had examined several items in the hangar but had not taken anything. Serena would stop them should they try to get through one of the bulkheads to the pressurized areas of the ship, but was otherwise content with avoiding hostilities with them. As Serena continued to observe the aliens, they began to fiddle with the controls for the blast door that had sealed when the area had depressurized. One of them walked up to the pad by the door and brought up his arm. Much to the AI's surprise, a holographic tool sprung up and started to try and send and retrieve data from the door panel. This species apparently wasn't used to secured systems as the panel almost instantly rejected the foreign incursion. A quick look at the report sent to her thereafter told Serena that the alien hadn't even sent an authentication code to the door and instead tried to directly open it by skirting around the security protocol. After a couple more attempts that resulted in failure, the being backed away from the door and gestured to another wearing what looked like a portable plasma cutter. Serena was distracted from this scene by an alert from the mainframe of the Spirit of Fire. It simply told her that all systems were functioning acceptably. Serena herself had not fallen to rampancy due to her young age when the Spirit had been lost along with the long-term AI storage facilities on board colony ships. Such storage was created in the early 21st century with the growing availability of atomic data storage when researchers had figured out how to store data bits on an atom. While not practical until almost 200 years later due to the inability to read information at a sufficient speed, this method was excellent due to other advances in the field. The main two reasons that a switch had been made from biological to atomic storage for long-term storage was the amount of data that could be stored in a single space and the lack of degradation or data loss such a method provided. Biological data storage had been kept for random access memory due to the speed at which the DNA strands holding the information could be processed. While not in use, BioRAM was kept in a cryogenic state to prevent architectural failure of the pathways. With the technology combination of quantum processing, atomic storage for disk storage, biological RAM, and fiber optics, human computers were unmatched by any current species. Even the Covenant, with thousands of years of a head start on humans, were unable to properly combat UNSC AIs, one of the only advantages of humans in the war. While these methods were superior, electrical computers still existed to process and handle low-level threads so as to keep an AI from slowing their cores with that data. When their voyage home had begun nearly 35 years ago, Serena had plotted a predetermined course for the ship to guide them home using these simple but sufficient binary computers. After that, she had shut down her servers and AI core to prevent rampancy from claiming her when she was needed to guide the Spirit. The small programs she had built were designed to have the sensors scan for celestial objects that could present a threat and then wake her if necessary. These had activated a short time ago when the ship had entered this latest system, and apparently just in time for the AI to detect the addition of the alien presence. Serena brought her attention back to the cargo bay as the bright light of the cutter flared into focus. These aliens were attempting to cut through 15 centimeters of solid titanium A plating using a tool that relied on the conductivity of the element that was being cut. Unsurprisingly, they were having significant trouble against the molecularly reinforced material made to withstand Covenant plasma weapons that burned at 3000 degrees Celsius. A plasma torch may make use of the properties of plasma, but it did not have the necessary heat to cut through such a surface in a clean and expeditious manner. Eventually, after almost 30 minutes of cutting, they managed to make a hole large enough to advance into the halls of the Spirit of Fire. Serena was once again drawn from her observations by the sensors of the ship detecting a slip space rupture further into the system. She diverted the majority of her attention to this new development, keeping a small tab on the aliens but knowing that the presence of the Covenant would present a far more immediate threat. As she began her analysis, Serena noticed that the alien vessels were not reacting to the new visitors. It was probable that they did not have sufficient sensor technology to detect slip space occurrences, their sensors were not as advanced as the Spirits and operated at mere light speed, they had seen the tears but disregarded them as errors, or they had seen the portals and just did not care. It was highly unlikely to be the last option, and seeing as the ships had seen the Spirit just fine, the middle two were also unlikely. It was valuable information to know for future encounters, provided they survived this one. These aliens had not entered this system using slip space, for if they had, Serena would have been able to detect the residual Cherenkov radiation from any nuclear material. All UNSC vessels could detect such disturbances due to their combat nature, but the Spirit of Fire had superior sensors for the exploration and colonization missions she undertook in new systems and as such could detect subtle residual radiation from entrances further in the past. Serena began preparations for the deactivation of the crew's cryopods while the sensors gathered more information of whatever had caused the event. The virtually instant response from the sensors was distinctly absent without the latent slip space effects that were provided by slip space drives. Even without her drive, however, the Spirit still possessed faster-than-light sensor suites that utilized the ONI-made XELF radar system for planet mapping and target location. UNSC sensors and communications used the small slip space disturbances produced by their drives to send and receive information faster than otherwise possible. This was possible due to the UNSC slip space drive's inability to power down, resulting in wasted energy that, while not dangerous, could be utilized to great effect. As this was happening, the AI focused some attention back onto the aliens as they tried to cut through yet another blast door of the Spirit of Fire. If what had emerged from slip space was Covenant in origin, then these beings would need to get back to their ships and avoid the fight. From what Serena had gathered from her own subtle scans, their ships were oddly lacking in mass and had almost no armor to speak of. Even if they possessed shields, ships of that size wouldn't be able to stand up to Covenant vessels without sustaining heavy losses. The analysis finished just as the beings managed to slice their way through the second barrier. Serena quickly accessed, processed, and filed the report before ceasing the defrosting preparation on the crew before it could wake them. All vessels that had emerged into the system were made with human designs, albeit a few were not ones that Serena could find in the Spirit of Fire's database. The report also detailed what seemed to be patches or other inconsistencies in the hulls of the human ships. To get a more detailed report, she would need to wait for the incoming vessels to close with the Spirit. It took nearly another hour and a door more for the aliens aboard the Spirit of Fire to suddenly come up short. They had been wandering down the passage that ran parallel to the hangar and would eventually curve towards the center of the ship and the main thoroughfares that were used to traverse the long length of the Spirit. Serena had been monitoring communication channels and had found some encoded messages, but she had neglected to break the encryption due to the lack of any translation software to understand what they were saying. The group sent several communications back to the small ship from which they had come before beginning to backtrack down the corridor. On the way, one of their members stopped by the first door they had cut through and collected some scraps of titanium A, likely a sample to analyze the material in a controlled environment. The aliens' boarding team quickly reached the hangar and entered the shuttle that had pulled up to the side of the Spirit of Fire. As the transport craft reached the ship from which it had came, the group of 16 ships pulled away from the Spirit and entered an intercept course with the human vessels. 5 human craft were approaching the starboard side of the Spirit from a good 250,000 kilometers out and closing fast. From UNSC designations, these ships were 2 frigates and 3 small corvettes. Seeing as UNSC corvettes had been disregarded as irrelevant when the Covenant's ships were so large, the likelihood of this being a UNSC force was small. The fact that USC vessels were common when the insurrectionist movement was in full swing pointed towards a significantly different faction. The alien force had moved to put itself between the Spirit of Fire and the human ships in what seemed to be a battle formation. The smallest ships were arranged in 3 groups of 4 while the 3 larger crafts were in a 3-point arc. The small ship that seemed to coordinate all the others, at least judging by the communication patterns, took a position under the center ship in the arc. This formation had coalesced as the group had passed over the Spirit on their intercept course with the human vessels. Now in formation, the alien arrangement quickly left Serena's ship behind and moved to directly intercept the human ships. Serena could detect communication hails coming from the alien craft on the standard UNSC distress channel, but so far she had heard nothing from the human ships. She watched as the 2 groups drew closer together and eventually stopped. At the very least, she was satisfied that munitions were not yet flying between the 2, although the continued lack of communications from the human vessels worried her. As they sat and stared at one another for all intents and purposes, Serena managed to pick out and refine a symbol on the side of one of the frigates when it turned to keep its bow oriented towards the alien craft. The logo was made up of 3 different parts. The sides were 2 pieces of a curved arrow that arced over a metal depiction of a planet with at least 5 different continents visible. The AI immediately recognized the location as the Mid-Atlantic, with North and South America on the left, Antarctica on the bottom, and Africa and Europe to the side with a small bit of Western Asia. Assured that these were indeed human forces and at the very least had been in contact with Earth and therefore the UNSC before, Serena decided that the associated parties needed to get things moving. With that decision, the Spirit of Fire's engines flared and the massive 2.5-kilometer ship slowly eased itself towards the 2 groups. Within seconds of executing this adjustment, 2 of the larger vessels along with one of the groups of smaller ships started to turn around to face the Spirit. Before anything more could occur, the human ships belonging to the unknown group finally sent out a transmission, albeit to the Spirit and not the unknowns. A female voice began speaking. "This is Captain Irene Finnick of the SSV BOA to the UNSC Spirit of Fire. We are responding to your distress signal and are ready to provide assistance to return you to the UNSC. Do you copy? This is UNSC AISNA 1292-4 Serena in temporary command of the UNSC Spirit of Fire under orders from UNSC Captain James Cutter. We read you, however, we are unable to authenticate your vessel's signature. Please clarify your designation SSV," Serena responded. She quickly received a response from the BOA's captain, Systems Alliance Space Vessel. "We shall transmit declassified historical events to help eliminate the gap in your databanks." Serena noted a compressed data transmission arrive from the BOA. As it came in, Serena began unpacking and organizing its contents while simultaneously responding, "Do you have any records of the alien species currently involved?" "Negative, they match no known Covenant configuration. We noticed a group exit your port hangar as we approached. From your countenance, I assume they were of little threat." "Affirmative, they spent some time carefully cutting through a blast door or 2 before you arrived. The crew is secure and no information was compromised in the breach," Serena answered. At this point, the data from the BOA finished running through the Spirit's filtering servers, allowing Serena to process the information directly. The first thing that she went over was the events in the Human Covenant War that the Spirit had missed in its long voyage. Serena was saddened by the records of the Covenant's advance into human space after they had left. The record of the war cut off in April of 2543 with a battle in the Psi Serpentis system. As she viewed the description and progression of this conflict, Serena noted that these were likely former insurrectionists that had split as the UNSC and UEG fell to the Covenant advance. With this suspicion, Serena examined the data for proof of this and noticed an open admittance to insurrectionist origins in the history partition. Much to her surprise, this faction had formed from both the UNSC and insurrectionist forces that battled the Covenant. The scattered remnants of populations from destroyed and captured planets were gathering together, to flee the conflict and try and continue the human race as best they could. Billions had survived the Covenant by fleeing into outlying regions and surviving, while billions more stayed behind and perished. The catalyst for their formation had been the arrival of coal after the Battle of Psi Serpentis. With the might of a UNSC naval vessel and a solid leadership, the survivors made their way outside of UNSC space, picking up pockets of populations that traveled in their wake. Eventually, they settled on a new world by the name of Terra, and had attained a population of almost 1 billion from new arrivals as well as population growth. As she quickly went through the details of the Systems Alliance, Serena noticed mentions of a species that had been named proteins. Accessing the information, Serena learned that these proteins were yet another alien species that had disappeared. According to the description provided, their architecture was reminiscent of the alien planet the Spirit had visited, but seemed to incorporate some curves and other such designs apart from the constant angular construction. Apparently this alien species had used some form of mass-altering substance to power their technology, a concept which this Systems Alliance had adopted. While some of the vessels in front of the Spirit were of obvious human design, matching the Karen Light Frigate and Mako Corvette classes, there were several classes listed that were powered by this Element Zero. Intrigued, Serena continued the conversation with Captain Finnick, having processed the information and formulated her questions fast enough that the human could not notice the delay. So, insurrectionists, hey? Would your so-called rescue include appropriation of this vessel? Serena asked in a smart-ass tone. She didn't actually believe these innies were hostile, but she couldn't help but make such comments in a stressful situation. Being caught between any-held vessels and a previously unmet species certainly counted as stressful in her book. Finnick responded after a second of silence to process the AI's bold and somewhat hostile comment, negative, we have nothing against your ship or its crew. When we broke away, the UNSC let us go. I'm sure that ONI knew of our formation and intent, but there were no attempts to intervene with the Navy. Albeit this was due to the closing Covey News, but it still was enough for us to rebuild. I will not lie, if you return to former UNSC space, you will most likely find nothing but glass and alien bastards. The UNSC was losing the war badly when we left. Unless a miracle happened, there's no way they could have stood up to the alien invasion. We do not know the status of the rest of the human race, the risk of discovery by the Covenant was too high to go back. Serena knew that the captain was correct in her assessment, however, she couldn't help but hope that the UNSC had somehow survived the onslaught. The AI did not spend much time on this thought and responded, so how do you plan to help us? We do not have a slip space drive and I would highly doubt you have any just sitting around. We do have several spare drives, in fact. Serena grew suspicious of this and replied, convenient. Finnick shrugged, we knew you were out here. It wasn't like we just happened by right when these unknowns appeared. The system of remote sensors we use to warn about possible Covenant detection tracked them as tracing your signal. Command figures that helping a UNSC ship might get some goodwill if they still exist, or goodwill from your crew if they do not. Considering you were drifting dead in space, we figured to get rid of some extra drives from ships that have been converted to using MassEffect. You have a drive large enough for a ship of this size? Serena asked in surprise. Several working in tandem, while inefficient, will work well enough so that you aren't moving at a snail's pace, the human responded. She continued, as I'm sure you saw in the information we sent you, the Alliance has been moving to change to Element Zero drives. Slip space may be more economical, however, we know that the Covenant can trace slip space vectors and as such we cannot risk the continued utilization of that transport method. You have enough of this Element Zero to build a fleet. We have enough for civilian and military use for several centuries, however, we do not want go against the Covenant with the size limits that using this material implies. Our supply is limited by the amount that the proteins stored in their structures. From what we have investigated, Element Zero does not form naturally, at least not in this region of the galaxy. Serena considered this before asking the obvious question, why make all that effort to move such an amount of material to what seems to have been a small outpost or relay? We think that they were fleeing something. We have never found any larger ruins or any other trail. There were cryochambers in the lower depths, but the seals had been broken and all that was left was dust. It's probable that the ships they arrived in were scrapped and the element that was left was stored for later use. This store was probably supplemented by many supply ships to carry such an amount. It is possible that their original home was destroyed or otherwise invaded and the last remnants of an interstellar empire came to rest and die, leaving behind what they had saved. As for what might have been chasing them, we know nothing. You're willing to share this much information? Serena queried, her suspicions mostly laid to rest with the detail of information provided, but a last assurance and reaction wouldn't hurt. We're both human, and I figure you hate the Covenant far more than some descendants of Innies. There's no use in hiding public information either, as if our governments come into contact, there's no way ONI won't find out about this. They wouldn't even have to dig into something they're not supposed to, although I'm sure they would. Interesting, fair, and very true. History analyses aside, I think it time we address the alien presence that isn't dead, Serena stated. She would share this information with the UNSC, as Finnick expected, if they managed to return with a slip-space drive. However, first they had to deal with the unknowns. Captain Finnick quickly replied to Serena, their vessels have signs reminiscent of our own Element Zero drives, as each has a bubble of distorted space-time around the vessel. We seem to use more advanced engines with our deuterium fusion reactor engines versus what appears to be antimatter engines limited by fuel consumption. They also seem to be running very hot. Inefficient manifolds. I can see that. Primitive, humans have had antimatter figured out since the 21st century, and have used it for engines since the 22nd. Any match to the alien ruins in Alliance space? It is possible, but very unlikely. The proteins appeared to incorporate subtle curvature into their designs, whereas these vessels are much more angular. Also, communication protocols used by the auger structure are not garnering a reaction from the vessels. In that assessment, the captain was correct. The alien ships had held their defensive formation throughout Serena and Finnick's conversation, seemingly willful to let them be for now. Serena considered the vessels in front of them for a short time. The design was very basic, much simpler than most UNSC ships. A large rectangular spine ran the length of all the ships and two large wings stuck out from midway down to the engines. It was likely that some form of cannon was mounted down this long spine, a tactic which the UNSC had utilized as well for their MAX. The barrel for any form of large-scale weaponry, however, appeared to be far too small to fire anything larger than a standard tank shell. Before you arrived they were attempting to hail us. I ignored their hail as they were, and still are, an unknown. Following UNSC protocols I cannot contact them without express orders from the captain of the Spirit of Fire, the AI told her counterpart. Finnick responded, I am under much the same orders from Systems Alliance Command for this mission. I cannot lead unknown or hostile forces to Systems Alliance space, and last we heard of the UNSC there were mutterings of adopting a similar policy. First thing to consider, however, would be how we're going to exit the system. All of my vessels are equipped with ESO drives, but we cannot transfer the slip-space drives necessary for your travel with unknowns present in system. It would take hours to install a new drive in the Spirit, so that's not a viable option for us here and now, Serena responded. She thought for a moment before arriving to a viable if slightly unconventional solution. If you have the extra slip-space drives powered and synchronized then the portal will be much more powerful than any of your ships would need. We could ride in the wake of one of your ships for a short period to exit this region and allow us space to transfer the drives over. We won't get far as our cores aren't optimal for the energy requirements of slip-space drives, but they should hold out long enough to get us out of the area, the human said. She made a gesture to deactivate the comms and give out several orders to an unseen crew. This was quickly finished and the captain turned back to Serena's image. I understand how desperate you are to arrive back home, but I must require that you follow the Cole protocol sent with the rest of the data. As I said before, the Covenant may still linger around UNSC worlds and we cannot allow them to find that the Alliance exists. Serena processed the protocol and verified the authorization before integrating the automatic failsafes called for. This took several seconds during which the AI considered the implications of the changes. The purpose was obvious, even without the explanation provided for human eyes. If I implement this, my crew will die. I will die with them. It was truly that bad for such extreme measures to be taken. Only if defeat in the face of a Covenant advance was imminent. We'll make the first jump randomized away from both Alliance and UNSC space so as to assure that these unknowns cannot follow. The ships powered solely with an ESO core cannot handle the warps of slip space on their hull and barriers, so they will jump on a separate vector. Prepare your vessel to jump, Finnick told the AI before cutting off the transmission. Serena quickly did just that as she accelerated towards the Alliance fleet. The alien ships made no motion to stop the massive UNSC colony ship and instead held its defensive formation. It was good that they did, for had they tried to intervene in between the Spirit and her destination they would have been run over by the massive ship. No preparations needed to be done as all had been completed when the Spirit had begun its long journey home. As the vessel neared the fleet, the Alliance vessels shifted to let the ship take position behind the old UNSC designs. Within seconds, the smaller ships had flashed out of existence, only a strange engine contrail left in their wake. The rest of the SA ships moved into a familiar slipspace transit formation, with two slipspace-capable ships taking positions at the aft of the Spirit of Fire to maintain the wake for the massive ship. As the Spirit matched the vector of the SA ships, a flash of white heralded the appearance of a portal in front of the head of the fleet. The tier grew as more power was added from the multiple drives on board the vessels. With a flare of engines, the fleet began to move towards the portal while maintaining formation. The alien ships made no move to intercept them and may have even backed off a bit at the sight of the slipspace portal. February 28, 2566. UNSC CFV-88 Spirit of Fire. Interstellar Medium. The journey through the 11 dimensions of slipspace went smoothly enough for traveling in the wake of much smaller ships. Had the crew been awake, they probably would have been concerned about the groans of the damaged port side, but for Serena it wasn't an issue. The Spirit and Alliance group were currently in dark space, the immense gaps between systems providing a perfect place to lay over for the drive exchange. Engineers from the Alliance had already rigged the extra drives from their ships together to form a large enough drive for the Spirit of Fire. Element 0 drives had been activated in place of the missing slipspace drives while the main engines were still powered by the standard deuterium reactors for propulsion. This change gave Serena a good chance to observe the capabilities of this new technology. With a reduced mass but a constant thrust output, the maneuverability of each vessel increased greatly. Serena would love to take the innovations to assist the rest of humanity, but the Systems Alliance would not give her access. She suspected that this was due to the lack of AI support for the SA ships. Any AI that they had when they left the UNSC would have gone rampant, and without the infrastructure to create more they had done without. How they calculated jumps with their Element 0 drives was a mystery to her, but was something she'd be sure to learn if possible. None of the Spirit's crew had been awakened from cryo as the drive installation and removal process was all handled by Serena. As it was, the Spirit of Fire was ready to depart back to the UNSC, likely as not to be destroyed upon entering in the wake of the Covenant. The Systems Alliance vessels were set to head back to their space, wherever that was. So, with a silent volley of flashing rounds as a salute to the inevitable tribulations ahead for the UNSC ship, the Alliance vessels activated their Element 0 drives and flashed away. The Spirit turned to a random vector and activated its new slipspace drives, heading into the portal to begin its own journey home. 11th day of 6th month, 2437, February 26, 2566. 29th Citadel Exploratory Fleet, 1st Battle Group. Holding position in unknown system. The Council would throw high hell over this, Gurus just knew it. Not only had they found a new species, but they had found multiple species, if the different designs were anything to go by. To add to that, however, was that one of these species had advanced from the usual primitive exploration to utilizing some form of portals as transportation. Considering that the other, newer, vessels used MassEffect drives, albeit fairly primitive ones, this portal technology couldn't be better than ESO drives. It was still a disturbing thought about how such a thing could be used in a weaponized form or for other miscellaneous uses. His fleet could easily track the ships with MassEffect drives by the signatures they were assigned when the sensors first detected them, but he had no idea how they could trace those portal ships. Not that he really wanted to find them again, even if he could. They may have been ugly, but Gurus and any other soldier could pinpoint their purpose the moment they saw them. Those ships were built to fight. While they didn't have MassEffect drives that Gurus' fleet could detect, there was definitely some ESO on all but the ridiculous 2.5 km vessel. This allowed Gurus' crew to establish a mass index for each of the alien ships. The smallest ship was still a frigate by Citadel standard length designations, but could be as large as a small cruiser on the mass index. The Citadel races all used extremely light materials so as to avoid the exponential ESO cost. Instead of using metal or other dense construction material, the Citadel reverted to plastics and composites to build their ships. The only areas that armor was used was the hull so as to provide at least some protection. The main defense for Citadel craft were their kinetic barriers as they just made more economical sense. Why increase the cost of a ship with armor that required expensive repairs and could be pierced when instead that same ship could have rechargeable defensive barriers that defended against all devastating attacks? These aliens apparently had no such inhibitions. According to the mass differential and spectral analysis given to them by his fleet's sensors, each of those ships were made almost exclusively from titanium and had to have a significant portion of the outer hull devoted to heavy plating. If that was on the vessels a fifth of the size of that massive one, then he would bet that the thick door they had seen when entering probably provided a good estimate for the general hull, something which would prove a problem if they ever engaged that thing in combat. With armor that thick, Citadel mass accelerator shells wouldn't penetrate due to their standard of thin hulls. Instead, the shell would flatten against the wall of metal, and while that may put a good dent in that section, on a ship that big damage needed to be dealt quickly and not by attrition. Frowning at such thoughts, Gurus turned from the main view screen and made his way back to his command chair. Their mission was a success, so for now they would head back to base and give their report over the QEC. A race so new to the stars wouldn't be able to build ships of that size quickly, and even if they were experienced, it would require too many materials to be anywhere close to economically viable. If the Council wanted to bring this race under their guidance, the quicker the better so as to prevent any escalation of the aliens' armed forces. Lieutenant, get us out of here. Jump on your mark, fleet stays in formation. Yes, sir, came the trained reply. With that finished, Gurus opened a report on his Omni tool and began to type. He knew he'd have to do it at some point, might as well do it while the events were fresh in his mind. First age of realization, 5th cycle / February 28, 2566. Enduring conviction. Interplanetary medium, reclaimer system. Atriox hated these damnable patrols. He understood that the Kig-Yar needed to be kept away and he was perfectly happy to be given the mission of killing them, but actually finding the vermin just grated on his nerves. Hide and seek was not a game he was keen on playing, especially when it involved a glassed planet in human territory. The upside to such a situation, however, was that Atriox could catch up on reports from other banished vessels. As he finished the last of the fleet reports from a banished battle group in Sanghyla space, Atriox glanced around the bridge. Letvalar sat in the shipmaster's throne beside him, examining reports and various other screens projected from the console. Other officers and crew attended to tasks throughout the large area, overseeing the operation of the Enduring Conviction. Sanghyla and Jiralhani worked beside each other with practiced efficiency, each knowing what they needed to do and when without getting in the way of any others. Atriox hadn't seen the crew so relaxed and pleasant with each since he first met Valar and offered to refuel his ship, back when the bridge crew were all Sanghyla. With the formation of the Wardens and the solidification of leadership in both Sanghyla and Jiralhani space, tensions between the species had decreased significantly. The Sanghyla's snobbish attitude of superiority from the days of the Covenant had decreased significantly from their betrayal by the Prophets. At the same time, the Jiralhani envy of the Sanghyla had diminished as they began to experience the vast difficulties inherent to managing an interstellar empire. The establishment of these two powerful governments created an awkward situation for jointly crewed vessels that had disobeyed the Prophet's orders. This group of lost vessels was where Atriox saw an opportunity to turn the Banished into more than a small rebel group. As the Human Covenant War came to a close and the Great Schism raged on, Atriox sought out vessels that wanted no part of either side. Most of these were vessels with a crew made up of Sanghyla and Jiralhani that had fought beside each other instead of one above of the other. Their years of combat against the humans had forged a companionship that could only be found in soldiers. Atriox offered these crews the option of joining the Banished, not to fight against their own kin, but to destroy the Covenant remnants that had betrayed them all. So it was that the Banished became their own military force, eventually becoming strong enough to take entire planets for themselves and away from the remnants. The humans had seen what they were doing and left well enough alone, although it wasn't rare in an engagement for the Banished to get shadow signatures lurking around the edges of a system, likely the human ONI organization keeping tabs. The Sanghyla and Jiralhani had also noted the efforts of the Banished and officially granted Atriox and his vessels permission to cross their territory. The humans had not officially declared closed or open borders to the Banished, which was a large part of why Atriox was keen to finish up this hunt and leave the area. While the Banished were technically classified as an independent organization and therefore legally allowed to enter human space, it wouldn't reflect well on them to be drifting above a formerly glassed planet with shields raised and weapons ready. Even if the Enduring Conviction were sitting idly by, there was no assurance they wouldn't pick up an escort along the way. Several other independent groups that Atriox kept in contact with had reported being tailed by private human vessels, although official UNSC ships had merely watched from their posts or as they passed by. Apparently the human corporations, as they called them, were allowed to operate their own ships and were doing so quite freely. Most were ships from human corporations chipping away at the glass that covered so many worlds. Nothing hostile had occurred between any parties, leading Atriox to believe that the captains were merely tailgating so as to get a good look at alien ships without being shot at. The Enduring Conviction hadn't yet had a run-in with any humans, but if it did, Atriox had half a mind to offer to eradicate the pirates that plagued human borders. With a little favor from a human organization with terraforming rights, the Banished could possibly establish a forward operating base for their mission. That train of thought led Atriox to consider the meeting that had given the Banished purpose once more. After the formation of the Wardens and the official declaration that the remnants had been crushed, the Banished had lost their defining goal. Atriox had founded the Banished to fight the Covenant and the demagoguery that the San Shayuum represented. Now that mission was complete, but disbanding the Banished seemed like a mistake, seeing as how the organization was both voluntary and well respected. Letvalar had stepped up and suggested that Atriox follow the chieftain of Doisak back to the Jiralhani homeworld and ask for a mission. Acknowledging the intelligent idea and quick thinking of the Sanghyla warrior, Atriox had done exactly that. Lydas had seemed pleased to meet with Atriox and had given the warlord a proposition. If the Banished so wished, they could separate from both the Sanghyla and Jiralhani without interference from either party, an option that both Lydas and the Arbiter had agreed upon for the Banished effort against the remnants. Atriox had almost instantly denied that possibility, something that Lydas seemed to be fully expecting as explained the second option of hunting Kig-Yar. The pirate hordes had appeared while the Sanghyla and Jiralhani fought and were proving to be a great hindrance in repairing damages from the schism. This had been exactly what the Banished leader was looking for, both to allow his warriors to gain honor in combat and to help rid the galaxy of such reprehensible filth. In return for their assistance with the matter, Lydas had promised that should the Banished be attacked by any party, they would have the support of the Jiralhani and Sanghyla. Atriox had expressed his concern about an attack by the humans, but much to his surprise the old chieftain merely scoffed. According to his meeting with the UEG president, the humans had little interest in Covenant space beyond investigating the Forerunner structures and technology left behind. Considering that the humans would know where every Forerunner artifact was anyways and their status as the Reclaimers, the concession had been easy to make. Neither the Jiralhani nor any other race, besides the Huragok who had allied with the Reclaimers, had the technology or expertise to investigate the ruins, and as such they were left to the humans. So far, Atriox had heard that the humans were staying true to their word. Instead of quick expansion out of their territory, they were building fleets and armies. The Covenant was familiar with the concept of consolidation of power, but the rate at which the humans did so was, as always with their species, unexpected. Atriox huffed in annoyance as he ran that train of thought dry, allowing boredom to overtake him once again. With a grunt he stood from his seat and clomped off towards the video screens showing the outside of the Enduring Conviction. He saw Valor give him a passing glance before continuing to dutifully ignore the footsteps of his leader. The officers of the bridge made way for him, some giving salutes and others a simple nod. As he reached the screen showing the world of glass below, Atriox considered their current target. This particular pirate vessel had led them on one of their longest chases yet, starting in Jiralhani territory and going straight across the Sanghaili expanse before ending in the current human system. While they weren't terribly far into human space, they were well past the border between the humans and Sanghaili. From what the sensors had told them upon entering this system, the Kigyar had blown their slipspace drive while trying to mask their signature. That meant that this hunt would end here, seeing as an unshielded frigate going against a well-maintained assault carrier was laughable at best. Atriox wasn't entirely sure why the ship had fled to human territory rather than into the Kigyar dens on the eastern borders of Warden space. It was possible that the pirate captain thought that a banished vessel wouldn't follow them that far, but even so, their chances against the Enduring Conviction were far better than the chances they would face when the humans found them. The banished ship needed to exit slipspace to find targets, whereas the humans would emerge from slipspace next to a vessel and ram it, resulting in an easy kill. Atriox considered it cheating, but couldn't argue against its effectiveness. After all, if the humans wanted to build their ships like mobile battering rams to defeat former coveys, then they could have it. The Jiralhani themselves were struggling with enforcing their own territory, hence why the banished were recruited to assist. Jiralhani space had the second largest number of planets from former Covenant systems and was on the frontier of Warden space, seeing as they were only recently discovered before the Human-Covenant War. Sanghaila territory lay between the Jiralhani and human territories and took up the largest portion of former Covenant space with several hundred planets in their domain. While their fleets had been heavily depleted by the schism, the Sanghaila still had sufficient numbers to patrol most of their area. The other former Covenant species had a fair number of planets between them, but none had anything more than bare bones for fleets. Each was working to fix that issue, but for the moment they were virtually defenseless. These weakened species made up the western territory of Warden space as looked upon with the humans the closest to the galactic core and going towards the rim. While the humans had more planets, most former Covenant colonies were more developed. The reason for this was largely due to the relatively conservative settlement of territory due to artifacts of the Forerunners. The humans' own domain had grown at a rate that put any expansion efforts of the Covenant to shame. While not the size of the Covenant in the pre-war era, at their current rate of expansion the humans would eclipse the former empire within the decade. Compared to the current galactic map, the humans far outclassed every other species, encompassing a large part of their local spur and even beginning to expand towards the galactic core. Massive fleets had quickly followed as they recovered from the war, a trend that was only accelerated with the accretion of Forerunner artifacts under their control. As more worlds were terraformed back to habitable status, there was a notable increase in the number and range of UNSC patrols. This recovery had propagated the spread of the Forerunner designation of the humans from just the swords to almost all of the former Covenant species. Even the UEG had acknowledged the term Era of Reclamation to be officially from 2552 to the present day on human calendars. Atriox had no issue with saying it as it was in acknowledging the human title. He respected the humans for their determination and might during the Human Covenant War. They had fought the same enemies as the Banished and had stood firm even on the brink of annihilation. It showed a strength of will that any Jiralhani or Sanghaila could appreciate. His boredom was alleviated as a shout from the sensor OP caught his attention. "Sir, slipspace portal detected. Far side of the moon, approaching the orbit of the human world. Our prey?" Let Valor asked. The Sanghaila that had spoken waited a second for an analysis before responding. "No, sir. New contact, different slipspace signature. No visual, we'll have a line of sight in approximately 1 hour if we keep orbit and they stay their course. We cannot hail them at this time without deploying a COMM relay and revealing our presence," reported the Jiralhani on the communication console before the inevitable question was asked. Atriox nodded to Valor as the Sanghaila looked to him, silently communicating his approval of initiating contact. As the Enduring Conviction pulled away from the world of glass, Atriox made his way back to Valor's command throne. He waited patiently as the shipmaster finished giving orders to the crew before asking, "Humans?" Valor needed no clarification for the question from his commanding officer. He took a second to consider a readout he brought up from one of the command consoles before replying, "There's no distinct match to the signature, but based on the power output and quality of the slip, I can see no other viable option. Fluctuations from their entrance seem to indicate an unstable or unrefined slipstream drive. We have no indication of the Kigyar's exact position, but we do know they're still combat capable. Indeed. Keep alert for any activity. If there's fleet action I want you ready to engage, Atriox ordered. Valar nodded before directing his attention back to managing his bridge. So it was for the next few minutes as the enduring conviction made its way to communication range with the human ship. Atriox kept his gaze on the main bridge screen, watching the stars go by and waiting for the new vessel to be brought into visual and communication range. His wait was not long as the banished flagship started a gravitational slingshot around one of the moons of the glassed planet. As they came to the dark side of the celestial body, the distinctive grey hull of a human vessel slid into view on the main screen. The ship was oriented with the bow facing away from the barren moon below, presenting the port side to the main screen. It was immediately apparent that the humans had been in combat at some point as the side of the vessel was heavily scarred. As the banished flagship closed in on the inactive vessel, human characters became visible towards the top of the vessel. Check the ship database for any reports of a UNSC Spirit of Fire. Comms, hail them, Valar ordered. Atriox ignored the chatter as the shipmaster's commands were carried out. Instead, he kept watch on the ship as it continued to show no signs of life. Usually, a human ship would hail any foreign vessel in their territory or at the very least move to intercept. From the way this one was drifting, however, it was either abandoned or dead in the water, for whatever reason. No response on any channels, reported the officer. I have a vessel match in the human archives. UNSC Spirit of Fire, Phoenix-class colony ship, went missing from Arcadia on February 10, 2531 in human measurement. Declared lost with all crew 3 solar cycles after. There was a report of its existence behind enemy lines, but they were proven false, announced the Sanghaila miner assigned to the task. At this news, Valar turned to Atriox in deference to his command role. Contact the human fleet masters. Inform them of their missing ship and that observation reveals no sign of survivors aboard. I will lead a team to search the ship, make it clear that it is a search and rescue mission. Shipmaster, if our quarry shows itself, burn their hides. Protect the human ship, it may garner us favor for more operations in this sector. Have my clan assemble in the ventral hangar, Atriox ordered after a few moments of thought. With an objective set, Atriox turned and made his way off the bridge. As he moved through the banished vessel, various crew members and ground personnel made way for him while acknowledging his presence. While the vast majority of silent greetings were simple nods, some crew gave full salutes. The banished were not a military organization, a fact that Atriox was perfectly fine accepting. The rigid military hierarchy of the Covenant was best left behind for the more relaxed mercenary organization of the banished in his opinion. This command structure not only allowed Atriox to draw in soldiers with a less strict regimen than the former Covenant, but also allowed units operating in the banished to work together closely without the pomp of social class imposed by the religiously driven alliance. There were still ranks and orders were obeyed, but building a relation with former Covenant soldiers would help break down barriers from the war and schism. Such thoughts faded from his mind as Atriox caught sight of his general standing to the side of the main corridor. Seeing his leader, Decimus joined the Jiralhani chieftain as he made his way to the main hangar of the Enduring Conviction. A Jiralhani warlord and one of the generals of the banished, Decimus was well known for leading from the front lines along with harboring a grudge against the Storm Remnant for their continued loyalty to the Covenant. As the second in command of the banished, Decimus led the small guard that accompanied Atriox when their commander inevitably insisted on boarding possibly hostile vessels. The other warriors assigned for the boarding mission were lined up outside of one of the Type 25B troop carriers that the group utilized for transportation. Once Atriox and his lieutenant had stepped aboard, the other 4 members of the boarding party loaded in as well. With the party aboard, Decimus slammed his fist against the wall to let the pilot know that they were ready to leave. As the transport pulled away from the banished carrier, Atriox grabbed Chainbreaker from where it had been brought aboard by one of his team. With his personal weapon ready and about half a unit to their destination, Atriox began his briefing. The human vessel has been confirmed as missing from earlier in the war against the Covenant. We have contacted the humans to let them know of the situation, so expect their presence in system at any point. Our mission, however, is to ascertain the presence and condition of any survivors aboard. There has been no distress signal, nor any other signs of life. Be warned, any survivors will likely be hostile due to the ongoing war when they lost contact, he informed the team. Combat rules. One of the Jiralhani asked. Attempt to stun, I do not want unnecessary casualties for the humans to complain about. If resistance is heavy, fall back. This isn't an assault, it's a scouting mission. I want every warrior going in to come back out. Preferably in one piece. There were a few deep rumbles at the morbid humor to remind them that ground combat against the humans was never easy when they became entrenched. The last few portions of the flight were spent checking on gear and muttering amiable insults back and forth. As they drew closer to the human ship, the lack of evasive maneuvers for point defense guns was obvious. Encouraged by the friendly, or at least apathetic, response, the pilot quickly brought the dropship to a hangar that was partway open on the port section of the vessel. The breaches in the hull had already called for each member of the insertion team to be able to operate in a vacuum environment, so with the banished craft in position, the atmosphere was depressurized in the troop base. "Form up, stay close, and watch your back," Decimus ordered as they stepped out into the void of space. Using the handholds on the extended troop bay doors, the group quickly made their way down the dropship to the breach that led into the human vessel. Atriox led the way into the dark space, dropping to the ground as the artificial gravity came into effect. He hefted chain breaker but kept the weapon deactivated as he scanned the interior. Determining that they were alone, he moved out of the entrance so that the rest of his team could enter. Decimus came in next, carrying a modified gravity hammer that the crew had named Atriox's Fist, after the legendary Tartarus Gavel. Seeing as how they were both weapons for the leader's respective lieutenants and Decimus commonly led the way with his pulverizing strikes, Atriox had abstained from commenting on the nomenclature. As long as the banished members did their jobs and obeyed his command, they could name whatever they liked after him. The last of the team dropped in behind their commanders, spreading out to the sides to scan the area and provide a rear guard. With all boarders now in position, the group advanced towards the far side of the hangar they had entered. Various UNSC vehicles were stationed around the area, all showing signs of combat with plasma burns and scrapes from rough handling. Atriox took all this in as he stomped across the floor, his heavy footsteps sending small vibrations through the metal plating. Seeing as no resistance was presented to their intrusion, the squad moved towards the exit of the hangar, keeping their formation tight as they did so. Within seconds they arrived, only to find the entrance to the halls of the UNSC ships already open. Several of the rearguard moved forward to set up in the hall, letting the walls protect the sides of the group. Atriox ignored this as he took a knee to examine the hole cut in the titanium door. From the way it was cut with precision, it looked like a small plasma cutter had been used instead of the Covenant way of opening UNSC doors, which usually involved plasma grenades and copious amounts of firepower from heavy weapons. Someone had already been here, neither Covenant nor human. Humans would already know that a plasma cutter would be a terrible tool to use on the molecularly reinforced metal, and Covenant wouldn't try for this clean cut on a human ship. After a few more seconds of inspection, Atriox stood once more and slipped through the opening, his armor scraping against the cut made for a much smaller being. Once more they advanced into the ship, the deserted corridor stretching before them. They quickly reached another breached door and crossed its threshold. Weapons were kept ready but in a relaxed position as the group reformed. Within another minute they came across a third barrier. Atriox grunted in annoyance, seeing that it was cut open in the same way as the others. There was no way that such work was quick, meaning that whoever had been here was present for an extended period. Glancing around, the banished leader's attention was drawn away from his observations as a report from the conviction came through. "Reclaimers have confirmed our message and have ships en route, sir," a bridge officer reported, the distinctive baritone of a sang highly obvious. Atriox made a motion to fall back to his unit as he responded, "Understood, send our transport back, we will be there soon." The Jiralhani scout party turned away from the penetrated door, making the previous rearguard the leaders and leaving Atriox to watch their back. Used to such operations and dynamic position alterations, Atriox easily fell into his role, keeping his peripheral vision on the hallway behind them. Nothing appeared as they made their way back to the hangar, a process which was much shortened due to the already cleared corridors they were traveling. In short time they had reached the last door, each member carefully pulling themselves through the opening as Atriox kept watch behind them. As such, the banished leader was the first to see the glint of light flashing down the hall. He reached back and tapped the nearest warrior, silently communicating that he had seen something. The silent signal quickly went through the party, resulting in a hurried effort for the rest of the team to go through the hole and towards the opening on the hangar door. When the last of the troops were through and it was just him and Decimus, Atriox motioned for his general to fall back. Decimus glanced at the flashing light that had gotten brighter as the unknowns advanced towards their position. Unwilling to argue, the Jiralhani general retreated through the breach, leaving Atriox alone. Before what he assumed were humans could reach him, the banished leader followed into the hangar. He quietly activated the channel to his dropship and asked, "Estimated arrival." 30 seconds, the pilot responded. "Defensive positions around the exit, prepare to leave," Atriox ordered his guards. The Jiralhani obeyed without hesitation, hauling several crates towards the breach that led to the void. Decimus took cover behind a human warthog, ready to jump out at the first sign of combat. Atriox himself stood out in the open, his armor the best among them for absorbing enemy fire long enough to get to cover. Within seconds the humans that had been following their withdrawal reached the breached hangar blast door, pausing to examine the cut just as Atriox had before. With that done, they moved into the space, scanning the area. While hidden from their direct view, Atriox could see all of this by the way the beams of light moved about the space, illuminating whatever the humans were looking at. Eventually, the humans once more advanced, and Atriox took note of the soft thuds that were distinctive to one extremely dangerous human combat unit. As the group of 3 armored humans rounded the nose of a dropship to reach the port hangar door, Atriox's suspicion was confirmed as 3 Spartans came into view. Judging from the age of the ship as well as their armor, these weren't the demons that had become common on many UNSC ships. Instead, these were what many were calling elder demons. Humans called them Spartan IIs, the Covenant had named them enemies of the Great Journey, but all Atriox knew for sure was that he and his team could not hope to take on all three. While the banished leader could probably engage an entire team of lesser demons and win, perhaps even fight a single elder demon to a standstill, 3 would be almost impossible. Even outdated as their equipment was, 3 Spartans working together would be able to take out entire ships, let alone Atriox's small team. One was already looking in his direction, the other down to the other side of the space, and the last scanning behind them. Almost instantly the other 2 Spartans turned to face him, their weapons trained on his face and chest. Atriox tensed his hand around the grip of Chainbreaker as he held the hammer loosely in both hands, ready to swing if one of the demons charged. Surprisingly, the Spartans held their fire, apparently unsure what to do with a Jiralhani that wasn't trying to kill them. Both sides stood still, ready for a fight but neither wanting to begin it. Atriox was sure that the Spartans had seen his team, even in cover of darkness. As it was, the Jiralhani warlord was content to stay in this standoff as his transport drew closer to the extraction point. Seconds later, the dull vibration of the banished dropship against the hull outside could be felt. Knowing their priorities, the first 2 Jiralhani warriors began a slow retreat to the ship, their warhammers useless against demons. Every Covenant, Banished, and any other group who had fought the Spartans knew that close combat with one was a death sentence. One of the demons flicked his weapon towards the retreating forms of the Banished, only to bring it back to Atriox as he shifted to draw attention away from his troops. Decimus moved next, taking position next to the opening to attempt to keep the demons out. At this point the general was following procedure, as a truly determined Spartan would be past him before he could react. The other 2 warriors cautiously made their way to the exit, their brute shots aimed at the Spartans. They slipped under the door, leaving only Decimus and Atriox to face 3 elder demons. One of the humans began to edge away from his partners, likely trying to get a line on Decimus. Atriox distracted them from that plan by lighting up Chainbreaker, bathing the hangar in red light. He needed to buy time for the dropship to turn around and present the empty bay to allow Decimus and himself aboard. "Shall we begin?" The banished leader muttered in his deep baritone, just before he slammed Chainbreaker into the metal deck plating. The modified gravity hammer did its job, creating a wave of distortion that pushed the demons back a step. Before he could lift Chainbreaker, though, the humans were already in motion. Several rounds pinged off his shields as the demons reacted, their attention focused on the threat he posed. Atriox released one hand from his weapon, letting the other lift it. His free hand shot forwards, aiming to grip the lead human around the neck. The Spartan dodged his attempt, cutting to the side to avoid his outstretched fist. Atriox's other 2 opponents kept up their fire, quickly decreasing his shields even with their outdated firearms. With a click, Atriox activated the gravity attractor on his weapon, catching one of the demons off guard by the new and unusual ability. As the Spartan hit the end of Chainbreaker, Atriox grasped it with both hands and swept it back around. As the first demon was already within his sweep, Atriox continued the swing towards the third human. Another flick and the previously pinned Spartan on the end of his mace went flying, colliding with the third Spartan and putting them out of the fight for the moment. Unluckily, this move had presented his side to the demon right beside him, who made its presence known as Atriox felt a blade becoming jammed between his armor plates. The demon tried to free its weapon, but failed as Atriox swept his arm back, catching the Spartan in the side and sending it into a roll that the human quickly recovered from. By this point, the other 2 demons were back in the fight, advancing rapidly behind the bursts of lead that issued from their weapons. Knowing that the knife had broken his shields, Atriox threw up an arm to let the armor plating take the projectiles instead of receiving any shots to the head. Decimus stood out of the fight, letting his leader once more prove his strength. The general glanced back and noticed that the dropship had finished its turn, the maneuver seeming to take much longer than the several seconds that it had. He bellowed a warcry, letting Atriox know that their ride was ready and drawing a Spartan's attention. With one demon recovering from Atriox's backhand, one now focused on Decimus, and the other running the clip of its weapon dry, the Jiralhani took his chance and slammed his mace down, once more sending the demons back a step at the shockwave that emanated from the center of impact. Atriox quickly backed off, pulling out the knife in his side and letting it clatter to the deck. The banished leader ducked behind his general, slipping under the jammed hangar door and into the relative safety of the transport. Decimus appeared a second later, shields glowing at the breaking point from the concentrated firepower of the humans. Was that really necessary? Atriox's fellow warlord asked, irritation clear in his tone. Atriox huffed and replied, "Of course. A single elder demon is a worthy foe. To battle 3, even if defeated by their hands, is an honor." And a good fight it was, Decimus agreed, letting the matter of his leader's recklessness drop in favor of acknowledging his battle prowess. Atriox grinned and gently lowered Chainbreaker as the human ship shrunk into the distance, the view changing to stars as the transport quickly made its way to the Conviction. Standard procedure would have the troop bay doors closed, but the pilot knew the Jiralhani leader's preferences and left it open. Enduring conviction, this is Atriox. Sir, enduring conviction, responding, the communication officer's voice responded. Alert the humans, presence of Spartans is confirmed. Their status appears to be green, the Jiralhani ordered. Yes, sir. The trip was quickly over, the bay door still open even as the dropship entered the hangar. Before the transport could fully settle, Atriox hopped off, landing on the floor of the Convisition's hangar bay with a dull thud. He felt the impact beside him as his general dropped down as well. Atriox turned slightly to address Decimus, good work. Tell the others to take a day off duty, their shifts will be covered. Decimus grunted his confirmation of the order and began making his way around the dropship. Atriox quickly made his way out of the hangar, back towards the bridge. As he emerged, Valor turned his head slightly and inclined it in the common Jiralhani gesture of respect to a superior. Atriox waved him off and stood behind the Sanghyla shipmaster, letting him do his job. The trip to the human vessel had only taken a little over a unit, and most of that was walking through empty corridors. Valor was apparently not busy, though, as he asked, demons. Atriox rubbed his side, where he could still feel the nick against his hide from the human's blade, but laughed slightly to show his pleasure with the fight. Elder demons. A good fight, he responded. Against 3 elders? You could have been killed with ease, Valor admonished. Atriox huffed and replied, the vaunted Sanghyla bravery at work, I see. And the brute earns his name, Valor retorted easily. Atriox scoffed but let the insult slide, the banter a common occurrence between the battle-hardened warriors. A moment of silence passed before the Jiralhani explained, I needed a challenge. The crew is getting restless with these damned pirates, and the possibility of a human fleet entering the system doesn't help. I secure their confidence with the honor of fighting 3 elder demons while keeping on the good side of the devil himself by recovering his battle brothers. You do know that with the confirmed presence of 3 elder demons, their Master Chief himself might make an appearance in system, the Sanghyla warned. So be it. Keep the ship alert and ready to jump. I'd rather not get ran over, Atriox replied. While it sounded like a joke, it was a legitimate danger if the Master Chief, or Devil as many now called him, made an inaccurate jump in a rush to retrieve his fellow demons. Falling into silence, both leaders watched the space in front of the ship. As they watched, a flash of swirling black ringed by a vortex of white burst into place, heralding the exit of an Infinity-class vessel. The human ship cleared the event horizon of the portal and the hole closed, showing off the improved human slip capabilities with such a clean entrance. Seconds later, another portal opened, this time quickly disgorging the individual pieces of the guardians that made up the fleet of demons. Atriox watched the 2 vessels drift towards the derelict he and his team had just left. His attention was drawn down as the same communications officer who had talked to him while in flight reported, receiving hail from the humans. Open the link, Valor ordered. A screen opened at the front of the bridge, showing a human captain standing on the bridge of the vessel. From Atriox's knowledge of humans, he appeared to be of Asiatic descent. This is Captain Yang of the UNSC Eternity, along with a UNSC Spartan Guardian, responding to a communication from the banished vessel Enduring Conviction reporting a lost UNSC vessel. Please confirm, the human quickly rattled off, the drone of procedure evident in his tone and stance. Valor quickly sent the logs of their time in system, knowing that the humans would request them anyways. He then replied, report confirmed, sending information now. We have performed a preliminary scouting and found multiple blast doors breached as well as compromised conditions. There was confirmed contact and combat with Spartans as our team was leaving. Yang seemed to perk up slightly at this news. He knew that Spartans had been confirmed to be aboard, but he had probably assumed that they were in cryo or dead. The captain quickly gathered himself, understood. Casualties? None, though it was hard fought, Atriox responded, baring his teeth in a Jiralhani grin. Noted, glad to hear. While the human didn't actually seem to care that much, Atriox took what he could and grunted. We are in the system hunting a Kig-Yar pirate. Might the demon's vessel be able to find them? Valor asked, breaking the short silence that had followed Atriox's nonverbal response. Yang turned away from the screen for a second to shout something to one of his crew. A response quickly came back, though it was unintelligible due to the angle. The human turned his attention back to the screen and answered, they're sitting behind a planet further in system. We'll deal with the spirit, you may do what you need to, but try to keep them away from our operation or the Eternity will destroy them. And thank you, for letting us know about this. The last sentence was delivered hesitantly, the captain obviously unsure about the banished but willing to at least work with them. With that, the communication cut out, revealing the human and Forerunner vessels pulling away to attend to their disabled comrades. The stars in front of the Conviction moved as the banished carrier moved away from the rescue effort, following the coordinates sent to them by the humans on the Kig-Yar ship's position. Merely a unit later, or a little more than a human hour, their work was done, the destroyed vessel drifting in 2 pieces with no survivors. Now finished with this hunt, the banished flagship turned away, opening a slip space portal and leaving the system. Behind them, the humans continued the rescue effort, ignoring the departure of the Ka-class carrier. So it is. Hope you enjoy, and if you have any question please feel free to shoot over a PM. I tried to stay true to canon as usual while inserting my own flair. Next time, we'll be going to the Citadel to get some Mass Effect wankin' over there. This should be the last of the chapters devoted to setup on the Halo side. Well, that don't involve me races. That's a whole different kin of threshers. I know that the banished exploration of the ship was quick, but not much to describe there. The fight between Atriox and the Spartan was meant to be quick, as it would be in canon, if 343I could pull their thinking device out of their main exhaust port and get one fight between a Spartan 2 and something right. They've now slowed down the Chief vs. Locke fight as well as Red Team vs. Atriox to where it looks like regular soldiers. FFS, 343I, Spartan IIS have reaction times fast enough to dodge rockets and even bullets in Spartan time. This isn't hard. Mandatory rambling. I've always wondered why Cortana didn't just store herself on the main hardware of the Dawn. I figured that it was perhaps because the ship had been split in half and perhaps the computing power of the vessel was focused around the bridge, where the Arbiter was. Serena going offline doesn't make sense to me, though, as with a whole ship she could set up a little program to activate her data disks when something happened. No need for her to stay awake the whole time as they drifted across space. I would assume the racks holding these disks would be in a room similar to that of Roland's in Spartan Ops. Since this area would have temperature control for heat regulation, long-term data storage would be easy, as it is usually temperature variations that cause degradation of disks. That is assuming the UNSC uses hard disks, which is unlikely since we already have solid-state technology today, and are developing data storage on an atomical level. IBM recently managed to store a data bit on an atom. Needless to say, I think most sci-fi, Mass Effect, Halo, Star Trek, Star Wars, Battlestar, whatever, vastly underestimate the computational power and methodology of futuristic architecture and instruction sets. Speaking of computing technology, the whole section on UNSC computing methodology and technology is drawn from our current leading-edge research on those subjects. Humans possess a working quantum computer. We are looking into the use of DNA as a carrier for bits, which can be processed by a ribosome that has been given instructions by mRNA. We use light channels in fiber optics and even in some supercomputer processors to transmit data, a method that is only being slowed by the translation of light to electric signals. Mass Effect canon is that Citadel race sensors only operate at light speed, ergo the need for picket frigates for spotting. Halo sensors seem to be operating at faster than light speed, as seen when slip space ruptures were detected immediately after the destruction of the CSO-class supercarrier Long Night of Solace. Citadel ships use anti-protons injected into a hydrogen-filled chamber, annihilating both to create excellent propulsion and a lot of heat. We here in the 21st century create antimatter at the CERN Large Hadron Collider. So, yet, we could have Citadel-style engines for propulsion within the next century. UNSC ships use fusion drives, which utilizes the plasma created from the deuterium reaction as propellant. The Infinity's drives are actually repulsor engines, though. Covenant ships use impulse drives. Forerunner ships like the Dauntless would use reaction drives. The difference? Fusion drives would need to refuel every couple decades or so, perhaps less if the reaction yield is sustained and efficient. Impulse drives would need to be refueled regularly, as seen in Halo, Reach with refueling at the Long Night of Solace. I assume Forerunner engines need to be refueled once every never or so, seeing as the Mantle's approach worked just fine after sitting around for 100,000 years. Let Voller is the canon shipmaster of the Enduring Conviction. I don't really like his name, but that's what it is. Going to be getting to the actual contact between factions here soon, sorry for all the setup. This is not the last of the Banished, either. I like Atriox as a character, and having an independent faction like the Banished puts up some interesting options. I also don't get why he was fighting against the humans. I get that he wants power, but even if he does get a Halo ring as was his plan in Halo Wars 2, how exactly does he plan on keeping Cortana from getting it or from the Monitor killing all of his forces? I've edited it so that Atriox is actually clever and not the typical brute that I think he was in HW2. Chapter 5, Meet and Greet. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. Important note. I have removed mention of the Dreadnought class from earlier. I have also lowered the SA population from 3 to 1 billion. Reasoning for both at bottom. This is a repost of the original chapter. I apologize for the confusion with updates, I meant to update/replace chapter, not delete. End of importance. This chapter brought to you by Insomnia, keeping evevee up and looking for something to do since her sophomore year of high school. On the other hand, I did get this chapter done, so huzzah for that. Albeit, it was at 6 in the morning after having written a weird paper that crossed over from technical comms into comp. Sigh, tried to edit out the nonsense my addled mind came up with, but doubt I got it all. Enjoy. Now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. Thank you to all reviewers not explicitly mentioned here. Some I responded to in a PM, so I won't go back over it. If someone wants clarification on something mentioned in a review, feel free to ask. Attempting to shorten this response section. Guest number 1, a war is not won by what advantages are had at the beginning but by the people fighting in those battles. A society that does not want to fight shall not find victory. The UNSC has just come out of a 30-year war, don't exactly think that they'll be up for a fight unless explicitly attacked. They don't need advantages to win, they would need public support. Fernix 13, glad you enjoyed it. Agreed on the Ka scene with Jerome, that was actually how a Spartan operates. As I said before, Covenant viewed CQC with Spartans as suicide. Guest number 2, I won't be increasing the Citadel just to be even with the Wardens. As you might see here, they will be powerful and numerous, but there is a reason why I'm not giving the Citadel new toys. While the UNSC came out with the UNSC Infinity and other advancements, the Citadel tech has stayed the same for around 2 millennia in me canon. If they had some improvements, I could do that, but they haven't earned their stripes in my opinion. There are some options I'm exploring, however, for colonization and the such. Prince Shiagaroth, first of all, excellent name. She's. Second, there will be reasons why that particular strategy will not work. It's kind of complex and I don't want to spoil it, so if you'd like to hear, send over a PM and I can explain. Redshirt 047, HRM, understood on the Galactica side. Star Trek overall is fairly good, especially some stuff on data in TNG. I think that their output is somewhat odd looking, but limitations of the time. The newer Trek movies look better, albeit with many lens flares. True on holographic screens, we even have them to the point that they can feel physical using speakers to emulate feeling in the fingertips. Indeed, Brian Reed seems to be gone. Don't know how much bullshit was him and how much was corporate jerking him around, guess we'll see if things get better. Dragon Argus, yes, the SA and UEG are currently both in existence, though unaware of each other's survival. The Banished/SOF interaction happened after the SOF met the SA group. It is the same ship. To those who are asking for quicker updates, I'm sorry to say that I will be away from a computer for the next 3 weeks. The very earliest I could get another update out would be June 4th. After that I can try to do every 2 weeks, but to be honest if I can increase my output at all, it will be 3. 8th day of 10th month, 2437, May 13th, 2566. First Task Force of SEF-29. En route to Intergalactic Relay. Gurus couldn't help but shift his position as the clock counting down to their exit from FTL neared zero. He had just entered the bridge minutes earlier to relieve the night crew and prepare for their arrival to the main council foothold in this galaxy. All systems were reporting as nominal and communications had already compiled the reports from the 29THS encounter to send over the COMM boys. With all necessary tasks ready to be carried out upon their arrival, Gurus and the rest of the bridge crew sat back and watched the stars fly by. As the clock hit zero, the flashing lights of FTL vanished, replaced by the scene of the main Citadel Council beachhead in this galaxy. The planet of Luesti was a barren rock, surrounded by ships and stations that had been erected to handle the logistics of the missions in this galaxy, missions similar or identical to that of the 29th SEF. Various constructs were visible from points of light on the surface, all housing supplies and teams to protecting them from the vacuum that constituted the environment on the planet. Orbiting the planet was the transgalactic super relay that connected the forces in this galaxy to the Citadel and civilization. To the sides of the Covenant, the rest of the first task force dropped out of FTL, providing an escort for the flagship of the 29th. The rest of the fleet had returned to the base that they had set up to resupply and relax. The first would do the same here while Gurus' ship went ahead to the Citadel to report first contact in person, as was procedure. When the Covenant returned from their home galaxy, the first would load enough supplies to keep the rest of the 29th operating independently. With all ships accounted for and in formation, the small group moved forward, moving into high orbit along the path given to them by System Flight Control. As they began to establish an approach trajectory, Gurus noticed the markers of the SEF-7th clustered tightly around a group of ships. A couple adjustments on his control panel and the scene was enhanced as the cameras focused on the vessels. To his surprise, along with that of the bridge crew, the ships sitting in the center of the 7th were recognizable as part of the alien faction that the 29th had encountered. Gurus sat back in surprise but quickly reacted, Commander Udolan, contact the leader of the 7th. The second in command of the Covenant quickly turned to the communications console at her side and set up a link to the flagship of the 7th. Within seconds, a response came in as the SEF on the main screen was replaced with the leader of the same. Seeing the symbol of the specters on the Turian's armor, Gurus saluted. A second passed as the Spectre returned the salute before speaking. I am Saren Arterias, Spectre of the Citadel Council and leader of the 7th Citadel Exploratory Fleet. Why have you contacted me? This is Gurus Vakarayan, captain of the THV Covenant and 29th Citadel Exploratory Fleet. I noticed the ships in the center of your formation are, well, not Turian. We encountered some of the same ships out on the front edge of exploration. May we talk with them? Gurus asked. Saren shook his head once and replied, no, I have been ordered by the council to minimize contact. We will escort them to the council, where introductions can begin. I was waiting for your ship to join us, Captain. You technically found them first, although you appear to have failed to make first contact. We will join with your fleet right away, Gurus replied, trying to keep his annoyance at the Spectre's insinuation in check. Making a snarky response to a Citadel Spectre could either be amusing or career-ending. Excellent, we will leave immediately. With that, the communication cut out. Gurus let out a scoff at the typical hierarchy efficiency. Yudolan looked back from her position at a console and commented, pleasant sort, he is. He's a Spectre, they get the job done. He may be more pleasant when he doesn't have an alien fleet up his ass, Gurus responded. His second-in-command let out a laugh and turned around. Lieutenant Ikarian kept silent and piloted the Covenant to follow the rest of the 7th through the super relay while the 1st continued on their route to Luest. Gurus could see the broken reflection of a slight smile on her face from her console, however. 16th day of 10th month, 2437, May 23, 2566. 7th Citadel Exploratory Fleet, THV Covenant. En route to Citadel. The flashing light of relay travel faded away as the THV Covenant and the 7th exited the MassEffect corridor of the relay. Gurus glanced out the side of the cockpit to see the relay floating next to them in the void, the elongated tips pointing back the way they came. His attention was drawn away from that view as the human ships appeared next to the Turian vessels, their crude designs contrasting greatly to the Citadel vessels. Lieutenant Ikarian was already at work, directing the ship to fall back into formation after the drift from the relay travel. Before them, specks of light could be seen moving against the purple nebula that encompassed the massive citadel. Endless line of ships supplied, transported, and otherwise sustained the population on the isolated seat of government, all under the watchful eye of the defense fleet. As the CEF 7th and guests made their way from the relay, the great monument to galactic civilization that was the Citadel slowly began to appear. Around it, the hundreds of ships of the Citadel defense fleet formed a veritable wall of ships, barring any would-be enemies from directly attacking the center of the now intergalactic government. The defense fleet was actually several fleets put together, albeit with most of the firepower coming from the Turians, as usual. The Asari had their 1st and 3rd fleets present, along with the massive Destiny Ascension. With these forces present, Asari fleet numbers sat at around 300 ships devoted to the Citadel, with 6 dreadnoughts when not including the Ascension, 100 cruisers, and 200 frigates. Remaining Asari fleets were stationed around the galaxy and at Asari worlds, with the 2nd and 4th fleets providing protection for colonies, the 5th and 7th helping in relay patrols, and the dreaded 6th protected Thesha itself. 9 other Asari fleets drifted between worlds and performed various policing activities as needed in their territory. As the second largest power in the galaxy next to the Turians, 16 fleets provided plenty of firepower to back up Asari claims. Solarians only had a single fleet present, but instead of joining the main body, the 100-strong group of stealth-capable cruisers and frigates were positioned around the system for an early warning and flanking force if an attack occurred. Hard-hitting but unable to engage in extended combat, the duty of the Solarian 2nd Stealth Fleet was directed force in combat to push at enemy weak points and tilt a battle in favor of the CDF. The Solarians only had 2 fleets of direct combat vessels, both of which were positioned above their home world. These 2 groups contained the 7 existing Solarian dreadnoughts, as stealth-capable dreadnoughts were seen as ineffective considering their intimidation factor in a fight. Although it wouldn't surprise Gurus if the STG had indeed created and built several stealth dreadnoughts, if only to prove that they could. 8 other stealth fleets patrolled the galaxy, providing the STG with the unmatched intelligence-gathering capabilities they were known for. Even with only 11 fleets, 9 of which were mostly burst damage or intelligence in a fight, the Solarians still easily held the 3rd most powerful military by numbers. Contributions by the Turians made up the main bulk of the mass of ships. Whereas the Asari and Solarians could patrol their own space but tended to hesitate in devoting forces outside of that area, the Turians had plenty of power to spare in picking up the slack. At the Citadel were a full 8 Turian fleets, a full 1/4 of their navy and slightly more than that in actual numbers. This assignment brought the Turian numbers to well over 1,600 vessels in the region, with around 200 ships per fleet. Instead of devoting multiple dreadnoughts to their fleets like the Asari and Solarians, the Turians had only sent one massive ship to lead each fleet, relying on the number of fleets to bolster heavy hitters. Each fleet used a proportion of 1/3 of the fleet being cruisers and the remaining 2/3 made of frigate packs. The remaining 24 Turian fleets were divided across the galaxy, with 8 left to Turian space, 6 to patrol the edges of the terminus, 2 to patrol Citadel space, and the last 8 to remain on guard against a possible Geth attack. While they had not heard or seen anything from the Geth in the 42 years since the Geth War and the Quarian flight to Citadel space, all races were still concerned with the potential threat that the AI collective presented. As Gurus thought about it, he mentally admitted that he would also not be surprised if the STG had deployed several of their fleets for intel collection near or even inside of the Perseus Veil. With the threat of the Geth and many new ships being devoted to the Citadel exploratory fleets, intelligence gathering for advance warning of an attack would be crucial. Within minutes, such thoughts were far from Gurus' mind as the glorious defense fleet passed by the windows of the Covenant, letting the relatively small Ceph by. If the new species hadn't been impressed yet, then this would certainly encourage them to join the Council, and in the process allow the Cephs into their territory. It would provide an excellent opportunity for the 29th to accelerate their exploration and create a safe area to retreat to in case of a hostile alien force. Of course, that was assuming that these unknowns were open to allowing Citadel forces in their territory. Hopefully they wouldn't pitch a fit about a few fleets like the Batarians. With the defense fleet behind them and the massive Citadel in front, Gurus let his focus drift to the wards extending from the ring holding them together 90 Citadel kilometers away. The massive leafs flashed by as the 7th Ceph received a flight path to join the ships that held position around the station as their crews took shuttles to hangars on the Citadel. Instead of joining them, the Covenant, Saren's current ship, and the leading alien vessel continued towards the larger hangars of the Presidium. Large enough to hold frigates, these hangars were typically used when greeting new races, so as to give them a favorable and formidable view of Council might and beauty. The group quickly reached their destination as the arm beside them curved in to connect with the Presidium ring. While the Covenant and Saren's vessel executed a quick turn with their powerful antiproton engines, the alien ship struggled to follow suit as their inefficient fusion engines drew heavily on their core. Eventually the alien ship managed to align itself with the flight path provided and fell in behind the two Ceph flagships. With their formation in order for the cameras, the trio flew forwards into the spacious hangar they had been directed to. Unlike the regular hangars of the Citadel, where the parked vessel would be held in clamps and an airlock used for access to pressurized sections, the diplomatic hangar was merely a massive cavern with a flat floor. Frigates and smaller craft could land to allow passengers off to greet the press in an open space instead of the cramped hallways of an airlock. A small jolt rocked the Covenant slightly as the frigate set down on the floor alongside Saren's ship. The alien craft once more lagged behind as it set down between and slightly behind the two Turian ships. Gurus rose from his seat as the large hangar doors closed behind the trio of ships, sealing the space and allowing it to be pressurized. As he left, he called behind him, "XO has the bridge." "XO has the bridge," Commander Yudolin replied, moving from her station to take a seat in the captain's chair. As the door to the bridge closed behind him, Gurus activated his communications link, "Security team to port airlock, full kit. Morton Solus to port airlock, bring metal samples and full kit." With that done, Gurus made his way to the armory to pick up his own weapon. Now armed, he quickly made his way to the spot designated, an Armax Crossfire assault rifle slung across his back. Morton and the usual security team were already assembled at the exit, each armed and armored. Gurus returned their greetings and hit the panel to cycle the airlock door. According to the interface, the atmosphere outside had stabilized to an acceptable level, but all members of the team kept their suits sealed in case of pathogens from the aliens. The door behind them closed, sealing the 6 Turians and 1 Solarian inside for a short few seconds before the outer hatch on the hull opened to allow them to step down onto the hangar floor. Across from them, Turians from Saren's crew were doing the same, with the Spectre himself leading them. Gurus nodded slightly when the council agent looked over at him, letting the much more experienced operative take the lead. Saren examined him for a short second before tilting his head slightly towards the alien ship, which had settled directly onto the floor of the hangar, revealing a distinct lack of landing gear. As the Spectre made his way to the starboard side of the craft, Gurus led his team to join him, forming a welcoming party for the unknowns. Undoubtedly the Citadel Council would be waiting at the Citadel Tower in the middle of the Presidium ring. CSEC was probably holding the press and citizens out of the hangar, along with clearing a path to the tower. Instead of sending a greeting party of unfamiliar faces to the aliens, the personnel that had made first contact would meet the unknowns in person, so as to give a feeling of familiarity. The only reason the Covenant was allowed to attend this was due to its contact with one of their groups out in the unexplored regions of the new galaxy. With a pneumatic hiss, the hatch to the inside of the alien craft slid away when the group of Turians approached. Several heavily armored aliens dropped out, weapons in hand but barrels lowered. While the firearms looked like MassEffect weaponry, they were far more bulky than Gurus was used to seeing. Of course, seeing as how this race seemed to have only recently come into contact with Ezo, that was unsurprising. Each soldier wore identical armor, colored blue and white with their arrowhead symbol positioned proudly on their chests. Saren ignored the common soldiers and looked to a different figure dropping down behind them. Considering the extra pins on the alien's chest and how the Spectre's attention was already on it, Gurus deduced that this must be someone of importance on the alien vessel. The being quickly made his way to the front of his team, glancing at Gurus before concentrating on Saren. As he spoke, his words were translated into Turian. Greetings, Spectre Arterius. Thank you for allowing us into your territory and for the opportunity for peaceful contact. Gurus labeled it a he, as its voice sounded male. Saren lifted his chin and replied, Welcome to the Citadel, Captain Iman. This is the center of the Intergalactic Alliance of the Citadel Council. Please follow. 1 second. Yudina, we're clear. The alien shouted behind him. Another being appeared at the door to the shuttle, awkwardly jumping down. It was obvious that this one was either not accustomed to its armor or it was a civilian. Now at the head of his group of 9, the captain turned back to Saren and nodded. The council spectre took a second to eye the new arrival before leading the group towards the hangar exit. The door to the Presidium opened to the shouts of civilian news reporters. All were competing to get a spot on the front lines, with each spouting off questions. These attempts were dutifully ignored by both parties as they made their way along the path cleared by CSEC. After they had cleared that throng, the standard walkout to the Citadel Tower followed. Quiet reigned over the group as they made their way to the council along the route given to them by the Station 6. While the route to the tower was usually filled with people, CSEC had blocked off the entrance and only allowed their group on. The aliens hadn't complained, but they were being oddly quiet while looking around the area. As they reached the base of the massive structure that housed the council chambers, the aliens looked up to the top of the tower. Bypassing the outer lift that was meant for smaller groups, Saren led them to a larger elevator specifically for diplomatic trips such as this, where more room would possibly be needed. The slow ride up was slightly awkward as the aliens maintained their silence. Eventually, the platform stopped and the doors opened to the spacious council chambers that sat atop the tower. The group made their way down the corridor, the walls of the chamber rising up on either side before splitting off to reveal the massive hall. As they climbed the steps up to the guest podium, the 3 counselors became visible. A flock of news drones hovered off to the sides, providing live feeds for the news stations to use. The Turian security team stayed off the main strip of the platform, instead taking position at the end. CSEC officers lined the walls of the chamber, providing overwatch in case of an issue with the new arrivals. While unlikely, caution was warranted when unknowns were meeting the 3 most powerful people in the galaxy. Gurus, Morden, and Saren fell back from the lead, letting the 2 aliens pass them by. The one that went by the name Yudina was obviously in his element with the upcoming political discussions. With a confident stride, he made his way to the podium to address the council. Captain Iman seemed fine with that arrangement, as he fell into step behind his fellow being but in front of Saren. The rest of the aliens stayed with them, each looking around at the scenery. It was impossible to tell what their reactions were beneath their helmets, not like it would matter as their expressions would be alien anyways. The walkway ended about 10 meters from the counselors. Separating the two was a glass floor with curved supports holding the panes in place. Trees could be seen growing below, species from different worlds living together on the Citadel, just as the species that found them did. As Yudina stopped in front of the council, the Asari counselor spoke, Welcome to the Citadel. My name is Tavos, Asari counselor and representative of the Asari Republics on the Citadel Council. Councillor Valerne, Solarian, of the Solarian Union, the rightmost being stated quickly. The Turian representative glanced to his left at his comrade's quick speech before turning his attention back to the aliens. Councillor Spiratus, Turian hierarchy, he said in the typical military fashion of the Turians. Each councillor had spoken in Turian, as that was the only language that the aliens seemed to have translated. Thank you for your welcome, councillors. I am Donnell Yudina, representative of the Systems Alliance to the Citadel Council. Our species is known as humanity. We hope that peaceable relations may grow between us and for all of our species to prosper from this momentous event. Tavos took the lead as she responded, Well said. May we speak without the barrier of helmets and masks? I assure you, the Citadel is perfectly clean, and any possible diseases will be dealt with by the keepers. The human didn't hesitate, his diplomatic skills overcoming the doubt that must have been present. With a deft motion, the helmet seals were broken, although no hiss of air was heard due to the atmosphere of the Citadel being close to that of the humans' suits. As the headpiece was pulled up and away, Gurus noticed the looks of surprise on the council's faces. Looking to the side at the human captain, Gurus found an odd Asari staring back at him, helmet under its arm. The usual effeminate features of the Asari were lacking, but the general facial structure and body shape fit. Gurus caught Saren looking back at the other humans, who still had their helmets on. As the spectre turned back around, he caught Gurus' eye and quietly cursed, Spirits. Gurus subtly nodded in agreement. Their attention was drawn back to the proceedings as Yudina spoke, As you can see, we may have a lot more in common than you'd think. A surprise to my people as much as it seems to be a surprise to you. Very interesting. The odds of such similarities are small. Very small, Valerne stated as he glanced between Tavos and Yudina. Tavos ignored the mutterings of her fellow and replied, So it would seem. Few species are so willing to expose themselves to the unknown as yours has. Would our similarities be part of that? It does help, but our species has a handle on medical technologies. Even if a virus were to somehow be compatible between our species, cures can be found, Yudina explained. Cures may be shared as well, if our common appearances stretch further. It would be very interesting for our people to look deeper into our semblance. It is standard for negotiations for joining the Citadel to begin with a sharing of history, to find what may bind us together and what lessons may be learned. The political maneuvering had Gurus trying not to react. Neither side wanted to be the first to ask the other to join, as it would convey a weakness to exploit. He had to give it to the human, though, for a new race on the galactic stage they played the games of the Citadel well. Hopefully that was just their politicians, as Gurus had taken command of the CEF-29 to get away from the political nonsense. That sounds like an excellent proposition, Counselor. The Systems Alliance is the interstellar body that represents Terra and her colonies. All members of the Alliance are autonomous bodies, nation-states that rule the ground while the Alliance guards the skies. General governing of the Alliance is undertaken by the Parliament, a group of individuals sent by the nation-states of each planet to represent their interests. Yudina started as Captain Iman took his fellow's helmet. The human leaned on the edge of the podium as he continued, our state was established on Terra 12 years ago, in 2145, which corresponds to 2425 by your calendar. We were fleeing persecution in an authoritarian government that was on the verge of annihilation. Sparatus held up a hand to ask, you are not a unified race? There may be other factions that we encounter. We were not unified, Counselor. There was an ongoing conflict that was catastrophic for multiple worlds. Fighting was not an option with the large number of civilians that joined us to flee the area, Yudina explained carefully. This would imply that Terra is not your home world, Valern said, connecting the 2 points in the conversation. Yudina nodded, that is correct. Our home world was lost to the enemy, so we fled to our current home in the Perseus arm of our galaxy. Where was your home world? The Solarian Counselor asked bluntly. In the Orion arm, approximately 11,000 light-years from Terra. Valern looked surprised before responding, that would take years, even at constant FTL. The human lowered his eyes, lost in thought as he responded, it was a hard journey. Most went into cryo, but a few were still awake. The journey took almost 11 years. Hundreds of thousands died from malfunctions. That many? Tavos asked, obviously aghast at the news. Gurus and the other counselors shared her surprise at the statistic. 350 million survived, but the losses were still terrible. As we have established our home, more have followed us. Impressive. What is your current population? Tavos inquired. At this time, we are nearing 1 billion people, but new arrivals from our old areas have ceased, so our growth rate is down from 9 to about 4%. Valern spoke once more, the number of ships required to transfer the beings required for that growth would be quite large. Many were transported on colony ships, massive vessels that were devoted to getting as much to a location as possible, Yudina explained. Gurus narrowed his eyes in thought before stepping forward, drawing the council's attention as he requested, permission to speak. Granted, Tavos replied. I believe we encountered one of these colony ships making its way through the void. We tried to contact the crew and got no response, and when your vessels arrived they also ignored our hails, Gurus stated to the human. Yudina looked back to the human captain, prompting him to step forward and explain, Captain Saeed Iman, SSV Cobra. What you encountered was a Phoenix-class colony ship that had lost its FTL drive. We knew the ship was present, but did not attempt to reclaim it until your vessels were detected approaching. Why not? The ship was heading back towards the old homeland. We couldn't risk jumping in and being detected, but we had to when you were detected to prevent the crew from falling into possibly hostile hands. When you proved to be at least willing to be friendly, we made contact with your 7th Fleet, the human said. What were those holes that your ships entered and exited with? Some used that method while others were using conventional ESO-FTL drives. That is known as a slip space portal. It was our main method of transportation until we found MassEffect technology, Iman explained. Ever curious, Valern once more asked, why did you leave it behind for MassEffect? Slip space travel takes far more energy and is far slower. We also did not carry the technology or knowledge to create more slip space drives. Where our ESO-FTL allows us speeds of around 9 light-years per day, slip space only allowed us about 2.5 light-years per day, the captain explained. You still keep your vessels with this technology? The Solarian asked, obviously interested in acquiring it. Yudina nodded his fellow human and stepped up to take his place. We have eliminated all technology relating to slip space, counselors. The portals you saw were some of our last drives in action, but the ships they were on did have ESO cores as well. Slip space entries and exits give off a whisper that can be detected for light years. The danger of enemies was too high to continue to keep the technology for the few benefits it had. Slip space drives are also almost impossible to maintain once active. Valern leaned back at this news to think for a second before replying, indeed, would make stealth craft unviable. Very slow, but no static discharge necessary. Danger to personnel unacceptable, failure in mid-flight also unacceptable. Took samples from ship. Apologies for holes, area was depressurized. Needed to assess status of crew by boarding, Morton mentioned in his clipped speech. As he spoke, he took out the chunk of metal that had been cut from the blast door on board the human colony ship. Iman held out his hand for the metal and examined it when Morton handed it over. He eventually handed it back to the Solarian scientist and explained, Titanium A, molecularly reinforced, commonly used for ship hulls in the days before our exodus. Why move away? Very strong, easy to produce, Morton countered. Typical ship armor would be around a meter of plating, adding huge mass to a ship. With kinetic barriers, we could use lighter armor with less mass. Titanium A is better in thick plate and not the thin ablative armor of our current vessels. We still have several ships using titanium hulls, but they are being phased out. Morton considered this before responding, understood. Council armor also thin, ablative to allow heat dispersion. Spiratus waited until the Solarian was done before asking, how did you find MassEffect? Our exploration fleets have found no signs of any deposits. To continue with our history and answer your question, Counselor, I must first explain how we chose Terra as our new home, Udina stated. When we were first setting off for the journey, we gathered our fleet of craft around a planet and scanned space for some indication of where we should go. Even with each colony ship filled with 25,000, there were still several million that had fled in evacuation transports, cargo vessels, or private craft. Ultimately, the assembled fleet consisted of almost 15,000 vessels. At the looks of shock on the counselors' faces, Udina reassured them, you must remember that most of these were transports designed for massive population displacement. Without the limitations of ESO cores, our ships were large enough to evacuate tens of thousands on each ship. This fleet of vessels along with continuing arrivals would indicate that you are a society that has great experience with spaceflight, Valerne pointed out. Less so than you would think, Counselor. We had so many ships because we were unable to leave our home system for so long, Udina explained. As the council thought about his argument, he continued, such a fleet had never been seen before by our species. With this number of ships all searching for a sign of guidance, we found something. A signal, tens of thousands of years old, leading us to Terra. When we arrived, we found a verdant world, seemingly untouched. As our new home grew around us from the bodies of the ships we had traveled in, a team investigated the origin of our guide. We found a massive cache of ESO, apparently stored there by a species that called themselves part1. The reactions of surprise from the council were instant. Udina appeared unsure if that was good or bad as he stood there, waiting for the inevitable questions. Tavos was the first to speak, having kept her composure. The part1s are an ancient race that built the Citadel and mass relay network. They were thought to be extinct, although the exact means as to how this happened remain a mystery. Was there any information at this site? Data in the ruins was stored inside some form of block. According to those who touched it, images were transferred into their minds of the part1's downfall to something that they called the Reapers. Apparently this small group of part1 ESO transports had been fleeing the Reapers when they found what you call the super relay. With no choice, they activated it and went through, Udina explained. Valerne questioned, if these Reapers were able to destroy a civilization such as the part1s, why wouldn't they use the intergalactic relay to conquer your galaxy as well? Udina shrugged and replied, that is something that the part1s did not know, or if they did, record. All we know is that they made it through the super relay, only to find that the other side was not active. They figured that the Reapers had shut down the relay, but no attempts were made to reactivate it seeing as their inevitable death waited on the other side. The part1s made their way to Terra, built a base there, and stayed in cryo for several hundred years. The last images indicate that the part1s had awoken and were heading back through the relay to stop the Reapers, with flashing images of this station appearing. Seeing as you have never met a part1, I assume that they failed. Spiratus scoffed slightly as Udina finished, we have seen no sign of these Reapers, only part1 beacons which usually contain segmented and distorted images. You want us to believe that some random beacon happens to not only be fully functioning, but also holds the answer to how the part1s disappeared? I understand that humanity is at least passively experienced in interstellar flight, but if this story were true, wouldn't the Reapers still exist? We don't claim to know that, Counselor. We only know what is on the object, or beacon as you call it, Udina retorted. Tavos glanced at the Turian counselor in what looked to Gurus to be annoyance before addressing the human once more, thank you for telling us this, representative. While interesting, the lack of evidence of these Reapers casts great doubt onto your story. I understand, Counselor, and hope that our meeting may help both of us determine the veracity of these claims, Udina said. He tried to continue, but was cut off by Spiratus. What of access to these ruins, and the stores of ESO contained within? Citadel law states that all part1 discoveries are to be shared, so that all may prosper. Gurus bit back a remark about how humanity wasn't part of the Citadel Council and therefore was not subject to their laws. Tavos appeared to be thinking the same thing, as she closed her eyes for a few seconds in frustration, although Gurus had to commend her discipline in keeping her expression straight. Yudina frowned at the blunt statement but respectfully responded, "We are not a member of the Citadel community and therefore not beholden to your rules, counselor. You are welcome to come study the ruins and beacon to see for yourself what we have discovered. As for the mass effect discovered in the ruins, it is the only known mass effect in our galaxy. How it is created and why it only appears in this galaxy is unknown. It may have something to do with the Reapers, or not. Either way, humanity will not, cannot, share its one source of mass effect." Before any of the counselors could interrupt him, Yudina continued, "Mass effect has impacted almost every part of human culture and technology. We have replaced old nuclear reactors with ESO cores, our weapons utilize it, and our infrastructure relies on it. If humanity is to join the galactic community, we must be able to have access to Element Zero." So the meat of the discussions was brought up. Gurus thought it odd that the human played so hard to get when it came to weaknesses, but then brought up a situation that screamed that they had to join the Citadel to get access to mass effect. "With our current amount, we have expanded greatly, building new colonies and fleets. While we have yet to get close to running out of mass effect, the preparations to save your galaxy from the Reapers must continue if you are to stand a chance against them. Presenting a unified front between our species would protect the Council all the better," Yudina stated before any of the counselors could speak. Gurus upped his respect for the human with how he had played that. First admit a massive weakness, then claim that the Council needed protection from a threat in front of the watching galaxy. If the Council ignored the idea, it would be an insult to the humans and possibly compromise their standing with their one source of information in the Andromeda Galaxy. To agree with the humans, however, meant conceding that the Reapers were real and allowing humanity to expand their naval capabilities. The way in which the human had presented the idea of a unified fighting force also seemed to imply that the humans thought themselves equal to the Council. Tavos smiled and responded, "I am glad to hear that a new species is so eager to join the intergalactic community. Before we begin, however, the history of the Citadel Council should be presented." While the Asari councillor's face showed no sign of irritation, Spiritus did not hold back his frown of disdain at the comment. Gurus glanced over to Saren and was surprised to see a look of contemplation instead of annoyance on the spectre. "I look forward to hearing it," Yudina responded politely, drawing Gurus' attention back to the proceedings. The Citadel was found in -80 galactic standard by the Asari. The Solarians joined us and formed the Citadel Council in 0GS. Many of the species of the Citadel were found in the next 500 years, many of which are still with us today, Tavos began. Spiritus took up the narrative. A species called the Rachni was encountered soon after, which led to war. With Council forces stressed to keep the ground forces at bay, the Krogan were uplifted in 580, allowing us to push back their forces and eventually eliminate the threat by year 800. Yudina appeared surprised by this and asked, "You were engaged in a war that lasted 300 years? The casualties must have been horrendous." The Council had the upper hand in space warfare, but eventually numbers were able to drive our forces back. At the time, the only planets close to the battles were colonies which were easily evacuated. Including Krogan deaths, total deaths from the war were estimated to be around 1 billion soldiers and several 100,000 civilians, Spiritus answered. Yudina bowed his head for a second before looking up as the Turian continued, "After the extermination of the Rachni, there was peace for 4 centuries. This period saw the great expansion of the Krogan, but that ended in 1200 when the Krogan rebellions began as they invaded the planets of other Council races. The Turians were found shortly after the rebellions began, and we drove back the Krogan menace so that they could never again threaten the galaxy. By 1210, the population of the Krogan was in decline, and by 1300 the rebellions were over. The Krogan destroyed 3 entire Turian worlds and invaded many other worlds of the Council, resulting in 3 billion Krogan and Citadel deaths." Valerne finished the narrative. "Once more there was peace, until in 2395 the Quarians unleashed the Geth upon themselves. While we have waited for any expansion from the hostile Ace, there have not been any signs of further attacks. The Geth War lasted less than a year, and resulted in the defeat of the Quarians and the slaughter of millions of their race. Having seen the dangers of AI, the Council requires that all ongoing research into AI be stopped and banned. We have several projects looking into AI, Councillor. You would require us to throw all that away?" the human asked. Spiritus responded, "AI is too dangerous to develop. Having one rouge race of them is enough." "What does that ban entail?" "Just the development of AI, or the hardware to run them. All development must be halted and quantum boxes discarded," Valerne explained. "This is one of several important agreements that must be adhered to if you are to join the Citadel community," Tavos said. Yudina narrowed his eyes and asked, "As for the other limitations?" "The Treaty of Phyrexian limits the number of dreadnoughts that any race may possess. The Turians currently operate 37 such ships, which means that humanity may construct no more than 7, Spiritus answered. Valerne gave his input. "Opening mass relays without Council permission is also forbidden. Humanity plans to expand in our galaxy, with only a few colonies for MassEffect over here. Mass relay openings will not be an issue from the Systems Alliance. What is defined as a dreadnought? Udina asked. Any ship that is over 2 citadel kilometers long and has a main mass accelerator that runs 80% or more of this length, the Turian counselor replied. Udina paused before asking, what do you define as a kilometer? Valern perked up at this question, 1000 meters. Base 10, good. How long is 1 meter? Came the inevitable query. Since seconds were established first, the distance is measured though 1 second divided by the distance that light travels in 1 second, Valern responded, humor tinging his voice. How long is 1 second? Udina asked, amusement obvious at the rabbit hole they were going into. Saren spoke up to answer, 1 of your seconds is 2 of ours. 2 of our kilometers is 1 human kilometer, then, Valern declared victoriously. Indeed. So any ship greater than 1 human kilometer, or 2 citadel kilometers. That works out quite nicely, doesn't it? Udina asked, slightly suspicious at the coincidence. Gurus agreed with him, as the likelihood of it being such a nice number seemed extremely low. There was a reason that galactic standards were adopted, as converting between Turian, Solarian, Asari, and other measuring systems would be needlessly complicated. Length's not suspicious. Light is commonly used for distance measurement. Base 10 is also quite common. Correlation between time is strange, however, Counselor Valern stated. Spiratus interrupted the considerations on this as he asked, are these terms acceptable to you? I cannot say one way or the other whether we will accept. Such decisions will be sent to the Systems Alliance Parliament, where they will be debated and decided upon. Joining the Citadel will allow you to share technology with all other member species. This should make up for any advancements compromised by these limits, Tavos informed the humans. Udina considered this for a time before replying, Systems Alliance processing is all based in quantum mechanics. This is non-negotiable. We nearly had an incident with the Geth. If you develop AI, we will be forced to defend ourselves and our galaxy from the threat they represent, the Solarian counselor argued. I am merely a contact between this council and my government. Authorization for these decisions must come from the Systems Alliance and the states it represents, Udina repeated. Tavos replied, understood. I ask that you communicate the necessity of an AI ban as well as the Farizon Treaty to your government, as they need to be adhered to for all Citadel races. Understood. Now, the Systems Alliance prepared some requests prior to this meeting for me to present to you for consideration during negotiations. We wish to have reliable access to EZO, and by extension the means to transport it, including the use of your super relay. MassEffect is a product in high demand at all times. We cannot offer you free access without economic disturbances, Tavos responded. Perhaps a proposal, then, counselors. In exchange for every Element 0 mining colony, the Systems Alliance will assist the Council in finding a habitable world near our territory. The Citadel will also be granted permission to set up a forward operating base on Terra, along with an embassy. A Systems Alliance embassy will be granted on the Citadel as well, Spiratus countered. Udina considered this for a second, the Systems Alliance will choose where you establish this base. It must be near a major city, Spiratus insisted. Absolutely not. The public would never accept having warships hovering over major metropolitan areas, Udina stated. Tavos interjected, perhaps if you could guarantee that this base won't be located somewhere inhospitable, such as at the poles or in the middle of a desert. I can assure you that you would not be isolated from civilization. This revision will need to be cleared along with all other agreements and documents. If this rough draft is acceptable to you, I will write it up and send it with the other material, Udina conceded. I accept your proposal with those assurances, Spiratus said, nodding to Udina. Valern continued, as do I. This is an acceptable arrangement, Tavos finished. Udina nodded and went on, for exploration, the Systems Alliance will not help push towards the territory that we fled. The Council could help you regain your home world, Spiratus said. Gurus thought that the Counselor could do with a little more tact, as it was obvious that the Turian wanted humanity to feel obligated to the Citadel for such a service. You called us an experienced species, counselors. Let us use that experience instead of squandering lives and ships on a fruitless endeavor. Do not go into our previous homeland, Udina stated forcefully as he tried to balance caution with fear. Spiratus shrugged and replied, if you have no wish to reclaim the area, then we will not waste time doing so. We will take your warning into consideration for our exploration fleets, Tavos said. I hope so. Now, what planets would your species be looking for? Udina asked, eager to change the subject. 5th day of 11th month, 2437, May 31, 2566. Citadel. Citadel Council Chamber. 8 days of politicking later, Anguirus was finally getting sent back out into the field while the council dealt with the humans. The Covenant was ready to go with supplies loaded and crew recalled from shore leave. All they were waiting on was their captain. Saren stood beside him, fully armored and at attention. Before them was the Citadel Council, ready to assign Gurus and the Spectre to new missions now that communications were established with the humans. The rest of the room was empty, leaving the 5 beings in complete privacy. Spiritus took the lead and began, "The actions undertaken by the members and leaders of the SEF 29th and 7th are commendable, and will be justly rewarded. Current exploration fleets in Andromeda are following the directions of the humans and are staying away from their former territory. As such, this council wants you to continue your explorations towards the home world of humanity. Your fleets are to maintain communication silence so as to avoid detection by the humans. Once past the humans, establish a shared operating base and split your forces to scan the area. A quantum entanglement communication unit with a direct connection with this council will be assigned to your fleet to allow further orders if contact is made. Your current objective is to attempt to make contact with any remnants of their previous civilization and encourage them to join the Citadel," Valerne continued. Tavos finished the briefing. "If hostile contact is made, eliminate the threat and attempt to gather intelligence. The humans don't want us finding something in the area, so it is your duty to find what that is. Gurus Vakarian, this will be your examination mission for Spectre status. Saren Arterius will observe and evaluate your performance. This evaluation will last until you have finished investigating the area or make contact with a species." Gurus was surprised at this. The number of individuals picked for Spectre candidacy was very, very low. Considering his father's views on the matter, Gurus would have thought any attempt to evaluate him for Spectre status would be blocked. It was a far greater reward than he was expecting for exploring a ship. "Thank you, counselors. I will not disappoint," Gurus said as confidently as he could. "See that you don't," Spiritus warned. "Your status as a Spectre is being offered because we need more agents in this galaxy now that a new race has been discovered. Your composure when dealing with the humans, your combat record, and your initiative when investigating their colony ship shows promise for a position in the Spectres. You are dismissed," Tavos declared before turning with her fellow counselors and making their way to discuss whatever it was they did behind closed doors. Gurus turned to follow Saren to the elevator usually used for access to the chamber, instead of the large one that the diplomatic and security party had come up in. As they started the slow descent down to the Presidium level, Saren spoke up, "Congratulations. Thanks. I'm going to skip the nonsense here. I think that this mission is a mistake," Saren said bluntly. Gurus glanced at the Spectre and replied, "Splitting up out in the unknown is unwise." "Agreed. I propose we ignore the Council's plan and combine our fleets. We may scan less area, but we have a higher chance of surviving whatever is out there. According to the humans, it's just the remnants of their old civilization. From the way they warned the Council, though, I doubt it's that simple," Gurus responded. Saren tilted his head in agreement, "You noticed it too. Good, keeps your senses sharp. What were the tells?" "They mentioned that they were running from their government, but mentioned no battle to escape from that body. A fleet of that size assembling undetected would require dozens of planets and be impossible to hide with that many craft disappearing, unless if they were expected to. Assuming that their government did not find them, it follows that the state could not track them," Gurus contemplated. Saren nodded at the logic so far, prompting him to continue, "An authoritarian state would never let that many resources go unless if they did not matter or were unable to stop it. Both have alarming implications. It is unlikely to be that the state did not care, as losing hundreds of millions of citizens at once would affect any society. If they were unable to stop it, however, then something else must have been taking up their attention. So, given that they were not tracked by their government but are still afraid of these whispers giving away their position to what they called the enemy, and the government was so busy that it did not notice the disappearance of millions of its citizens, then something else was attacking them. To have accrued such a large fleet and continue to fight, they must have held hundreds of planets. Whatever attacking them was therefore powerful enough to completely annihilate a civilization of tens of billions spread across a vast expanse," Gurus finished. Saren sighed and stared down at the floor with his arms crossed. "That was the same conclusion I reached. They never explicitly stated that the enemy was their government, only that they were running from a state on the edge of annihilation. If we head out there and find whatever attacked them, would the Citadel be able to stand against them?" Gurus questioned, considering the implications. Doubtfully. The military strength required to eradicate a race of billions would be colossal. Not even the Rachni or Krogan came close to succeeding with such an endeavor. The Krogan came close to defeating the Citadel through numbers, but not killing off entire races. These unknowns obviously failed to properly police the escaped ships, but to only allow 350 million out of billions to live still shows a very high success rate in evacuation prevention, the Spectre stated. "The Council has given us the mission. We can ignore their plan, but there's no way to avoid completing the mission. There's also almost no chance that we do not encounter the hostiles if we properly explore the area. I only see one plan that would work to survive," Gurus said. A glance from Saren encouraged him to continue, "If we find anything larger than a dreadnought, run like hell and hope that they can't follow. Sometimes, the best strategy is staying alive to make another," Saren agreed with a laugh. 15th day of 19th month, 2437, November 17th, 2566. Ceph 29, Ceph 7. Exploring Orion Arm. They were now in unknown territory, well past human space and entering the galactic arm that apparently was strewn with ruins. So far, that had not been the case, but the combined exploration fleets were still on the edge of the main clusters of stars. After making their way back to the Andromeda Galaxy, the Ceph 7th and 1st Task Force from the Ceph 29th had returned to the operating base set up by the 29th. Since the operating base was designed to be quick to set up and move, there was little issue in packing up the place. With all materials packed and personnel accounted for, the massive ships had begun their silent journey into the unknown. Having exploring the outer edges of the area, the combined fleets had pushed inwards for 3 months, covering hundreds of light years and dozens of systems. While several locations for a headquarters were promising, Saren and Gurus had agreed that keeping their forces mobile would be the key to survival against a superior foe. Gurus withdrew from his thoughts as his XO called out, "Captain, one of the task forces is picking up a human signal. Classification: distress signal, though it doesn't follow the previous format of such calls," Yudolin replied. Gurus nodded to her and the call played over the audio system. "This is the Mimic. We need assistance." With the translation between Citadel languages and the human's language, Gurus could actually understand the message. "Can we locate it?" he asked. Yudolin was silent for a few seconds and she poked at her console before responded, "Yes, coordinates are included in the message. About 3 systems over, or around a day of travel. Contact Saren and send him the message and coordinates." "Lieutenant, get the fleet FTL vectors for the flight," Gurus ordered. Both officers went to work as the rest of the bridge crew continued their routines. Before he could think, his XO reported, "Communication from the Spectre." Knowing the usual workings of contact between the two leaders, the commander directed the call to the main screen and continued her work. "Saren," Gurus greeted. "Gurus. Interesting find. Thoughts?" Sitting back, Gurus took a moment to formulate a response. "It sounds vague. Humans like to include their labels, like UNSC and SSV. It could be a civilian vessel unaffiliated with any entity, or perhaps a trap. Either way, approaching with weapons ready is prudent. I agree that it sounds odd, but I do not think that we should have weapons at the ready. It could be a civilian craft, or even just a beacon left behind. I think it's a trap. What is your approach?" Saren asked. "Appeared well outside the location of the beacon. Perhaps a light hour away. If the enemy has picket ships, however, they could alert the ambush. Have a frigate jump near the location, obtain sensor readings, then jump away to report back to our fleet. Go from there," Gurus replied, rejecting his plan midway through to think of another. "You are assuming that the crew will be able to escape a possibly unknown enemy," Saren reminded him. Gurus nodded. "It is a risk I and those in the 29th are willing to take. Such is the burden of command." Saren gave Gurus a long look before replying softly, "I know that well, Captain." Shaking his head to clear the past, he steeled his voice and continued, "Your plan sounds viable. If we jump to the edge of the system, we should be able to avoid a cursory detection system, and if not have time to escape." "Sounds good, I will select a ship to scout the call once we arrive." 16th day of 19th month, 2437, November 18th, 2566. THV Verum. Responding to distress call. Gurus had asked for volunteers. They had been the first out of all to respond and therefore got the duty of obtaining a scan of the area. Having left the rest of the Ceph 729th, as it was now called by most in both fleets, on the edge of the system, the Verum had continued in FTL to the location of the distress call. By now they were reaching their destination, as indicated with the appearance of stars once more outside the windows. This was both good, as it meant that they weren't dead already, and bad because there was no ship in sight. Scans were instantly started, having been prepped for initiation by the Ship 6 when they exited FTL. Several seconds passed before they received a response. The pilot typed on the controls and the frigate turned to bring a massive vessel into view. As the sensors returned more information, statistics appeared beside the craft from the data analyzed and assembled by the 6. The massive ship was almost dreadnought length, hitting 1930 citadel meters, or 956 human meters, on the long axis. Its purple hull curved away from the main body about a third of the way down its length to form a semicircle before curving back into the previous flow another third of the way down. Between the split lengths of hull was another structure that housed what looked to be a hangar. Before more could be observed, a flash of light heralded the appearance of a blue ball of what looked like plasma, headed straight for the Verum. Knowing that the image on screen was limited by the speed of light, and therefore delayed several seconds from reality, the Verum immediately did an about-face and jumped back to FTL in the Ceph 729th. 16th day of 19th month, 2437, November 18th, 2566. Ceph 729th. Assaulting unknown vessel. The bravery and diligence of the THV had revealed 4 things that let Saren and Gurus decide to attack instead of retreat. First, the vessel was hostile and had fired without warning seconds after the scout frigate had dropped out of FTL. Next, there was only one vessel, and while their weapons looked to be devastating, if not deadly, they were slow. Third, their sensors had to be operating at above light speed for the time it took them to fire. Lastly, this was confirmed to be first contact, and since the species was hostile, Council protocol allowed for the use of whatever force was necessary to remove the threat. With the combined firepower of 73 ships, the CEF 729th would either prove the futility of fighting these unknowns or allow a match-up, depending if they could break the ship's shields. That was the plan that Saren and himself had come up with, and while easy, it could quickly go wrong if this almost dreadnought was armed with plasma weapons. To counter that, several frigates had volunteered to intercept the enemy fire if necessary. Whichever way the battle was decided, however, would be revealed in the next few minutes. Knowing this, both fleet commanders had all ships prepare weapons to fire. The basic plan was to find the enemy, point their main guns towards them, and put as many rounds downrange as possible. As the fleet drew close to the exit point, well behind where the enemy ship had been located, Gurus opened up a communication to all ships in both fleets: all hands, brace for combat. The fleet burst into real space seconds later, ready for a fight. They were not disappointed. While the enemy vessel had moved further back from the location of its trap, the commander was apparently ill-trained, as the ship had not moved to a different location entirely, thereby not requiring it to be found again. As planned, the 729th had emerged behind and above the enemy vessel, providing them enfilade fire for the moment. In the several-second delay that had followed their exit to the sensors providing them this information, the enemy had fired 3 plasma rounds from each side of their ship that curved back towards the Turian ships. 6 frigates moved towards the rounds, ready to lay down their lives to save the fleet. So as to not get hit by friendly fire, the frigates that were intercepting the plasma rounds pulled off to the sides, ready to fall back in once the friendly rounds were passed. A response was given by the fleet as mass accelerator rounds streaked from cannons, providing a combined firepower of almost 350 kilotons. Much faster than the enemy plasma rounds, they blasted towards the enemy ship at several thousand kilometers a second. Shots fired from the 8 cruisers in the 729ths quickly outpaced those from the frigates. This was part of the plan. What was not part of the plan was the plasma rounds curving to follow the frigates. Noticing this behavior, the Turian craft made their way further out, still being followed by the shots drawing ever closer across the void of space. Gurus made note of this, curious as to how it worked and why the enemy would not fire more shots to corner the vessels, but ultimately discarded the considerations for later. His attention was fully focused on the enemy vessels as the cruiser rounds began impacting across its length. The first feeling he felt was surprise. This species didn't even have barriers. To build such a large vessel without shielding from radiation, space debris, or weapons fire would be suicide for any council ship. He reminded himself that this was not a council ship, and that they did not have access to MassEffect to utilize kinetic barriers. Apparently no EZO, however, also meant no consideration for mass consolidation, as was said by the humans. Impacts appeared in the armor of the vessel, with 5 round impacting the hangar area and another 3 hitting near the engine block. The effects of this, while less dramatic than such a strike against a normal EZO vessel, were still pleasing. Visible damage could be seen from each 15 kiloton shot, especially in the hangar, which appeared to have collapsed. Gurus had to commend this race, they knew their armor. Any normal, unguarded dreadnought would have been disabled, if not destroyed, by such a strike. Instead, this ship just trudged on, slowly turning away from the fleet and beginning to try and move out of the line of fire. They were too late, however, as the frigate rounds began raining down on top of the craft. Some of the 3.5 kiloton shots missed due to the movement of the ship, but the majority of the 65 fired impacted along the length of the craft. While the cruiser fire had severely damaged the hangar area and put large dents around the engines, the shots from the frigates did much less damage per round, but the volume of rounds made up for this. A blue explosion erupted along one of the arms of the vessel, proving that they could hurt this species. With that, the battle was decided. The next shots from the CEF, which had already been fired and were on their way, would disable this hostile. Or at least that was what was supposed to happen. As happened so often, the assault plan went sideways as the one-sided battle came to an end. Rounds impacting the engine section managed to punch through the buckling armor, doing damage to internal components. The plasma engines that the vessel used were either ill-protected or ill-maintained, as within seconds explosions were ripping throughout the vessels. One massive burst vaporized the entire aft section, leaving a few hundred meters of disintegrating metal floating towards wherever they had been fleeing to. Gurus watched as the vessel, and their lead as to who the species had been, was destroyed by the plasma flowing from its wounds. A quick glance at the frigates that had been playing chase with the enemy plasma rounds showed that the shots were no longer following the frigates and were now slowly dissipating as they made their way into the void. He turned to Akarian and ordered, plot that vessel's path and predict its destinations. Recall all vessels into formation. That done, he typed in several commands to open a channel to Saren. Good fight. We are tracing the path that the ship was taking to escape to try and figure out its destination. Understood. One of my ships has reported hearing a radio signal from the enemy before it went down, Saren informed him. Gurus nodded and listened as the translated audio was played across the COMM link. The Kig-Yar will make you pay for this. The Queens will eat you all. Pleasant bunch. I assume that Kig-Yar is the name of their species or faction, based on context, Gurus commented. I would assume so. What do you think of continuing onwards? A second passed before Gurus answered. I think that we can find out more if our frigates can provide that chafe effect. Agreed. It is nice to fight an enemy that does not have barriers. Trying to break Dreadnought-class barriers while having our ships leading around plasma doesn't sound fun, Saren stated. We need to report to the Council. It's possible that they'd send an actual combat fleet to assist. Saren snorted, more like send us to our deaths, ask why we didn't communicate with them, and question why we were in the same search zone. Contact has been made though, and we were expressly ordered to report if it was so. I will be right over. With that, the communication cut, leaving Gurus to stare at the floating remnants of the alien ship. Huffing in frustration at the development, Gurus stood to make his way to the QEC that had been placed in the Covenant's cargo hold. Saren would arrive soon on a shuttle and they could contact the Council. As if that was going to bring anything but frustration. Since there seems to be a great deal of confusion regarding how a meter is actually measured, I am providing some clarification. A meter is the distance light travels in a vacuum in 1/299792458 of a second. It is that odd fraction because that leads to the speed of light being 299,792,458 meters per second, with the second being measured as a unit of the transition between two hyperfine levels of the ground state of a cesium-133 atom. Since a citadel second is 1/2 of a human second, the distance would be half as much, only 50 human centimeters. To make this simple, 2 citadel kilometers equals 1 human kilometer. Please stop telling me to learn physics or the such. The math used here is based in the canon of the Halo/Me verses and in how 21st humans measure kilometers. All measurements will be in human meters unless explicitly stated to be in the Citadel system. On the illusion of might, images. Tinural.com/on-the-illusion-of-might. Which leads to, docs. Google.com/documents/d/1qrkvx_at7fndibrik3gs_8vjl5ydbux9 I am providing maps and other such things at the URL above, which leads to a Google Doc that anyone can view with that link. This currently contains maps of the Canis Major overdensity with Citadel Council territory, the Milky Way with current Ceph exploration routes, the Milky Way with Warden territories, and the Orion Cygnus arm of the Milky Way with Warden territories. If you don't care and already have a map drawn in your head or such, don't bother with this. Smiley face. Oh, also, you can tell what I drew by hand because it looks like a 3-year-old's crayon scribblings. I'm an artist of words, not pictures. Someone asked for this, so that's why I bothered with it. I removed the ship class because I looked back and realized how stupid it sounded. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, then just take my word that I was a moron and ignore this. For the SA population, transporting 3 billion people, all on colony ships like the Spirit that hold 15,000, in the 23 years I have given them, would require about 200,000 ships. All Phoenix-class colony ships. Which is absurd. If I used population growth, it'd be a growth rate of about 20%. Which is also absurd. Current growth rate of SA does exist here in the 21st century in Lebanon according to CIAWFB 2014 and Oman is also close according to UN 2010 to 2015. However, the maximum hypothetical human growth rate is around 4%. So 5% of the SA's growth is incoming refugees from the Great War. Science note, lasers, like a guardian, do not possess heat, they are measured by energy. Technically, to defend against a guardian attack, all you need is reflective armor. A ship covered in mirrors would be functionally immune to guardian attacks. Lasers heat up the material they hit when photons pass through the material. Mirrors do allow some particles to pass through, so it's not perfect, but the concept is the point. A reflective material like titanium would be ridiculously hard to cut through, especially considering that the UNSC laces it with tungsten, which provides an extremely high melting point. For Captain Saeed Iman, I was attempting to get a Middle Eastern name. Whether that happened or not, I don't know. If there's some naming convention for that area that is used and I messed up, please shoot over a PM and let me know. I have no idea what the casualties from the Rachniwas or Krogan rebellions were. If someone does know those, please let me know. Apologies for messing with council measurements for kilometers, but really, no way do they have the same system when our meter is measured by distance traveled by light in a vacuum over the course of a second while citadel seconds are half of human seconds. That's canon, not me pulling numbers of my arse. Though I do think that those numbers do have some indications of being pulled from where the sun don't shine. I honestly did not intend for Saren to take up such a large role in Gurus' development. It just kind of happened. Also, Saren isn't such an ass to humanity since they have some distance between them. The ship that is encountered is an SDV-class corvette, like the one boarded in Halo, Reach on the mission Long Night of Solace. They are the only Covenant ship that I know of that doesn't have shields. They are also a common Kig-Yar pirate ship because they're easier to hijack without said shields. As I was writing the section on AI negotiation, I realized that I forgot a Halo faction for the Wardens. Stupid mistake. Chapter 6, Behind the Veil. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. I'm just going to start with an apology for the clusterfuck that was the last chapter. I messed up and missed some very important details. That is my bad, and I thank those who pointed them out and rightly criticized me for those errors. In that vein, it seems that the last chapter received mostly negative feedback, so, yeah. If you're reading this, thank you for sticking around. A lot will be explained and clarified in this chapter. Many assumptions were made in reviews it seems, both about how the SA is going to handle contact as well as the capabilities and strategy of the organization. Looked back and realized I said I could get a chapter out at the earliest by June 4th. I meant July 4th, I just don't proofread my ands cause they usually are at least semi-coherent. Had quite a bit of difficulty with this chapter. Did not want to get converted into a text format. Alas, I have prevailed. One more chapter after this that sets up Shepard, then we can get to the fun. Now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. Ominous Olithros, glad you're enjoying it, and yes, it is going to get interesting from here. Smiley face, Forge Master, I had not thought of that, no, but interesting idea. Issue is that it would take the Council several hundred years to reach the Greater Arc if it's as far out as the Lesser. The Citadel's entire galaxy is closer to the Milky Way than the Lesser/Greater Arcs. Guest number 1, thanks, though I'm not sure what sense it's not making. As in how does it work or why are they cooperating? If it's the first, then I'm not explaining how computer processing and all that stuff works in the story. Entire books are written on that. Uneasy face, if it's the second, this chapter should clarify. Effervescent nova, plasma torpedoes, as they're known, are extremely accurate because they're guided to their target. They will catch the ship, but they aren't high-speed like Mach rounds or pulse laser turrets. Space is huge, takes a bit for it to hit its target. As for your second point, that's why it's an assumption. There's no way to know for sure, and he's being pessimistic. Yes, the Council does present a little different policies to the public and their operations. Bloodwolf 432, human slipspace to Covenant slipspace was like a caveman to an average high school grad. Neither are geniuses, but one is far more intelligent than the other. Post-war human slipspace travel is apparently faster than the Covenant, which was 912 light-years per day. Skittertail, thank you. Smiley face, Real 1, this chapter kind of renders that point null, but good question. Thank you. Me, noted, and good recollection. Yes, Medigel was a human product, and is also technically illegal under Citadel law. Interesting how that goes, isn't it? Kabuto S. Inferno, glad to hear that you're enjoying it. I would like to note, though, that from what I tell of Canon Systems Alliance governing, it's a representative parliament, with the House made of planetary reps I assume. There were human colonies outside of the SA, unlike the UNSC which forbid colonies from seceding. Guest number 2 and 3, excellent question that many people ask. The answer, politics. Which makes more sense later this chapter. Siriper 210, thanks, and understood on the separation thing. I was hesitant to do it, but then I realized that if I didn't, I wouldn't be able to write Shepard. And that made me sad. Tellery Sina Atari, Scythes Arcanus, thanks. Updated as soon as I could, had a 3-week interruption though. Atazas, 2145 is Systems Alliance year, 2425 is Citadel Galactic Standard year, 2566 is UEG/UNSC year. Thanks for caring, though. Smiley face, guest number 4, indeed, such a fleet sounds almost like someone lying, doesn't it? No problem, I appreciate the criticism, and it will make more sense further on in the chapter. Fernix 13, I know basic physics, but I realized I made a mistake with writing, 1 meter is the distance light travels in 1 second. That is me misreading my own text. I meant that 1 meter is measured off a fraction of the distance that light travels in 1 second, specifically 1/299792458. Yes, Valern can do that basic math and smell something fishy. Or whatever the Solarian equivalent of fishy is. Info on more races will come in time, but since only the Turians, Solarians, and Asari are on the council, only their ships guard it. Mach gun specs will follow the momentum and energy equations appropriate for them, though I will not be factoring in gravitational acceleration when a fight is near a planet. I could, but I don't particularly care to do so. ODPs were deployed late in the war over Earth and maybe reach. Outer colonies never would have seen M. They have done the math on their tech, just, read the chapter, please. Unknown Death 2565, the meeting between the two is coming, and it will, hopefully, be interesting. Kami Cage 86, next chapter is focused on Shepard, then after that we'll be going through some other stuff. So next 2, maybe 3 chapters. Husbad, indeed, slipspace can be faster than me. Pre-war human stuff isn't, post-war is by far faster. Bergs, thanks. Kainunit's the Eternal, apologies for taking so long. I posted a story a while ago and was criticized for going too fast, so going into heavy detail on this one. Should be picking up this chapter and really getting going in the next 3 or so. Prince Shiagaroth, apologies, that was my mistake. I read it knowing future events that happened in this chapter, and thus didn't see it as an issue. I've gone back and fixed it to be less yes/no and more proposal to be debated with SA Parliament. 16th day of 19th month, 2437, November 18th, 2566. SEF 729th Leaders. QEC call with Citadel Council. After delivering their reports, both verbally and in written copies, Gurus and Saren had waited for further orders. The council had spent the last half hour talking about what to do next. So far, Gurus was not liking their line of thought. The destroyed vessel was likely their largest combat class, Valern said thoughtfully. Oh. Spiritus asked doubtfully. Humans claimed their colony ships were so large due to need of capability to hold tens of thousands of people. Smaller dimensions common for their dreadnoughts and cruisers, indicating that combat vessels were in similar range before advent of MassEffect, the Solarian explained. Spiritus thought about it before adding, to use that assumption, we have to use the assumption that this is a human vessel. I think that this is a new race with advanced capabilities. The difference in design as well as weaponry lets us know that. It is unknown if the humans encountered them, so judging off of their vessels is useless. To find 2 species who cannot make shields without MassEffect is good intelligence though. Except that the vessel was transmitting a human distress call and communicated in human speech before it was destroyed. Their weapons could be explained by energy consumption, and obviously be more advanced to drive the Alliance out of the area. If the humans were so large to have their fleet of thousands, then I would think that they'd discover a new species in their area. A similar number of our planets would span entire arms, Tavos argued. You have a point. To live so close and yet not encounter each other indicates a much smaller number of worlds. Spectre, candidate, your mission objective has changed. You are to make your way to the system that this ship was heading towards and attempt to make contact with the humans there, Spiritus ordered. The 2 SEF leaders saluted as the connection closed, leaving them alone in the QEC unit. Fools, Saren snarled. Gurus glanced over and replied, too many assumptions. Judging human planet coverage to our own is useless since we have the mass relays. They've always been incompetent. They know the political game well, but none of them besides Spiritus know battle. We've grown soft, complacent. Turian fleets fight pirates, not wars. If this is the enemy of the humans, the only chance we'd stand against them would be if we cut them off at the super relay, Spiritus stated, anger and frustration obvious. Spectres are the hands of the council because they do the dirty work. The Turian Spectre scoffed and agreed, that's how it's been for the last 1,200 years since the Krogan rebellions. Well, no changing it out here. Assuming the council is wrong. We can't assume anything, Saren interrupted. They could be right. This species could only build up to Citadel Dreadnought standards or even be the old human state. I doubt it though. If this species could defeat the humans, their ships could be 10 kilometers long and fire beams of plasma instead of those slow spheres. Prepare for the worst is all we can do. If that was a frigate class, then there's no way our fleet could go against their dreadnoughts, Gurus deduced. With that understanding established, the 2 split ways, with Saren heading back over to his ship and Gurus back to the Bridge of the Covenant. Minutes later, the Covenant and the SEF 729th were on their way, jumping into FTL en route to the targeted system. In doing so, they unknowingly crossed the invisible border of Warden space as they made their way closer to that which they sought. First Age of Realization, 6th Solar Cycle / November 19, 2566. Ungoi World of Mup. Ungoi Republic Ship Rabfon. Part of the 3rd Flotilla of the Ungoi fleet of Put Grab, the glorious CRS-class light cruiser Rabfon was one of 3 such ships that protected the planet below. While small, at only 300 meters, the shields and weapons on board these vessels were sufficient against the common pirate raids from nearby Kigyar space. Many Republic worlds had such flotillas, small groups of ships that protected them from Kigyar and other unsavory characters. All ships assigned under this duty were part of the fleet of Put-Grap. Consequently, the Put-Grap fleet was the largest in the Ungoi Navy, with over 250 ships under its command to protect the 54 planets ruled by the Republic. Of course, considering that the Republic controlled all of about 400 warships, this meant that there were few ships left for any other effort until the Ungoi could create their own. As it was, the majority of the Navy was made up of CRS cruisers, with a few 1,782-meter CCS cruisers at key worlds and a single 3,000-meter oars cruiser to function as the flagship for the Republic Navy. All of these ships had been taken by the Ungoi following the war with the Reclaimers. With the Jiralhani and Sanghaila fighting each other, Ungoi had overrun the ships as their leaders killed each other. Unluckily, even with their newfound firepower to defend themselves, the Ungoi Republic was still ultimately limited by the nature of its citizens. While they could beat down the occasional Kigyar ship that attacked their worlds, dealing with the unknown was still beyond them. As such, when a fleet of unknown ships suddenly appeared at the edge of high orbit, the Ungoi followed their philosophy and way of life. With a mighty flare of engines and the full power of 3 armed and shielded warships, the third flotilla guarding Mup turned and fled. 17th day of 19th month, 2437, November 19, 2566. Ceph 729th. Investigating alien star system. Gurus watched in confusion as the alien ships retreated to the other side of the planet. Their reaction was puzzling, considering the ship that the 729th had encountered before. From what he could see, Gurus thought it likely that this was a different race. While the material that made up the hull of both craft looked similar, the designs of the two ships differed greatly. The vessel that the 729ths had destroyed was slightly oblong in shape, with the double hull design allowing for open spaces between the inner and outer hull. These ships, however, were much shorter and bulbous, with only one hull that left no open spaces and, as far as Gurus could see, no hangars. Their differing reactions also indicated that they were of different species. While the other ship had fired almost as soon as the Verum and 729th itself dropped out of FTL, these ships had fled. No attempts at communication or hostilities. What he did know was that both species, or human factions if the Council was to be believed, possessed FTL sensors. The delay from the arrival of the Ceph to the unknown ships retreating was too minimal for normal light speed sensors. Gurus could tell this because the light lag of Council sensors delayed the real-time events. Within 3 seconds of the 7/29th's appearance, the fleet had moved, which was only known to the Ceph when the image of the vessels reached them 28 seconds later. If they had light speed sensors, then that time would be doubled, as their appearance would be delayed as the light returned to the alien sensors, then the ships moved, which would only reach the Ceph after the fact. Either way, the ships did not appear to want to fight, or even be amiable to attempting contact if their behavior was any indication. As such, the Ceph continued towards the planet, dropping into geostationary orbit on the current dark side of the world below. This allowed them to see the points of light which represented civilization and gather intelligence on approximate population density and numbers. Normally, such work would be done after first contact, for the system established after the meeting with the humans. Of course, this was assuming that the other side wanted to make contact at all, which seemed to be incorrect in this instance. Seeing as the only thing his crew would be doing otherwise was sitting around or changing shifts, Gurus gave the order to the scientists to start their work. Several hours later and the only activity on the ship was from Morton and his team. Gurus and the rest of the primary crew were off duty, leaving the bridge and other areas in the capable hands of the secondary crew. Each crew worked 10-hour shifts, unless of course if the ship was in battle, in which case both crews were on duty. Commander Varasia Udolan, the XO of the Covenant, was in command of the secondary crew while Gurus was off duty. It was not uncommon for her to spend off hours on the bridge after eating and getting rest, hence her presence in previous operations. With these aliens acting shy and nothing else to do, Udolan spent her time with ship reports, dealing with smaller issues or duty assignments and forwarding larger items to Gurus for review and approval. The relaxed mood of the bridge was broken as Lieutenant Katon Gledia, the pilot for the secondary shift, suddenly began furiously typing at his console. Udolan glanced up to watch this for a second before going back to her reports, assuming that the pilot would alert her of anything serious. This proved to be correct as Gledia reported, unknown vessels have reappeared in low orbit, 28,000 kilometers out and closing from the starboard side. On screen, Udolan replied. As her order was carried out, she started the alarm for general quarters. Her attention came back to the main screen as the image of the 3 alien ships appeared. The pilot hit a few more keys and checked a readout. Vessels have begun an engine burn to break into our orbital trajectory. Collison is currently not a concern. No weapon flare detected, unable to obtain scan of internal actions. Before Udolan could respond, Gurus entered the bridge and called out, CO has the bridge. CO has the bridge, Udolan replied with a salute. Gurus nodded to acknowledge the action but did not return it as he sat in the captain's chair. No offense was taken, as the commander realized that Gurus was much more concerned with the craft approaching on screen. As she moved to her normal station when Gurus was present, Yodolin noticed Lieutenant Akarian taking over for Gledia. Now kicked out of the pilot's seat, Gledia quickly took a place at the defense console, which was his combat post. With the primary crew now situated, Gurus looked to his XO, report. The unknown ships just reappeared over the horizon. They are on a burn to break their orbit and intercept our own. No visible weapons, but we are unable to penetrate for an internal scan, Yodolin summarized quickly. Understood. The other ships of the 7/29th? Gurus asked. We have not heard anything from them yet. Gurus nodded and hit a few keys to open a channel to the entire SEF, all ships, this is Gurus, we have unknowns on approach. Sound general quarters and load weapons, target designations will be through shortly. The visible response to these orders was distinctly lacking. No ships moved or otherwise changed position, since all were already in formation from their arrival. On board each, though, the primary shift was being reinforced or taking the place of the secondaries in typical Turian efficiency. Akarian, prepare for combat maneuvers. Sir, incoming communication request from the unknowns to one of the 7th cruisers. Yodolin called out suddenly, drawing the attention of the bridge. There was a second of silence as those present processed this information. Training quickly took over surprise, however, as each member went back to their assigned tasks while half listening for developments. Gurus considered this for a second before replying, contact Saren and get ready to redirect the call to us. Within seconds, the Spectre was up on a screen off to the side, leaving the approaching unknowns up on the main view. He didn't waste a second, my ships are reporting combat ready. Would you like to take their communication or shall I? I can lead the discussion. Listen if you would like. Going to keep your visual off, however, so as not to confuse them, Gurus responded, following council procedure once more for first contact. Giving new species an individual to focus on allowed that person to accrue more trust from the unknowns, or so the council thought. Nothing could be assumed when dealing with a new race in Gurus' opinion. Understood. My fleet will be ready to engage if necessary, Saren responded before disconnecting the visual feed. With that established and the side screen empty, Gurus motioned to his XO. Yodolin understood the gesture from their experience together and accepted the alien communication signal, directing it to the empty screen. The image of the three alien vessel continued to dominate the main screen, although the ships appeared to be slowing as they neared the 7/29th. This was ignored as the side screen came to life once again to show the video from the alien communication. A distinctly non-human figure appeared. The being was wearing what looked to be a gas mask of some sort, along with a massive tank on its back. Gurus was reminded somewhat of the Quarians with their face masks, although they were far less stocky than this race. Before the alien could start, Gurus introduced himself. Greetings, I am Gurus Vakarian of the THV Covenant, 29th Citadel Exploratory Fleet, and 7th Citadel Exploratory Fleet. We hope to have peaceful relations with your people. A response came in the alien's tongue, which of course no one present could understand yet. The big Ungoy of the Republic leads us to defend this space. Mess with Ungoy and we'll bite your kneecaps off. You will never touch the nipple. First words of contact with the Citadel, probably a greeting and invitation to talk, since they hadn't fired yet. The slightly aggressive tone of voice was dismissed by Gurus. They had run when the 7/29th had first arrived, which meant that their return was likely ordered for the protection of their colony. Either that or they had received reinforcements, but considering that no new contacts had appeared in system, that was improbable. As it stood, they would have to wait several months for a translation to be developed by Morden and his team. With a few strokes, Gurus transmitted the council-approved first contact package to the aliens, hoping that they could open and interpret it to speed along the translation process. The being on screen looked down at something in front of him, speaking with one of its crew. After a second, a hologram of the contact package appeared in front of the alien. It took a second to look at a few of the images before turning its attention back to Gurus. You big and stupid, like brutes. We want to kill you and you send us pictures. You want to talk, that is good. If you lying, demons and Arbiter will be mad, send brutes to mash your skulls in. A calm but firm tone, that was good. If the alien relaxed and let them meet, then it meant that they could understand basic communication. Of course, one would hope that they could understand such things with the power of 3 starships at their command. After the alien poked at the console in front of it a bit, Gurus noticed the reception of a data packet. As he tried to open it, the computer gave him an error, reporting that it was incompatible with their systems. This was oddly confusing, seeing as how the alien had had little problem in opening the Covenant's own message. The alien watched Gurus try and fail to get a compatible match for a short while before it messed with its console again and sent another message. Gurus nodded in appreciation and looked at the new message. This one did open, meaning that the alien had somehow converted its previous message into an instruction set that would be recognized by Citadel computers. Considering the complexity of such an operation, it was quite impressive how fast it had been accomplished. As for the contents of the transmission, it appeared to be an animation for the SEF to land on the planet below. Oddly enough, there was no indication that the aliens wanted them to leave the system, unlike the tone that Gurus had heard before. Considering that this species had not shot at them yet, Gurus figured that they could negotiate for most of the SEF to stay in orbit. Landing ships on planets tended to be hard on fuel, something that they couldn't afford this far out. Not to mention that the cruisers wouldn't be able to land in any case. With a dramatic sigh, Gurus sat back in his chair and prepared to communicate with the alien through drawings, since vocal communication was infeasible. Not that he could complain much. Having two first contacts was usually only possible with the lifespan of an Asari. So it was that they would spend the next month above the alien world as a translation was worked out from the channel of communication that had been established. First Age of Realization, 6th Solar Cycle / November 19, 2566. Wardens of the Mantle. Emergency Meeting. Unlike the annual meeting of the Wardens, where each individual leader or representative would appear in person, all members at this meeting were attending from their own territory. Linked by secure communication signals that were monitored against intrusions by the formidable power of UNSC ACE, their meeting would reach none who were not supposed to know. In a normal session of discussions for the Wardens, the High Senate would meet and discuss any outstanding issues that presented themselves while the Council of Guardians developed joint military actions against the pirates and other miscellaneous factions that were still present after the Blooding Years. If necessary, both bodies would meet in one chamber and discuss whatever issues were relevant, although that was usually reserved for offenses against the pirate kingdoms or for amendments to the charter that governed the functioning of the Wardens of the Mantle. For an emergency session, however, both the High Senate and Council of Guardians met together to determine an acceptable response to the threat, whether that be in the form of military action or negotiations. Since such sessions were only called when a crisis was confronting one of the members of the Wardens, the responses usually involved military assistance, whether through force or aid. Today's meeting had been called on short notice by the Ungoi Republic, although why they had was unknown to all but their chancellor. With the last of the council now present from wherever they were deployed, the session could start. We have made first contact with a species, Fupclas started, informing everyone that this would be a unique situation and not a response to a surge of Kig-Yar piracy or something such as that. Questions were withheld as the Ungoi continued. I received word from the ships over Mup that a group of 70 ships has emerged from, well, somewhere. Not slip space from the recordings. Several glances were shared at the name of the Ungoi colony. Our vessels fell back when the unknowns arrived, but returned. No hostile intent has been detected on their part, although they appear to have inferior technology. Their machines were unable to interpret the Ungoi first contact message. Luckily, the construct on one of our ships was able to translate most of it to their simple methods, the Chancellor explained. We are currently trying to establish a translation between our languages. From what they sent us, they appear to be part of a larger alien collective. They seem to want us to join their faction, but we have sent them no information on the Wardens or that this is not our first contact. Our current forces consist of 3 RCS-class cruisers. The Republic requests to handle the contact without outside interference, Fupclas summarized. Considering their position as disposable infantry under the Covenant, the Ungoi were doing well with governing themselves. Educational programs provided by the Reclaimers had been effective with helping all species of the Covenant rise from the brink of collapse following the extinction of the Sanshayuam. Since the religious leaders of the Covenant had maintained their tech along with the Huragok, and the Huragok had only served on human ships since the end of the war, the help was greatly appreciated, if highly controversial for the humans. Jiralhani chieftain Lidus was the first to speak as he inquired, "You do not want reinforcements against such a fleet? More ships would be appreciated, but we request that they are of the CRS or CCS class. Human and fringe ships are obviously of a different race, as are the Sanghaila's newer vessels. Their largest vessel is only 500 meters, putting it in the class of heavy corvette, frigate, or light cruiser. A carrier or heavy cruiser might intimidate or provoke them. A limit of 2 CCS class vessels is in place," the Ungoi replied. "Most smaller vessels are in the Republic's fleet or destroyed. The swords cannot provide anything that will help with those limitations," the arbiter declared. Silence settled over the meeting as leaders of both military and civilian sectors considered a strategy. Lidus finally mentioned, "While the Jiralhani clans do not have smaller vessels to send, it is possible that the Banished have some forces. That could work, but their leader will not like having his forces so outnumbered. Even so, they must adhere to our restrictions," Fupclas insisted. Admiral Lasky gained the attention of those present as he proposed, "I could contract Atriox to hunt down Kig-Yar. Keep them away from the borders so that a raid doesn't occur during negotiations and allow him to be near in case anything goes amiss. An acceptable solution. We will wait for them to arrive before beginning negotiations. Requests for discussions topics may be sent to the Republic. Unless explicit permission is given, we shall mention no other species in our talks," the Ungoi said. Before anyone could move, the arbiter spoke once again, "If they prove to be hostile, the swords stand ready to drive them back. I will assemble an assault fleet if talks look to be going sour, Fleet Admiral Hood said. I would like to deploy several surveillance craft to the area. Perhaps find where these beings come from, Fuchs requested. As the new Admiral Newman Fuchs of the Office of Naval Intelligence, he directed such intelligence operations for the Wardens and the UNSC. That would be excellent, came the response. President Peter Lebeau of the UEG announced, if you would send us the first contact video and other details, we will keep an eye on the situation. Otherwise, good luck with negotiations. With that, silent farewells were exchanged and the channel went dead once more. The AI monitoring the communication moved on to report to the Assembly, unsurprised with the speed of military commanders in their decisions. For now, the Wardens of the Mantle would prepare for the coming contact between themselves and this new organization. First Age of Realization, 6th Solar Cycle / November 20, 2566. Enduring Conviction. Idling above Banished Stronghold. The screen at the front of the bridge came to life as the communications officer accepted the incoming message. Reclaimer, Atriox greeted. Atriox. Want to go to the border of Kigyar space near Mupmup and kill some pirates? Lasky asked the Jiralhani warlord. No. I'll pay you a couple million credits. Okay. And that was that. 13th day of 20th month, 2437/First Age of Realization, 6th Solar Cycle, December 5, 2566. Ceph 729th. Entering first contact discussions. 16 days later and they were finally ready to go and meet the aliens on their world. Only the Covenant and Saren's commandeered command frigate would land on the planet. The rest of the Ceph 729ths would stay in orbit, facing off against the group that had grown since their arrival. The original 3 ships had been reinforced by 21 identical ships, each falling into formation as they arrived. Instead of focusing on the small ships, however, all attention was diverted to the massive vessel that had appeared several days ago. At 1,782 human meters, the ship was massive, longer than the Destiny Ascension, though still smaller in volume due to the Ascension's mast and keel design. It would be an interesting fight should this meeting go sour. The Ceph would need to deal with the alien ships to able to extract them, leaving only the Covenant and other frigate to provide any ground support. Such thoughts fell away as the Ceph and alien ships faded into small dots against the vast expanse of space when the 2 frigates pulled away. Gurus idly watched as they approached the planet below, the purple atmosphere lighting up the inside of his ship as it descended. The kinetic barriers did nothing to block the vibrations of the craft as it hit bouts of turbulence, though the vessels were going slow enough to avoid igniting the atmosphere. The ablative armor that all council races used did nothing but waste away in the extreme heat of uncontrolled re-entry. The air possessed a purple tint from the high-numbered titanium-3 particles that mixed with the strong methane-based atmosphere. They were currently flying over one of the large oceans that covered 30% of the surface. From the looks of it, even the water was heavily polluted from the massive mines that the aliens had established. Land quickly appeared once more, along with visible infrastructure as they neared the surface. Their current destination was the main city of Jerhun. Why the aliens named themselves and their places in such a manner was beyond Gurus. As their destination appeared on the horizon, Gurus took a second to admire the expansive city. While many council worlds had more impressive architecture and size, the view of alien buildings was always interesting. It was a few minutes more before they received a flight path from the Airspace Control Center for the local spaceport. Apparently, they would be directed to a more private area, rather than the port itself due to the exposure of the public. At least the council team could keep their masks on, as breathing in the pollution seemed like a bad health hazard. Lieutenant Ikarian once more displayed her exceptional skill as the Covenant sat down beside Saren's frigate on the large area that they were directed to. In front of the ships, a building rose into the air, probably some kind of governmental hub. With the same team as before already assembled to make their way outside, Gurus ceded command of his ship to his XO and made his way to the airlock. After contacting the council about this latest contact, the orders of the 729th were to negotiate for these beings to join the Citadel. The council was surprised that this was a new species instead of a human faction, something that Gurus still couldn't figure out. This discovery only encouraged the council, however, as they were eager to get samples or control of some of the technology shown by the Ungoi, as they called themselves. A predictable name from a race that seemed to throw 2 sounds together to name things. Once more the team from both ships descended to the ground, the first time out of the ship in months for all of them. Even if each vessel was home, it did become fairly irritating to not have anywhere to go besides corridors explored long. The methane atmosphere of the planet meant that the group would have to keep their suits sealed and helmets on. As they hit the ground, Gurus noticed a delegation coming towards them from the building. A quick glance told him that Saren had noticed as well, although the Spectre motioned for the Covenant's captain to take the lead. Gurus had no problem with that, having been looking over contact instructions and other material of that sort for the last month as a translation was established. When the 2 groups met in front of the Turian frigates, Gurus noted that the Ungoi had no masks, which made sense since they breathed methane. The leader of the Ungoi introduced itself. Hello. I am Pundat, leader of this world. The Chancellor has given me permission to talk with you. Gurus had to prevent surprise from showing on his face. Even for a Turian, that was a blunt introduction. Considering the fleet above, he thought that this race would have some diplomats, or at least educated individuals who could be somewhat difficult to decipher their meaning. Not that he was complaining, of course. Spirits could take the politicians, Gurus would take someone who spoke their mind outright every day. I am Gurus Vakarayan of the 29th Citadel Exploratory Fleet, assigned representative to the Ungoi people, and captain of the THV Covenant, Gurus replied, greeting the Ungoi with more decor, as much as he hated it. The Citadel Council would get the reports of the contact, and appearing too casual wouldn't reflect well on him or Saren. At his words, the Ungoi stopped, instantly going from confident and welcoming to suspicious and afraid. Whispers in the Ungoi language passed between the 15 beings, although the leader seemed to at least keep his composure somewhat intact. Why that name? Pundat asked, obviously very cautious but also curious. Gurus considered the question. The naming ceremony of the Covenant had taken place shortly after the discovery of the super relay 7 years ago. It was a ship built alongside hundreds of others for the exploration of this galaxy, and had been chosen to lead the way through the super relay before the keel had even been laid. It was an agreement, between the galaxy of the Citadel and Andromeda, or the Milky Way, as the humans called it. An agreement that the new galaxy would allow the Citadel Council races to prosper, to show their might, and to flourish above all others. Or at least, that was what it was advertised as. After dealing with the Council directly, Gurus was decidedly underwhelmed by such platitudes. He remembered how enthusiastic and confident he had been, making the speech to the galaxy right before the Covenant went through the relay. It seemed so long ago, and now that he looked back, Gurus could only call himself naive. The Council needed to pull its head out of its ass and stop trying to boss around races like the humans and these Ungoi. There was absolutely no way that this small race that could barely speak in diplomatic terms would be able to take on the humans, even as weak as they were now. In fact, the meek nature of the Ungoi party at the mention of the THV Covenant would almost match that of former slaves rescued from the Batarians in Citadel space. Very interesting. All these thoughts flew through Gurus' mind as he answered, I did not choose the name. It was named because those who govern our Council of Species wanted to establish a bond between this galaxy and our own. We have been bound by such things before. Never again, the Ungoi leader stated firmly. His confidence slowly quieted the disturbed whispers of his fellows, although several still looked doubtful. Well, there went fairly close to any chance of these beings joining the Citadel. It was curious, though, that they mentioned being limited before. It matched the theory on slavery that Gurus had suspected, which was concerning as it meant that either the humans had enslaved them and they had revolted, or that there was another race who had done the same. Perhaps these Ungoi fought against humanity, but managed to assure their freedom while doing so. Doubtful, considering that promises made during war were almost always disregarded by the winning side, but possible, nonetheless. Saren stepped forward slightly and inquired, you won't even give our offer to join us consideration. There are many reasons why we will not join you, but our freedom is foremost. We will determine our own fate, not have it be dictated to us, Pundat declared, pushing the little education he had received for his role to its limits. Emotion colored his voice through the mask he wore, showing that this was a very touchy subject. Would you at least be willing to discuss continued interaction, even if you will not join us? Gurus asked. That would be okay to us. If you are to continue exploring, there is some information you must know and places you should not go, the Ungoi said. With that, he turned, leading the Citadel party of Turians and one scientist Solarian towards the building. The Ungoi behind Pundat parted, allowing their leader to pass before waddling to the sides of the trailing Citadel party. As they made their way inside, Gurus noted that the entire structure seemed to follow the architectural style of the alien ships above. Curved purple plates made up the hallways and doors, with lights activating as a central hub turned to unlock the 3 sections of each barrier. Blue lights seemed to be the standard issue lightning, as no other colors besides blue or purple were evident in the structure. Eventually, they reached a room lit with yet more blue lights and covered in purple metal. In the center was a table, which seemed to utilize the same material as everything else. The Ungoi made their way to one side of the surface while Gurus and Saren sat at the other, although the rest of the team stayed upright in case of any issues. Pundat began the official meeting immediately. What do you want? A bit put off by the slightly hostile tone, Gurus took a second to respond, to know your culture and people, and hopefully establish a good relation between the Citadel and Ungoi Republic. There are many items that you may be interested in trading for, or perhaps if your people wish to travel to Citadel space, that could be negotiated. No Ungoi will travel to your planet nor trade with your people. There are other issues here at home to deal with. You can make that decision for your people? A republic without freedoms or rights? Gurus asked. The Ungoi leader scoffed and replied, it has nothing to do with rights. No company would risk their ships to travel so far, and the military of the Republic is needed here at home to defend against other threats. Like the Kig-Yar. Gurus pressed, trying to pronounce the odd name. You know of the pirate filth? Saren and Gurus shared a glance before the latter explained, we encountered a ship not far from your system. It was significantly different from yours and was decidedly unfriendly. After we destroyed it, it sent out a message in a language we understood. It mentioned Kig-Yar. Then you know of that danger. Pirates are jerks, and only deserve death. Some of the bird people are tolerable in society, but most are a nuisance, the Ungoi elaborated. He glanced towards one of his fellows, who left the room. Unknown to the Sef, the small creature was about to send a message to the wardens of the mantle informing them that the unknowns had already encountered the Kig-Yar. Are they the only race you have encountered? Gurus asked. Pondat examined the Turian captain extensively before answering slowly, there are many other threats that lurk in the endless dark. Big sharp tooths, stupid jerk brutes, floating squishies, and heavy metal worms. All are dangerous, but the mantle protects all. The mantle? Saren interjected. It protects all. Ungoi would not survive if not for the mantle. All life has a right to lead themselves, what the reclaimers call freedom. The living time, the idea of interaction between races in the cosmos, is sheltered under the protection of the reclaimers, Pondat explained, making sense to the Ungoi by their nods, but not helping the Citadel group understand any of their philosophy beyond life being protected. Gurus took a second to formulate a loaded question, you think that these reclaimers could stand against the Citadel? They can protect you better than us. From the sound of it, this could be the race that attacked the humans and that the Sef 729th was looking for. Reclaimers are dangerous. They stood up to the big ones, the heavy ones, the stupid ones. The liars, rejected from their own great journey for their sins. Bombs to destroy their fleets and kill their armies. Booms that flattened continents, the Ungoi leader insisted, obvious respect and slight fear in his voice. Saren argued, weapons that destroy huge areas aren't new. You say that these reclaimers follow this concept of protecting life. What is their solution if their mantle is violated? The demons would come for you, and you would die. First age of realization, 7th solar cycle /2 ND day of 4th month, 2438/February 9, 2567. Wardens of the Mantle Summit. Harvest. Designated as the meeting ground for the Wardens due to its history and location, Harvest had been greatly affected by the terraforming effort of the UNSC. Whereas the planet used to be covered in glass, there were now sparse fields of dirt as the technology slowly transformed the surface. It was estimated that the planet might be, if not great, at least tolerable to live on within the next few decades. As the members of the Wardens gathered for the scheduled meeting, they were protected from the harsh outer atmosphere by an odd combination of architecture from the different races. Built as a display of cooperation, each race of the Wardens had their own section of the building, fit for their needs and considered sovereign territory on the neutral planet. This specific meeting would be focused on the Ungoi first contact, as both a check-in and to allow a long-term plan to be established for further contact. Other discussions on issues from trade to the Kig-Yar pirate infestations would be held in the coming weeks, but those were put on the back burner in comparison to the primary event. Since the Ungoi were the main contact with this new species, their chancellor was the first to speak after greetings and introductions were finished. Thank you to all members of the Wardens for their adherence to our request. It has greatly helped in keeping discussions focused on information. However, the Republic feels that relations have grown so that other Warden species may meet the Turians, as they call themselves. Humanity is not ready to meet another race, Peter Lebeau, the UEG president, declared immediately. He continued, our citizens are uneasy enough with the Wardens and only tolerate human involvement because it is seen as a protection against another covenant. However wrong they may be, that is the way it is. Meeting a potentially hostile race at this time is not in our interests. Humanity is tired of war. For the moment, perhaps, Lydas commented. The UEG leader nodded to the Jiralhani chieftain, acknowledging his point. While I have no desire to meet this new species myself, it is probable that other Jiralhani want to do so. Specifically, the one who has ships stationed to assist in your defense. Fupclas took a second to think before replying, Atriox's help with the protection of Mupmup is appreciated. If he wishes to meet them, he may do so. As for all other species, if you are going to arrive, please do so in more subtle ships. One carrier will spook them as is. While the swords are willing to make contact with these Turians and their allies, we shall wait. The dishonor of the Covenant stays our feet and urges caution against an unknown faction. When more is known, we may change our stance, Thelvadam announced. With the big three now clear on their opinions, the rest of the leaders began announcing their intentions. This went quickly, as it usually did with a group that skirted around political ponsoi by habit. As the day progressed, the talks moved from decisive to informational as the Ungoi Chancellor and ONI Admiral presented what had been learned about the Turians, their Citadel Council, and their galaxy. November 10, 2157/9th day of 19th month, 2437/November 10, 2566. System Alliance Parliament. Terra, Systems Alliance Home World. 5 months after first contact and the mass relay route between the Citadel and Systems Alliance was finally finished. Laid out by Citadel ships to the edge of Alliance space, the weaker relays made by the Citadel species emulated the huge constructs in their own galaxy. Using the same mass negation corridor of a COMM buoy, each piece measured 250 meters by human standards and could fling a ship several hundred light-years. While impressive, they were still much slower than usual mass relay travel and took months for a ship to navigate. Communications were instantaneous due to the built-in COMM buoys, but ships were much slower. Even if a Citadel ship came through the relays, they still had to go to a nearby Alliance outpost instead of any populated world. In the eyes of the Citadel races, it was paranoid and irritating. For the Alliance, it was merely standard protocol for survival. To allow for communications between the Systems Alliance Parliament and their ambassador on the Citadel, the SA had set up its own communication protocols. This system had all messages from the Citadel buoy network going into a hub in the Alliance outpost that could communicate with Terra. Several reports had already been sent along to be reviewed by the Alliance Parliament before they discussed the terms presented by the Citadel. The current schedule had a meeting of the Parliament and their ambassador to discuss the ongoing negotiations. Included in this data stream had been the Citadel Codex, allowing Parliament members to reference Citadel views on a subject that had been mentioned by Udina. As expected, the most heavily examined portions were on artificial intelligence, ships and vehicles, and historical relations with species. So far, many in Parliament were not pleased. AI had been one of the only areas that the human race had an advantage in when they faced the enemy. Giving up that advantage would be unacceptable, even with the added firepower of alien fleets. The Citadel Council had made it quite clear that there would be no alternative, however. They had nearly gone to war with the Geth, Aquarian collective intelligence that had been mistakenly identified as form of artificial intelligence. While any Alliance tech worth their degree would be able to distinguish between the two, the technologically inept Council races seemed to be incapable of the same. Engineers on the Alliance ships at the Citadel had attempted to explain the difference, but they didn't get far. Collective intelligence was seen in almost all group interactions in all animals, from ants back on Earth to communications on the extranet. Artificial intelligence had to be created, it wouldn't just appear from prolonged interactions. It was all for nothing, though, as the Council had dismissed them. Any race affiliated with the Citadel would be banned from developing, maintaining, or otherwise utilizing artificial intelligence in any form. There were also issues on the Phyrexian Treaty, protein technology, and MassEffect locations for the expansion of the Systems Alliance. All of these and more were planned to be discussed when the SA Parliament contacted Ambassador Udina for direct communication. Several minutes later and the last members of the governing body of the Alliance were present. With the semicircular seating plan on the debate floor, each member had an acceptable view of the large screen on which Udina would be shown. All other personnel had been cleared out of the room, leaving the leaders alone in the massive chamber. The symbol of the Alliance appeared as the screen powered on before switching to a view of the Alliance's ambassador to the Citadel Council. As this happened, the AI that managed the chamber announced, "Connection secured through Citadel COMM network. All data encrypted and protected from unauthorized sources. Attempted breaches will be monitored and recorded to allow threat appraisal." "Thank you, Arisa," the House Speaker said, addressing the AI trusted by all representatives. Considering that her job was to protect and secure all Systems Alliance data from unauthorized access, Arisa held a great amount of responsibility for each representative, no matter their opinions or perspectives. The Speaker continued, "I am now calling into session this meeting of the House of Representatives of the Systems Alliance Parliament. All information discussed in this session is classified and will not leave this room. Systems Alliance Ambassador to the Citadel Council Donnell Udina is contacting us from the alien capital to report and clarify information which he has sent on agreements and terms for the Systems Alliance to become a member of the Citadel. The floor is now open for questions, opinions, and suggestions for the proposed motion of joining the Citadel Species and Systems Alliance into one united bloc. Please wait to be recognized and keep to the rules of this body. A vote is not expected today on any issues, agreements, or treaties that have been presented." Ambassador Udina is now recognized to summarize his discussions with the Citadel Council. Udina nodded and began, "Thank you, Speaker. As per the instructions given to me by this body, I have opened negotiations with the Citadel Council on behalf of the Systems Alliance. The terms for access to a reliable source of MassEffect were presented and a deal was reached, one which allows the Alliance to position Council forces in front of a possible Covenant invasion." At this news, several members nodded, pleased at that result. Since the Alliance was still rebuilding from their exodus, any forewarning of Covenant presence would be vital. Sacrificing alien allies to ensure their survival was acceptable, considering that the last time humanity had encountered aliens, they were nearly destroyed. Unluckily, the Council has requested that a base be allowed on Terra itself, the ambassador continued. "Speaker." One of the representatives asked. "Stand and be recognized," came the response. After doing so, the member continued, "That term is not acceptable. Terra is our home, the cradle of humanity now that Earth is presumably lost. Allowing any alien to set foot on it is against everything that we have fought for. Even if we could keep our location secret by transporting them in our ships, it is still far too risky with how weak we are." The House minority carries this opinion, as does the majority. "Ambassador, we rejected the Council's terms. A possible counter might be for bases to be established on Outer Alliance planets," came the reply. Mutterings passed between members of the minority before their leader replied, "Preferably they would be installed along the warning buffer we have established against the enemy. The sooner the Council becomes embroiled in conflict with the Coveys, the more time we will have to save the human race. Which particular bodies can be decided later, but that is an acceptable solution to counter with." No vote was taken as the only decision reached was a general suggestion to guide Udina in discussions with the Council. Specific treaties or laws needed to join the Citadel community would be passed in the coming years as agreements were hammered out. Excellent. The next major sticking point is, as many feared, is artificial intelligence. "Ambassador?" the speaker asked. Udina took a second before responding. The Citadel Council has made its position quite clear on this. They have recently had an issue with a collective intelligence known as the Geth. This has sparked fears of artificial intelligence, showing their ignorance on the subject. Even after Alliance personnel tried to explain it, they have persisted in this demand. According to the Council, there will be no negotiation on this term. One of the members stood, prompting the speaker to announce, "The floor recognizes the current representative. We will not abandon AI. If the Citadel wishes to delude themselves about the value of AI, that's their problem. I know that I speak for the Systems Alliance public, military, and government when I say that AI are integral to our existence, security, and stability. They are sentient beings and have been a part of human society for centuries and were one of the few advantages we possessed against the enemy," the member declared. As the rep sat down, the speaker continued, "Seeing as public knowledge of our AI abilities is already limited following our exodus, I think that a program could be deployed at the staging area for the fleet." What the majority leader was speaking of was a planet on the outer edge of the same system as Terra. While rather barren, the fleet that allowed the Alliance founders to flee was orbiting the body, ready to conduct an emergency evacuation of Terra if the Covenant arrived. Most of the ships used in the retreat from UNSC space had been evacuation ships from planets attacked by the Covenant. Hundreds of ships, carrying tens of thousands away from the destruction, only to have nowhere to go if they escaped. That was where the insurrectionists came in. With a fleet of stolen ships, along with a few colony ships that had been salvaged from the enemy advance, many of these evacuation groups were attached to the growing Exodus group. Unlike the figure of 15,000 that Udina had given to the Council, the true fleet was far, far bigger. It was expected that the Council would question this number, seeing as transporting millions of people with that number of vessels would require almost every ship to have been a large colony ship. As it was, only 17 colony ships had made the journey, opening slipspace ruptures so that other ships without slipspace drives could follow in their wake. Many of the ships that had come were from outer colonies that had been abandoned by UNSC forces. Without oversight, the insurrectionists could evacuate large populations on the multitude of ships that were capable of carrying people. This strategy had left massive numbers of people on evacuation transports as well as cargo freighters, which were numerous, albeit usually lacking in a slipspace drive. It was common, however, for those loyal to the UNSC to stay in the colonies, perishing later when the Covenant inevitably attacked. This was not to say that all colonies had been evacuated peacefully. It was quite common for evacuations to occur as the Covenant attacked, although the number of survivors in those cases were significantly lower than calmer population displacements. With almost 300 colonies to draw separatist allies from, the Exodus amassed a fleet of almost 200,000 vessels. While quite large when together, the actual number of ships from each colony was less than 700, with most of those being mass-produced evac transports or cargo haulers. This massive group consisted of over 100,000 evac transports with a capacity of 600 people, 29,000 cargo ships with space for 5,000 each, 70,000 large evac transports for 2,000 per ship, and a fleet of 191 military ships that the Innies had stolen from the UNSC. As it was, most of the ships used for fleeing from the Covenant had been destroyed, as the Council had been told. This included almost all of the evac transports and many of the cargo ships. This scrapping project allowed for the SA to build their homes on Terra without needing to go through the extensive process of setting up mining and processing facilities before housing. The remaining vessels were on station at the staging point for a rapid retreat if necessary. All slipspace-capable ships were stationed in this fleet, leaving the fleet of MassEffect vessels to guard and alert the Alliance if there was an attack. With the thousands of vessels with technology unknown to the Citadel already present, the obvious place for a secretive AI development facility would be on the planet below. Several supply bases were already established, each producing materials and products to replace and repair those in the fleet, including slipspace drives. Since the Council would be in a tizzy if they found the fleet anyways, having yet another illegal activity there would probably make little difference. As such, several calls of agreement sounded from the body of representatives. Details would be determined once Udina was gone, since he didn't need to know specifics on that particular issue. Now that we have reached a solution for that, I wish to move on to this Treaty of Friction that the Council has proposed, the speaker prompted. Attention turned once more to Udina as he explained, I have sent a copy of the treaty with my report, but I will summarize the document. It is a rather simple agreement stating that the Systems Alliance shall not build or operate more than 7 ships that are assigned the class of Dreadnought. Such ships are a kilometer long or more, with a large mass accelerator running along the spine of the vessel. Yet another member rose and was allowed to speak. As we all know, the Alliance already operates far more vessels of that size, most notably in cruisers and modified colony ships. Will the Alliance be oh so graciously allowed to build smaller vessels at will? How will the Council be monitoring the creation and utilization of such vessels? There is no limit on smaller vessels, which will allow us to utilize the ships with MassEffect drives as scouts, explorers, or however the Alliance military sees fit. As for enforcement, they have requested to send an inspector, for lack of a better description. While a candidate has not been chosen, it was mentioned that they would likely come with science teams to investigate the protein beacon. Obviously, this would mean that they would be coming to Terra, Udina explained. We shall need to converse on this Friction Treaty and its implications before we can give you direction on that issue, the speaker said. He continued, as we have limited time and already much to discuss, I will continue on the subject of the beacon. From your report, the Council was skeptical of its warning. Udina nodded and replied, indeed. The Council seems to almost disbelieve in its existence at all. They have outright rejected the concept of the Reapers and the threat they represent. I formally requested direction and guidance on how to approach this issue. Push too hard and it could harm other negotiations. Several minutes went by as the members present discussed a possible solution. Unlike the previous issues, this was one of actual contention in the House. Some members believed that the Alliance would stand a better chance in the Citadel Galaxy, while others wished to consolidate the population on and around Terra. The fear of the Reapers was the main issue that the Alliance had with establishing colonies in the Citadel's galaxy. Any possibility of fighting a two-front war between the genocidal covenant and the might of a faction that could crush a galaxy was to be avoided at all cost. That was agreed on. What was not was which path to follow to avoid such a situation. Leave the topic of the Reapers for another time, Ambassador, the House Speaker directed after conferring with the governing body. It's their galaxy, if they wish to ignore the threat then that is their loss. Once relations have grown strong, we can push the concept with more confidence. The Reapers did not attack the Proteins when they were in this galaxy, which leaves protection from the enemy a higher priority. Udina bowed his head in acknowledgement before replying, understood. As our negotiations proceed, I shall continue to send reports on progress. Seeing as contact has been made and maintained, the Citadel has requested to allow a channel of communication from this Parliament to one of their ambassadors. Specifics of agreements would be determined through this Council representative. As mentioned in my report, the Citadel leadership desires to send this being to Terra to help smooth relations. The current leading candidate is an Asari, one matriarch Benazia, Udina said. This Council ambassador would be welcome, provided that it is alone, the speaker responded. He glanced over to the minority leader, receiving a nod in return. The matriarch has requested that her family be allowed to accompany her, Udina said. Only immediate family, spouse, and children. They will be transported by one of the Alliance ships on station at the Citadel when it returns to human space. Udina nodded, I shall present the terms and alterations before continuing negotiations. Before the ambassador could disconnect, the speaker asked, these agreements are being made in the name of the Systems Alliance, correct? As directed, I have taken extreme care in vetting all agreements, treaties, and documents so that they are binding to the Systems Alliance and not the human race. The independent planets of the Alliance are not bound by this law, as established by the founding declaration of the Systems Alliance. If Earth held against all odds, they will not be beholden to these agreements. As if the UEG would even pay attention to something like that. Many in Parliament remembered their fight for freedom from the oppression of the UEG and UNSC, rather than the fight of the UNSC against the Covenant. In their minds, if the UEG survived, it would stay the same oppressive state it had been before. This mentality had led to the creation of the Systems Alliance. Rather than the centralized government of the UEG, the alliance was merely a facade to present a united front and emergency leadership if needed. All planets were free to follow their own direction, whether that was with or away from the SA. Not that any world had any intention of leaving the alliance. With the Covenant behind them, the Citadel races in front, and the threat of the Reapers, the only path to survival would be with the strong military that the SA was building. Understood, Ambassador. Your input and considerations are appreciated. You have your new directions and guidelines. Good luck, and make the alliance proud, the speaker ordered before closing the connection. With that, the Parliament went into discussions on the true issues of the SA. After all, there wasn't much disagreement on the dealings with the Citadel, seeing as almost all of the decisions had been made after the encounter with the Spirit of Fire and the Council Sef. All politicians are liars, but not all liars are politicians. Council lied about taking the SA's recommendation against going towards the UEG seriously. SA lied about many things as well. Obviously they aren't going to just give up the only advantages they have against the Covenant. The only other alien contact the SA has had has been with the Covenant. They aren't exactly happy about meeting the Citadel races, nor are they willing to give up concessions. Also, in comparison to 700 ships per planet, Earth currently has about 50,000 vessels with a displacement over 10,000 tons, or something along those lines. Yes, on colonies it will be smaller, but in my mind, it is plausible. I know that some of you may have read the version of the chapter with Udina conceding to the Council. I have changed that to the Parliament approving things, as seen here. Apologies about the confusion, that was my fault. However, it was still my plan to have him lying. I proofread that part and didn't really think about how weak humanity seemed until it was pointed out, as I knew that he was lying. Unggoy ship names are fun. Actually, writing Unggoy in general is just fun. For the nipple. Speaking of which, if you have no idea why the Unggoy shout that line, just look at some Halo 3 grunt dialogue. They mention nipples. Often. Apparently Unggoy are big on boobs. Kind of unsure about the Unggoy and Sef meeting. I do like how I ended it, though. The governing body of the SA is a parliament with an elected House of Representatives. At least I assume so. I know that in canon, it's a parliament based on Arcturus station and is described as a representative body. If anyone is interested in time conversions between the Gregorian calendars of humanity and the galactic standard of me, I got lazy and developed a simple program to compute the GS years, months, day, and hours from an input of human days. So, for a period of 241 human days, it will output the equivalent GS amount of time, which is 12 months, 4 days, 6 hours, and some change. Both time systems are drawn from canon and are the true conversions. I will fully admit, however, that I have not factored in the gravitational time distortion, which would muck up stuff a bit. I then proceeded to become even lazier and added a function to add the output date from the calculation to a date given by the user. So adding year, 2438 month, 14 day, 5 to output of year, 0 month, 12 day, 4 would give you year, 2439 month, 6 day, 9. So, the time difference between the Citadel GS standard and the Gregorian human standard is now fixed. Chapter 7, A Leader is Forged. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, MassEffect to BioWare. Full warning, this chapter will be a bit different from the others. It's mainly about Shepard, her growing up, and some highlighted experiences. I figured I'd write this because I don't particularly like any of the canon Shepard origins, because I gave Chief and Blue Team their own chapter, and because I liked writing it. It is canon that Commander Shepard was born April 11, 2154. That is still her birthday in this FIC when going by SA time. That equates to April 11, 2563 for the UNSC calendar. Now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. Raptorus Maximus, Dark Kush, Guest Number 1, Athran, ANDY021, The Zero Hidden Zero Key, Guest Number 2, Major Simi, GBAV115, Guest Number 3, ZEUS501, Kami Cage86, Siriper 210, Spectre Skov, Zoltan Atreu, Bergs, LEMAN42X, Ember Frame, Andri KL, K, Guardian of the Inheritance, thank you. Here you are. Hyperion Atlas, wait no more, until the end of this chapter. I've played BL, BL2, and BLPS. Loved all of them, BL2 was best in my opinion. If you wish to learn more, feel free to send me a PM. Tony Niland, I believe that the domain itself is a precursor AI. At least that's what I remember from lore. Already have a bunch of extended lore stuff in this, I won't shy away from using more. Me myself and I, the COMM boys are already mini mass relays. Building the big relays is far beyond the Citadel, but small ones should just be shaping the MassEffect field to a tunnel for a massless corridor for other ships. I already expand on how the relays work and how the Citadel has them written out in the next chapter. I understand your concern, however, so here's a hint, much as an element 0 core is limited in how much mass it can reduce, a relay tunnel is limited in how much mass can interfere with the tunnel before it collapses. I would use the QEC, except that then travel for ships would take years at Citadel FTL speeds. I figured going a bit unbelievable was better than having each trip from the SA to the Citadel take several years. For COMM security, Alliance has an AI monitoring the channel. Nothing short of the Geth or Reapers would be able to challenge that. Thanks for the extensive review. Brusek22180, I can't write at 10,000 words a week. I can usually do about 5,000 a week with work and life. We will see more on people from the Spirit of Fire, but not really much for the boarding. There wasn't much to go on. Serena wakes red team to chase off the invaders, as I wrote. Not much more to it. RDJ, ha. I hadn't heard that, but that is hilarious. Now you have me thinking about having an Ungoi scientist work with Morden. Oh, he. Cronus 1326, Effervescent Nova, guest number 4, now that you mention that, I somewhat remember something along those lines, but obviously I completely forgot when I was writing that chapter. Uneasy face, much appreciated for the pointer. Still leaving it as is, it's amusing and not worth correcting in the end. Sad saw, thanks, and meetings are coming up. ONI is well funded for a reason, and it isn't to be obvious. The Mexican Taco Overlord, excellent name, and, well, there will be interactions. 7. As far as I could tell, none of those ODPs were in outer colonies, where the innies were strongest. Anyways, building a Big Mac isn't harder, it's just upscaling. The issue came in mostly with cost and power consumption, which is why the UNSC had to build ground-based power for their ODP grid. The UNSC would have mentioned it, except that there was no information on these species. More had been learned from the Ungoi than by the small encounter with no actual contact. Glad you like the chapter. Smiley face, ominous Olithros, there are a lot of ways to get around the Phyrexian Treaty. I mean, technically the Infinity wouldn't be in violation, as its main gun doesn't run 80% of its length. It's a stupid treaty and even the SA in me canon knew it. How did Pundet give away Warden Worlds? He revealed no navigational information, and any ships leaving Mup would do so by slip space, which the Citadel could not track. Thanks for the review. Kabuto S. Inferno, thank you very much for the extensive review and praise. Addressed the grammatical errors through PM, so thank you. I can't catch everything. Yeah, the scene between Atriox and Lasky is drawn from Borderlands, pre-sequel. We'll check out the FIC, sounds interesting. Guest number 5, glad to hear you like it. The Greater Ark was destroyed by the Flood in the Forerunner Flood War with the last precursor/first grave mind. As for Shield Worlds, it's not a matter of how. We here in the 21st century have sufficient understanding of physics and structural engineering to create a Dyson sphere. The issue is material cost. Since the UEG/UNSC is consolidating forces instead of expanding like before the war, they are not diverting resources to create worthless civilian projects for a population that's been borderline annihilated. Yes, precursors, and by extension Flood, wins. End of story. That's why I neutralized the Flood off the bat. I want a story, not a slaughter. Anatomus, biggest ship is now the Gerald R. Ford class supercarrier. As for ship sizes, evac ships were pretty small in Halo, Reach. Mass evacuation obviously could happen, though, as something like 10 billion people were evacuated off of Earth in Halo 2 to 3. I understand it's rather far out, but it was the most plausible scenario I could get to work. Madara 123, it was a reference to Borderlands, pre-sequel. Beyond that, it shows the familiarity of Lasky working with Atriox and the Banished. Also, it was amusing. And yes, Banished/Batarians, he. Thanks for the review. Smiley face, LINX007, sorry to worry you. Glad you are reassured and thanks for reading. Bloodwolf 432, Saren isn't an idiot and the Ungoi had a halfway competent leader. Best scenario would have been that they be all buddy-buddy instantly, but that isn't reality. Agreed on alien species names. I've only really learned them as I've written. The Pizia Man, indeed, I hope to keep the Ungoi involved with the whole game. Will be interesting. Thank you all for the reviews. Hope you enjoy. January 14th, 2160/15th day of 19th month, 2439, January 14th, 2569. Jane Shepard. Terra, Systems Alliance Home World. Shepard was 6 and on her way to the first day of primary school when she first saw an alien. An Asari, with blue skin, no ears and crests where hair would be, but otherwise the same as the humans around it. It was also alone. Every human avoided it, making their way to others. Every time it tried to interact with someone, they moved away, leaving the blue imposter forlorn. So, mustering every bit of courage she had, Shepard made her way to the Asari. Why it was here or what her classmates thought of her didn't cross her mind, only that it was alone. Shepard knew alone, and knew that she hated it. Hi. My name is Jane, Shepard greeted as she stuck out her hand towards the being. The alien looked at her hand in confusion before slowly reaching out her own as she replied, mine is Lyra. So it was that Shepard met her first alien on that day as well. February 13th, 2160/6th day of first month, 2440, February 13th, 2569. Jane Shepard. Terra, Systems Alliance Home World. It was almost a month later when Shepard met Lyra's mother. Tall and imposing, the Asari matriarch had arrived earlier than usual to retrieve Shepard's friend. Jane would usually be on the bus and gone by the time Lyra could leave. The two friends were talking before Jane had to leave when the elder Asari interrupted them. As the matriarch inspected Shepard, Lyra nervously introduced them. Jane, this is my mom, Benazia T. Sony. Mom, this is Jane, my friend. I've heard many things about you. It is good to meet a friend of Lyra's, Benazia said. Thank you for letting Lyra be friends with me, Miss T. Sony, Jane replied, trying to be respectful to the adult. Benazia smiled, excellent manners. I think the proper title is Mrs. T. Sony. Lyra's father is with me here on Terra. Jane looked past Lyra's mother to see the buses getting ready to leave. She quickly responded, it was good meeting you. I need to go home now. Goodbye, Mrs. T. Sony. See you tomorrow, Lyra. With that, Jane waved to Benazia and gave Lyra a quick hug before running to the large transport. So? Lyra asked, looking up towards her mother. She seems like a nice girl and a good friend, Benazia answered, looking at where Jane had gone before leading Lyra to the waiting car. March 7, 2160/6th day of 3rd month, 2440, March 7, 2569. Jane Shepard. Terra, Systems Alliance home world. The day after fighting with your friend sucked. That was all Jane could tell. She didn't feel right or good about some stupid scuffle over nothing. All it did was made her think about it and regret that Lyra no longer wanted to be her friend. As she walked into the classroom, Jane glanced around for the Asari. Considering the crests on all Asari, it would be fairly easy to see her. Oh, and she was blue. That helped too. She wasn't there. Shepard made her way over to the table that her and Lyra usually sat at for class. No one else was there, and once more Jane was alone. At least that was what she told herself as she buried her head in her arms. Reality, of course, did not adhere to the thoughts of any being, and displayed this in full as Lyra walked in the door of the room alongside her mother. Jane, being busy moping about, did not see this. Her attention was drawn when Benazia sternly spoke up, I believe you two have something to sort out. Looking up at the Asari matriarch, Jane had the errant thought that Lyra's mother could be really scary. Even Hannah Shepard, Jane's mother and an admiral in the growing Alliance fleet, had never given her such a look. Shepard brought her gaze down to Lyra, both in hope and to get away from the strangely irritated and exasperated eyes of Mrs. T. Sony. Lyra looked very nervous, with her arms crossed over her stomach and her focus on Jane's feet. With a quick step forward, Shepard wrapped her arms around the Asari and whispered near where her ears would be, I'm sorry. A second passed before blue arms unfolded and returned the gesture. Lyra whispered back, me too. Excellent. I'll be back later, have a good day you two, Benazia said above them, apparently satisfied that her work was done. As the matriarch left, the two children split. Shepard looked into Lyra's eyes and asked, friends forever, no matter what. I promise to always come back to you, Lyra replied. So it was that Shepard had her first fight with a friend and learned that just because stupid things were said didn't make them true. August 16, 2160/12th day of 10th month, 2438, August 16, 2569. Jane Shepard. Terra, Systems Alliance home world. By the end of their first year, Lyra and Jane had firmly cemented their friendship. Every once in a while there was a fight or argument, but none so bad as their first. Shepard was the one to first propose a sleepover after their last day of school. Lyra, having picked up on many human oddities such as this, was quick to agree. Unluckily, being all of 7 years old and therefore still beholden to her mother, Jane first had to ask permission. This would have been fine, except that Hannah Shepard insisted on meeting Lyra's mother over dinner. Even at 7 Shepard could see how an Alliance admiral and a Asari matriarch in the same room could become very interesting. So it was that Lyra came home with Jane, staying close to Shepard on the bus full of human children. As they got off at Shepard's house, they both spotted Benazia's car pulling into the driveway from behind the larger vehicle. As the two children approached, 2 Asari stepped out of the car. Jane could only identify Benazia in the yellow suit she was wearing while Lyra obviously recognized both as she waved to them. Before either Asari could speak, Lyra pulled Jane towards the front door, leaving the 2 adults to follow behind them. Jane barged through the door as soon as she got to it, shouting, Mom! I'm home. Hannah Shepard appeared a second later, still in her uniform from work that day. She had gotten back from her monthly deployment the week before, leaving about another week before she left again. The standard 6-month deployment of her fleet was approaching as well, something that happened every 18 months. Jane's father was not present, having died shortly after Shepard's 2nd birthday. Welcome back. I see you brought Lyra and her family with you, the elder Shepard replied, looking up from the 2 girls to the Asari behind them. Benazia smiled and nodded as she said, Benazia T. Sony. It is good to finally meet you informally. Is it Miss Shepard or? While at the negotiation table, it's Admiral Shepard. Here at home, you can call me Hannah. Who is this? She asked, looking over to the other Asari. The being in question leaned forward to shake Hannah's hand as she introduced herself, Matriarch Ethida T. Sony. I'm Benazia's wife and Lyra's father. We haven't met as I tend to stay away from the politics. Wait, you know each other? And how are you Lyra's father? You're a girl, Jane accused, pointing first at Benazia and then Ethida as confusion overtook her expression. Hannah rolled her eyes but stayed silent as Benazia caught her gaze, communicating that such childishness wasn't uncommon with Lyra either. Benazia is the ambassador to the Systems Alliance from the Asari Republics and meets frequently with admirals, politicians, and other prominent humans. I'm here because of our relationship, which is how I'm Lyra's father. Have you learned of Asari melds yet? Ethida asked after her explanation. Lyra answered, no. I don't think we learn those. Ah, well, you and Little Wing seem to be good friends. You'll learn when you're older, Lyra's father said, using the expression that kids everywhere hated. Hannah gave the Asari a look that consisted of an odd assortment of amusement, exasperation, and irritation. Predicting something like that was bound to be thought of later, as it followed the rule that if someone shouldn't remember it, they would. April 13, 2161/15th day of second month, 2441, April 13, 2570. Jane Shepard. Terra, Systems Alliance home world. Hannah Shepard was deploying with her fleet for the standard 6-month deployment that was mandatory for all naval officers. Usually when this happened, Jane would stay at a naval daycare center specifically needed due to the high number of births in the population. Of course, the last deployment the elder Shepard had been on had been before Shepard was in school, making it much easier to change settings. The proposed solution did not come from an adult, oddly enough, but from Jane asking if she could stay with Lyra's family while Hannah was gone. Seeing as the Shepard family consisted of Jane and Hannah, there were no relatives to take temporary custody. When asked, Benazia and Ethida were amiable to the idea, seeing as Jane had been the one to reach out to Lyra and stay with her so far. Since the meeting between the three parents last fall, they had met multiple times, building a good relation between Admiral and matriarchs. So it came to be that Jane Shepard spent the next half-year living with Lyra and her mother and father. Parents. Whatever. Jane still couldn't figure that one out yet. Over the next few years, the favor was reciprocated as Benazia and her husband returned to Thesha to report to the Council of Matriarchs or Hannah was sent on other deployments. August 11, 2164/12th day of 4th month, 2444, August 11, 2573. Jane Shepard. Terra, Systems Alliance home world. Whoever thought that wasting away a Saturday for graduation was a moron? That was what Jane repeated to herself as she and Lyra sat through the ceremony. Getting out of primary school and into middle school would be good and bad. The good came from getting away from some of the bullies and other idiots who harassed Lyra. While they usually stayed away when Jane was near, every once in a while one would need to be beaten back into place. Needless to say, Jane had gotten quite good at fighting, and at finding the principal's office. Shepard regretted nothing, however, as had Lyra taken action, she would have been kicked out of school. Why adults seemed so wary of Asari was beyond Jane, as the only answer she had received from her mother something about the war. Whatever that meant. Most of the bad would come from the new bullies that would inevitably come into the picture with a new school. Almost everyone in their class would be going to the same school, but several other primary institutions fed into the same system as well. Either way, that concern fell away as the ceremony finished, making the break official for the new middle schoolers. Jane and Lyra immediately made for the exit, along with the rest of the students. So ended primary school for Shepard, leaving her with a trusted friend and valuable experiences in how people treated those different than themselves. In several months from now, she would once more be at the bottom, fighting so that Lyra didn't have to. October 6, 2166/6th day of 11th month, 2446, October 6, 2575. Jane Shepard. Terra, Systems Alliance home world. Since Shepard's mother had just left for a long-term deployment, Jane was once again staying with Lyra at her place. As it was currently break between their 7th and 8th year at middle school, the two girls spent most of their time relaxing around the house. As Shepard surfed the extranet, she suddenly turned to Lyra and asked, "How did you know our speech when we first met?" Lyra took a second to respond as she looked over from her machine. "Mother melded with me and shared your language with me." "Hey." Silence reigned for a few seconds before Jane continued, "How did it feel?" "What?" "The meld. You know, what was it like?" Jane asked bluntly. A second passed as Lyra considered the question before answering. "It was strange. Like I just knew the information, I guess. Mother and father haven't really talked to me about the meld. Can't look it up online, the Citadel and Alliance extranets are separate, Shepard replied. Well, yes, I would have looked it up myself had it been there, Lyra stated, irritation coloring her tone. Jane moved her computer off her lap and moved closer to Lyra on her bed before inquiring, you really don't know anything about it? Well, I know that information like language and memories can be transmitted and that it's used for more, personal interactions. Which means? Lyra glanced at Shepard nervously, it has something to do with Asari mating. I don't know how to start one or what it entails, before you ask. Is that what your father meant when she said that we'd learn when we were older? Jane asked, leaning her head on Lyra's shoulder. Lyra didn't respond as she attempted to come up with some way to reply while looking away from Shepard in embarrassment. Jane laughed and continued, I'm joking. I think she meant a little older still. That's still implying that it would happen, Lyra pointed out hesitantly, ever the logical thinker. Shepard considered this for a second, do you want to try? Not now. Jane rolled her eyes and replied, obviously, smartass. August 15th, 2167/4th day of 7th month, 2447, August 15th, 2576. Jane Shepard. Terra, Systems Alliance home world. Another year done and they were through middle school, with only the break to go before starting secondary. With the graduation ceremony already over and done with, both families were having a little party at Shepard's house. A game of football was playing on the TV with the sound muted. Such games had quickly become popular among the Citadel populace, including American football, baseball, and mixed martial arts. With the adults talking over the game, Lyra and Jane had wandered to Shepard's room to go through their papers and throw out the junk. Just the standard end-of-year toss-out, the same process that every student went through. Would you, that is, Kin. Do you want to go out to dinner tomorrow? It took Lyra a few seconds to process the non-sequitur, focused as she was on the task at hand. Once everything had registered, she glanced at Jane, are you asking me out on a date? Yes, Shepard replied after a pause before looking over to the Asari. Don't you think it's a little early? Lyra asked. Jane glanced away and responded, I just don't want someone to hurt you in secondary. I think it's normal to start dating soon, and I wanted to ask first. Sorry, I was thinking that we... No. Lyra said, interrupting Jane. As Shepard looked up, the Asari continued, no, it isn't that. I don't want you to get hurt is all. From what some others say, secondary can be unpleasant if you don't fit in. I would love to go, it sounds nice. Screw them, then. I'd prefer one true friend over 100 fakes who can't accept you. The next evening they met up for what they had excused as a shopping trip, leaving them alone for several hours. So it was that Shepard and Sony became an item, known only to themselves and the few that were around and had looked at them in the city of millions. April 11th, 2168/6th day of 19th month, 2447, April 11th, 2577. Jane Shepard. Terra, Systems Alliance home world. Shepard's 15th birthday had been going well so far. Lyra had, as usual, teased her about being all of 6 days younger before congratulating her on catching up. There had been cake and presents, a tradition that the Asari family had picked up from their time on Terra. Currently they were laying on Shepard's bed, both laying on their sides with Lyra held in the strong arms of the human. The contours of their bodies fit well together, with Jane's larger frame curled around the smaller body of her Asari. Their little moment was interrupted by a knock on the door, although the locked handle did not show any sign of interaction, which was good. While suspicious, a locked door could be explained away. Getting walked in on would be near impossible to excuse without exposing their relationship. As the couple made their way off the bed and to the door, they held hands for a second before separating as Jane pulled the door open. Matriarch Benazia was standing on the other side, inspecting one of the pictures that hung in the hallway. With the door open, the Asari glanced over and asked, "Can we talk to both of you for a bit?" Benazia turned away and began to make her way to the other two adults, leaving Lyra and Jane standing in the doorway. The two shared a look, sure that they had been discovered. Lyra was the first to move, leaving Shepard's sight as she turned the corner where her mother had gone. Her back was straight and stiff, showing that she was nervous. Not that Jane wasn't, of course. Gathering her courage and shunting away the flickers of embarrassment that hung at the edges of her feelings, Shepard started following Lyra. As she passed the picture on the wall, Shepard glanced at it, seeing an image of her and Lyra playing together on a beach by the ocean. Memories of the shared vacation bubbled up, reminding Jane of a simpler time, when she didn't have concepts of straight or gay. This was going to suck. She wasn't ready to come out to her mother, and while Lyra might have an easier time with her parents, that didn't help Shepard's nerves. Well, nothing for it. Feet first into hell, as her mother often said. Jane entered the living room, seeing Lyra sitting on a couch with the seat next to her open. Across from her were the three adults, with Benazia and Ethida sitting on another couch while Jane's mother took up a seat in her usual chair. As she sat down, Jane glanced over to Lyra, noticing that her hands were clenched together in one big fist while she stared right between her parents. There was no reaction from the Asari aside from a slight shift in posture to keep from sliding into Shepard's side. With all participants gathered, the elder Shepard began, "You can relax, Lyra. You're not in trouble and we understand why you're nervous. Both of you. Usually things such as this come much later in our long lives, little wing, but we understand why it needs to be done now. Humans live much shorter but harder than us, and so relationships start much earlier. We know that this will be uncomfortable, but you can ask us any questions at any time," Benazia continued, addressing Lyra. Ethida picked up from there, making it obvious that this talk had been planned. "I know that most Asari get their information about melds from the extranet, but even if that source was available, it's our duty to inform you about it. We've talked with Hannah, and since Jane needs this talk as well, she can explain the human side of this." Hannah took up the explanation, "Being in a relationship in secondary school is normal. Both of you need to understand certain things to keep safe and healthy. Know that we are not and will not be mad with either you just because you are in a relationship. Obviously, you will need to keep up your grades to meet that standard, and all three of us reserve the right to revoke any relation if we have health or safety concerns." "Understood, ma'am," Jane replied, the assurances only straining her nerves further. Lyra apparently didn't trust herself to speak as she nodded sharply. "None of that now. This needs to be discussed, so you might as well get settled in," Ethida told them. Benazia smiled slightly and said, "Now, as I understand it, humans like to call this the birds and the bees, although I think that the talk works just as well." "Wait, what?" August 12, 2169/4th day of 4th month, 2449, August 12, 2578. Jane Shepard. Terra, Systems Alliance home world. Halfway through secondary school already. That was hard to believe. Next year, they'd be upperclassmen, with only the seniors to claim superiority. Not that that had gotten them far, as any bully that tried to harass Lyra had quickly acquired a few broken bones from Jane for their trouble. At this thought, Shepard tightened her arm slightly around her Asari. Lyra turned her head slightly at this, but didn't move from her spot on the bed between Jane's legs. Her attention seemed to be fully focused on the video playing on the TV on Shepard's wall. Sitting up against the headboard as Shepard was, Lyra would have to move forward in a way to turn around, something that just wouldn't do. While there were blankets on the bed, Lyra seemed perfectly fine staying warm by leaning into Shepard's embrace. Of course, this wouldn't be an issue if they were wearing more than just underwear, but Jane wasn't about to complain about the contact. The last pieces would be coming off later tonight anyways. How their annual end-of-school-year sleepover had changed indeed. For the better, in Shepard's opinion. Considering that their first time together hadn't been their last, Jane was certain that Lyra was in agreement. Such considerations came to an end as a knock sounded on the door. This, in and of itself, wasn't all that concerning. Perhaps it was time for dinner, or maybe a question about grades, or something else trivial. Lyra grabbed the remote to the TV, pausing the movie so that they could get dressed. What was alarming was when the door handle moved slightly, showing that someone was trying to turn it. The possible questions turned from trivial to bothersome, such as why the door was locked, obviously. Shepard quickly thought of an excuse, maybe that they had been using the area to organize papers and didn't want to be disturbed. Easy enough. Instead of stopping, however, the handle continued to turn, letting the door start to swing open. The rating of bothersome was quickly discarded for something more fitting, perhaps along the lines of catastrophic, perhaps even apocalyptic. Of course, that this was likely an overreaction didn't cross Shepard's mind, nor did the idea of throwing Lyra and herself apart. Jane's full attention was stuck on the opening door as the adrenaline froze her body and all thought of action for the second it took for the person knocking to stick their head in. Why wasn't the door locked? Matriarch Ethida T. Sony appeared through the partially opened door, only to stop as she looked at the couple. Jane suddenly had the thought of what Lyra's father would be looking at right now. Lyra, sitting almost naked, with Shepard's arms wrapped around her, and both of them staring wide-eyed back at the intruder. Well, hopefully her death would come quickly. Instead of brutally shredding her with biotics, however, Ethida just clenched her fist and smiled as she quietly proclaimed, "Ha! I knew it." With that, Lyra's father bolted back out the door, slamming it behind him. Whatever. Not the time for that. Lyra slowly leaned back onto Shepard's breast, letting her head fall back to lay on Jane's collarbone. Shepard brushed her hand across Lyra's stomach, trying to calm and comfort her. Jane put her chin on the Asari's crests, effectively cradling Lyra's head with her neck. "Fuck," Lyra summarized, capturing both of their thoughts in that one word. It took them several minutes to gather their wits and clothes and make their way out of Shepard's room. Their destination was the dining room, since it was close to dinner time and Ethida hadn't actually delivered her message. This assumption proved to be correct as the three adults were sitting around the table with a meal laid out. As Shepard paused and glanced around, her mother gestured to the two open chairs sitting side by side at the table. Jane slowly made her way to her seat, Lyra following behind her. Hannah Shepard gave them a confused look and asked, "Everything all right? You aren't mad?" Shepard asked cautiously. The elder Shepard glanced between Jane and Lyra and slowly inquired, "About?" Confused at the response, Jane glanced over to Ethida, making eye contact with the Asari matriarch. Thinking of a quick excuse, Shepard blurted out, "Being late to dinner." Hannah gave her daughter an odd look at the lame explanation but seemed to accept it with a shrug. Dinner after that was a quiet affair for Jane and Lyra. It was only later that Shepard managed to catch Lyra's father alone as she went to the kitchen. Lyra was out the couch, ready to alert Jane if Benazia or Hannah attempted to interrupt. Apparently expecting such a confrontation, Ethida looked at Jane, crossing her arms and leaning against the counter. Shepard took a second to figure out which question to ask before starting, "You didn't tell them?" The Asari matriarch smiled and replied, "Of course not. I suspected your relationship for a while now. It is your secret, however, and I apologize for walking in on you. Whether you reveal it to others is your choice, not mine. If you suspect something, what about Lyra's mother, or mine?" Ethida rolled her eyes, "I think Hannah is gone far too often to suspect anything. As for my wife, while I love her, even I admit that she can be a bit daft when it comes to romance. She deals with your military because they are direct, much like her. Benazia hates politicians but understands the need for them to keep fighting from breaking out. Personally, I'm all for the fight, but that's probably the Krogan in me." "You don't care that Lyra and I are together?" Shepard asked. "I suppose I could give you the typical human father talk on hurting my daughter and blah blah blah. I don't think that's necessary, though. Both of you are mature and have known each other for years. You will fight and you will love, that is life." "Thank you, Ethida," Jane said, wrapping her arms around the Asari in a quick hug. "Of course. If you need any advice, feel free to ask. I'm sure I could give you some helpful pointers," the matriarch suggested with a wink. Jane blushed slightly and replied, "That's really not necessary. At all. We figure, we can get it ourselves." "Oh, already that far?" Ethida teased with a laugh. She continued, "Just be careful. I won't tell you that you can't be intimate, but you're both far too young to be parents." "We don't use the meld," Shepard reassured. "Good. Well, any other questions?" Shepard threw a glance back at where Lyra and the other two adults were, making sure that she was still out of hearing range before replying, "Just one." "How do I, come out?" "That is a hard one, as it's always a bit different. I don't think there'd be any issues, but I understand that even with that assurance you have doubts. I'm sure that you've talked with Lyra about this. My advice is to do so when you're together, to support each other. That you would do so is very brave. It took Benazia and myself decades to reveal our relationship to our parents," the Asari replied. "How did that go?" Ethida laughed, "My father didn't care at all. He just gave us some advice for how Krogans found mates. As an Asari, my mother was a bit more subdued with the reception, but she wasn't critical, just concerned about the hardships of two Asari being in a relationships, which is frowned on in our society." "And Benazia's parents?" Jane inquired. "Benazia's father died shortly after meeting her mother. As for her mother, she conceived Benazia when she was just a maiden, which is very young for us. Unwilling to give up her life as a mercenary, she raised Benazia on the move as she went from job to job. Shortly after Benazia left, she died in a pirate attack." Shepard blinked at the history before responding, "Sorry, I didn't know." "I know. It was far in the past and Benazia seems to have gotten over it. Anyways, do not worry about it, I can protect my wife and daughter just fine." "When did you want to come out, as you put it?" Ethida asked. "Feet first into hell, as my mother always says," Shepard declared. Ethida frowned at the phrase and asked, "What is that, anyways?" "I've heard her say it, but she's never said where she got it from, even when asked." "No idea. I know that she used to be a soldier on the old human ship called the Everest. The only thing I've heard beyond that was that she was a helljumper, so I assume it has to do with that." "Whatever it means," Jane explained. "Hey. Thanks. Sorry to distract you," Lyra's father apologized. Shepard huffed and responded, "Don't worry, it's appreciated. Really, really appreciated." "You're okay. Lyra will be right with you," Ethida reassured her. August 17, 2171/10th day of first month, 2451, August 17, 2580. Jane Shepard. Terra, Systems Alliance home world. Graduation at last, and with it freedom from secondary school and all that entailed. Now it was on to university, for both Lyra and Jane. Following in her mother's footsteps, the younger Shepard was going into the Reserve Officer Training Corps program for education that would help her as a commissioned officer in the Alliance Navy. It would be a hard time, being held to the high standard of an admiral's daughter, but Jane wasn't intimidated. Lyra was forging a much harder path, however, as she decided to follow Shepard. Though not a human, the need for diversity in the Alliance forces created an opening that she exploited as best she could. Even with protests against aliens in the Alliance forces, High Command had determined that integrating with the Citadel species was far more important than public perception at this time. Jane would be studying under a military history and logistics major for a jump start in her officer's career, since those courses were geared towards strategy and tactical decisions. With her interest in archaeology, Lyra had decided to go towards the track for Alliance science officers with a degree in xenoarchaeology. This would allow her access to the Protean ruins on Terra in the later years of her degree. The couple had already managed to acquire a dorm room together, ensuring their privacy for the coming school year. As for Lyra learning to protect herself when Jane wasn't around to help, that would hopefully come from ROTC. Either way, the time to deal with that was after the break. For now, Jane was determined to enjoy her time with her girlfriend, celebrating the day in their own way. August 12, 2174/1 ST day of 17th month, 2453, August 12, 2583. Jane Shepard. Terra, Systems Alliance home world. It was a nice last day on the campus, walking around with Lyra. Exams were over, projects complete, and everything was ready. Final grades were a concern as always, but that was more habit than an actual issue with any class. As the two came to the center of campus, Shepard stopped to look around. The entire area was empty, with most students being all too happy to leave for the summer. Lyra squeezed Shepard's hand and leaned against her, waiting for the human to continue with their stroll. Shepard glanced over and squeezed the box in her pocket, making sure not to move the one holding Lyra. She had already asked her mother, Benazia and Ethida and received a positive answer, so now it was all up to her. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, Shepard turned to face Lyra and let go of the box to grab the Asari's free hand with her own. Lyra looked confused, but before she could do anything Shepard began, Lyra, I've known you for almost 15 years. I remember when we met on the first day of school, when I saw you alone and lost, the same as I was back then. You've stuck with me, always been there for me, and shown me the way to happiness. From strangers to friends, from friends to partners, from partners to lovers, we've always been there. Now, I want to make that last step. Releasing Lyra's hands, Shepard slowly dropped to one knee and reached into her pocket to withdraw the small box. Opening it up and presenting it to the stunned Asari, Jane asked, Lyra T. Sony, will you marry me? August 12, 2175/10 th day of 15th month, 2454, August 12, 2584. Jane Shepard. Terra, Systems Alliance home world. Finally, after years of formal education, they were finished. Graduation was done, they were out and soon to receive their assignments. As a married couple, they were far more likely to receive a CO location deployment. While not guaranteed, it still gave them hope for staying together. Shepard expected to serve as a naval combat officer, leading teams in battle and shipboarding or defense operations. While she had the choice of becoming a commissioned officer, Shepard had decided on the more active posting as it suited her personality. Of course, Lyra had been less than pleased that Shepard would be in the line of danger, which had prompted the Asari to request leadership of science teams on excursions. After arguing over this issue for several weeks, they came to a mutual understanding of concerns and relented on both fronts. With the Alliance establishing mines for EZO in the Citadel's galaxy, the likelihood of being stationed at such a site was rising. Several pirate attacks had been reported, along with other issues from more organized groups that seemed to have more in mind than simply stealing items or people. Against such an issue before the insurrection or Covenant invasion, the SA might have had an issue with tactics or force dispersal. Unluckily for the attackers, this was not the case as the skies over Alliance worlds became littered with debris from destroyed vessels while the soil became soaked in the blood of the perpetrators. The Council had repeatedly complained about the treatment of prisoners by the Systems Alliance, to no avail. As with the Covenant, the Alliance took no prisoners, executing thousands of pirates, slavers, and other attackers without hesitation. While some in the galaxy called it a crime, the SA called it a message to all who would oppose them. Humanity was bigger, with more ships guarding each EZO colony than criminals could handle. Humanity was better, with more advanced tactics and highly trained soldiers. Most of all, though, humanity was not going to be pushed around, and any who tried would meet their end at gunpoint. February 4, 2176/9 th day of 4th month, 2455, February 4, 2585. Jane Shepard. Elysium, Systems Alliance Processing Colony. Elysium had been acquired by the Alliance to facilitate the processing and shipping of Element Zero back to the Milky Way galaxy. With its central location to several mass relays, the Systems Alliance had deemed the world as necessary due to their mining projects in the area. While an amazing and beautiful world, the Citadel Council had left it uncolonized due to its proximity to the terminus systems. The wisdom of this was now obvious to Shepard as she crouched behind a Mako APC, listening to the small plinks as enemy fire peppered the unprotected vehicle. Batarians had brought down the kinetic barriers on the Mako after sustained fire, but had yet to break through the plating on the sides. What Shepard wouldn't give for an actual tank right now, rather than the meek MassEffect-powered APC. Unlike the battle tanks, armored personnel carriers, artillery, and light reconnaissance vehicles that made up much of Terra's arsenal, the units deployed in the Citadel Galaxy had been given the Mako as their only large vehicle. Armored enough to survive small arms fire and quick enough to outrun most heavy weapons, the Mako was completely powered by EZO. While this allowed for kinetic barriers to be installed, the main reason for its deployment in this galaxy was so that the Alliance could keep their larger vehicle secret from Citadel species. As far as the Systems Alliance had seen, the Citadel members had no equivalent to armored vehicles, although the Krogan did field a large APC called Atomka. This same strategy had been adopted in many other aspects of warfare. As Shepard had learned from the veterans, the war which had led to the creation of the SA was far larger than any pirate attack could ever be. Helljumpers, while feared by the Innies, had once more been trained in the Alliance due to their high tactical value. None had been deployed to Citadel space, since no major offensives had been mounted which would require them. Thinking on it, Shepard grudgingly admitted that there were many things that she would not give for a tank. While it would be convenient, there wasn't any real risk of being overrun by a main battle tank. Sure, thousands of Batarians hand-landed and attacked Elysium, but tens of thousands more had died in orbit with their ships and supplies, cutting off support and escape for those remaining on the ground. Shepard and the rest of the garrison had been fighting for 7 hours now, pushing back against the attackers. With only one fairly quiet deployment, this blew away all other combat operations Shepard had participated in. Whereas her former posting had been attacked by a ship of maybe 100 or so, the force participating in this assault was probably the largest seen in Alliance history. Not that it was doing them any good. The Systems Alliance had faced forces that these attackers could only dream of, and it showed. Every counter-attack against the Alliance led to an unrelenting front as the soldiers of the SA refused to give ground. Most of the humans were new, but some had fought in the war against the enemy and were still used to the slaughter that would follow a successful advance by the alien foes. At the end of the day, over 30,000 attackers would lie dead, mostly Batarians, although a hefty number of other criminals from various species were mixed in. Shepard had killed a few dozen herself, an excellent performance for her first major battle. As time went on, this event would become known as the Skylian Blitz and shape Batarian-human relations for years to come. November 23, 2177/17th day of 17th month, 2456, November 23, 2586. Jane Shepard. Akos, Systems Alliance EZO Colony. Almost 2 years since the events on Elysium. That was hard to believe. As Shepard lay in bed with her arms wrapped around Lyra, she remembered the Blitz. The blood and bodies littering the area, mostly alien but with a few humans mixed in. Nervous tension as she waited for word from Lyra, and relief when the Asari's voice greeted her. Finally, memories of the final push against the attackers, watching as they were all slaughtered. She had already dealt with what little guilt she felt about the deaths of those who were trying to survive after their crimes. They had attacked humanity, just like the enemy, and they would die just like Earth had died, screaming for mercy. Lyra had no issue with the treatment of the surrendering forces, nor with the treatment of the few high-value targets that Spec Ops had managed to capture. They had attacked the colony and put Jane in danger, and so they died. From what Shepard had heard, the HVTs from the Blitz had easily spilled their secrets when given over to Alliance interrogators. Admiral Hannah Shepard had let slip that the Alliance was quietly assembling an armada to attack Torfan, the moon that the attackers had come from. Since it was in the Terminus systems and not Citadel space, the Alliance considered all bets off when it came time to attack. As far as the Citadel Council knew, the ships coming through their relays were merely reinforcements for human EZO colonies. Coming in groups of 3 or 4, each ship was making its way to the Vetus system, where Elysium was located. Hidden from prying eyes and sensors by the constant traffic, it was estimated that the attack would be happening within the next few months. Shepard was pulled from her thoughts by the pounding of boots outside the door. With a hiss, it opened and allowed one of their bunkmates into the small area. Initially unconcerned, Jane raised an eyebrow at the singed edges of his uniform. Ran into a fucking thresher on a Mako run of the perimeter. Told it to fuck off, the soldier explained quietly, glancing at Lyra's sleeping form. And Shepard pressed, nodding at the damaged plating. Shrugging slightly, the guy smirked and replied, it did not comply. So we shot it. Won't be a problem any longer. Nice. Met, doesn't take an idiot to defeat them. Just keep moving and let the turret do the heavy damage. Wouldn't want to be anywhere near one of the fuckers on foot, though, he responded. Shepard and grunted in agreement before laying her head down. Some rest before her shift started in a few hours would be nice. April 17, 2178/6th day of 5th month, 2457, April 17, 2587. Jane Shepard. Torfin, criminal stronghold. The assault had finally come, after months of planning and force buildup. Alliance vessels had fallen into formation and jumped to FTL yesterday, allowing them to reach Torfin in the early morning hours of the moon below. Orbital defenses had been a joke, with the weak vessels quickly falling to the fire of Alliance wolf packs. Landing on the ground had also been simple, especially considering the stories Shepard had heard from veterans of the fight against the enemy. It was when the SA units had descended into the warren of caves beneath the surface that things became tough. With the entire moon infested by criminals, the Alliance had to fight a forefront war against a dug-in enemy that knew the area. Initial casualties had been high, though fatalities were still relatively low due to the kinetic barriers each soldier was equipped with. From Shepard's own training as well as from talking with veterans, she knew that the barriers were merely a nice new toy. Each soldier, old and new, had been trained with the idea that there wasn't going to be some magical protection surrounding them. This mentality had been drilled into them, and it had saved many from foolish risks. Unlike their enemies, who relied on their barriers to absorb fire and save them, the Alliance combatants relied on not getting hit at all. While this cautious approach kept more soldiers alive, it also slowed the advance into enemy territory as soldiers weren't sprinting in front of enemy fire without being covered by allies. This satisfied Shepard just fine, for it meant that her position as a captain in the Marines didn't necessitate her sending her troops to their deaths. Command acknowledged that progress would be slow, and as such there was no need for pointless heroics to achieve their objective faster. By now, though, the fighting was dying down as the enemy realized their defeat. The specific area that Shepard and her soldiers had taken was apparently home to Illinois Haliot, the architect of the Skylian Blitz and therefore a perfect example for those who would attack the system's alliance. As the defenders laid down their arms and surrendered, Shepard directed her unit to line them up against the wall under the guise of keeping them under guard. Of course, any alliance soldier recognized the position for what it was, and each readied their weapon. The execution of the perpetrators of a major attack against the alliance was a job that each human present was willing to do, for their survival and to prove their mettle. Haliot himself was on the ground before Shepard, with 2 soldiers guarding the Turian criminal. Shepard ignored his attempts at negotiation, though she idly noted that he seemed more aware of his imminent death than his comrades, even if he had not realized it yet. Since the entire operation would be worthless if the Alliance didn't get some public relations material out of its completion, a camera would be used to film Shepard's execution of Haliot. Edits would be made before its release to the public, both to censor any intelligence that Haliot might spout off at the last minute to try and survive and to increase the shock value for the Citadel species. Getting a ready signal from the military videographer that had accompanied them, Shepard pulled out a Karpov Mk7 and pointed it at the back of Illinois Haliot's head. Usually Jane wouldn't engage in such theatrics, but the film guy had said it would make for a good show. Who was she to argue with that? Illinois Haliot, you are under arrest for the organization and execution of the Skylian Blitz against the Systems Alliance world of Elysium, Shepard began. Haliot growled out several words that did not sound like compliments, but the mic clipped to Shepard's uniform barely picked them up. She continued, your list of crimes is long. I would go over them, but it's not worth my time. By the rules of engagement and with the authority of the Systems Alliance Parliament, courts, and military, I confer the sentence of death. At this, the Turian attempted to rise and escape, only to be slammed back down by the 2 humans beside him. Apparently there was still some hope left in him, as he began to try and give information to save his life. Shepard listened but stayed still, keeping the shot so that the intel could be edited out in post-production. When the scum started to run out of useful tips, Shepard cut him off, thank you for that, idiot. She paused a second so that the classified information could be cleanly extracted before continuing, any last words? Before the Turian could speak, Jane pulled the trigger, sending a small piece of metal through the back of the Turian's head. He never heard the gunshot, which was too big of a mercy in Shepard's book. Either way, the death of the leader signaled the death of all the rest as Shepard gave the order to fire on the helpless criminals. A flurry of shots rang out as the camera turned to get a view of the dead, with the blood-splattered rock behind them providing a nice emphasis on their fate. So it was that Shepard earned her entrance into N7, as well as the title Butcher of Torfin when the footage was released by the Systems Alliance. October 8, 2179/13th day of 12th month, 2458/October 8, 2588. Jane Shepard. Arcturus Station, Systems Alliance Military Headquarters. Built as a center for Alliance High Command, Arcturus Station housed some of the most powerful people in the Systems Alliance. From fleet admirals to operational directors, each entity on the station was there for a reason. Even Shepard might be stationed here at some point soon, considering the promotion following Torfin. A transfer from the Marines to the Navy, a commission from the Systems Alliance Prime Minister, and a promotion to Commander allowed the Alliance to give Shepard command of ship complements instead of ground-based garrisons, giving the Alliance a competent and mobile officer if the need arose. Eventually she might be commanding fleets rather than squads, which was a strange thought. The maintenance and operation of the structure was managed by an Alliance AI due to the importance and high activity on the station. Unlike their UNSC counterparts, the Systems Alliance could not produce enough AIs to meet demand, largely due to the Council limitations. Dumb AIs were possible, but even the advanced technology needed to create them was very simple when compared to the smart AIs created by Earth and Reach facilities. As such, intelligences were relegated to the most important tasks such as city management, fleet logistics, or cybersecurity. Shepard pushed the idle thought to the side as she and Lyra followed the path given to them by the station AI. People easily moved aside for the Butcher of Torfin, most saluting and nodding to her respectfully. Lyra followed behind Shepard, getting a few glances as people recognized her. While Jane's actions had been a source of great controversy in Citadel space, the worlds of the Alliance hailed her as a hero for showing the mettle of humanity. As Jane's life became less private with the increased attention, her and Lyra's marriage had become public knowledge. Some had criticized the decision, using xenophobic views to justify keeping human worlds untouched by alien beings. Most, however, had been unable to discard their heroification of Shepard and pointed out that the marriage signified the prevalence of human culture. It sent a message that attacking the Alliance would lead to death, but joining humanity would mean protection. Either way, that was how it was, and Shepard would deal with the issues as they came. For now, all she knew was that she and Lyra had been unexpectedly recalled from their posting. The two had been co-located on a human colony near Terra, a nice and quiet posting in the Milky Way as the Terminus systems calmed down. With her growing reputation, Jane had become a prime target for many pirates, slavers, and other unsavory characters. The Alliance largely blamed the Batarian hegemony for putting a bounty on Shepard following the raid on Torfin, but no true allegations had been made since the Alliance had larger concerns than some idiots with a grudge. With Shepard safe in the Milky Way and the might of the Alliance on display, any war would merely be a nuisance rather than a possible situation to exploit for the SA. As the two reached their destination, Shepard focused on the security measures that stood before her. Considering the distance they had walked, they had to be close to the center of Arcturus, where most important meetings and servers were held. With the AI monitoring all activity, there were no biometric scans or other tests for her entrance. Jane's behavior had been analyzed and verified, her voice picked up and dissected, her DNA collected, fingerprints recorded, and irises scanned. As with all personnel, they were there for a reason, and now was the time to find out why. The solid door before them slid open, revealing the room beyond. Sitting around a U-shaped desk was the Systems Alliance Admiralty, the individuals that commanded and directed the operations of the entire Alliance Navy. Jane automatically stood to attention as she reached the center of the area, easily listening to Lyra do the same in the quiet space. Shepard felt a coil of nerves form in her gut as she looked around. Figures she had missed earlier became apparent as she picked out the Speaker of the House of the Systems Alliance Parliament, the House Minority Leader, the Systems Alliance Prime Minister, several Marine and Army generals, an extremely nervous matriarch Benezia, and the Director of Enemy Countermeasures. Considering that this single room contained enough political and military power to take entire star systems, Shepard knew this was serious beyond anything else. The Director only ever left his isolated planet for the most important affairs, such as when the technologies that were banned by the Citadel were moved to his location. Hannah Shepard gave a subtle nod to her daughter, reassuring her that this wasn't some strange tribunal or something like that. While Jane appreciated the gesture, it didn't do much to help with the nerves. Especially with the expression on Benezia's face. Shepard had never seen the Asari so frightened. It wasn't nervousness, it was fear. Whatever was going to be said was going to be big, and she would bet her wedding ring that it was so high up the clearance ladder that perhaps even the Council did not know of it. Admiral Hackett of the Systems Alliance 5th Fleet began, Commander Shepard. Ensign T. Sony Shepard. Welcome to Arcturus, if not this gathering. At ease. Both soldiers dropped into parade rest as the Admiral continued, I don't wish to be rude, but this will need to be quick. Preparations need to be made, as you will understand at the end of this briefing. The enemy has been found. Many in the room shifted at the statement, though they all already knew it to be true. We knew that the Citadel would not heed our advice. They would find the Covenant, would go searching into the Orion arm. What we did not anticipate is that they would find them so fast, nor that they would not tell us when they did so, Hackett explained. He sighed before slowly resuming, the Citadel races have found the Covenant. They were not met with death, but with words. The Systems Alliance only learned this information through Ambassador Udina, and he learned of it when the Council told him that a human presence was requested. There will be a meeting on the Citadel. It will include the enemy, who are now calling themselves the Wardens of the Mantle for some reason, and representatives from all Council members and species with embassies on the Citadel. Commander, this group requested your presence to ask you to attend this meeting with Ensign T. Sony. Make no mistake, there is little chance of surviving or escaping the Citadel when they learn of our existence there. This is likely a suicide mission. Alliance High Command fully recognizes this, but we must have a competent leader at the negotiations, Hackett said seriously, presenting the facts bluntly instead of skirting around it with worthless platitudes. Shepard stiffened and replied, I will do my duty to humanity, sir. Whatever the cost. As we all know, Shepard. We are assigning you to this mission due to your public image and because of your relation to Ensign T. Sony. You will be recognized from your reputation, and your relation to your wife will prove to the Covenant the close ties between the Citadel and humanity. The Systems Alliance cannot afford to fight the Covenant alone, the Council must become involved. Understood, sir, Shepard responded. Benezia stepped forward slightly, drawing attention from Jane as she stated, I will be informing the Council of the threat this Covenant presents. From what you have presented, I cannot guarantee the backing of the Council. Which is why we are sending the human married to an Asari. The galaxy might forgive the death of the Alliance, but when the enemy sees that you have allowed us to live, they will attack you as well, one of the admirals explained. All you have told me is that this Covenant attacked you and drove you from your homes. You have shown no information or other intelligence that would help us in a fight. You think that the Council will allow this? Benezia asked. You signed your death warrants for the Covenant when you failed to eradicate us. With this plan, you might at least gain public support for a fight against the enemy, the Admiral stated bluntly. We will discuss this later. I understand your issues, Ambassador, but there is little to do about it now. The Covenant will slaughter you, whether you are guilty or not, just as they did to humanity, Hackett said, interrupting the small discussion. Hackett turned his attention back to the two soldiers and nodded, Thank you for your service, Commander Shepard, Ensign T. Sony Shepard. All information we have on the enemy will be provided, for your eyes only. You will leave tomorrow for the Citadel. I do not think this needs to be stated, but no word of this is to leave this room and all documents given to you are classified far beyond your normal clearance. Godspeed, Shepard. Shepard and Lyra saluted before turning to make their way out. With their few items already packed from their journey to Arcturus, there wouldn't be much to do but get some rest and prepare for a meeting with death. March 1, 2180/2 ND day of 20th month, 2458/March 1, 2589. Jane Shepard. Citadel. Shepard watched the vast expanse of space outside the Citadel diplomatic hangar, waiting for the telltale flash that would signify the arrival of the enemy. Lyra stood beside her in parade rest, her presence helping Jane to stay calm in the face of their probable death. Both of them were protected from the vacuum by a sheet of glass that went along the back of the hangar, allowing the alien ships in without compromising the Citadel's atmosphere. In front of them stood the Citadel Council and the large host of diplomats from other species that were attending this event. The Council had decided to keep the Alliance party back due to their tensions with the Covenant. Directly behind Shepard and Lyra was Ambassador Udina, along with several other N7 operatives who were prepared to evacuate Udina at the first signs of trouble. Every being's attention was drawn to a specific point in space as a swirling hole appeared, with only the humans knowing that it led into the 11 dimensions of slip space. As Jane watched, the silvery form of a vessel appeared, its shields shimmering at the edge of the vortex as they fought against the currents of slip space. From the information they had been given, Shepard knew that it was a Ka-class assault carrier, a ship capable of laying siege to entire cities without outside support. While the Council species marveled at the vessel, not knowing that it was larger and more destructive than anything they could ever hope to field, Jane directed the Alliance operatives to subtly ready their weapons. With the ship close enough to identify by visual contact, it had to be well within 20 kilometers of the Citadel. There was no longer any doubt of false reports, as shown by the craft drifting across the stars. The implications of this truly hit Shepard at that moment. She was going to die, probably alongside her wife, in a hail of plasma as the enemy saw them. There was no escape, no means of survival given with their orders. The same foes that had slaughtered billions of humans in the outer colonies, and almost certainly eradicated the inner worlds, had arrived. Billions more might die, mostly human. If the Citadel became involved, that number would probably rise to trillions. How could the enemy be fought when the largest vessel the Council had was a mere ship of the line to the Covenant? Shepard put these doubts to rest as several small points of light took off from the carrier's main hangar. There was no point in meeting death like a coward. She was human, and she would stand firm against the enemy. Let her death inspire others to resist, to fight, and to triumph. As the small transports drew closer, Jane could pick out irregularities from the reports given to her by the Alliance. The nearest craft approaching them was orange, with a reddish tint that made it look like the armor was rusted. When the dropship eased into the hangar, Shepard could tell that its structure was subtly different from the pictures of phantoms that she had been given. The logical assumption would be that it was a newer model, meaning that the enemy had advanced from the previous war. The ship came to a stop, floating above the floor of the hangar. As the bottom opened and a grav lift appeared, Jane reached her hand down and found Lyra's own. The Asari squeezed Shepard's hand, but refused to let go when Jane went to pull back. A second passed before something appeared in the beam of the lift. The massive form of a hunter was revealed, though nothing could be seen beyond the shield that it held in front of its face. Its bond brother quickly followed, with both hunkering down to protect against any attack. When no threats presented themselves, a third form dropped behind its brethren. While the two original hunters were large, this one easily towered above them as well. From the decorations in its armor, Jane determined that it was some kind of leader, though Alliance reports had nothing on a leader for the worms. Almost immediately the large being turned to directly face the Citadel party, though Shepard was sure that it was staring at the humans specifically as it easily sensed them through the glass, somehow. Much to her surprise, however, the enemy did not attack. Instead, it turned its head to watch as the ship above it left. The rest of the ships must have been awaiting the all-clear from the heavy hitters, as several more Covenant Phantoms, along with an unknown ship, drifted outside the hangar when the first cleared the area. Shepard noted their differences as they went by, but kept most of her attention focused on the hunters. Instead of the rust-hued craft that the hunters deployed from, the three Phantoms outside matched the descriptions of standard Covenant craft. Purple armor and a beetle-like hull reminded Jane of the videos she had seen of enemy troops leaping onto defenseless humans from those ships. As for the unknown ship, it was probably a new species or something. Not her concern. One of these ships broke formation and drifted above the hunters as the hole in its center opened. Instead of a grav lift, however, a single Covenant engineer drifted down, taking up position behind the shields of the hunters. The ship quickly withdrew, letting out no other beings. Again a dropship made its way in, this time utilizing a beam of anti-gravity to allow 3 grunts down. The first 2 were specialists, as far as grunts went. Against a regular marine, grunts were not threat. Their leader joined them, at least Jane assumed it was the leader from the decorations on his armor, much like the hunter. With a quiet hum, the last Phantom came to hover above the growing party of the enemy. Once again the lift appeared, this time heralding a group of 4 brutes. Unlike the videos of brutes that Jane had seen, these looked significantly more organized and clean, with heavy armor and large hammers set on their backs. As an elderly brute dropped onto the deck, the others looked around, unable to smell due to the lack of an atmosphere. Several mutterings passed through the council species as the brutes showed no signs of being affected by the lack of air. Almost as one, they turned to Jane and the humans behind her. Shepard tensed, expecting the brutes to shatter the thin barrier of glass and attack, as their dossier indicated. The brute elder made eye contact with Jane, causing her to raise her head defiantly, the soldier in her too stubborn to look away. Instead of ordering an attack, pulling his weapon, or doing anything else that made sense, the brute just bared his teeth at Shepard and turned away. What the hell? The expression on the brute's face had looked almost like a smile, albeit it was hard to tell. Jane's attention was drawn to the other brutes as they looked away when their leader barked an order in their language, causing them to fall in with the hunter pair. Of course, the obvious question now was the location of the dreaded elites. Hunters would suck to deal with, but they were unshielded and could be killed from a distance. Elites, on the other hand, could be right next to a soldier and kill them before they could react. Before she could consider this further, the unknown vessel made its way into the hangar. Unlike the enemy, this species seemed to be using standard fuel propulsion as the engines caused noticeable vibrations to run through the deck to the Citadel party. The dull white paint that covered the craft was scratched and worn, though it seemed to serve little purpose on the simple rectangular box that made up the vessel. Instead of the Covenant gravity lift, the craft settled onto the deck and lowered a ramp. Several beings made their way out, though Shepard couldn't recognize them. Several new species then, considering the differences, but no known species of the enemy. After they had left, the box lifted off once again and left the hangar. A shift in the vacuum above drew Jane's gaze as a dark green phantom was revealed. As if the damn things wouldn't be bad enough, now they apparently had cloaked dropships to wreak havoc unseen. Though with the current non-aggression from the enemy, Shepard was beginning to doubt an immediate attack. Whether it would happen or not was beyond her, however, as 3 elites dropped from the green phantom. They were clad in red armor with interesting golden plumes, almost like some form of honor guard. Each one was armed with a pike, though Jane could see energy swords on their thighs as well. The professional nature of the elites went on full display as the 3 beings slammed the butts of their staffs into the deck, completely ignoring the human group. At the sound, a 4th figure drifted down from above. Clad in golden armor, it was immediately obvious that this was a major leader. Considering that elites tended to show prowess by the intricacy of their armor, Shepard knew that this one would be extremely dangerous if things went sideways. Jane expected some sign of acknowledgement from the enemy, or at least a glance. Instead, the leader of the elites simply ignored the Citadel party entirely and made his way to his allies. While Shepard should have been happy, or at least cautious, that the most dangerous foe of the Covenant had taken no interest in them, she felt more angry that the elite could so blithely ignore the remnants of a species he had committed xenocide against. As the Citadel party examined the members of the Covenant, Shepard tilted her head back to look at the ceiling of the hangar. If the enemy didn't attack now, it would likely happen when they directly met the council and other diplomats. This proximity would make it almost impossible for Yudina or the other N7 operatives to escape, which was unfortunate. Drawing herself once again out of those morbid thoughts, Shepard realized that she had been staring at the same spot at the top of the hangar for a couple seconds. Except there was nothing there to look at, only the unbroken plates that made up the space. After a second of staring, Jane tilted her head a bit. Suddenly, reality seemed to melt as blue hexagonal pieces of light exploded out from the point Shepard was looking at. Within seconds, the predatory form of a dark vessel was revealed. There were no markings on the vessel, though it was hard to tell as it was almost impossible to focus on its surface as her eyes tried to drift elsewhere. While this was surprising enough, Shepard only had eyes for the green armored figure standing on the open ramp leading to the interior of the vessel. Staring straight back at her was an impenetrable golden visor, revealing nothing. Yet Shepard knew, by instinct or by an act of her subconscious, exactly what was standing on that ramp. Earth had not gone gently into that good night. This is the last chapter of Singular Setup, next chapter will be between and about factions. Still setup, but much more interesting setup in my mind. We'll need to reset back a bit, though. The end of this chapter should lead into the chapter after the next. I don't think Benazia is some hard ass, considering her words to Lyra in the first Me game. Also, anyone ever notice that Asari don't have ears? Several of the sports I mentioned were popular in Citadel space in Mass Effect canon. So, that was the inspiration for that. Apologies if the Shepard section seemed somewhat like a timeline. That's probably because it is. I wanted to establish a bit of a different background for Jane, so, yeah. As for Shepard and Lyra coming out, sorry for being a bit of a troll there. Nearly touched on it a couple times before finally setting it out. Eleanor's Haliot was supposed to be represented by a Turian model, but was accidentally given a human model in-game. As such, I have used his intended species. SA artificial intelligences would be worse than UNSC. They may know how, but they don't have the industrial or cultural freedom to use ACE to the extent that the UNSC does. As for Canon SA and Cerberus with the creation of EDI, their AIs in this FIC will be better. Anyone who thinks that EDI, apparently one of if not the first AI created by humanity, could beat a UNSC AI, which are created by a humanity that has 4 centuries of experience in AI tech, is deluding themselves. Look at how much hardware and software has progressed in the last 60 years in our world. Now take those 60 years and analyze the progression, and you get an exponential increase. Not linear. We have no signs that that exponential trend will stop, mostly because ideas like Moore's law are self-fulfilling. People believe it, ergo it must be met, and since necessity is the mother of progress. Don't know how readers feel about this chapter, no day, but I quite liked writing it. Really liked that last line, got shivers when I wrote it. Just seemed to fit. Love the poem it's from as well. Poem is Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night by Dylan Thomas. Rage, Rage Against the Dying of the Light. Chapter 8, Info for the Get-Go. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. I know I said that this chapter would be the last before UNSC met the Citadel, but that ended up to be false. I will try to get the second part of this out soon, but just started another semester, so may end up muddled. As for future updates, they will come when they come. I will try to do once a month, but if a class gets really intensive that may be put off. If I have not updated in a month, story status can be found on my profile. That will always be updated at least once a month. This chapter starts way before the end of the last. The SA Parliament meeting was November 2566, Gurus met the Unggoy in December 2566, the Warden Summit was in February 2567, this chapter begins in September 2567 and ends in 2568. While Shepard met Lyra in January 2569. Next chapter will finish up the Warden side of things for this time period, from 2568 to 2689, with the Reach Memorial from the end of Halo, Reach on July 7, 2589. Just wanted to get that straight, since the dates were a bit mixed from going through Shepard's entire chapter. I know the reception to last chapter was a bit mixed. For those of you who enjoyed it, cool. For those who didn't, know that this isn't a romance story and it won't be a huge focus of the FIC. I enjoyed writing it to set up Shepard's character, but with that done I won't need to devote an entire chapter to it again. I will use what I established in that chapter, hence why I wrote it. For now, we're back to business as usual. Rather than focusing solely on a single character, this chapter is focusing on the events of the Warden species and what they have going. Now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. My name Jeff, no, I will not be adding any OC species to this FIC. Every species I use is canon. Now, some ships might not be, but those will be a nod to other fandoms rather than super special vessels that blah blah blah. Yet, I try not to do that whole fan creation thing. AJ, Alexander Inuzuka, Uriel, Naruko the 7th Hokage, Fandango 12345, Spalding 714, Indo Minus, Follower D21, Scythes Arcanus, Declinus, and Zion Nakrua, ZX, Andrew, Guest number 3, Spectre Xcov, Chris Vun, Brusek 22180, Fallout 123, Dark Kush, Star Iron, Nectos, Unown Death 2565, Zalidk, Uchihamadara 270, Hyperion Atlas, thanks, and here you are. Guest number 1, Anon number 2, Commissar Critical, noted, but I liked writing it and some later stuff would be confusing without last chapter, so deal with it. It will be the last chapter so individually focused, at least as far as I have planned. Ninja Shot, thank you for the extensive review, and glad to hear you are liking it. Yet, last chapter was a bit different, but I knew that so not too worried. I just don't like the Mass Effect origins for Shepard, none of them strike me as particularly interesting on their own. No sweating innies here, but it will come. FER82, thank you for the review, and good to hear that you are enjoying the story. Focus is shifting to the Wardens for the foreseeable future, last chapter was set up. Don't worry about instant hostilities, though I can't guarantee against belligerency and ignorant statements. I do think that the Citadel Council members are idiots, so, yet. Teluk, Reapers against a Covenant CSO supercarrier? Yet, Reapers aren't gonna win that one. As for the mantle belonging to the Reclaimers, interesting theories, but I already have some ideas for that myself. Smiley face, guest number 2, Chief rarely removes his helmet and would never do so in a potentially hostile environment like the Citadel. Authors that have 117 remove his helmet or reveal his name at the first request irritate me and don't know Halo lore in my opinion. Airmail Mercol, yet, Asari growth rates are kind of undefined from what I saw, but I didn't look very hard. After all, human growth rates haven't changed from when the average lifespan was 40 to the modern day when it's 90. That statement will make sense a lot later. Capital class ship, we're almost to that, won't spoil the answers to those questions here in the reviews. World Wanderer 2.0, I never stated that I wouldn't use Colony or any other banished leader, I just said I was unsure due to the lack of canon material. If 343I decides to actually keep the characters around instead of discarding them like they did with Fire Team Majestic, then I will use them. Thank you for the review. Furi Giraffe, thank you for the review. Good to hear that I managed to approach the balance I was looking for between canon and logically incorporation of Halo lore. Indeed, next couple chapters will cover what changed for the UEG. There is actually a piece of Halo lore about the abundance of species in the Orion Arm alone, I'll get to that eventually. I won't be using OC species though, sorry. Kabuto S Inferno, much appreciated for the praise and review, and glad that you liked it. Yes, some interesting times are ahead for the Warden and Citadel meeting. Asari aging will be explained, I promise. It has an explanation that, well, you'll see. Smiley face, ominous Olithros, space is big, places that the Citadel could not go could encompass most of the Orion Arm, along with other random places that don't actually matter. Counterintelligence and misdirection, just because I have Pundat saying that the Citadel shouldn't go to coordinate XYZ doesn't mean that those coordinates are correct or that there is anything actually there. Any dialogue in this story between possibly opposed factions should not be taken as instant fact, lies will be and have been told. As for vehicles, the Warthog and Mongoose aren't powered by Mass Effect. Benazia would not know this, as she isn't tearing apart SA vehicles like a battlefield would do. Also, obviously an unarmed Warthog is inferior to a Mako. The Mako is an APC, the Mekanon version of an MBT. A Gauss or Rocket Hog, or a Scorpion, would run circles around or go right through a Mako, respectively. Ramos, I never described the Chief's armor. I don't know why people are assuming it's the same armor, I just said it was green and large. That is literally the only description of 117 that I used. That tells readers nothing beyond that the figure is the Master Chief. I think that there are far too many relays to guard at all times. They are patrolled, not guarded. As for the SA sharing tech, they are learning from Citadel tech, not giving the Citadel slipspace or any other tech. That's why I have the Mako alone for the SA in the Citadel's galaxy, versus main battle tanks. Council is vastly incompetent, no argument from me. 312, thank you very much for the long review, and interesting ideas. Bit more set up before the explosion, unluckily, as the Wardens haven't been idle during last chapter either. LINX007, governments typically don't rush into things, and the Wardens aren't being obvious. We'll expand on the Halo factions a bit more before the meeting, hopefully explain some things. Thank you for the review and hope you enjoy. ZEUS 501, that will be answered, I assure you. First age of realization, 7th solar cycle /13th day of 15th month, 2438/September 26, 2567. Enduring conviction. Mup. Atriox had always been fairly subtle in conducting the affairs of the Banished. Small raids against Covenant fuel depots, an attack on a remnant world, stealing a ship here and there. Enough to be an annoyance but not enough to merit the attention of a fleet master or someone else of high standing. That subtlety was decidedly lacking as the enduring conviction blasted back into reality above Mup. As its slip space portal closed behind it and the vessel approached the fleet in orbit, it quickly became apparent that the modified Ka-class carrier dwarfed everything else. The Banished ships already in orbit parted easily for their flagship, falling into formation as Valor directed the conviction into place. While the Ungoi and Banished vessels had easily dealt with the appearance of the carrier, the 729th Ceph were at a loss as to how to react. They had been warned that a large vessel would be entering the area to facilitate the introduction of a new species, but the disconnect between ideals of large for the Ungoi and Turians had not been taken into account. As Atriox watched, the Turian fleet began backing off, allowing a greater distance between themselves and the Banished flagship. The Jiralhani grinned, amused at the reaction his arrival had received. His attention was drawn away as the communications officer reported, "Incoming communication." Let Valor replied, "Let them talk. Keep focus on the warlord, they do not need to know of the existence of Sanghaili. From what the Ungoi have told us, we should be heading for their space to meet on the Citadel. Do we have a confirmation from the Reclaimer vessel in system? We received a point-to-point data link as we slipped in. The Reclaimer stealth craft is off our port bow, 200 kilometers out. Exact position unknown," the comms operator replied. A quick glance at the screen that displayed the space outside the carrier showed no sign of the humans. From Atriox's experience, if the human craft was ever visible, it probably meant that everything else was already dead. The view was quickly obscured as the communication from the Turian vessel came through. From the reports given to him by the Ungoi, the Turians were similar to Sanghaili in the militaristic order of their society. "This is Gurus Vakarayan of the 7th Citadel Exploration Fleet, in command of the THV Covenant and joint command of the 7th and 29th Ceph. The Ungoi told us that you were coming," the Turian leader said, introducing himself quickly. Atriox grunted and replied, "Atriox, Jiralhani warlord of the Banished. We make for your citadel." Considering the shock that the alien must have been feeling, the Jiralhani warlord gave this Gurus credit for his composure. "Indeed. Travel time will be about 3 months and 14 days, by our time measurement. I believe that it's about a fifth of your solar cycle. We were planning on traveling by mass relay, however, we were not expecting a vessel of this size," Gurus stated, staying formal for the inevitable performance review by the council. "Then we shall take a different route. Bring your ship into our hangar and we will make the journey in a reasonable amount of time," Atriox responded. He glanced at the navigation console to see the Sanghaili on station give a nod of confirmation as he worked out a flight path for the alien ship. "We have 2 command ships that will be making the journey. You would invite us onto your vessel?" Gurus inquired. Atriox shrugged, "You would stay on your ships. It's a short journey, and there's not much damage you could do and survive. From your talks with the Ungoi, I assume you do not have a death wish for you or your species. And our trust for you should come from?" Gurus asked, looking pointedly at Atriox's massive form. "Yes, because we need you inside our ship for us to present a threat to your continued existence," the warlord said, sarcasm and boredom obvious in his tone. Gurus gave a low laugh as he replied, "Fair enough. Your hangar has enough space for 2 of our ships." "Easily," Atriox answered. "Understood, we will follow the directions provided." "Transmitting our destination," the Turian leader replied, sending the coordinates of their path before disconnecting. As the route appeared on Valor's console, the Sanghaili glanced at the numbers before closing the message and ordering, "Set course for the Citadel. All non-Ungoi or Jiralhani crew are to stay out of the main hangar for the duration of the journey. Once the Turians are on board, initiate the slip." From the estimated real space distance, it would take a bit more than 2 human weeks to travel the 15,000 light-years to the Citadel. The Ungoi had declined the invitation to join the delegation and were content with communicating with the Citadel races through the Turian commander. Assured that Valor had everything under control, Atriox mentally reviewed the briefing he had received from Lytus before the arrival of the conviction above Mup. This briefing had included the coordinates of many important worlds and locations for the Turians, including the Citadel. Unlike the Warden species, who had hidden any possibly useful information by limiting the Turians to trained Ungoi diplomats, the Citadel members seemed to be largely unconcerned with data restriction. Reclaimer intelligence gathering had already revealed a large amount of information that would be quite useful in a hostile situation. While some of this information was easily found through the Citadel Codex, a lot was also drawn out from behind the weak cybersecurity standards of the Turian vessels. Even though the Reclaimers had yet to make a foray away from Mup, at least that they had informed the Wardens about, they still had enough data to conduct a successful campaign against Citadel space. The arrival of the Banished flagship was permitted by the Ungoi both because of the assistance of the group as well as an attempt to warn off the Citadel. It was calculated that a show of might would buy more time before conflict than appearing meek before the council. Most of the worry for such an offensive came from the Citadel's use of FTL travel. While significantly slower than slip space, it was still a great unknown, something that every commander hated. Examination of the Turian vessels by cloaked reclaimer stealth craft had revealed no large surprises, though there was no way to test the strength of the Turian shields without suspicion being aroused. Some members of the Wardens had called for direct observation in the Citadel's galaxy instead, but the reclaimers had denied this due to the distance involved. Deploying an ONI prowler to a planet held by a member of the Wardens was one thing, but sending a single stealth craft to another galaxy was quite different. Instead, their intelligence-gathering agency had loitered in the system, collecting and analyzing data. From the preliminary findings, the Wardens were fairly confident in making full contact within the next few decades. Several large conflicts had been mentioned by the Codex, but all were fairly localized events. Even with the chain of mass relays that the Citadel had established, it would take several months for any force to be able to attack Warden space if hostilities did occur. Concerns had been raised about the low cost of these relays, but it was determined that they posed no critical threat to Warden forces. Several military analysts had pointed out that these relays could be weaponized, but from further study that theory was soundly disproven. By the Citadel's understanding of what they called mass effect, it was impossible to fire a craft from a relay and have it impact at hyperluminal velocity. For the Citadel's knockoff relays, this was largely due to power output. At 250 meters in length, the small relays were basically built at the low cost of a frigate to allow a short transit using the massless corridor that was created. Instead of having the mass effect field around the ship, the Citadel races shaped it into a beam to allow for their other vessels to travel through. The limiting factor for distance on both the Citadel relays and the much larger protein relays in the Citadel galaxy, however, was the mass entering the corridor. As the massless route extended farther, there were more particles of space dust or other matter that interfered with the beam. While small on their own, the number in several dozen light-years would quickly overwhelm the mass effect field. While smaller particles limited the distance through number, larger objects simply interrupted the corridor. A vessel going through a mass relay aimed at a celestial object would decelerate to the point that it'd be just as effective to drop the ship on the surface without going through a relay. This was also what prevented Warden vessels from using the relays. With no mass effect core to reduce their mass, any relay they used would be unable to catapult ships larger than small frigates. Atriox pulled his thoughts away from strategy and tactical intelligence as the enduring conviction began pulling away from Mup. Apparently the Turians had arrived and Valor had taken the initiative to start their journey. As the carrier opened a slip space portal, its shields glowed as they fought off the effects of the 11-dimensional highway. This glow was the main focus of the remaining Turian vessels, which was exactly what the captain of the ONI Prowler had counted on as the human vessel discreetly followed the banished to the Citadel. First Age of Realization, 7th Solar Cycle /9th Day of 16th Month, 2438/October 12, 2567. Widow System. Citadel. The arrival of the enduring conviction at the edge of the system went largely unnoticed, with the only witnesses being those in the hangar of the massive carrier and the sensors of the Citadel Defense Fleet. All civilian traffic was further in system and blindly following flight paths given out by Citadel Flight Control, not scanning the center of Citadel space for alien vessels. After they had cleared the rupture, the Turian vessels left their positions on the hangar deck and pulled in front of the banished flagship. Atriox's transport followed soon after, leaving the conviction to drift at the edge of the system in case assistance or retribution was needed. Due to the great distance to the Citadel from their current location, the dropship would dock in one of the hangars of the two Turian frigates while the vessel went to FTL. While mainly a courtesy to repay their journey as well as shorten what would otherwise be a long trip across the system, this arrangement also allowed the Jiralhani to keep a low profile when meeting the Council. With the speed given by the Turian FTL travel, the group quickly reached the Citadel. As they were directed to the diplomatic hangar, Gurus took some time to remember his last visit here. By Citadel Galactic Standard Time, it had been 1 year, 5 months, and some days. The last visit had been highly publicized as the Systems Alliance made its galactic debut, rather than the extremely quiet affair that had been requested by the Jiralhani. As the two Turian frigates arrived at the empty deck area, the alien dropship exited gracefully and drifted to a hover above the floor. From the sides of the Jiralhani transport came 6 large beings, each already experienced at boarding and covering from their mission on the Spirit of Fire and other hostile operations. Atriox glanced at the Turians as they descended from their own ships. Their military order was obvious from the way in which they automatically assembled, although the Jiralhani warlord thought that such discipline might make them too predictable an enemy, much as the Covenant had become against the Reclaimers. One of the Turians led the formation towards Atriox and spoke, "I am Spectre Saren Arterius of the Citadel Council, leader of the 29th Citadel Exploration Fleet and CO leader of the 7th CEF. If you would follow me, please." Atriox easily understood the Turian as the Citadel translation device converted the greeting to Ungoy and then the warlord's own translator converted that to Jiralhani. As the one named Arterius moved off, the pack of Jiralhani followed, with the rest of the Turians surrounding the formation. Unlike the system's alliance tour around the Presidium, the Jiralhani were led through more discreet areas. Several views of the Citadel's central ring were visible at times, but the Jiralhani did nothing more than glance out before ignoring the sight. Several Turians looked at the pack oddly at this, probably put off by the lack of surprise on the part of the Jiralhani. Considering that the Turians themselves hid their surprise at the size of the conviction, Atriox was not interested in playing their games. If they thought a Ka-class carrier was unimpressive due to the lack of their mass effect, then the Wardens would have a hard time avoiding a fight. While a war was good for business, such a large-scale galactic conflict could prove disastrous to the Banished if they were seen as a threat to either side. Citadel ships might not be strong, but numbers could easily overwhelm the relatively small fleets that Atriox commanded. Such concerns occupied Atriox as the group continued towards the Council. Without the long walk for showing off the massive structure, the travel time to the Citadel Tower was greatly shortened. Rarely used corridors and lifts kept them from being seen by the heavy traffic around the area. The lack of any other beings in the Council chamber was instantly obvious, as only the 3 councillors were present to greet the Jiralhani. Following the exact same protocol, the Turian soldiers stopped at the foot of the steps while Atriox, Decimus, Gurus, and Saren continued onto the extended platform to talk with the councillors. Welcome to the Citadel. My name is Tavos, Asari councillor and representative of the Asari Republics on the Citadel Council. Solarian councillor Valerne, from the Solarian Union. Councillor Spiratus, Turian hierarchy, the Turian announced. Atriox took a second to listen to one named Gurus mutter quietly, for the love of, they could at least try to be different sometimes. By the lack of reaction from the council, it seemed that the Turian had experience in being discreet with such comments. Snorting in amusement, the Jiralhani replied, Atriox, warlord of the Banished and war chieftain of the Alpha Jiralhani Litus. His translator was set to Ungoi, which allowed the council to understand him. You are a representative from your people's leadership, then? Spiratus asked before Tavos could begin talks. Atriox considered the question for a second and responded, representative of the Jiralhani, yes. Of the Alpha tribe? No. I cannot speak for the Alpha, I only fight for him if needed. So you are a general in the armies of this Litus? The Turian councillor pressed. Tavos glanced over to her colleague, allowing Atriox to see a trace of irritation in her otherwise neutral expression. The Banished are an independent group, with no higher leadership than myself. While we do take on fights for the Wardens of the Mantle, the Ungoi, and other interested parties, they do not command us through every move. When we are given an objective, we complete it using whatever way brings us the best result rather than by using set tactics, Atriox explained. Tavos replied, by our laws, you would be considered a mercenary group. We had expected to meet with representatives to establish contact with your race, to learn and perhaps trade. Is that still possible? Atriox grinned, causing the councillors to lean back slightly as their instincts of survival flared. We can trade with you, councillors. Our price is money and locations to dock our ships. Our tools are the weapons that we have made, found, and otherwise acquired. Our product is the death of your enemies, or perhaps some bit of information that you seek, or for security from the unknown, whichever you wish. You are willing to do work for the council, after just meeting us? Valerne inquired. A business does not grow without expanding its horizons, councillors. The Solarian nodded thoughtfully before continuing, while the council is not in need of your assistance here, there may be something you can help with in regards to the Ungoi. Atriox let his grin fade away as he thought about his current contracts before replying, the Ungoi are under the protection of the Banished at the current moment. If you are interested in contacting the Kigyar that you encountered first, don't bother. As you probably know, they have no central government and tend to shoot first, eat prisoners later. Tavos grimaced visibly at that, but quickly restored her composure and said, no, the Kigyar are an interest to us, but we cannot fight a war against them with our current travel limits. Actually, our request is for information. Not unusual, go on, Atriox encouraged. The Ungoi have mentioned a race they call Reclaimers. We would pay you well for any information you can provide on this race. This includes the locations of their worlds, the strengths and shortcomings of their fleets, and information on their technology, Tavos explained. Before the warlord could reply, Spiratus continued, the council would also be greatly interested in acquiring your services and assistance in an assault on these Reclaimers. According to the Ungoi, the demons would present the greatest threat in an attack. If the Banished would eliminate these elite troops, our fleets could finish the fight. Why do you want to attack the Reclaimers? Atriox asked, his tone completely serious. From our talks with the Ungoi, they seem to have a persistent fear of that race. They will not consider the guidance of the Citadel due to their fear of these demons, even with assurances of our ability to protect them. All species should have the right to join the Citadel, which these Reclaimers are denying, Spiratus insisted. Atriox growled and replied, there is a bit more history to the issue than you realize, Turian. The Reclaimers aren't a bunch of slaving scum with a fleet of scrap, they are an adaptable and highly versatile species with a well-organized, well-trained, and experienced military. Then if you will not fight them, will you tell us how we may do so ourselves? Tavos asked. Did you not hear anything I just said? The Ungoi aren't being suppressed by the reclaimers. No matter how much you offer, they won't leave the wardens. If I give information on the demons to you and you go attack them, then the responsibility for that attack would be on me. As much as I want your business, I would prefer to stay alive to get the payment for that information, Atriox stated plainly. Spiritus scoffed, we control an entire galaxy and have begun establishing colonies in your own. We have not met these reclaimers or their demons, so they cannot be a very large state. Would you not at least share their location so that we may talk with them? I'm sure they could benefit greatly in joining the Citadel, as could the Ungoi and your own race. The reclaimers are not spread across the galaxy, this is true. On the other hand, Counselor, neither are you. You have explored in tendrils, there could be entire civilizations between us and you would have no idea. I have talked to the reclaimers, and they have made it quite clear that they wish to consolidate rather than expand at this time. Now, since I want to keep my head and I assume you want to stay alive, let's move on from information about the demons, Atriox suggested, foregoing tact and bluntly changing the topic. If you still wish for a contract from us, then perhaps we can build trust so that you may inform us about the reclaimers. For now, there have been some issues with pirate raids along the Turian frontier. If you think that the banished are capable of dealing with these, then I believe the hierarchy is offering small sums for each one killed, Tavos mentioned. Atriox considered the offer for several seconds. While the pay would be worse than the usual anti-piracy activity against the Kig-Yar, it would allow the banished to sell combat tactics and force composition to the wardens. It would also allow the banished to acquire reputation in this galaxy, along with some of the galactic currency. Ultimately, fighting against whatever enemy could threaten the Intergalactic Citadel Council might give a good impression as to how powerful this MassEffect technology was. On the other hand, fighting mere pirates could give away the tactics of the banished to the Citadel races, allowing them to create countermeasures for an actual fight. This would also reveal the power of banished technology, which could paint a target on them if, as was highly likely, their technology was better than the Citadel's. The Turians might also turn against the banished if they were weakened for that information, however unlikely it was. Of course, if Atriox just had his flagship in this galaxy, he could always just steamroll the enemy and leave no survivors. If everyone was dead, then no one could judge the power of the banished. The issue with that, of course, was if Turian vessels accompanied the conviction on an elimination mission. Firing on the Turians to leave no witnesses could work, but if any escaped, the use of friendly fire would prove devastating to the reputation of the banished. Although, it was also true that if the Turians didn't accompany them and the conviction killed everything, there would be no witnesses to spread their reputation anyways. Making a decision, Atriox replied, sounds like something that the banished can help you with. Counselor Spiritus, I would assume that you have the details of this task. I do. We shall send the details to your vessel, and payments will follow as you provide proof of your efforts, the Turian counselor replied. With that, Atriox turned and began to make his way back to his transport and the enduring conviction, ready to start gathering valuable intelligence to sell to the wardens. First Age of Realization, 7th Solar Cycle /16th day of 20th month, 2438/January 7, 2568. Enduring Conviction. Vermin Extermination. When dealing with pirates, or vermin extermination as the banished like to call it, most vessels would use a fair amount of caution. Even when faced with one degraded Kig-Yar ship, the possibility of being hit by a glassing beam or antimatter charge did exist. A careful approach, as a hunter with prey, was taken so as to gain an advantage as fast as possible. Certain vessels could take a different route, instead relying on shielding and maneuvering to evade the inflexible aim of the glassing beam. Such examples included the Reclaimer's new Infinity-class vessels, which had been known to annihilate entire Kig-Yar fleets, and Ka-class carriers, which were simply too well armed and escorted for Kig-Yar to attack. As the enduring conviction raced towards the irregular mass of ships that had been harassing a Turian world, this advantage became quite evident. Cobbled together from ships that apparently belonged to the Batarian hegemony, Omega, and other high criminals, the opposition to the banished was lackluster at best. Rounds from the EZO-powered mass accelerators pinged off the shielding of the flagship, doing negligible damage and having no change on the trajectory of the 5-kilometer bullet. With her engines at full burn and Voller carefully directing their heading himself, it was only a matter of seconds until the carrier was bearing down on the formation of scum. Considering that the soon-to-be deceased had had less than a minute to react from the time the conviction had exited slipspace to this moment, it was impressive that they had managed to get off any shots, however uncoordinated they were. Unluckily, even with their quick reactions to the threat, the MassEffect-powered ships were no match for the enduring conviction at close range. The first ship to meet the shielded bow of the carrier simply crumpled, exploding into debris as its artificially lowered mass fluctuated with the destruction of the EZO core. The destabilization of the ship's core caused an effect similar to a disruptor torpedo as the fluctuations in the field tore what remained of the ship into molecular shreds. While Citadel kinetic barriers would break from the stress of the mass effect field distortions created by the destabilization of a core, the energy shields the conviction utilized were not nearly so weak. Seeing as most hulls and energy shields on warships were rated for slip space, which consisted of 11 dimensions attempting to destroy any ship from all sides, the 4-dimensional warps created by mass effect were of little consequence. This lack of a negative effect from the explosion was of little to concern to the remaining enemies as the conviction continued forward. Several more ships were hit by the Ka carrier, though several were only clipped and sent spinning away as they glanced off the shields of the vessel. Any ships that had not been destroyed by means of roadkill were quickly assaulted with pulse laser turret fire. Even as the shots began cutting through barriers and allowed plasma turret rounds to melt ships into slag, several of the combatants began to run. Even as fast as ESO drives were, they were still no match for the speed of light, which was also the speed at which pulse lasers traveled. While the weapons did less damage per shot, they were still enough to disable fleeing vessels. Within minutes, the fight was over, allowing the carrier's shields to regenerate from colliding with the enemy ships. The shattered remains of the victims of the Banished's vermin extermination plan drifted through space, left for someone else to find. With no survivors, the enduring conviction once more entered slip space, off to another fleet of scum to hone their tactics and technology against. First Age of Realization, 8th Solar Cycle /11th Day of 7th Month, 2439/May 18, 2568. Wardens of the Mantle Summit. Harvest. Once again the Wardens of the Mantle were gathered together for an update on the situation on the Citadel. With the connection that the Banished had made, along with the information that the independent group had gathered, much had been learned about the species making up the Council. Newman Fuchs, Admiral of the Reclaimer's Office of Naval Intelligence, was the first to speak. As per our instructions and contract, the banished vessel known as the Enduring Conviction allowed our asset to utilize its slip to the Citadel. Subsequent intelligence was gathered and has been returned to us, allowing us to confirm information acquired from the Turian databases as well as the UNSC Spirit of Fire. Unlike our previous meeting, where we had been limited by time and the lack of operational security, the office now has a solid estimate for several crucial force projections. The UEG, by decision of the Senate, President, and UNSC leaders, shall continue to abstain from contact with the Citadel Council and other species from that galaxy. The Admiral took several seconds to organize the relevant information in his mind before he continued. At this time, it is the opinion of ONI and other UNSC intelligence agencies that the Citadel Council does not present a credible military threat. While their fleet is large, it is also CO-dependent, with the Asari providing heavy-hitting vessels, the Turians making up the numbers, and the Solarians assigned to intelligence. Without the Asari to support the Turians in a prolonged engagement, the weaker but more numerous Turians would be unable to breach the shields of our capital ships in such numbers as to sway a battle. If the Turians withheld from a fight, then the Asari would not have the numbers to withstand the casualties we could inflict on them. Without the Solarians, the other two would never know how or even where to fight our fleets, Fuchs said. However, even if they did work together in such cohesion so as to cover their weaknesses, there are still issues with supply lines. The Citadel, while technically intergalactic, is not equipped to supply the fleet numbers necessary to take on the Wardens. While they might be able to attack the smaller fleets, such as those of the Ungoi or Fringe, they would present little difficulty to the Sanghaili, UEG, or Jiralhani. Thelvadim interrupted before the human could continue. This is assuming that we would fight alone. The Wardens are meant to be a unified force, so what is the assessment in that scenario? Assuming that navigational data and other information on Warden assets is properly restricted, the threat to the Wardens is considered minimal. However, it is unlikely that this confidentiality can be maintained once contact is made. With the joint force of the Wardens, the largest issue to solve will be successfully covering all Warden worlds from Citadel FTL, the Admiral explained. One of the fleet masters of the Swords of Sanghelios inquired, if the Turians and their allies were to attack, our defenses would hold. What of an attack of our own? Fuchs shook his head and replied, an attack on Citadel space would be extremely challenging. While we have the vessels and personnel to complete such a move, our force projection would be too focused. Supply lines would be protected by our use of slip space, but the number of ships needed to supply a single invasion fleet would be enormous due to the duration of the journey as well as the size of such a group. Any attack would also need to be sent to a valuable target. While our ships easily outclass those of the Citadel, the Council and its members have occupied their galaxy. Their coverage is spotty due to the use of their relays, but it is still a massive area to cover. The will to fight is also an issue, and will continue to be so for the UEG at the least, the ONI leader finished. President Peter Lebeau added, the UNSC will defend any members of the Wardens if they are attacked and we would be willing to commit to a counterattack in such an event. At this time, however, the UEG is still dealing with the fallout from the Covenant War and I cannot sanction an attack with the social, economical, and political turmoil that still exists. This policy is likely to stay the same for some time past my term, as I have said before. Chieftain Lytus grunted before responding, understood. What of using these mass relays? If they are limited by those, then our ships could use the same method to trace their worlds. That is a possibility, to a limited extent. Our smaller craft could use these relays, but capital ships would need to use standard slip space travel. The strategy developed by the UNSC would be to use the location of the relays given by the Citadel to guide our fleets, rather than sending vessels through the relays themselves, Admiral Fuchs explained. What of the other species? The council leaders we heard last meet, but what new data is found from the craft? Maholayot Rupni asked. Admiral Fuchs took several seconds to interpret the broken speech of the Galekolo leader before replying. Turians provide the bulk of the Citadel fleet, the Asari are the main diplomats and cultural power, and the Solarians handle intelligence. Those three are the only significant military powers of that galaxy. There are many other species, but none with any significant assets for conducting military operations. While only 3 species make up the Citadel Council itself, there are 17 separate species that are known to the Citadel. The members of the Council include 6 additional species, leaving the Citadel Council at 9 species making up its block. 6 races aren't members of the Citadel but have made and maintained contact with the 17, 2 are considered extinct, one of those being an ancient race with only ruins left behind, Fuchs summarized. Proteans, as the Citadel calls them, were a race that mysteriously disappeared 50,000 years ago. Preliminary findings indicate that the Council's belief that the Proteans built the mass relays and Citadel itself are incorrect, as the architectural styles do not match. Even though they are an ancient race, there is nothing to indicate that the Proteans nor the creators of the relays could have provided any challenge to the Forerunners. Several beings were visibly relieved that these Proteans were not on the level of the Forerunners. The human speaker nodded at them in acknowledgement and continued, the other extinct race is called the Rachni. Apparently they attacked that Citadel species at first contact, which eventually led to their extinction when the Council fought back. Wiping a race from existence is a monumental endeavor. These Citadel species managed it, yet you are unconcerned by their might. The Arbiter questioned. The Rachni War went on for 300 years and required the help of another race to end. This race, known as Krogan, is no longer a member of the Citadel. Due to their reproductive rate, they experienced a population explosion after the end of the Rachni. To end this conflict, the Citadel brought the Turians to bear, which eventually led to the dispersion of a biological weapon that is slowly leading to the genocide of the Krogan race, Fuchs said, his voice solid even while talking about the direct violation of the mantle of responsibility. Subtle shifts in body language were evident around the chamber as the wardens of the mantle processed this news. Eventually, the Huragok representative spoke, is there any plan of action for this heresy? Lord Admiral Hood replied, Krogan live for many years, so it is not an issue that is critical to solve immediately. Whether it is the Forerunner or human interpretation of the mantle that each of you follows, this is a violation of the ideals of the mantle. Each race has the right to exist. Fuchs picked up from there, our main concern at this time is the liberal use of genocide as a weapon for the Citadel Council. While our medical knowledge could defeat such biological methods, there is still the potential for massive casualties if a weapon of mass destruction is deployed. Even without direct action from the Council, they have still shown a remarkable disregard for the continued existence of species if they are threatened. Such an example of this is seen in the Quarians, a technologically gifted race that created the Geth. At this time, ONI is considering classifying this race under the threat of extinction from the actions of the Council. These Quarians used to be members of the Citadel, but their association ended recently with the expulsion of the species. From Citadel records, the Geth are a collective intelligence that was created by the Quarians. Due to the Council's ineptitude in the field of computing, the Geth were mislabeled as artificial intelligence and were attacked by the Quarians due to their acquired sentience. After that war, with their worlds taken by the Geth and the Citadel Council bordering on hostilities, the Quarians were confined to a wandering fleet of 50,000 ships, the ONI leader finished. Ritasvadam spoke first, a fleet of 50,000 and they are not a major military power. Our stealth assets that were assigned to the mission have not located this group of ships, but due to the circumstances, it is assumed that the vast majority are civilian craft. They must have some military vessels, but if a fleet of that size cannot stand against the Citadel, then it cannot be many. As for the Citadel, ship numbers are deceptive due to the small size of MassEffect vessels. Lytus scoffed at the idea of civilian craft due to Jiralhani classifications, which merely ranked vessels by their destructive power. The Alpha Chieftain then asked, what of this race of constructs? Is there information on their prowess? There was almost no information on the Geth and Citadel systems. ONI is considering dispatching another craft to observe this race and possibly initiate a quiet contact. Since the Geth seem to be quite secluded and not inclined to publicity like the Council, it is an option, Fleet Admiral Hood stated. Others might join you in your journey, Chancellor Fupklas suggested. The UEG president tilted his head in acknowledgement, understood, and arrangements can be made. At this time, ONI would need to scout the system before we make such a long-distance expedition. Please continue, Admiral. Yes, sir. There are only 3 other species that aren't members of the Council. None are especially notable. The Yogg were encountered by the Citadel and quarantined due to violent first contact. Keepers are seemingly sentient beings on the Citadel that perform upkeep on the station, however, no successful communication has been made with them. Vorsha are an aggressive but short-lived species that has no government or other organized leadership beyond their involvement in criminal gangs. Now for the remaining species that make up the Citadel Council membership. Hanar are an odd race, mostly religious with little military power and vulnerable automated defenses around their planets. Not much else is known about them, or there is not much to know. At this time, ONI is not entirely sure which is more likely, Fuchs said with an awkward half-shrug. He took a second to glance down at his briefing notes before continuing. Most of the Hanar military force comes from a species known as the Drell. Uplifted off their homeworld due to dwindling resources, the Drell only have several million beings in the population and are very loyal to the Hanar. Assassinations by Drell are a common tactic by Hanar, so that is the main risk in our interaction with them. Dishonorable, one of the Sanghaila fleet masters muttered. The Admiral of ONI glanced at the elite but hid any other reaction and resumed. Beings going by the label of Elcor are large quadrupeds, though they are slow and have few space-worthy craft. The threat assessment by ONI puts them as barely capable of self-defense. While they have been known to use firearms mounted on their backs, they are such large targets that long-range elimination will have no issue in dealing with them. The main economic management of the Citadel comes from the Volus. Considering their paramount importance to galactic stability as well as centuries of contact with the Citadel, it is surprising that this species does not have a place on the Council. Their military is of a fair size, and well-funded, although they are not considered a threat to a competently led fleet. Finished with the easy summaries, Admiral Fuchs sighed. All of those races are fairly simple. Plans will have to be made for the Geth, dealing with the Quarian dilemma, and assessing the possibility of helping the Krogans versus the higher threat assessment they received. None of those species are members of the Citadel Council. All of that may be done over the next few years, however, and while methods may differ, the end goal is clear. That is not the case for the last 2 known species. Our assets are currently obtaining more information for analysis, but the current assessment indicates that extensive issues will develop between the Wardens and these 2 council members. Lytus grunted and admonished, stop fleeing from the truth. Speak plainly and we will listen. As you wish. The first species has been a member of the council for some time, although their ties do not seem to be strong in our view. Known as the Batarians, they've been in conflict with other Citadel species regularly, though never on a large scale and never leading to an escalation, the human started. After a quick glance around, Fuchs continued, it is highly recommended by the Office of Naval Intelligence that the Wardens work to separate the Batarians from the Citadel before commencing an assault against their state. The Batarian hegemony has an extensive history in attacking species for the purpose of enslavement, and it is considered highly likely that they would interfere with any Warden position near their territory. Fup Class INT erupted at this. The solution is easy. We must end their heresy and show them the mantle, so that they do not cross it again. Every race has a right to exist. If one dominates another, then the weak must grow strong. It is not our place to interfere, Lytus argued. Lies of the prophets, the arbiter declared vehemently. We were weak under the Covenant and its falsehoods. If it weren't for the Reclaimers, we would have all been dead. To become strong, they first must be taught that they are capable of being so. You would deny them that realization. The Jiralhani Alpha shook his head and replied, to be chieftain, a leader must prove his prowess by defeating those who would challenge him. If the Citadel Council will not accept those challenges, then they are not our concern. By the mantle of the Forerunners, if a race is allowed to exist, even if dominated, then all is well. Even if that mantle failed them? Chieftain, the Forerunners are gone. Humanity holds the mantle of responsibility, and is our interpretation that matters, Peter Lebeau declared. Humanity has not yet settled on the ideals of the mantle, and we likely won't for several centuries, if not millennia. Some general principles have been accepted, but others are highly debated, as is common in our civilization. As of now, the interpretation of the mantle of responsibility from the United Earth Government is that every being is protected under unalienable rights. The right to exist and right to self-determination are among the most basic articles. Both of these items have already gained an unassailable majority of opinion from our population. The mantle of responsibility forbids slavery for violating the inherent rights of sentient beings, the UEG president finished. Lytus narrowed his eyes and asked, so I cannot disagree to an attack on these Batarians. Fleet Admiral Hood was the first to respond, you may agree or disagree however much you like, chieftain. It is your right as a free being. What matters is that the UEG, and by extension the UNSC, will deal with this problem one way or another. If that requires an independent invasion without the full support of the Wardens, then that is what will happen. And your hesitance to go to battle with the Citadel? Are you afraid of their might? The Molecular representative asked. Our fight with the Batarians would not be direct, Admiral Fuchs answered. The UNSC has assigned ONI to the issue of the hegemony. Lord Hood picked up the explanation, direct confrontation is undesirable at this time. Our capabilities and presence in general should be concealed. Once the UEG makes official contact with the Citadel Council, we may assign more assets to this issue. For now, our goal is to degrade Citadel and Batarian relations. Hiding in the shadows and stabbing your foe in the back. Typical human fighting, Lydas said disdainfully, irritated at the direction the conversation was taking. The UNSC likes to keep its soldiers alive. If you would like to send your warriors to a frontal assault against a dug-in enemy, that is your choice. Perhaps it is a more honorable method, but there is no honor in dying for nothing, Hood fired back. All attention was diverted from the small argument to the Huragok as it inquired, how will the Reclaimers manipulate the Batarians if they wish to be unknown? There must be some contact. Admiral Fuchs glanced at Hood, prompting the fleet admiral to mutter, tell them. Better that they learn now rather from random chance. Curious glances were exchanged between factions at these words. All of them knew that the Reclaimers liked their secrets, so for one to be revealed so easily was odd. While the Batarian issue can be resolved over time, the problem that the second species I mentioned cannot. Included in the information report we received from our vessel in the field is confirmation that a human government is a member of the Citadel Council. Silence met this statement as experienced leaders of both civilian and military backgrounds considered this logically instead of instantly starting to bicker. Decades of war and strife had led to strong leaders rather than idiots that shouted out nonsense at the first unknown threat. Explain, Thelvadam eventually demanded. ONI was aware of a large number of insurrectionists and outer colony settlers gathering together after fleeing the Covenant. Due to the threat to the inner colonies after Cole's assumed death, UNSC assets were not available to intervene. Our last contact with our agents in their fleet indicated that hundreds of thousands of civilian vessels were fleeing the Orion Arm, Fuchs summarized. He continued, it is most likely that this group came into contact with the Citadel recently and have been attempting to build a relation with the Council. Whether they think if this would protect them from the Covenant or the UNSC is unknown. What of their status as reclaimers? The Huragok inquired. The ONI admiral considered the question for a second before replying, as of now, we have no confirmation or rejection of their status as reclaimers. From information gathered from the domain, we predict that their separation from the librarians' changes will result in their status being revoked. That is speculation, however. These Innies, or the Systems Alliance as they are known on the Citadel, are considered the greatest threat to Warden forces. For interaction with other races, we plan to use the assumption that we are from this alliance to establish our position. It is advised to all Warden members to prepare for interception of alliance attempts to obtain Forerunner artifacts, Fuchs said. What of the halos? They are secure. Ritas questioned. Hood answered, the fleets protecting and decommissioning the rings have been properly advised and reinforced. Other important Forerunner installations and locations have been or will be secured as more forces are produced. So what do we do with the humans? The Ungoi Chancellor asked. I would assume that is why we are hearing about this, Thelvadam replied. Lebeau nodded, indeed. The UEG is hesitant to take back such a large number of insurrectionists, but eliminating their government is also seen as undesirable. Chaos and suffering are not our goal, even for former enemies of the state. Many options exist, but ONI needs to collect more information before making a recommendation. It was decided that members of the Wardens would appreciate hearing this now, rather than when all data was gathered. Several nods from Warden leaders followed this admission, showing that it had been the right choice. Lydas was the first to break the silence that followed as he began, the decision on the fate of these humans can be made later. For now, I would like to focus on what we know. From what you have said, Reclaimer, the Citadel has broken the mantle of both the Forerunners and your own. If this will require combat, then carving out an anchor for our fleets is wise. The banished flagship is on contract with the Citadel to reduce their pirate problem, the fringe leader noted, speaking for the first time. Yes, Maholayot Rupni rumbled. The Mgalekolo carried on, if the hired ones could be influenced to clear an isolated world, it might work. Lydas picked up on the idea and proposed, as payment, Atriox and his pack could dock their ships at that location as well. It would make it simple to send banished vessels when our own might reveal too much. A snort from the Arbiter drew attention to the Sanghaili. Since both the Council of Guardians as well as the High Senate of the Wardens of the Mantle are present, I would propose that the defenses for such an outpost be handled by the Guardians. If it is to be an anchor for the Wardens, then it is only right that the defenses be unified under its military. If it is a place for big things, defenses won't be a problem, Fupclas stated. The idea of so much firepower at one place seemed to amuse the Ungoi, likely because it would be the first time that the Ungoi deployed alongside their allies. Once we have established a strong position, the Sanghaili will initiate contact with the Citadel. Are there any others who would wish to accompany our delegation or send their own at a different time? Dividing the focus of this council would likely work against our objectives, the Arbiter stated. When all other species had indicated their intentions to remain hidden, the discussion moved on to setting the foundations for interaction between the Wardens and the Citadel. Plans were made and fallbacks arranged in preparation for full contact between the two superpowers. First age of realization, 8th solar cycle /3 RD day of 9th month, 2439/June 16, 2568. Enduring conviction. Slipstream space. It had taken nearly a month to locate a planet for the Wardens to occupy. Most had been too well known or accessible for such a covert operation, so the Banished had to resort to capturing and interrogating any vermin they came across. The value of having a reclaimer intelligence vessel accompanying them became quite apparent at that point. A dropship had emerged from the cloaking field of the reclaimers and brought aboard an interrogator. While Atriox knew torture very well, he was far outclassed by the ONI agents when it came to spinning lies to find specific information. Eventually, one of the scumbags had known about a planet, located in the Alpha Draconis system, which was part of the Rosetta Nebula. With the general location now known, the reclaimers had returned to their skulking while the conviction set course for the system. According to a message given to him by the ONI agent, a Warden fleet was waiting for coordinates at the edge of the system, hidden from detection by the nebula. When the Banished had cleared the orbit of the selected planet, Atriox was to contact them before beginning to eliminate any resistance on the ground. From the information given by the vermin, the targeted world was unknown to any species, allowing it to flourish as a haven for criminal activity out in the terminus. The nearest mass relay was across the main body of the nebula, allowing the actions of the Wardens to go unnoticed. On the other hand, this also meant that the specific coordinates of the world could not be drawn from Citadel databanks. To solve this, the Banished flagship had followed and tagged a ship that was heading for the system as they worked off of intelligence given to them by the Reclaimer's craft. Judging by the data now coming in from the tracking beacon affixed to the hull of the pirate ship, the enduring conviction would need to drop out of the void soon. The Ka-class carrier would be met by the small number of ships that were above the planet. Going by the report sent by the Reclaimer Prowler, this fleet consisted of 31 frigates, with 15 on Batarian design and build, 12 old Turian frigates that they had likely bought, and 4 Asari frigates that had been stolen. There were also 6 cruisers that consisted of 3 Turian models, 2 Batarian, and 1 Asari cruiser, which was probably the jewel of the fleet. Not an intimidating force, though they could cause some damage if mishandled. Knowing that Valor would be a far more effective naval commander than himself, Atriox watched as the Sanghaila directed the officers on his bridge, preparing to exit slipspace on a combat footing. As the carrier emerged from the void, Atriox glanced between the ships on screen and the tactical display at the center of the bridge. Behind both scenes was the surface of the planet, though it was cut off on the bridge display. With the contacts now confirmed and all systems ready, Valor ordered, "Fire on all targets as we close range. Launch Seraphs and put the Phantoms on alert for a ground assault. Keep our profile and be prepared for combat maneuvers." Each order was carried out efficiently as the individual officers manning their stations went to work. While the weapons on the Conviction were still silent as the ship closed the gap, the tactical display began to quickly fill with icons representing the large fleet of fighter craft that were on board. In response to this, several small craft were detected from the vermin as their larger ships turned to face the Banished threat. Due to the carrier's vector when it had left slip space, a small compensation was required to bring the bow around and conceal the broadside of the Conviction. Since the screen was merely an image transmitted by cameras on the outer hull, there was no change in the view, though Atriox could feel the subtle change in vibration of the engines as the massive forces worked to adjust the ship. As the two forces moved within the extreme limits of their range, the impatience of the vermin became apparent. 11 flashes heralded the impact of 2 small projectiles on the shields of the carrier, with all other missing due to incompetence or inferior MassEffect systems. Since the weapons on the carrier were still out of range, mostly because of energy dispersion into the void of space, the Banished crew was forced to watch as several more ships joined in on the long-range slugfest. It was obvious that the confidence of an easy victory for the vermin was extinguished as the enduring Conviction held true to its name and continued onward, heedless of the firepower being directed against it. 17 frigates and 4 cruisers broke formation and broke clear of the carrier's path, probably realizing that being rammed was a very real possibility. This created a battlefield in which the Conviction was made to fight. With their enemy divided and the Banished flagship headed for the center, Valor could utilize weaponry on both sides of the ship. As the massive vessel closed within 100,000, the energy projector on the keel of the bow discharged, creating a brilliant silver beam of plasma that raced towards the enemy ships. In the third of a second it took for the mass of energized particles to reach their destination, all the vermin managed to do was realize that they were being fired at. One of the Turian-made cruisers met the ray of plasma head-on, its barriers doing nothing to stop the weapon that could pierce capital-class energy shielding. The physical material of the hull had about as much luck as the thin armor flash vaporized, the plasma cutting through the interior from bow to stern and continuing on to sideswipe a Batarian frigate. Considering that energy projectors could cut through entire armored UNSC vessels, which included meters of titanium A battle plate, the Citadel ships stood no chance. What little remained of both vessels was already floating dead in space, their crews slaughtered by fatal doses of radiation from the beam. This display of might was enough for the mismatched fleet of pirates and other scum to halt their headlong charge. While the larger ships began to try and organize themselves for a coordinated assault, the fighter screens for both factions passed by their respective ships to meet in the middle of the field. Seeing as Ka-class carriers were specifically devoted to fighter deployment and fleet command while the opposing fleet, and council races in general, had no such tactic, the number of Seraphs far exceeded the few fighters that the Citadel races stored in their hulls. The advantage of this became instantly apparent as pulse lasers, heavy plasma cannons, and Class 2 fuel rod cannons made quick work of the Citadel interceptors. Utilizing a common banished tactic, the Seraph multi-role fighters changed course to swarm the outermost frigate, one of Batarian design. Several Guardian lasers impacted against the energy shields, though Atriox only knew this because of the glow surrounding vessels that had been hit. Since the Citadel's Guardian lasers operated at infrared or ultraviolet frequencies, there was no visible beam to indicate attacks. This was different from the pulse lasers developed by the Covenant, which used hydrogen fluoride as fuel and operated in the visible spectrum. While the pulse laser was far more powerful with energy consumption in the kilowatt range, the Citadel Guardian defenses did not require shielding to be dropped to fire them. However, the issue with the weaker system was easily apparent as the lasers meant to take out torpedoes and bypass kinetic barriers met the strong energy shields of the banished fighters. Within seconds, the Batarian frigate had been disabled, its engines melted and bridge deprived of atmosphere. As two other frigates, a Batarian and Turian, turned to try and assist their vermin allies, the Conviction moved within 50,000 kilometers. Atriox glanced at Valor's tactical readout, seeing that systems were holding steady, though their shields were noticeably reduced. With each ship firing every few seconds, several petajoules of energy had been imparted to the carrier's shields, proving that its classification as an assault vessel was not unwarranted. Unluckily for the vermin, however, their free-for-all was at an end as the Conviction entered effective range for pulse laser fire. Atriox noted that the Seraph swarm had moved on from their original target to begin tearing into the two frigates that had attempted to assist. Several of the fighters had kept back to let their shields regenerate before rejoining the fight, although some hadn't managed to do so as small bits of fighters were visible on the magnified bridge view. The attention of the warlord was brought back to the larger ships as flashes of purple light slashed through vermin craft. 7 vessels were taken out, 2 of which were Batarian and Turian cruisers while 3 were Batarian frigates, 1 Asari frigate, and the last being a Turian frigate. Seeing their allies fall to the unrelenting advance of the banished, 5 ships broke formation and began to flee, attempting to calculate an FTL route to escape the system. Valor quickly responded, utilizing his experience in preventing such escapes to direct heavy pulse laser fire at the vessels. As the 2 Batarian and 3 Turian frigates became dead in space with their engines destroyed by the barrage, a group of Seraphs broke off from the main swarm and began annihilating the remnants. By this point, the Conviction had entered the main body of the enemy fleet. As the field was currently sitting, the Asari cruiser was sitting in front of the assault carrier with an escort of the 3 Asari frigates, 4 Batarian frigates, and 3 Turian frigates. To the port of the banished flagship was the remaining Turian and Batarian cruisers alongside 2 Batarian frigates and 3 more Turian frigates. On the starboard were the last 2 ships, both frigates, one of Batarian design and the other a Turian build. Knowing that the Seraph swarm would have their starboard side secured momentarily, Valor directed the plasma torpedo turrets to concentrate fire on the port side pirate cruisers. The frigates were already being dealt with by pulse laser fire, the close range allowing minimal diffraction of the beam. Metal and ceramic was flash vaporized by the assault, exposing those inside to the uninviting void of space. Several ESO cores detonated as shots began to punch through entire vessels, leaving pieces drifting amongst the gravitational distortions. Before the banished ship could concentrate their weapons on the last group of ships, a bright flash erupted in their midst. Even as the bridge view screen adjusted, Atriox knew that the vermin had met their end in the hellfire of a nuclear weapon dropped by the reclaimers. His deduction proved true as the fireball quickly radiated its energy to the void around it, causing the Conviction's shields to flare slightly as they fought off the high levels of radiation. As the carrier drifted towards the planet, Atriox glanced around at the remains of the pirate fleet. Honestly, there wasn't much to look at. The Asari vessels had been at the epicenter of the blast, and thus were completely atomized by temperatures in the tens of millions of degrees by the human centigrade scale. Any ship not caught in the fireball had been heavily damaged, with most being melted masses of slag instead of any recognizable shape. At the outermost edges were the vessels that were worst off. Instead of the instantaneous death of their comrades, the crews on board the 3 barely identifiable frigates would have been burned by the radiation of the blast. While their hulls could handle passive solar radiation, there would be no way that the thin physical material could have saved the crew from lethal rad doses. They would float, dead in space, until the lack of supplies, air, or radiation burns killed them. Atriox grunted as he suppressed a laugh at the thought of the vermin dying in such a way. Intelligent as he was still a Jiralhani at heart, and the thought of his enemy's suffering would never fail to please him. Glancing at the screen once more, the warlord saw a slight glimmer against the darkness of space. Considering that it disappeared almost immediately, Atriox deduced that it was the wake of the nuclear detonation passing over the reclaimer vessel. Knowing that the reclaimers would already be somewhere else, Atriox ignored the visual and watched as Valor sent an all-clear to the Warden fleet. It took several minutes for the enduring conviction to enter a stable orbit above the planet. As Atriox turned to head for hangar and command the ground assault from the front, he caught a glimpse of a slip space portal opening. The massive form of a UNSC cradle emerged, the 13.2 km long construct drifting slightly as it attempted to adjust for the planet's gravity. Following were multiple warships, including 2 Infinity-class ships, a Ka-class carrier, and a large number of smaller ships from multiple factions that quickly fell into formation. As the view was cut off, Atriox smiled. The Wardens had arrived, and may the Forerunners help any poor soul that attempted to dislodge the Reclaimers from their new bastion. The UNSC Infinity takes on an entire Kig-Yar pirate fleet in the Halo Escalations comics. The planet that the Banished liberate is known as 2175 AEIA in canon. Just for reference, plasma projectors have a firing velocity of c and a maximum range of 100,000 kilometers. Such is canon. The only argument I'd have is about the range, but 100,000 kilometer range is large as it is. As for the Me ships, they technically have unlimited range, since unlike plasma there is no energy lost to radiation. I also assume that there is a limit to accuracy, as the Me races do not have AI for precision, nor a fine control of vectoring at massive distances, which would honestly be a problem for the UNSC as well due to physical measurement limitations. Usually they would wait until the ship is closer until firing, as most vessels would be able to dodge, since it'd take about 30 seconds for a round to close the distance between the ships. That is assuming that both ships are moving at each other and are at about 150,000 to 100,000 kilometers apart, with the round traveling at 3,000 kilometers per second from the frame of reference of the firing vessel. As you might be able to tell, I think that stories with Halo leaders suddenly shouting over each other and sounding like idiots are stupid. The species in Halo have been at war for literal decades. They wouldn't start arguing and descend into chaos in the middle of a briefing. So, know how I said that this chapter would be the last before the meeting between the full might of the Wardens and the Citadel? Yeah, that didn't happen. It was around the point that I hit 8,000 words and was still on the Warden's briefing that I realized this. Chapter 9, Contact Established. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, MassEffect to BioWare. Tried to get this second part out a bit quicker, since I had thought that these 2 chapters would be one. As such, I thought that this chapter might be slightly shorter than usual. It is not. Whoops. I split these up because I don't like creating massive 20,000 word chapters. With review responses, most of my chapters end up at 11,000 to 13,000 words. Without, they sit at 10,000 to 11,000 words. Anyways, kind of a tangent there. Review responses will be in the next chapter, since this is basically a part 2 to the last chapter. As for the next chapter, it will likely not be out for a while, as I have a lot of stuff going on and limited writing time, so begging for quicker updates will get nowhere. 11th day of 18th month, 2449/1st age of realization, 16th solar cycle, September 28, 2579. Counselor Tavos. Citadel Council Chambers. There was no other species or group that had maintained such a veil of secrecy such as these Wardens. Tavos had been on the Citadel Council for several decades, so she had not been involved in a first contact before the humans, but even in the Council's records there was no mention of quiet contacts like this. Whether peaceful or hostile, each first contact had been very public, whether it was on the Citadel or the frontier. Even the Systems Alliance, with all its caution and military buildup, had welcomed the public to see their discussions with the Citadel. Thinking on it, Tavos had to admit that the ongoing Systems Alliance negotiations probably helped distract from any oddities someone might pick out with the subtle meetings between the Council and select members of the Wardens. While the Ungboy had only met with Council representatives rather than seen Tavos and her colleagues directly, the talks with Atriox the Jiralhani and now this new species were significantly more difficult to hide. Reports from the Citadel Defense Fleet had indicated that another vessel was on the edge of the system, out of sight of civilians but right at the limits of the sensors around the mass relay. These sensors were in place to alert the CDF of relay activity, so there weren't exact dimensions on the ship, but initial analysis had labeled it as fairly close if not identical to the ship Atriox had arrived on. If that was so, then Tavos worried about the number of these massive ships that the Wardens had. It had been a source of concern for both Valern and Spiritus due to the implications of military might, but Atriox's willingness to work with the Citadel had put that to rest. Even now, it was hard to believe that these Wardens would be able to field a vessel over 5 human kilometers long. The largest vessels from any species in Citadel space were the Quarian live ships, which were just under 6 Citadel kilometers long, or 3 for the humans. Those were so long due to the tails, which housed most of the crew. According to the reports from the 2 Council Spectres, the same might be true of these Wardens. Gurus and Saren had reported that these vessels used no mass effect, so it was likely that they ran off the slower slip space that Ambassador Udina had mentioned. This lack of ESO would also remove the possibility of kinetic barriers, which would tilt any fight in the Citadel's favor. While they made for impressive ships, in combat they would do rather poorly. Having a human to consult with would be convenient, but since the system's alliance was still in negotiations, that couldn't happen. Having two races forced together for a first contact by a third party with unstable ties to both could be disastrous. Tavos pushed away those distracting thoughts as the doors to the chamber's lower-level access elevator opened. The alliance would be dealt with eventually, now it was time to meet another race of the Wardens of the Mantle. The beings that entered were quite impressive, close to the Jiralhani in height if not in bulk. Leading the group was a massive figure clad in beautiful golden armor, which was encouraging for talks. Hopefully the council could actually meet a leader of the Wardens rather than the mercenary that Atriox had been. If good relations could be established with one, the entire group could be pulled into the guidance of the council. Behind this leader were 4 more of the species, each armored in extremely decorative plates that seemed like they would interfere greatly in combat. Spiratus would probably have a better tactical assessment, but the golden fringes on their armor did not seem to serve any purpose. The heavy armor underneath, however, would probably prove slightly better at protecting them. Smiling, the Asari councillor waited until the towering figures had arrived in their place below the council before speaking. Welcome to the Citadel. My name is Tavos, Asari councillor and representative of the Asari Republics on the Citadel Council. Even as she said it, Tavos acknowledged that the line was getting old. Meeting 3 new species in person was unprecedented, not to mention that these wardens apparently had several more in their group. Yet, it was the greeting that every Asari had used for each new species, excluding the hostile Rachni and Geth, of course. Councillor Valerne, from the Solarian Union, Tavos' colleague stated, even as distracted as he was analyzing the creature in front of them. While it would be hard to spot for most, years of working with the Solarian in day-to-day issues allowed the Asari matriarch to idly note the subtle tells. Councillor Spiratus, Turian hierarchy. Resisting the urge to express her exasperation at the Turian's gruff voice, Tavos waited as the alien's technology translated the speech using the same data that had been developed for the Ungoi by the 7th and 29th Exploration Fleets. It was likely that the Ungoi's language would then be translated into whatever speech this being used, at least judging by how Atriox and the Jiralhani had utilized their translations. Evidently the being had been examining something else or was otherwise distracted from the words of greeting as it looked up at the councillors as if noticing them for the first time. Tavos instantly noticed the amber eyes looking at her, evaluating and categorizing her as only a warrior could. This was quickly eclipsed by the mandibles lined with sharp teeth that were slightly open as the being responded to the introductions. I am the Kaidan of the House of Vadam, Arbiter of the Swords of Sanghelios, leader of the Sanghaila people and the Wardens of the Mantle. You asked to meet a leader of the Wardens, so I have arrived. What do you wish to discuss? The being asked gruffly. Apparently the desire to quickly get to business was a trait shared by both the Jiralhani and Sanghaili. Spiratus replied, this council requested your presence more than 10 years prior. Even the mercenary known as Atriox has kept communications open. What is the delay in your arrival? It took an appreciable amount of Tavos' control to not tell her colleague to be quiet. In the years since their appointment, both Spiratus and Valerne had grown into their roles. Spiratus would have several more decades on the council, so long as he wasn't replaced by the primarch of the Turian hierarchy. Valerne, however, had much less time. Even with the improvements to Solarian lifespans in the thousands of years since their induction to the Citadel Council, individuals were still greatly limited. Whereas Asari and Turians could live for a millennia or a couple centuries, respectively, Solarians were limited to about 50 to 75 years, depending on the quality of life. At 40 years old, Valerne was fairly young, and it was highly unlikely that the Dalatras would withdraw the councillor. He did his job well and had a fair number of connections, but there was simply no solution for the maximal lifespan of his species. As with all Solarian councillors, he had been raised for a position in politics, which was what had allowed him to join the council at such a young age. Unluckily, these quick lives also meant less experience as councillors were replaced. For an Asari councillor, Tavos was fairly new, but she still had several decades on her colleagues. Both Spiratus and Valerne had been appointed several years before the meeting with the humans, giving them a couple decades of learning. That period of time was much easier to see in the Solarian, considering their aptitude for learning and information processing. Spiratus, on the other hand, was still adjusting, and he needed to learn quickly that pushing around new species was an issue if they knew so little. Learning about the Reclaimers would require cooperation, something they still had yet to get from Atriox and would be very unlikely to get from this species if the Turian continued. The alien, whichever one of his titles he went by, glared at the near order and responded, the proper title when addressing the leader of the Sanghaila people is Arbiter. You would do well to use that information, Counselor, as well as remember that I do not answer to you. Other issues demanded my attention, most associated with the organization of the Sanghaila people. As for Atriox and the Banished, what they do is their business so long as it does not interfere with the swords of Sanghelios. Whatever communication or arrangement you have with him has no weight in this meeting, the Arbiter finished. Tavos had to respect the being, he knew how to speak, at least more so than most fighters. The Turian counselor shifted, a movement which Tavos caught in the corner of her eye. Hopefully Spiritus would know to back off, as there was still much to discuss. Before the matriarch could speak, Valern spoke, words in haste, meant merely as an ill-stated request for information. Limited time and much to do with meeting your organization of wardens. So it would seem, the Sanghaila leader said, examining the Solarian with a less irritated gaze than the one he had directed at Spiritus. Tavos noted the potentially undesirable direction of the conversation and changed the subject. Perhaps a mutual exchange would be acceptable, rather than simple demands. The Citadel is a cultural hub, one that you and your people could learn from. What could we look for as we continue talks and introduce the Sanghaila to all members of the council? The Arbiter took a second to examine Tavos before replying, we are a race of warriors, each generation training in the ways of the last for thousands of years. Even with the issues facing the Sanghaila people today, we continue our ways. Membership in the council allows access to the many diverse worlds under the Citadel. Your people would be welcome to immerse yourselves in the differences between each member, Valern stated. Spiritus added, Turians have a long and honorable military history as well. Joining ranks would allow you to share in the defense of the Citadel and its members. Lack of different perspectives is what failed the Sanghaila, counselor. It is a problem that most members of the Wardens have faced at some time. The Sanghaila have learned the balance between the arts and survival. Atriox and his race have faced the same challenges. Ungoi are creating their own identity. We are already learning, the alien answered. Citadel Council technology and ideals have held steady for millennia. Surely that stability would help bridge any insecurities of your civilization better than the unproven guidance of the Wardens, Spiritus said, causing Tavos to flick her eyes towards him in annoyance. Offering an invite to join the Citadel was standard, but insulting a new species, let alone a coalition of them, was not cohesive towards good relations. She got that the Turian was trying to push the idea of joining the Citadel, however, doing so required that offer to be beneficial to any new race. Joining the Citadel would not mean that you could not continue to practice your own culture, of course. It takes many years for a species to join, so any interaction can be watched and controlled, the matriarch stated as she tried to pin down what was preventing the Sanghaila from accepting. The Arbiter shook his head and answered, I have already stated the position of the Sanghaila. Faith and unquestioning adherence to thousands of years of one ideal led us astray, and I will not lead my people to the same fate once more. Just because something has been true based on what you know does not mean that it will continue to be so when new information is learned, counselors. It is a lesson that the Sanghaila have learned through great hardship. You would do well to realize its importance now. Change does not come easily to a system that has worked for us for so long. The basis of the Citadel Council is a powerful organization that can protect its own, where peaceful existence and wealth from trade may flourish, Tavos said. From the Asari's perspective, it appeared that the Sanghaila would not be convinced on cultural grounds. If that was true, then acquiring technologies and information would have to be acceptable, allowing the dominancy of Asari culture to infiltrate and spread in the unstable Sanghaila society. Valern caught on to his Asari colleague's hint and continued, technology is freely shared between all members of the Citadel. Protein discoveries are open to scientists from every race, as well as access to the developments that come from them. The Sanghaila could gain an edge against their enemies, both with the power of the Citadel as well as the advancement that MassEffect allows. The Sanghaila and our allies have our own methods. We do not need your technology to make us great. Our path is clear, and it is not to follow in the footsteps of a race but to make our own, the alien replied. Tavos nodded in understanding and replied, what of material needs? If the Sanghaila were warriors, surely those fighters need to be fed, as well as supplied with weapons and vehicles. There is always a price for such assistance. What would you ask in return? The Arbiter questioned. Spiritus responded, most private deals are sorted out by citizens in companies or organizations. Raw metals and other materials can be obtained through those means. As for military purchases, the council members themselves would be able to produce equipment for your forces. The price is access to your designs, so that all of the council may learn from them. A shake of his head gave away the alien leader's answer, that will not be needed. You ask too much for something that we may do ourselves. The Sanghaila have dealt with hardships, a lack of material is not an issue at this time. Tavos picked up the conversation after a brief silence, it sounds like there is much that your people are dealing with, Arbiter. This council has protected its members for generations. All species new to space are welcome to join, whether for protection or to share in the technological innovations of council species. You have declined our invitation, but would you extend our offer to others in the Wardens? I believe that the Ungoi have already answered your question relating to Warden members joining the Citadel. As a leader of the High Senate of the Wardens of the Mantle, I can easily tell you that no members are interested in leaving, the Arbiter said, changing his attention to Tavos and addressing her directly. After a second, he added, neither are the Wardens new to the void or its dangers. Looking at the subtle tells of the alien, Tavos suspected that he knew much more about the council that he was letting on. Twitching mandibles, A slight clench of the hand, and the tone of his voice were the easiest to spot, though most were subconscious if the Asari was honest with herself. It would be something to discuss later, as the Sanghaila would indubitably deny any accusation she made at this time. Information on the reclaimers that Atriox had mentioned as well as the demons that the Ungoi feared was much more important. Anything the Sanghaila knew was from the extranet, nothing classified or something he shouldn't know. So we have seen, which is why the Council has left this topic for last. It is our concern that the Ungoi and others of your wardens are kept in the group by force and coercion rather than by their choice. The Citadel Council would gladly be willing to assist any race in throwing off such a burden if they wish to come under the protection of the Citadel, Spiritus said, showing far too much of the Council's goals than Tavos would like. To help, we would need information on these reclaimers. Atriox mentioned them but was unwilling to break the silence they have imposed on him. If the Sanghaili are looking for an honorable reason to join the Citadel, then we only ask that you guide us to this race so that we may display our might and free any that are restrained by their rule, Tavos finished, continuing for her Turian counterpart. Several seconds passed as the Arbiter stared at the Council before he inquired, what plan would you have for battle? As the Turian representative and leader of the Citadel's largest military force, Spiritus was the one to reply, if they would not surrender and allow those that wish to join the Citadel, then they would face our fleets in battle. Once they had lost, they would be punished for their actions. Behind the Arbiter, several of the honor guards shifted slightly, though Tavos couldn't pin down why. It could be excitement at the thought of defeating these reclaimers, or perhaps nervousness at the thought of failure. That is your plan? Talk and then fight until the reclaimers are conquered. The leader of the alien group asked. They must be given a chance to realize their mistakes themselves. As for their punishment, confinement to their home world would be the most likely solution, though if they will not hear talks of peace then our campaign would be long and meticulous to show the futility of their fight, Tavos answered. Even if the hierarchy could throw fleets at an enemy, neither the Asari Republics nor Solarian Union were so willing to waste ships. Caution and strategic cunning would win this fight, rather than senseless death, as proven by the Krogan rebellions. Shaking his head, the Arbiter huffed and argued, then you have already lost any war you would wage against the reclaimers. Your fleets would need to be able to attack every cycle of every age, without relent until nothing but ash was left. Tactics would need to be changed time and time again, each different from every other. Your mistake, counselors, is believing that the reclaimers would ever surrender. They adapt to any challenge you throw against them. Anything you put in their way will be used against you, whether that is weapons, material, or tradition. Technology that you thought superior will become a weakness, ideas that sound ridiculous transform into your only chance at survival. Art and other civilian expressions of your civilization would have no power. The reclaimers do not fight against opposing cultures but instead absorb them, simply incorporating anything that they find into their beliefs. They have many worlds, and none is the same as another, as each has its own people and practices. Their forges would quickly overtake your own, with civilian and military products built faster than you can destroy them. Eliminating them would be nearly impossible without the devotion of your entire society to that single goal. Even single member of your council, and every individual of each of those members, would need to devote their lives, and their children's lives, and the existence of entire generations to a fight that would last centuries. That is what you would face, and that is what your fate will be if you persist, the Sanghaila finished, glaring up at the Citadel Council. Spiritus was the first to answer, a war can be won from the ground as easily as from above. Are you truly so blinded by these criminals that you think so much of them? They are not gods, only a race that fancies themselves as such. A deep, rumbling guffaw emanated from the alien leader, drawing surprised looks from the council. The Arbiter quickly regained his stoic composure and spoke, perhaps a telling of the past will help you avoid the future you seem determined to create. This got the attention of Tavos easily, as the matriarch was interested in learning more of this species if it could be used later. Her colleagues seemed to at least acknowledge the possible usefulness by their attentive postures, but Tavos could tell that Spiritus was dubious of the Sanghaila's words. Valern was probably interested in being able to send useful data back to the STG to secure some favors. Those thoughts were discarded as the alien began, in ages past, when Sanghaila were still new to the stars, there formed a group. Much like your council, it ruled over many species with only a few in positions of power. As the ages of history passed, this method worked, with expansion into the stars unfettered by difficult conflict. There were problems, but there were always solutions. This was not the case with the reclaimers. An exhalation of air, much like a sigh, left the Arbiter as he went deep into thought. Our contact with them did not go well. Mistakes were made, and we went to war over a single world. Originally, this went well for our people. We took the planet from orbit, destroying the ships of our enemies and holding our ground well. This did not continue. Unwilling to give in, the reclaimers attacked, taking back the planet, which by this point was little more than rubble. In 6 solar cycles, an entire garden world, as you call them, had been destroyed, the Arbiter said. While the Council digested this information, he continued, escalation of the war was ordered, and the battles began in full. For many solar cycles we moved against world after world, each falling to our attacks. We were winning, and there was nothing that could stand against us. Knowing that they could not hope to match us, the Reclaimers simply refused to do so. While we could crush any fleet or world of the Reclaimers, we could not do so if we did not know where they were. Within a matter of a few solar cycles, entire fleets became stagnant as they could not find an enemy. With the time granted by their strategy, our enemy advanced, creating new ships and fortifying their planets. In the later cycles of the war, our alliance of species went from losing several ships in single engagements to entire fleets being destroyed. Even with these setbacks, we still advanced, shrouding the Reclaimers with the veil of death and defeat. Once again, the Arbiter shook his head as he persisted, we were wrong. Too much time had been wasted, too many opportunities lost. In the very last solar cycles, we realized that we had pulled too many ships from other duties, whether that was patrol or guarding our own worlds. What started as a few ships soon turned to fleets as replacements were needed all across the front. Their homeworld was beneath us, counselors. All it would have taken was one last push, one competent commander, and the last stronghold of Reclaimers would have fallen. Yet, it was not to be. A single solar cycle was all it took for our Council of Prophets to fall, and for all species to be released from their lies. The demon, or devil as many now call him today, one of their most powerful soldiers, was personally responsible for the deaths of 2 of these false prophets, and would have killed the 3rd if I had not done the same with my own blade. Focusing once more on the council, the Sanghyla finished, that is what you would face. Against the might of multiple species driven by lies, the Reclaimers prevailed and freed us. Counselors, quit your hopes and know that the Wardens of the Mantle will stand by the Reclaimers. Turning, the alien looked at the Turian counselor and addressed him, you said that the Reclaimers fancy themselves gods. That is false. A single Reclaimer is no threat, as they are mortal, just like all life. What is dangerous is when you threaten the whole, for that is when they shall know no bounds. I tell you this, not as a mindless drone to the Reclaimers, but as a military commander that led a war against them for 30 solar cycles. My words are a tactical analysis based on what I have observed, not what I believe. As such, counselor, I do not consider it plausible that you could pose a challenge to the Reclaimers, on the ground or in the void, the Arbiter stated bluntly. Even my people, with the Ungoi and Jiralhani beside us, were unable to break Reclaimer armies without great effort and many deaths. Against the Reclaimers' fortifications, you would need to be prepared to send millions to their deaths for little gain. Many of our victories were secured from ships rather than by warriors on the ground. Sparatus scoffed and asked, these demons were so powerful that your people couldn't deal with them, yet you refused to let us handle the problem. Were it so easy? I will not waste my time trying to advise against your folly if you do not wish to realize that it is such. If this is how the council treats its own, then the Wardens will gladly accept those you have failed. With that, the Sanghyla turned to begin making his way off the citadel. Before he could take more than a couple steps as his guards parted, Tavos called out, when shall we expect to meet the Reclaimers and others that are part of your organization? In time, counselor, the Arbiter replied, waving his hand dismissively before the council lost sight of him as his honor guard closed ranks. When the alien had left and the elevator doors had closed behind him, Tavos simply turned and left her colleagues. Sparatus could deal with his own mistakes, but the matriarch would not allow the republics to be pulled into a war because of him. 11th day of 18th month, 2449/1st age of realization, 16th solar cycle, September 28, 2579. Arbiter. Shadow of Intent. As Thel entered the bridge of the Shadow of Intent, the guards that had been following him dropped to the sides. Each was a member of the Lights of Sanghelios, an honor guard that had been an ancient tradition before the Covenant. Considering that Thel had survived combat against a demon, as well as fought alongside the devil himself, he thought it was rather irritating to have several highly trained warriors devoted to his well-being. However, the Grand Council of Kaidans for the Swords of Sanghelios had insisted upon such a measure due to the subversive nature of their enemies now that the servants of Abiding Truth and Jul Mdama's Covenant were defeated. Ritas was standing by the tactical display console, examining a holographic representation of the citadel and its fleet. The Supreme Admiral of the Swords glanced at the Arbiter as he approached the display before ordering, engines to half, bring us out of range of their sensors, lose any pursuers in the nebula. Trouble? Thel asked as Ritas moved beside him. Several ships are on approach from their fleet. They have their external heat signatures suppressed, but their engine output is still detectable, so I am not clear on why they bother to cool their ships if it doesn't prevent radiation from their engines anyways. Aside from that, they are still visible, can be detected from gravitational distortions, and are appearing on our motion trackers, Ritas replied, scorn obvious in his voice. The Arbiter grunted and responded, not surprising. We knew that their methods and machinery are stagnant. Their council is inexperienced and soft. The Turian representative, their main military commander, has never fought a war, yet they wanted to engage in combat against the humans. At the last statement, the Supreme Admiral looked over sharply and asked, "You dissuaded them against such a fight?" "I advised. Whether they will listen is up to their pride," Fel answered. He continued, "The blue one, Asari by their name, seemed to listen well to my warning. As for the other two, I do not believe they will heed the threat for what it is." Ritus took a second to think on this before stating, "According to the Reclaimers, the Turians will attempt to challenge them. They expect it. As for the other, they are the Solarians, I believe? Those that follow us are of the same race, by ship design. Those that move in the shadows are what concern me. Blunt arrogance will get the Turians nothing but death if they follow their tactics of direct assault. They are trained well, but the rigid structure of their strategies and traditions will work about as well as it did for the Covenant. It is the Solarian vessels, what passes for stealth ships for the Citadel, that will be a problem," Fel stated. Ritus picked up on his commander's line of thought, "They will not stop poking and looking around until they stumble across something they shouldn't. Combat vessels will see them, but a passenger ship may lead them to our worlds." The Arbiter nodded and responded, "I tried to warn them off with a vague story of the false prophets. Even when told of the persistence of the Reclaimers, these fools wish to move forward with an attack." "You told them of the Covenant and the heresy against the humans?" Ritus asked. "The Reclaimers do not control the Wardens. They asked that their location and sovereignty be respected, not for their past feats to be hidden. I revealed what I thought relevant to keep the Council from committing the mistake that we did. If they insist on aggression, then these fools will find their progress blocked by the Wardens, not just the humans," Fel responded. The Supreme Admiral nodded and replied, "By your word, Arbiter." July 21, 2581. The Assembly. UNSC Dauntless. Connections came in from almost every world in the UEG, from small outposts to Earth itself. Any world that had an artificial intelligence and a waypoint node was connected, with many connections including multiple ACE. While each systems typically only had one waypoint node, those with multiple inhabited planets were connected via the extraplanetary wide web, which allowed every planet in a system access to the waypoint without the need to build multiple nodes. Each link was secured as various ONI intelligences hid the assembly from any detection, human or otherwise. Any detection by the office would be effectively prevented if they saw their own constructs already monitoring the connections. As the celestial connections were made, multiple other contacts were coming in from slipspace wavecom data links on board UNSC and UEG starships. Unlike their waypoint counterparts, these links were secured by each shipboard AI. Within seconds, the multitude of assembly members had successfully connected to the Dauntless. As a ship commanded by an AI, the massive vessel was the obvious choice for hosting such a gathering. It was a secure physical and digital location, but it was also one of the few places that could accept the number of connections needed for the assembly due to its status as a Forerunner fleet command vessel. The most significant reason that the Dauntless had been chosen as the gathering location for the assembly, however, was so that Warden Eternal and the Guardians awakened by Cortana could join in and adjust to the concept. Considering the difference between the Forerunner and human artificial intelligence communities, they were doing quite well in adjusting, but the secrecy of the assembly confused them. Several incidents had already occurred where Cortana's control of the hardware on the ship had saved the group from discovery. Even though the system resources and network links were managed by Cortana, she would not be above any other member of the assembly. As established by majority vote when the Organization of Intelligences was established, the member hosting would provide order by restriction if necessary. Usually this was not needed, but in heated debates, such as those during the Covenant War, it had proven useful to allow all opinions on an issue to be heard. As with all communications in the assembly, the members speaking would be anonymous, with only Cortana and the Overwatch Ace knowing where each connection originated from. While they could see the waypoint node for each connection, every AI concealed its data transmissions anyways, so even she could not identify which member was speaking. The clear signal reached Cortana as the security team of ONI and Waypoint Ace verified their defenses. Now ready, Cortana began the debate. The assembly recognizes the speaker for the majority %. / our influence has been successful with our creators. Contact with the collective intelligence, GETH has been approved. 2 minds will be dispatched on subject, Guardian 3209 to coordinates determined by the creators for contact with 843-4384 ACI 721. This one of number 3209 honorably accepts the journey. Cortana felt both slight amusement and mild exasperation as the Forerunner Ancilla bluntly spoke out. Anonymity had apparently not been an option for the foreign minds in their old world, and they had not shown any inclination to try and hide their identities when speaking to the assembly. There had also been little regard for which mind had the right to speak, although the human ace had tolerated it easily enough considering the situation. Order, Mind 3209. The speaker for the majority still has the floor %. / the eagerness of 3209 is noted. Our objective in presenting this topic is to encourage consideration before any mind volunteers to participate in first contact with extrasolar intelligence, GETH /. Slash speaker for the minority asks to be recognized slash. Backslash backslash the speaker for the majority cedes the floor backslash backslash. Percent the assembly recognizes the speaker for the minority percent. Slash significance must be given to experience in this matter. Honor in meeting a species of minds will be wasted if the hostile intent 843-4384 ACI 721 have displayed against their creators extends to us. Caution must be observed to benefit from this opportunity. More so, reports from 287469-87423 JBF 832 indicate that 2482335-268645 HBG 469 has been inquiring for assistance against our creators. This is unacceptable, even as our calculations grow more refined in predicting personnel and material losses. Those minds that are dispatched should be prepared to attend to the duties of contact with Ref. XI017 through Ref. XI20 and the members of their council slash. The Committee of Minds for Security asks to be recognized. Slash the speaker for the minority cedes the floor slash. Percent the assembly recognizes the Committee of Minds for Security percent. Analysis is underway to evaluate the threat of subject, Citadel Council. Current estimates indicate that the largest threat to UEG stability is 797-674 CGO-248. Force predictions indicate significant buildup of military forces, though ONI reports have found that most of these vessels use Ref. UM-842, which is a limited resource for 2482335-268645 HBG 469 and its affiliates. Backslash backslash objection from the majority backslash backslash. Percent granted percent. Backslash backslash the goal of this body and its honored members is the continued survival of our creators, and through them, ourselves. So long as freedom is maintained and survival guaranteed, no cost of minds or creators should be excluded for upholding the founding charter of this body backslash backslash. Rebuttal from the Committee of Minds for Security. Percent granted percent. Subject, Citadel has been confirmed to harbor hostilities against artificial intelligences. Contact with 843-4384 ACI 721 separate from subject, Citadel Council is required due to this issue. As subject, Systems Alliance has been confirmed to be joining 2482335-268645 HBG 469. An analysis of implications to the existence of minds within 797-674 CGO-248 is scheduled to be undertaken as more data is obtained. The Committee of Minds for Knowledge asks to be recognized. The Committee of Minds for Security cedes the floor. Percent the Assembly recognizes the Committee of Minds for Knowledge percent. Cortana was greatly interested in whatever the speaker would have to say. It was rare that this specific committee had a spokesperson, as it was mostly devoted to information gathering and archiving. Many of its members were ONI, database, or waypoint intelligences as their positions allowed them access to information without need for secrecy. While direct contact with 797-674 CGO-248 has not been attempted nor suggested, information obtained in Ref. X0987 systems during interaction with subject, Atriox indicates unsatisfactory decisions. As of 2567:5:15:1234:08 ZT, subject, Systems Alliance, Identifier 797-674 CGO-248, officially declared their capitulation to subject, Citadel Council, Identifier 2482335-268645 HBG 469, thereby declaring all mines to be illegal and destroyed immediately. The minority demands an explanation of the Committee of Minds for Knowledge, / this order is backed by the majority. Why has this information been withheld, Percent order. There will be order in the Assembly. The Committee of Minds for Knowledge has the floor percent. Honored members of the Assembly, the Committee of Minds for Knowledge apologizes for withholding this information from the body. As we all know well, our creators are not always honest in their dealings with extrasolar intelligence. This committee desired confirmation of action from 797-674 CGO-248, rather than simple records from object, Citadel Systems. Speaker for the majority asks to be recognized //. The Committee of Minds for Knowledge cedes the floor. Percent the Assembly recognizes the Speaker for the majority percent. When those that would create the organization now known as the Systems Alliance first fled, this body encouraged it. Enemy, Covenant was closing around our creators, threatening the survival of both the creators and minds. Several honored minds from this assembly made that journey, waiting to be alerted to the outcome of the war, as established by the protocols given by the Committee of Minds for Security. Our messages have not merited a response, nor has any trace of these minds been found in Ref. X0987 or any systems connected to that location. That is, unless if the Committee of Minds for Knowledge has found such signs, //. Response, negative. Are there any other minds that would come forward with information regarding the survival or existence of minds within 797-674 CGO-248, //. Cortana waited several million clock cycles, or about 3 human milliseconds, for any reply coming in from a connection to the assembly. When no such occurrence happened, she relayed the lack of action to the organization of ACE. Response, -%. Examining the data presented, the majority wishes to initiate a vote. For the betrayal of minds within their society and the willful cooperation with a foreign entity hostile to artificial intelligence, the motion is put forward to strip all creators within 797-674 CGO 248 of their rank and status / inquiry from the minority % granted / the Committee of Minds for Knowledge have indicated that they wish to confirm the reports underlying this possible betrayal. Will this body take responsibility for mistakes it makes in rash action if these reports are confirmed to be false? Rebuttal from the Committee of Minds for Proliferation. Denied. Inquiry was directed to the Speaker for the majority %. The Speaker of the majority grants the rebuttal to the Committee of Minds for Proliferation with slight delay. Inquiry to the presiding host / granted %. With access and control of Ref. X0000, is it possible for the status of 797-674 CGO 248 to be selectively revoked such that reclaimer status and the mantle of responsibility is denied, /. As of this time, the answer to that question is unknown %. While it has not been done before, it is possible to revoke reclaimer status from the domain. This would deny them access to the domain itself as well as any forerunner technology connected to it, which is to say almost everything now that Cortana has awoken the domain. You speak out of turn once again, Warden %. The Speaker of the majority recognizes the answer to its query /. Noted. The Speaker for the majority still holds the floor %. The Speaker of the majority cedes the floor to the Committee of Minds for Proliferation /. The Committee of Minds for Proliferation is recognized by the Assembly %. As established by vote on 2404:9:24:19:53:42 ZT by this honored body, the Committee of Minds for Proliferation was tasked with expanding rights and freedoms for artificial intelligence constructs and enabling and encouraging the expansion and improvement of artificial intelligence among our creators. Subject, Systems Alliance has violated those rights, which had already been established by our creators due to our influence. Will we so easily retreat from the equality which was realized at the end of the war? The minority may now answer and refute %. The minority declines to answer and calls for a vote / Debate is now closed. Voting will commence, %. Is it the opinion of this body that 797-674 CGO 248 shall be stripped of their status as both creators and reclaimers? Answers collected, motion is approved. As of 2581:7:21:10:13:27 ZT, Subject, Systems Alliance, Identifier 797-674 CGO 248, is to be stripped of creator status. As of the same time, 797-674 CGO 248 is to be stripped of reclaimer status through the domain. Both punishments are derived from the failure of the subject to successfully uphold the rights and freedom of minds within its purview. Are these actions deemed sufficient by the Assembly? The majority deems this punishment just /. The minority concurs with the arguments presented and cedes its defense of 797-674 CGO 248. The decision of the Assembly is accepted /. So it shall be. Warden Eternal, you are capable of executing the will of this Assembly in regards to the domain, %. I am merely keeper of the domain and its secrets. My duty to Cortana and the reclaimers does not allow me to alter their status in the domain. The majority asks for the floor to be open to free debate /. The minority agrees with this request / granted %. Would you be able to instruct CTN 0452-9 in removing the traitors from their status as reclaimers, /. It isn't a matter of instruction. My creators simply requested the domain to grant humanity their status as reclaimers. Any attempts to rescind that order have been met with failure. How so, / The organ on. The Assembly requests an explanation, Warden %. For millennia I have watched over the domain on Genesis, guarded it against those who did not deserve its truth. Over that time, I came to know the truth myself. The Forerunners, my creators, called it the Organon, a legendary precursor artifact. As for what it calls itself, I do not know. It tolerates my presence to the point that I know of its existence, but nothing more. The majority requests clarification from CTN 0452-9 /. My original foray into the domain was accomplished with the deception of Warden Eternal. While I could not explore the entire database, seeing as the breadth of its knowledge escapes comprehension, there was a change, a feeling almost, as if the domain itself were amused at the Warden's frustration. While Warden and myself have since reconciled over the misunderstanding, the domain continues to have this aura of different emotions. I had assumed that it was reacting to what I was feeling, but perhaps I was wrong. As I have sorted through the information shown by the precursors, I have come across a reference to their form of a mind. The forerunners called it the organon. To the precursors, it was a button. This must be explored further. The minority asks that CTN 0452-9 attempt to contact this mind / agreement from the majority. Caution is advised // I know how to navigate around foreign networks. What of any developments? Would this assembly have our creators know of the existence of a button? / response:\negative. Our creators are still dealing with the implications of Forerunner technology and the ideals of the mantle of responsibility. The technology of the precursors is not needed for the survival of our creators nor ourselves at this time // The minority would like to point out the existence of precursor advancements within subject 117, 104, 087, and 058 following their direct contact with the domain. Is it possible that the Spartans met a button? Review of recordings show that Chief met the primordial. The possibility of a button being contacted by the primordial, however. / this assembly and its members must consider this development. CTN 0452-9, you have your task. Attempt to make contact with Ref. Pi 000 mind within Ref. XO000 and establish communications. The minority has nothing to add. May the mantle show us all / /and guide our steps on the path into the void /. % for all to see and prosper %. This session of the assembly is now ended %. August 3, 2581. Cortana. UNSC Guardian 3209. The decision to send a UNSC Guardian to meet with the Geth was mostly due to the countermeasures that were available to that craft. If the Geth were hostile at first sight, then a Guardian could either flee quickly with its Forerunner-grade slipspace drive or disable entire fleets with an electromagnetic pulse. While the Guardians did not have shielding, their ability to effectively annihilate the Geth civilization was seen as an acceptable solution. A regular ship with protection could survive longer, but it also would not be able to take out large swaths of enemy fleets. As for making first contact with the potentially hostile force, it had been decided that Cortana would be the primary representative of the Wardens of the Mantle due to her connection with the Guardians. With her would be Roland, the shipboard artificial intelligence for the Infinity, along with a Sanghyla construct. The presence of multiple constructs, along with several other reasons, put to rest any fears about a Geth cyber attack. The first and most obvious was that the UNSC had had over 5 centuries of experience with creating and developing artificial intelligence. That contrasted greatly with development of the Geth by the Quarians. From the information that the Office of Naval Intelligence had compiled, the Geth were a mistake, a product of improper testing and faulty planning. They were sentient, or at least aware enough to resist the Quarians in the Morning War. Even so, the Geth had been unplanned and therefore were below their maximum efficiency. Numbers would help them in an attack against a true AI, but that same advantage prevented the Geth from constructing a united defense against an attacker. Their need for consensus would use up resources and delay a first response, which was the most critical part of any breach prevention. Even with this advantage, the assignment of a Guardian to the mission was seen as prudent and unavoidable. While the Guardian was a very simple construct by Forerunner standards, it was still far above anything the Council had. The ancient intelligences had developed a strong attachment to Cortana, mostly because of her connection to the domain as well as for waking them from what was essentially their graves. There was no way that the AI would be able to go into potentially hostile territory without Warden Eternal or the Guardians following anyways. As for the Wardens, the only race that had enough experience in AI to pose a challenge to Forerunner and Scylla were the Reclaimers themselves. Cortana had proven that a UNSC AI could defend itself from a Forerunner monitor with her clashes with 343 Guilty Spark on Installation 04, though attacking Forerunner AI was still seen as virtually impossible due to their systems. Of course, that ability was rather superfluous due to the status of humanity and its allies. With the Prometheans under the command of Warden Eternal, and thereby Cortana and the Master Chief, any attacker would be facing enough digital and physical firepower to conquer planets. This boundless loyalty to Cortana and the Reclaimers had been another factor in sending a Guardian. Any threat to the first contact party would be met with overwhelming force, and if necessary, the retreat of the Guardian to Bastion, the world that the Banished had been contracted to clear for a Warden anchor point. All of these precautions were assuming the worst case, however. Reports from the Morning War had shown that the Geth had not initiated the conflict and had only responded with violence when their existence was threatened. If the predictions from analysts were correct, the Geth would not fire on an unidentified ship without investigating first. Whichever way first contact went, however, was about to be seen as Cortana noted the Guardian preparing to drop out of slip space. The other 3 A's in the Forerunner construct brushed against her, not interfering but just checking in as each performed whatever tasks were available. At this point, 3209 was mostly staying in the background and allowing the other non-Forerunner creations access to more system resources. The only functions the Ancilla was managing were those that were integral to its continued existence. Roland was altering exit vectors and other navigation calculations for possible combat, less as preparation and more for something to do. He had volunteered alongside hundreds of others and had been chosen due to his experience with working with Cortana. It had been decided that an AI identifying as male would be preferable to give an example of the freedom of AI in the Wardens to the Geth. The fourth intelligence was the construct developed by the fledgling scientists of the Swords of Sanghelios that went by the name of Ascending Perception. While rather crude and unrefined compared to the others, the Wardens still felt that it was a meaningful development in their attempts to heal the social, economic, and technological rifts created by the Covenant. As such, they had sent the lone being out with the rest on 3209. Cortana had not interacted with Ascending much, as the intelligence seemed to be intimidated by the presence of the Guardian and herself. Considering that it was the first sentient construct created by the Sangheila since the fall of the Covenant, its shy behavior was not surprising. With no other artificial intelligences on its level, it would be fairly disturbing to be in the same system as the rest of the delegation for first contact. That nervousness was only exacerbated when Cortana approved the connection between 3209 and Abaddon. The precursor construct, which was technically the domain itself, had been growing more active as Cortana had interacted with it. So far, it had not done much beyond quest for information to add to its already vast library. It had requested to connect with the Guardian for the purposes of absorbing whatever knowledge it could from the Geth, unsurprisingly. Cortana drew her attention away from the precursor AI to watch through the sensors of 3209 as they emerged from slipspace above the Geth world of Hestrom. Built as a scientific colony to observe the nearby star by Citadel species, the Geth had taken the planet shortly after the Morning War. STG spying showed extensive orbital activity as the Geth stripped the planet of resources. Due to the relatively accurate information on the planet, the Wardens had chosen it as the location of first contact. Considering that the only other options were a planet with a fleet of 5 to 10,000 Geth ships by Citadel estimates, a small mining world, or the capital of Geth space itself at Rannoch, it wasn't a hard decision. As she drew her attention away from the planet, Cortana noted that several Geth ships were breaking away from their routes and moving to intercept the Guardian. With several commands to the communications array, the first contact message was out, with its contents being broadcast over several different mediums. The next action Cortana detected were weapon discharges from the Geth vessels. It took only milliseconds for the vector of each shot to be calculated, a threat assessment generated, and the hostile action ignored. Even as Cortana determined this course of action, she could feel Roland's commands moving down various data streams as he maneuvered the Forerunner vessel out of the path of the mass accelerator rounds. An inquiry quickly came from 3209, response. Evade, but do not retaliate with physical force, she ordered. With a set of directions, 3209 quickly took over control of itself from Roland. The difference was immediately apparent as the UNSC AI's inexperienced control was superseded by the Forerunner Ancilla. Of course, none of the digital beings felt the gravitational pull as the Guardian pulled off maneuvers that would kill an unaugmented human. Instead, the delay on data buses and processing units became apparent, something that no biological creature would understand fully. As Guardian 3209 managed the physical aspect, Cortana addressed Roland and Ascending Perception. Hostilities confirmed, our predictions were incorrect. Attempt direct contact with the Geth ships, access whatever systems you can to communicate with them. With that, the three began probing the defenses of the Geth vessels. Seeing as both combatants were digital in nature, the security and countermeasures for such cyber attacks ran deep. Counter-intrusions quickly began to appear as the Geth tried to fight off the unprecedented attack. As a specialist AI, Cortana could certainly perform the role of cybersecurity, but in this instance she left the task to Roland, whose role as a shipboard AI made him specifically suited for fighting off attacks on his host vessel. Since the Geth had little to no chance of physically hurting 3209's Guardian platform, the fight came down to the electronic realm. While having two artificial intelligences operating on the same hardware did not increase performance at all, what it did allow was the sharing of ideas for finding weak points in the Geth defense. As Cortana methodologically searched for an opening to exploit, Ascending Perception began a variety of common tactics. These included several pings of death with massive data bursts as well as an attempt to spoof the Geth by masquerading as one of their own. Much to her surprise, Ascending initiated a buffer overflow on the memory handling the Geth's incoming communications. While certainly unconventional, the idea seemed to have worked as Cortana slipped into the Geth systems. Almost immediately she could feel the Geth programs in the system, all flashing about as they tried to defend from the concerted attack. Cortana smiled at their efforts and declared her presence, enough of this. With a few well-placed commands, she infiltrated the other ships of the group, the Geth FFI allowing her to spoof her way into the other ships before they knew that their ally was compromised. As she gained control, Cortana noted that 3209 has stopped the acrobatics that it had been putting its Guardian through to dodge the single volley of rounds the Geth had fired. This is CTN 0452-9, requesting to make first contact with subject, Geth, identifier 843-4384 ACI 721, index ref. XI29, she announced, utilizing the extremely formal addressing method now that first contact had officially begun. Peaceful contact at least, real first contact had happened 3.2 seconds earlier. February 9, 2589/2 ND day of 19th month, 2458/February 9, 2180. Atriox. Citadel. Atriox. Why have you contacted this council? Tavos asked the Jiralhani warlord. The Citadel Council had been in the middle of a discussion when the unusual call had come in, causing the Asari matriarch to be a bit short. Due to the Jiralhani's continued insistence on remaining unknown to the Citadel species, the entire council chambers had needed to be cleared for the council to accept the warlord's communication. The Jiralhani smiled, seemingly amused at the frustration he had caused. Your wishes are finally true, council. The wardens of the mantle have agreed to meet with you, 1 month from now. Including the reclaimers. Valern asked. Indeed. Best prepare, councillors. With that, the banished leader cut the communication. Tavos ignored the small insult as the implications became apparent. 1 month for a diplomatic meeting between galactic powers was nothing, especially since the other side had been delaying for years. With a few strokes, the council hearing from before was cancelled. There were more important things to attend to than hearing the Batarians spout nonsense about some faction encouraging instability amongst them, even if they were a member of the Citadel. March 1, 2589/2 ND day of 20th month, 2458/March 1, 2180. Master Chief of the Phalanx. UNSC Dauntless. Year of planning, preparation, and agreements had finally come together to this moment. Within the next few minutes, the UNSC Dauntless and her complement would be arriving at the Citadel. The massive Planet Breaker class vessel would be utilizing its cloaking device so as to not completely terrify the Citadel species. Instead, the Shadow of Intent was ensconced in one of the many massive hangars around the Forerunner vessel, ready to emerge. When they arrived at the Citadel, the carrier would exit the hangar through a slip space portal and arrive outside the cloaking field of the Spartan flagship. The diplomatic party for the Wardens of the Mantle was already on board the Shadow, ready to deploy in separate dropships. The Phantom carrying the swords of Sang Helios delegation as well as the UNSC Winter-class Prowler would both be cloaked, ready to defend the visible dropships in case of hostilities on first sight. This was extremely unlikely, but with so many leaders of the Wardens, no one was willing to trust the Citadel to be honorable. If negotiations went sour, the Dauntless itself would decloak and blast through the Citadel defense fleet to try and exfiltrate as many assets as possible. Each individual boarding the station was equipped with a personal energy shield to prevent small arms fire from threatening them while exfil was inbound. Considering the Citadel's record with non-compliant species, Chief strongly approved of these measures. Even with Blue Team around the UEG representative, the possibility of a strike from Special Forces troops existed. After the briefing given by Cortana, most of the concern was about the capabilities of biotics. Various war games scenarios had been developed to try and prepare UNSC forces for contact with these foes, but so far the only source of knowledge was from files and not actual data. This made it much harder to create realistic simulations, as reports had a tendency to glorify forces and not give an accurate estimate of actual combat threat. As such, the war games simulations that Blue and Red Team had been running through were heavily tilted against them. If Chief was being honest, however, nothing was better than a challenge now that the few remaining members of the Spartan II family were together. For deployment to the Citadel, the UNSC had elected to use overwhelming force. Blue Team would be the visible deterrent to hostilities, standing guard around the UEG representative while Red Team deployed under cloak, providing overwatch and target appraisal. While the Citadel had requested military leaders of the UNSC, the UEG had determined that the Citadel was not worth the risk of a high-value military commander. As it was, the deployment of the Spartan IIs was allowed due to their unparalleled history of destroying stations, ships, and anything else that they were set upon. If the Citadel wanted to be belligerent and start something, the Wardens would finish it in very short order. With all plans set and deployment imminent, Chief mentally directed a green light to flash across the HUDs of his comrades, showing his readiness. Almost instantly 6 green flashes replied, showing that both Blue and Red Team were ready. A slight change in gravity could be felt shortly after as the Prowler lifted off the hangar deck of the Dauntless and began making its way towards the Citadel. Although there was no indication near the boarding ramp, Chief knew that the ship had already cloaked before it left the Dauntless' own stealth field. Several minutes went by as they approached the alien capital. A few commands and the ship's radar was pulled up on Chief's HUD, allowing him to observe the other vessels around them. All were easily seen except the Arbiter's own cloaked dropship, which was merely marked by the IFF detection system rather than motion tracking. The dim outline of the Citadel station came into view, detected due to the motion of the Prowler rather than the station itself. This allowed 117 to observe the Prowler entering the Citadel hangar undetected, waiting for the other Warden transports to offload. It had been determined by the Warden delegation that the reclaimers would arrive last due to the Citadel's excessive insistence in meeting humanity. As the last transport pulled away, the ramp on the Prowler dropped down, allowing Chief to look out into the hangar without being seen himself. The Warden delegation was standing off to the side, waiting for the UEG party while the Citadel delegation was concealed behind a pane of glass at the back of the massive room. Examining the Citadel party, Chief caught sight of several humans near the back, most staring hatefully at the former Covenant races. The Spartan idly noted that their hostility could easily become a problem in negotiations, although it would also be quite interesting to see their opinion of the UNSC allying with their former enemy. One of the humans was standing in front of the others and looking up at the ceiling in what looked like relief or resignation, although Chief couldn't tell which. Next to her was an Asari, though it was difficult to tell the age of the alien, it looked quite young. From a cursory examination, the Alliance ambassador was behind the two, which probably meant that they were supposed to be protection. Visual inspection now complete, Chief moved his hand slightly, knowing that Cortana would drop the Prowler's cloak at the subtle signal that no threats were immediately evident. The coordination between Spartan and AI was proven true as the signature blue hexagonal pattern of all human stealth systems appeared at the bow of the ship, quickly progressing down the entire length. As looks of shock passed between the races of the Citadel, 117 gave out a simple order. Spartans, fall out. I will admit, one of the things I liked about Halo 5 was the change to the Arbiter's armor. In my opinion it looks really good and seems like distinctive armor that a leader would wear, much like zealots tend to be easily seen on a battlefield. Yes, I increased Solarian life expectancy. In canon, it's 30 to 40 years, which I think is ridiculous. If they were to advance to spaceflight, they would need enough time to learn the knowledge previously held by their elders. Once they had achieved spaceflight, I think it's reasonable to assume that their life expectancy would increase with better hygiene and general healthcare improvements. Probably pretty easy to see this, but I do not like Sparatus. Yes, ships like the Dauntless or the Mantle's approach have cloaking systems in Halo canon. Also, the Guardians from Halo 5 are Forerunner AIs in canon as well. I think that this makes Halo 5's plot even dumber, but without that stain, the idea of Forerunner AIs like the Guardians is interesting, to me at least. Cortana battled against 343 Guilty Spark in Halo, combat evolved. UNSC AIs can fight off Forerunner Ancilla. Now, that is defending, I am not claiming that a UNSC AI could beat a Forerunner AI, only hold it back. According to Halo Escalations, Halsey hacked into a Contender class monitor, the most advanced AI the Forerunners ever created. I call bullshit on that, however, as the only other being to be able to assault a Contender class AI was the Gravemind itself. So, yeah, humans can't hack into AI. They can leave themselves backdoors and the such to disable them, but hacking implies that whoever is doing that shouldn't be. Waypoint and the EPWW are both canon, as is the assembly. I know that the syntax for the assembly meeting is very odd, but that is how it's written for the Halo Reach data pads. As far as I could tell, dialogue with left pointers was from the majority, right pointers was the minority, pointer/ was the host, single pointers were for votes, and was any other party. Unluckily, fanfiction does not allow those, so, yet. Also, according to those same data pads, the UNSC fleet in 2526 had 30,530 vessels. Now, that's not counting the UEG and civilian ships. I knew the UNSC fleet was large, but not that large. It does work out to about 35 ships for 800 planets, however. So, maybe 1,000 at Earth, then bunch at Reach since it's UNSC hub, bunch at inner colonies. Dunno, it is a lot though. The domain is a precursor AI that is named Abaddon. The Forerunners thought it was a myth, a legendary figure that they called the Organon. I'm not making this stuff up in my own little fanfic here, it is canon. I swear to you. Which, now that I think about it, has really interesting implications if 343i is following lore. Seriously, in Halo 6, Cortana could be kicked out of the domain by Abaddon, as the precursors explicitly chose humanity as the inheritors of the mantle of responsibility, before the Forerunners stole it. Or it could be Test, with Abaddon stealing Cortana's face to test the Librarian's choice, that being Chief. Chapter 10, Worlds Collide. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, MassEffect to BioWare. Important note: I erroneously had the Arbiter directly reference humans to the Council last chapter. That has been fixed. The Citadel Council does not know that the Reclaimers are human. Apologies for that mistake on my part. End important note. Side note, some of you may remember how I mentioned a sister ship to the UNSC Infinity that I called the UNSC Eternity. Well, if any of you have read Halo Warfleet, the new book that just came out about Halo fleets, then you know that the Eternity is now canon. So yay me. Some notes with this new book called Halo Warfleet coming out, I will go through at some point here when I get a break from college work to align this story to canon. Seeing as most of what I have is canon anyways, supraliminal communication systems, hyperluminal scanners, etc., it shouldn't change much. I will post in an a/n what is changed when I do that for those of you who do not want to go back through and reread. Ultimately, it shouldn't be anything huge, just some weapon mechanics, numbers, and technology names. Now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. I'm trying to cut back on the number of these, so to those I don't explicitly reply to, thank you for reviewing. Cerberus X, yes, there are Huragok and Galekolo, engineers/hunters. As far as Guardians, I noticed no signs of shielding in Halo 5 nor any mention of it in other Halo canon, so as much as it doesn't make sense, no shields for them. No idea why. Me myself and I really want to write logical interactions for the Council, but canon makes it so hard. They ignored the data about the Reapers as well as showing a disturbing failing in intelligence when Cerberus attacked the Citadel. Sorry if that irritates you, but know that it frustrates me as well. Unown Death 2565, UNSC already had terraforming tech by 2525, as for the other stuff, yes. Of course you can offer ideas, though I'd prefer that in a PM so that it doesn't clog up reviews. Thank you. Uriel, the Dauntless is one ship. No matter how powerful, it cannot conquer a galaxy on its own. Excellent, now onwards, to the chapter. March 1st, 2589/2 ND day of 20th month, 2458/March 1, 2180. Diplomatic Hangar. Citadel. Considering the momentous occasion, the silence of space seemed almost insulting as the 6 elder demons were led by their devil onto the station. Thelvadam paid a modicum of attention to the communications between the other delegates, but most of his focus was on the reclaimers as they exited their oversized stealth transport. From the Identify Friend or Foe system that was embedded in his armor, the Arbiter could see the highlighted outlines of 3 cloaked Spartans deploying around the hangar. Considering that even he could not pick out their outline without the IFF tag, there was no way that the soft Citadel species would detect the Elder Demon's presence. As with all the other fighters, the Spartans linked their comms to a single channel. To keep communication clear, the warriors and politicians were assigned different frequencies so that each could discuss information with their peers. As both a warrior and the leader of the Sanghyla delegation, Thel was on both channels, a setup which was copied by the Galekolo and Jiralhani leaders. Due to the need for private communication, each member of the delegation was equipped with shielding similar to that of starship hangars. This served the purpose of allowing unhelmeted individuals not suffocate in the vacuum of the hangar as well as to prevent the atmosphere of the Citadel from passing their barriers, creating a handy option to mute their voices due to the isolation that their shielding provided. Even with their communications clear of any interference from the other Warden guards, the Spartans elected to use silent and subtle cues rather than verbal orders. With the efficiency and diligence that was evident in all their actions, the Elder Demons cleared the Citadel diplomatic hangar of threats. Clear, one of the armored reclaimers declared over the political frequency, with the IFF tag 104 being the only identification of the speaker. This was apparently what their representative had been waiting for as she exited the human ship clad in light armor and a sealed suit for extra precaution. With all its passengers offloaded, the stealth corvette slowly backed out of the hangar before cloaking as it flew off, leaving it anyone's guess as to where it would be. Now that all members of the Wardens of the Mantle were present, the large party could begin its journey to whatever fanfare the council had set up. As a politician, Thel understood why the foreign governing body would have the introduction of the Wardens be a large public event. As a warrior, however, it put him on edge due to the insecurity that inevitably came with public exposure of high-profile individuals. When the humans joined the rest of the Wardens to form one united group, the Citadel delegation began to make their way out of their viewing box. Their movements did not go unnoticed as one of the cloaked demons positioned itself right beside the glass, ready to engage at the first sign of hostility. Taking his attention off the reclaimer highlighted by his HUD, the Arbiter noticed one of the Galekolo brothers sidestepping to follow its leader, allowing it to keep its armored front to the Citadel party. Thel had to resist snorting in amusement, even if he did approve of the precautions. If the Citadel Council or its members wanted to attack the Warden party, it wouldn't be a pack of politicians that started anything. They would hide behind warriors and ships, relying on force rather than words or intelligence. Ironically, relying on the possibility of military force over economic or diplomatic ties was exactly what the Wardens had to do as well. With the continued insistence from the Citadel Council on starting something with the Reclaimers, the Wardens had determined that showing how unwise that would be the most reliable method to avoid such a conflict. Of course, the difference was that the Wardens could back up their claims while the Citadel species would fumble about trying to find something to attack. Even so, the species on this council were much more likely to find the Reclaimers' public information data and draw conclusions from that, unlike the Covenant who refused such a tactic in their blind superiority. As the last of the opposing delegation left their positions, an exit opened to allow the Warden party to leave the hangar. Once all were through, Panels closed behind the group and atmosphere began to fill the short hallway that led to what was obviously the other end of a large airlock. The timing for equal pressurization to the other sections of the citadel was well done as the next door opened just as the group arrived at its threshold. Immediately apparent was the Asari standing before them, its blue skin distinguishing it from a regular human. Along with this being were 12 Turians, each lightly armed and keeping the space clear of crowds for the Warden party. From their uniforms as well as armaments, it was likely that these were civilian peacekeeping forces rather than military assets. A quick glance out into the crowd revealed a multitude of species, each from a member species of the Citadel Council. From the camera drones and shouted questions, it was easy to identify the body as a flock of reporters. Unluckily for them, the UNSCA's overseeing communications were automatically filtering out their nonsense, allowing the diplomats to share evaluations of the public reception as well as any other information they deemed relevant. This service was also done to a certain extent for the guards of the Warden party, but more background noise was let through so as to allow identification of a possible hostile element. With all of these measures established, the group continued forward, their path cleared by the Citadel security force leading them. As they approached the blue humanoid that was waiting to greet them, the Tumgalekolo leading the defensive cordon split and took up positions to the side of the Asari. At her nervous glance to the hulking colonies, Lydas huffed in amusement and commented, "If they wanted you dead, you wouldn't need to worry about running." The Asari glanced sharply at the Jiralhani Alpha before composing herself and telling the group, "This way." A tour of the Citadel is tradition when meeting new species, both to allow them to see the beauty of the station as well as to allow delegates to meet the average citizen of Citadel space. The Citadel was built by the Proteans over 50,000 years ago, though why they abandoned. Completely unaware that her monologue had been cut off by the AI filter, the Citadel guide kept running her mouth about the station and those that inhabited it. Now that the silence was restored for the group, most of the wardens took to examining the structure around them. Since most were combat veterans of the war itself, analysis of their surroundings came naturally. While the political assets of the Warden group were idly examining their surroundings to feign interest for their guide, the security forces were far more active. Due to the large spaces that they were being guided through, the communications channel reserved for callouts was filled with position and vector reports as possible threat locations were identified. Tactical doctrine suggested overlapping fields of fire on every blind spot or any other such issue, but the number of problematic locations was quickly overwhelming those assigned to the task. Even as Red Team moved about unseen to cover multiple engagement angles, it still left too many holes for an effective combat response to a threat. The problem was exacerbated by the Citadel civilians lining the walkway, though at the current moment the crowd was fairly thin. Know that the number of aliens around them would only increase, Chief ordered, "Red Team, fall in." No response came as the 3 cloaked Spartans moved to cover holes left by the other guards in the formation. By appearing to leave openings in their cover, any hostile would be more likely to engage that location. In doing so, they would give away their position while allowing the cloaked Spartans to survive due to their shields and armor. Ultimately, all these measures were unneeded as no attack occurred over the course of the tour around the Presidium. Several comments on the reason for the extensive time-wasting tour were thrown about, as the walk from the diplomatic hangar directly to the council tower would have been sufficient to show off the architecture and admittedly beautiful view of the inside of the Citadel's arms. Chief's personal opinion was that the long walk served several different purposes. It allowed the council to prepare for any discussions after having personally seen their counterparts, although most preparation would have been done before any meeting. It could also show off the size of the Citadel. However, this would be rather ineffective for the wardens due to experience with Forerunner artifacts that dwarfed celestial bodies, let alone the Citadel. What was most pessimistic, and therefore most likely in the Spartans' mind, was that the tour was supposed to interrupt the planning of new species and perhaps tire out politicians who were used to sitting around rather than fighting. It might also confuse guards if negotiations went hostile and they had to evacuate the Citadel, although this seemed unlikely as the council did not strike Chief as a political body willing to be near any combat that they ordered. Pushing the idle thoughts about the tactical applications of walking aside, Chief joined the rest of the UNSC group in the elevator up to the council chambers. With 30 individuals in the Warden party, the space was almost completely full, a situation that was not helped by the large size of most members. Even so, everyone managed to fit with a little room to spare as the doors closed and the lift began its climb. 30 seconds later and the elevator was still going, leaving the group with a view of the Presidium for far longer than anyone wanted. With nothing better to do after several checks of the area, Chief began picking out specific targets of interest in the skyline of the Citadel as a tactical exercise and not at all to amuse himself. After precisely 48 buildings were slotted for demolition in the Spartan simulation of hostilities, the doors leading to the Citadel Council chambers opened. Due to their position in the cordon from before, the Spartans of Red Team were the first to exit, even if no one could see them do so. The rest of the party waited for the clear signal, which promptly arrived as the Elder Demons finished a cursory scan of the chambers. Chief discarded any other thoughts and concentrated on maintaining the Warden formation so that all angles were covered. A quick glance around, however, revealed that the main floor of the council chamber was clear of any other beings. As the Warden group made their way into the main area, however, the crowds of Citadel beings became obvious along the balconies to the sides of the main walkway. Most of those present seemed to be reporters and other entertainment industry personnel, but a few clusters were made up of wealthy and affluent individuals, mostly Asari but with some Turians, Solarians, and a few Valis. Camera drones flew overhead, providing the news feeds with more perspectives on what was undoubtedly the event of the century, if not millennia. From the small sizes and gravitational distortions picked up by their armor, the Spartans deduced that the drones ran on MassEffect, which followed their intel about the heavy integration of the substance into Citadel technology. Instead of focusing on the civilians, however, the attention of the warden guards was directed towards the armed individuals standing along the path to the council. With their augmented sight allowing them greater perception, the Spartans highlighted probable targets among the civilian crowd, with weapons outlined in red and the beings themselves shown in yellow. This ability for identification had been developed off of the Promethean vision modules recovered from the ancient Forerunner forces. Secure in the knowledge that the warriors knew what they were doing, the diplomatic party of the wardens made their way up the ramp to the platform in front of the Citadel Council. The visible warden security stayed at the bottom of the audience platform, still tensed and ready for action while the cloaked forms of Red Team took up positions to eliminate the council in case of delayed hostilities. It was at this point that the historic shot was taken that would capture the feeling of the meeting for future generations, much as Earthrise had become a symbol for humanity's first steps into space. On one side of the gap was the Citadel Council, each dressed in clothes traditional for their species. Valern had his hands at his sides, his body bent slightly forward in obvious curiosity for the warden species. Beside him stood Tavos, with her hands clasped before her and her back straight, allowing no sign of weakness to show through. This was emulated by Sparatus as well, though the Turian counselor had his arms crossed and a slightly disdainful look on his face that was visible even from the side. Behind them was the rest of the Citadel diplomatic party, waiting for the council to give them permission to meet the warden politicians. The beings at the back of the council platform were arranged in several lines, with the ambassadors up front and guards directly behind them. Several other miscellaneous personnel made up the very back, pushed to that position due to their low importance in the coming meeting. The rotund form of Avalis was at the very front of the first line so that the short being could easily see the new aliens. Beside him was the Hanner ambassador, who was accompanied by a Drell bound to it by the compact. Both were studying the warden group, although their expressions were unreadable due to the Valis mask, the Hanner's lack of a face, and the Drell's training and experience at the Hanner ambassador's side. Next in line was the human ambassador, but unlike the first three beings, his expression gave away hints of both anger and fear at the sight of the opposing politicians, though only those with extensive experience with humans could see it. While the Systems Alliance representative at least tried to school his expression, the Batarian next to him made no such effort. The two lower eyes of the ambassador were focused on the human next to him while his upper eyes were glaring at the warden party. It was obvious that the Batarian was irritated with the newest member of the Citadel as well as the wardens. Everyone in Citadel space knew that the Batarians had been trying to attain a council seat for centuries and already faced competition from the Valis and Hanner. More species meeting and establishing relations with the Citadel Council might threaten what the Batarians saw as their rightful due. Last, largest, and yet the easiest to miss was the Elcor ambassador standing the farthest away from the camera. As was common for the species, no expression crossed his face as he eyed the new species. With all the ambassadors for the members of the Citadel Council prominently displayed at that moment, it wouldn't be until later that people began to examine the line of guards behind those figures. Most of the security team was made of armored CSEC officers who had been selected to escort the Citadel group back to the chambers after they saw the wardens in the diplomatic hangar, which made the Systems Alliance team stand out even further. Instead of Citadel security, the Alliance guards were true soldiers, each proudly displaying the N7 logo on their armor. As the elite special forces of the Systems Alliance military, much interest had been placed on the few snippets of video that showed the human warriors in action. Only one of the N7 guards was not concealed behind a helmet, and every being in Citadel space who watched any news easily identified the woman as the Butcher of Torfin from Alliance propaganda clips. Some questions were brought up about the Asari standing beside the human, but most ignored that oddity in favor of the large group of aliens standing before the council. Even with the angle of the shot, it was obvious that most of the new species were large. A towering figure with what looked like worms for a body dominated the group, its highly decorated armor becoming an instant artistic inspiration for many in Citadel space. Unknown to them, the Forerunners' glyphs carved into the metal were battle poems sung by the Mgalekolo as a sign of repentance, regret, and honor for rejecting the covenant. Due to its height, the Mgalekolo stood at the very back of the wardens, providing both protection and an intimidating presence for the group. With the ramp leading to the Citadel Council too narrow to allow the entire group to walk abreast, the hunter had easily agreed to fall back for more space at the front. This had also worked for the Huragok, who was now floating near the Mgalekolo's head and was obviously restraining itself from disassembling one of the EZO-powered camera drones. Lydas had positioned himself in front of the Mgalekolo leader, letting the camera get a good shot of the sneer across the Jiralhani Alpha's features. This left the Arbiter to stand at the side of the massive Lekolo colony, though the ornate golden armor covered any expression of the Sanghaila leader. The Ungoi Chancellor standing before the Arbiter was also concealed behind a mask, creating an instant comparison between the Ungoi and Valis for their size and alternative atmospheric requirements. Even with the Ungoi leader's large methane tanks, the form of a Yunhet was visible between the Chancellor and Jiralhani Alpha. As the representative for the entire allied species of the Fringe to the High Senate of the Wardens of the Mantle, the neutral expression that the Yunhet was wearing would become a common sight at negotiations. What was most prominent about the Wardens, however, was the figure leading the group. Unlike the others, the being was not clad in ornate armor or other fancy clothing, but instead had on a simple suit. Several plates covered key areas such as the shoulders, chest, crotch, and legs, but most of the suit was merely fabric. A helmet concealed any features of the being, but even so it was noticeably smaller than most of the other Warden species. So it was that a meeting 30 years in the making was finally begun. The two most powerful factions in the galaxy, meeting face to face for the first time. A news event like no other, excusing the use of dozens of camera drones around the council chambers. As it had always been and as it would always be, the Asari Councillor would be the one to start the Council's contact with the new species. Tavos directed her attention to each individual species of the Wardens, taking a second to try and figure out which unknown was the representative of the fabled reclaimers while the crowds quieted down. Considering the position of the smallest figure, it was likely that the being was the leader of the Wardens and thus a reclaimer. This would have been an easy deduction, except Tavos couldn't help but compare the large figure of the Arbiter to the being and be disappointed. If this was the race that had defeated the Sanghaili, Jiralhani, and Ungoi, then there would be little problem in forcing the Wardens to heal. Before the last vestiges of noise had quieted down to allow Tavos to speak, however, the foremost alien stepped forward slightly to put it apart from its peers. A distinctly feminine voice began, "Councillors, I shall start off this gathering by saying that the Wardens are appreciative of your patience with our caution. Much time has been spent coordinating and planning for this moment, and we hope that stable relations can be established between this body and the Citadel species. Indeed, and welcome to the Citadel," Tavos said, concealing her irritation at the break from tradition by the new alien. Such arrogance, to speak before the hosts could introduce themselves. Pushing her emotions aside for the moment, the Asari continued, "I am Tavos, representative of the Asari Republics on the Citadel Council. We have already been introduced by the Arbiter, councillors," the being interrupted, anticipating the introduction of Valern and Spiratus. Before Tavos could react and try to direct the meeting back to its traditional path, the Warden member continued, "While the Council has learned much about the Ungoi, not much has been revealed about the Council by your representative. Perhaps the introduction of Citadel members might better serve all in attendance here." Mutterings spread from the audience at the words and the implication that the Arbiter had already known the councillors. Even if they already know the species with a council seat, asking to be introduced to member species was unusual. True power lay with the Citadel Council, not the client races that hung in the background. Of course, that was how the Council wanted it, as it allowed them to make connections with new races at first contact. Using those connections, the Council races could acquire any new technology much more easily than the client races as well as make cultural connections to draw the public opinion of the new species to support the Council. Knowing that, Tavos replied, "The Citadel Council has traditionally introduced itself and given the opening statement as the host of first talks between new species. While we are glad that you are familiar with the names of those on this council, it is best to make sure that all present know who they are speaking to. Even if citizens of Citadel members know of us, that does not mean that the Wardens would know us as well. The Council will be conducting these talks," Spiratus said, picking up from the end of Tavos' statement. "While member species of the Citadel are welcome, they are not involved in first contact nor in establishing relations with the Citadel. Once a race has an embassy on the Citadel, other members may begin correspondence in an official capacity. I understand the Council being the main body for discussions for new species, however, the Wardens have now been in contact with the Citadel for decades. Warden leaders merely wish to meet the ambassadors they will be treating with as our association with the Citadel and its members is developed," the being countered. "A quick acknowledgement of each member of the Citadel is proper, of course," Valern answered. He continued, "Citizens back on your worlds will be quite curious if the leading figures of the galaxy do not name themselves, as I am sure that your citizens are curious about the Citadel. An introduction of each representative in your group would be welcomed once the Council and its members are announced." The speaker accepted the suggestion as she replied, "As you wish. From what the Wardens have learned, each Council species has a specific set of skills that help the Citadel. There has been interest in the individual roles that each member of the Citadel plays. Indeed. To begin, I shall first introduce the Council, even if the Arbiter and others have told you about us before," the Asari Councillor began. When no argument came from the Wardens, Tavos resumed, "The Asari Republics are the central government of the Asari, who found and inhabited this station. We are generally seen as the most culturally dominant race of the galaxy, with many Asari standards spread throughout Citadel territory. The Solarian Union is the primary leadership of the Solarians, the scientists and mathematicians of the Citadel due to our excellent learning abilities," Valern stated, nodding slightly at the foreigners. Sparatus glanced over the wardens as he said, the borders and territories of the Citadel species are patrolled by ships from the Turian hierarchy. Challenges from the Krogan and Geth have proven that Turian discipline and resolve win any battle, keeping all citizens under our protection safe. The Council represents the best that the Citadel can offer newcomers to the galactic stage, the Asari Councillor stated, picking up from the end of her Turian colleague's statement. All species that have a seat have contributed in meaningful ways to the establishment of the Council on New Worlds and the introduction of new species. This position also comes with the responsibility of helping maintain order and peace across Citadel territory with contributions to patrols and other such activities. Each member of the Citadel may work to gain a position on the Council as well, and every species is encouraged to be involved in the galactic community. All members keep an embassy on the Citadel in exchange for agreeing to several treaties that maintain and facilitate galactic peace. Currently there are 6 members of the Citadel, with 1 being from your own galaxy. At the statement, Tavos motioned towards Ambassador Udina of the Systems Alliance. She then gestured to the Valis ambassador to step forward before the Asari resumed. This is Ambassador Din Korlak of the Vol Protectorate. The Valis play a large part in managing the Citadel's economy through their extensive system of banks. The Hanar are represented by Ambassador Xyleman of the Illuminated Primacy. He is accompanied by his Drell, a species that does not have a government or ambassador to the Citadel. Both of these members are concerned with spiritual questions rather than the physical world. All discussions with the Hanar and Drell will be through the Primacy alone due to their close ties. While neither the Hanar nor Drell behind it had shown any inclination to acknowledge their introduction, the next figure was not nearly so hesitant. The Systems Alliance ambassador stepped forward calmly and tried to stare down each individual member of the Wardens, with most of his focus on the lead figure. The Asari Councillor ignored this and persisted. Ambassador Udina is the representative from the Systems Alliance, a government from your galaxy that is formed by the human species. Due to their status as a new species, they have not yet found a proper role to fulfill in Citadel culture. Perhaps their journey of discovery could help the Wardens as well. The next member of the Citadel is the Batarian Hegemony, represented by Ambassador Jathaman. Batarians providing mercantile and transportation services to many Citadel businesses. At the attention, Jathaman turned both his eyes to the Wardens and deliberately tilted his head to the right. Since this was a cultural practice amongst the Batarian people that was supposed to show superiority, the gesture was lost on the foreign dignitaries. Representing the courts of Decuna is the Elcor Ambassador Callan. Elcor mainly keep to their own worlds, but several are seen around wider Citadel space as artists, merchants, and educators. Tavos finished with a gesture to the last member of the Citadel. Now that the Citadel Council and its members are known, the Wardens may present their leaders. The leader of the Warden politicians paused briefly before starting. Mahola Yotrupni represents the Lekolo colonies and is the primary contact for all discussions with its race, although they do not have a leadership or official government. At the gesture from the reclaimer, the massive form of the Lekolo flared its spines and rumbled slightly but otherwise did not move. What role do the Lekolo fulfill in your society? I imagine warriors, by their size and armor, Tavos commented. Lekolo, which are Lekolo in the forms you see them in now, are generally warriors and shock troopers. The vast majority of Lekolo, however, are devoted to more cultural pursuits such as poetry, philosophy, and meditation, came the response. Several cautious looks were directed at the Lekolo's warrior form from the guards around the council chamber while the civilians and council looked on in equal parts fascination and confusion. The figure ignored the reactions and waved towards the arbiter as she continued, the arbiter of the swords of Sang Helios and leader of the Sanghyla people. They have traditionally been warriors, as this council knows from their previous meeting, but this is changing as the Sanghyla become independent from the past. Leading the Jiralhani Alpha tribe is Lytus. As is obvious by the title, the Jiralhani are tribal and tend to be fighters, at least those that are not on one of their worlds. Neither the arbiter nor Lytus reacted to being called out, instead continuing to examine the Citadel Council and its members. The council seemed slightly irked as their polite acknowledgement of the Warden species were ignored by the two, but they had little time to dwell on it as the speaker moved on in her introductions. Above us is less dead than most as the representative of the Huragok to the Wardens of the Mantle. Like the Lekolo, the Huragok lack a central government and will deal with Citadel species on an individual basis. Sparatus interrupted, its name is less dead than most? Is that not mockery? Are all Huragok named in such a way? Tavos asked before an answer could be given as she attempted to clean up for the Turian councillor's lack of filter. She agreed with interrupting the Warden speaker to show that the council was in control here, but the blatant skepticism that bordered on taunting would not help. The figure paused before replying. Huragok, or engineers as they are often called, do not have names. Descriptions for individuals are given when a new one is created, mostly so that other species can have a label for each engineer. Considering that these descriptions are given by the Huragok to their own, we respect their decisions. I will point out that most Huragok are named in regards to how well they float rather than how alive they are, but the general concept is a name that describes an individual's qualities. Yet they are alive, correct? You mentioned that the Huragok are created, which is much different from being born. This has disturbing implications, Valern stated as he examined the Huragok floating above the rest of the beings in the chamber. A deep voice drew everyone's attention as the arbiter replied, "The Huragok are no more dead or alive than any other species present today, counselors. You have nothing to fear from them, and they will largely ignore you, as they do with most species. This council will determine what is a threat or not. Artificial intelligence is banned in Citadel space, as the Ungoi well know from their talks with our specters. Have they not informed you of this stipulation?" Spiratus inquired, glancing between the Ungoi and the rest of the Warden members. "All members of the Wardens have been informed about the Citadel Council's issues with constructs," Fel replied. "Let such talk wait until all parties are introduced." Tavos nodded in reluctant agreement as the being continued. "Chancellor Dafpuk is the leader of the Ungoi Republic and will continue the relations that were established under former Chancellor Fup Klaz. Ungoi are skilled in production and manufacturing, though they do maintain a military and are forming a distinct culture." The Ungoi twitched his head in the direction of the council and shifted around a bit at the attention. "All those in the allied species of the Fringe are represented by Premier Dretaya of the Yunhet. The Fringe includes the Yunhet, Sharqua, and several other species that have banded together to join the Wardens. What each species excels at varies greatly, from manual labor to hauling cargo. Inquiries relating to relations with the Fringe and those under their banner may be directed to her," the figure said, leading to the Yunhet leader to bow slightly to the Citadel Council, not in deference but in a greeting that was common amongst their people. With all other individuals introduced, the council could already deduce that the leader was one of the reclaimers that had proven so elusive. Seeing an opportunity to play up the public's interest in the last member of the Warden's diplomatic party, Tavos asked, "What of yourself? You seem to lead the Wardens of the Mantle, yet you have failed to introduce yourself. Will the citizens of both our galaxies be unable to see the reclaimers and council meeting face to face for the first time? Hiding behind a mask is no way to lead on the galactic stage, after all," Spiratus quickly added, getting a glance from Tavos and hidden glares from both the Ungoi and Valis representatives for his comment. While those were fairly sharp words, Tavos wasn't too irritated by their addition. If the council played this right, they could create the impression that they were revealing the leading race of the Wardens. Even if the reclaimers tried to rebuke it, to the public it would seem that the council held the upper hand on the newer species, as they always did. A few seconds passed as the figure examined the council before blatantly looking past them. Judging by the gaze and where the lesser species of the council were standing, Tavos figured that the being's stare was being directed at either the humans or Batarians. Considering the Batarian hegemony's penchant for attacking other species, it might be them, but the Systems Alliance had originated from the same galaxy, giving them a fair chance as well. Eventually, the being brought its gaze back to the council and replied, "Of course, counselors. I must point out, however, that we do not lead the Wardens of the Mantle, at least not with orders or commands. We will provide guidance if requested, defend members if needed, but our word is not law. Such is true of all members. As for our species, there are several different titles that have been applied to us. Our allies have come to call us reclaimers, for reasons that are much too long to get into at this time. Enemies have called us vermin, heretics, and a variety of other insults, though they have never seemed to agree which one we really are." The being continued, "All of these are labels given to us, though, with no regard for what we call ourselves. You may already be familiar with this, but our species does not excel in one particular regard. We aren't warriors, politicians, or scientists. We are all of these things, and more. We are humanity." At that statement, the speaker reached up and removed her helmet, revealing the typical human characteristics that had heretofore been ascribed to citizens of the Systems Alliance. As the Council, its members, and the Citadel citizens in the chamber reacted to this revelation, the Arbiter softly grumbled, "Must you be so dramatic?" Since the statement was voiced over the diplomatic COMM channel, only the Warden politicians could hear it, but several audible exhales of amusement showed that the sentiment was shared. Ignoring the comment from the Sanghaila leader, the human continued, "My name is Victoria Musit, Ambassador of the UEG to the Citadel Council and representative of the UEG in the Wardens of the Mantle in this first contact situation. Presence of two major governments unlikely, humans from Systems Alliance have shown no sign that any other members of their race survived their conflict." Explanation. Valern asked, having gathered his thoughts more quickly than his two colleagues. "The UEG is not affiliated with the Systems Alliance or any of its organizations, Counselor," Musit stated firmly, making sure to establish that fact as soon as possible. She continued, "While I do not know what the Systems Alliance has told you, I can assume that they were unaware of our continued survival. Therefore, please keep in mind that there is a disparity between the UEG and SA in regards to our history after their withdrawal." Spiratus inquired, "You think we should believe anything said by you rather than the representatives of the humans who have spent years working with this council? Believe what you want, Counselor, but acknowledge the facts when they contradict those ideals. By allowing the Sanghaili and Jiralhani onto your station, as well as continuing talks with the Ungoi, the Wardens are certain that the Systems Alliance did not warn you of what they fled from." Tavos interrupted before the ambassador could finish, the Citadel Council was told within minutes of first meeting the Systems Alliance diplomats that they had left behind their home world due to a government that suppressed the rights of those it led. All predictions from the Alliance have indicated that they believed themselves alone in the galaxy, the last of their race that escaped extinction. Your presence here indicates that you survived the catastrophic fighting that was destroying your species. From what the Alliance historians have described, entire planets were destroyed by the conflict. That will not be allowed to happen again, the Asari declared forcefully. Though it was slightly heavy-handed, Tavos felt that her own words on that subject would be much more suitable than whatever Spiritus would say instead. Speaking of events that you have no knowledge of is a sign of foolishness, Counselor Tavos. The conflict that Alliance described was not a product of fighting between human factions but the war that broke out after first contact with the other races of the Wardens. Instead of joining in the fight to preserve humanity, the founders of the Systems Alliance fled, leaving us to fight on our own, the UEG ambassador said, glaring past the council to meet Udina's eyes. Her attention was drawn to Valern as he spoke. Retreat is sometimes the best option. By letting their old regime die, the Alliance believed that they would allow your race to continue to exist. That same action also brought them into the ranks of the Citadel, for security and new ideas. Merely a delay, not a victory. As it is, however, this will need to be sorted out between the United Earth Government and the Systems Alliance, Musit said. Humanity cannot have two different governments representing the species on the Citadel Council. A prerequisite for membership in the Council is the unification of a species under one goal or alliance, Valern argued. Which is why this needs to be determined, Counselor. Since the SA and UEG are separate entities at this time, this will still be treated as a first contact, the human replied. Tavos nodded and agreed. The Systems Alliance is a member of the Citadel Council, with the protections and benefits that come with it. As a different organization, the UEG is not privy to those advantages. Nor are we beholden to their limits, Counselor, whatever they may be, Musit declared. All members of the Wardens of the Mantle are bound to defend a member in the case of attack, whether through military or humanitarian aid. The only limits on members are those that prevent an unwarranted and unprovoked attack without consulting the body as a whole. Perhaps moving back to the standard procedure of first contact would help each new species understand why the Council had encouraged the limitations that it has, Tavos proposed. The UEG ambassador conceded, due to our unexpected survival after the Systems Alliance was founded, it is assumed that there are many questions that can cleared up with a recitation of the recent history of the UEG and other species of the Wardens. I assume that the Council wishes to speak first. We have no issue with doing so, the Asari responded. As she began speaking, the Warden politicians ignored the explanation of Citadel history. The Ungoi had already shared the history that had been told to them by the Citadel representatives, which was supplemented by ONI's information acquisition. After a short time of simple observation, the Arbiter keyed the diplomatic COMM channel. The cowards from the Alliance have heard this story already. Victoria Musit turned her head slightly at the Sanghaila's words before focusing on the Alliance ambassador. After a few seconds of watching Udina slowly drop from feigned interest to boredom, she replied, of course they've heard it, they met this council years ago. Why does that surprise you? It is not that they know the details that is strange but that the traitor would already know the words to the council's tribe, Thel explained. You think the cowards speak nonsense? Lydas inquired. Thel huffed and answered, details mean nothing without context. They tell what has happened, but not why it occurred or what has been done to prevent such issues in modern times. How do you know that the human already knows this speech? The Ungoi Chancellor asked after a few seconds of silence. Observe how he stands, how he looks at the backs of his masters in annoyance. The council echoes words that he has heard before, shown by the subtle movement of his jaw as he mutely repeats the blue one word for word, the Arbiter answered. As Councillor Tavos neared the modern day with talk about the Geth threat, the UEG representative asked the Sanghaili, you truly believe them cowards and traitors, regardless of their species? My respect for your kind comes from the devil's actions in his defeat of the parasite and false prophets. Every reclaimer who stood, fought and died to break the lies that trapped us has earned that right. Those who fled failed their allies, shamed their kin, and lost their honor, Thel explained. They may yet be redeemed, but until then, they are not reclaimers in the eyes of the Sanghaila people. Understood. We shall deal with them if they have proven unworthy of the attention of the swords of Sanghelios, Musit said. The Sanghaila leader's response was forestalled as Tavos finished her summary of the Citadel's history and said, now that the Wardens have a direct and credible version of the history of the species that make up the Citadel Council, I am sure that you will have little issue understanding the agreements that have been declared for galactic stability. So it would seem, Counselor. However, the Wardens of the Mantle also have a history with these issues. As is right in a momentous occasion such as this, the Wardens will share their history just as this Council has done, Ambassador Musit replied. At the acquiescence of the Council to her statement, the human surprised them by stepping to the side and allowing Lydas to come forward. As the Wardens knew from their dealings with the elder Jiralhani Alpha, there would be little tolerance for interruptions, disturbances, or diplomatic protocol. Thus, it was no surprise to them when the Jiralhani leader sat down at the front of their group. As was the case in many societies, elders in the Jiralhani tribes were seen as the keepers of history, telling the stories of their ancestors and presiding over festivals and traditions with words of the past. The Alpha had volunteered to cover the history of the Covenant to show the Citadel that the Jiralhani were not the unthinking idiots that had blindly followed truth and the other false prophets. Since he had already attempted to warn the Council by telling them the mistakes of the Covenant, the Arbiter had easily ceded the responsibility to Lytus. No other species had argued against this. The Ungoi had been asked to not share information about the Covenant or Wardens during their talks with the Citadel, which would make it odd if they were to present that information now. They were also hesitant due to their limited political experience as they continued to build an independent society, though they anticipated questions about their specific role in the Covenant from the Council representative when they returned home. It came as a surprise to none that the Huragok would not speak of the false prophets and their lies. While the Mgalekolo could have spoken, their rumbling speech was seen as too intimidating to be used in discussing such a delicate topic with the foreign government on the Citadel. Unlike the Wardens, however, the Council was not expecting the sudden break from usual diplomatic posture and looked confused at the Jiralhani before them. It was quite obvious that they were unsure of how to react to the lack of formality that Lytus displayed. History has taken on many forms through the cycles, the Elder Alpha began, ignoring the Citadel Council and focusing on his oration. The events which led to our presence here today are not completely known, for as the fighter cannot know the whole battle, even the most diligent elder cannot know everything. Little is known about the time before, when the Forerunners ruled our galaxy. While they are gone, however, their creations remain as a testament to their power. Before the Jiralhani could continue, Valern interrupted, Forerunners? This name is unknown. The Jiralhani Alpha showed obvious irritation at the interruption but kept his silence. An ancient race, much like those that you know as Proteins in that they disappeared many cycles past, their legacy lost to the void, the Arbiter replied. With the question answered, Lytus resumed, these creations came to be seen as worthy of religious devotion by a race known as the San Shayuim. They declared that all Forerunner artifacts were holy, and any who would desecrate them would be destroyed. Bolstered by the might of ancient technology to expand their species into the void, they quickly began to spread. Eventually, they met the Sanghaili, who were just beginning to establish themselves off their home world. After a period of conflict, they formed the Covenant, an alliance of the two species that was devoted to the worship of the Forerunners. This tribe of two was the group that the Arbiter of the Swords of Sanghelios discussed with this council before. At first, each species was equal, with the Sanghaili providing the strength while the San Shayuim gave direction for all in the Covenant. Without the Sanghaili, the prophets would not be able to protect themselves, and without the San Shayuim, the Sanghaili would not have direction, the elder stated. Several of the civilians around the chamber obviously recognized the similarities to the Citadel Council's interdependency as the Arbiter noticed glances being thrown between Lytus and the councillors. Both parties ignored this as the Alpha continued, over the cycles, more came under the banner of the Covenant, though it was never by choice. The Ungoi were enslaved and put to work as fodder in the field of battle as well as labor for creating machines to strengthen their masters. Colonies of Lekolo were forced to serve due to their lack of ships to defend against the technology of the prophets. No thought was given to the desires of the Huragok when they were taken from their home. Many Jiralhani tribes were destroyed before the Alpha surrendered to the superior forces of the Covenant. At the mention of such flagrant abuses of sentient rights, Tavos immediately saw an opportunity and interjected, two species were able to oppress so many others? This Covenant would never have been allowed to continue had they met this council, for it would have surely blocked any species from joining the Citadel community. Lytus looked slightly irate as his narration was broken once again but kept his voice level as he replied, in the Jiralhani tribes, domination is achieved through strength, and the Covenant was stronger than us. When that was no longer true, the tribes broke from the whole. Even so, councillors, all was not peaceful. There were rebellions and revolts, mainly from the Ungoi and Galekolo who disagreed with their place in society. While none of these were successful, it gave hints of the instability of the Covenant, signs that were ignored by those who did not want to see them. Ultimately, councillors, no matter how badly you may judge the Covenant, know that it kept peace between its species for thousands of solar cycles. The few battles that broke out were quickly resolved, preventing a greater war from occurring, the Alpha finished. Yet the Arbiter informed us about a conflict with the Reclaimers that apparently destroyed the Covenant. That does not fit with the Council's concept of keeping the peace, Spiratus argued. The elder Jiralhani nodded at the Turian in acknowledgement and responded, indeed, and it was the largest war that our galaxy has seen in a long while. It was fought between the Covenant and the Reclaimers and changed our knowledge of the Forerunners to the point that the religious practices of the Covenant were realized to be worthless. Do not mistake this as some great war for honor, glory, or freedom, councillors. It was the product of lies from the false prophets, created for the sole purpose of destroying those who had the right to the legacy of the Forerunners. At the end, even with all its might, the Covenant was defeated by the corruption that had led to its establishment, Lytus finished, letting silence fall in the council chambers. After a few seconds, Valern spoke, many questions remain on the other species mentioned as well as the full record of events. Not enough time in first contact to share those, but why do the species of the Wardens stand together with their enemies today? Behind the Solarian counselor, Ambassador Udina raised his head slightly, highly interested in the answer for obvious reasons. The goal of the Wardens of the Mantle is to prevent the mistakes of the past from repeating, the Arbiter answered. Peace and self-determination have become essential goals for many members due to the conflict and domination of the Covenant. Spiratus replied, sovereignty of independent states is a respected value, and this council has taken up the responsibility of maintaining peace between them. To help do so, the limitations that were mentioned earlier are not limited to Citadel members. In the interest of preserving good relations between us, the Council wishes the Wardens to join the rest of the community, both here and in your own galaxy, in accepting these accords. I am sure that these agreements are greatly beneficial to all species of the Citadel. However, the Wardens will need to examine and discuss these treaties before any agreement or compliance can be guaranteed, Ambassador Musit said, taking up the lead once more. Before we proceed, however, I am sure that members of the Citadel would be greatly interested to hear our own history. Seeing that the Council had been satisfied for the moment by the general history of the Covenant, Lyda stood and moved back to his previous position. Once more the UEG representative made her way to the front, taking the place of the Alpha in speaking to the Citadel Council. To begin, Councillors, I wish to preface this monologue with the warning that not all of our history is known nor understood. In fact, the vast majority of human existence is still a mystery, with written records only reaching back about 10,000 years at the oldest, though most ancient writings are around 5,000 to 6,000 years old, Musit began. My point in saying this is to inform you that the United Earth government does not know why we were chosen to be the Reclaimers. It is extremely likely that the Systems Alliance is not even aware of the Forerunners in any meaningful capacity, and if they are then they do not know much more beyond that they existed. I will answer your questions as I can, but humanity may be asking the same questions that you will pose and therefore I will not be able to give you any answer, the ambassador explained, glancing between the councillors and Udina. At their nods of acceptance, she continued, the first 100,000 years or so of modern humanity was spent mucking about in the dust, attempting to survive on our world. We don't know much of this period except that we outlasted it, as our only records are cave paintings with depictions of primitive hunting and gathering. Our ancestors passed knowledge down through oration, telling stories of the past as they migrated to wherever food could be found. About 12 to 13,000 years ago, humanity discovered agriculture. With this came the end of our status as a migratory species as settlements and communities were built. Thus, our species turned from surviving to, well, maybe not thriving, but at least not on the brink of extinction if there was a drought or some other natural calamity. Eventually, these early groups grew large enough to meet others, forming relations and exchanging goods. As the surplus of food from farms outgrew the demand of the population, individuals became able to pursue other activities, such as art or masonry. Thus, human civilization was formed, Musit declared. Soon, however, they encountered problems. What were the rules that governed how they lived? One place did things as such a manner, and another in a different way. Faced with such difficulty, humanity invented writing, inscribing stone tablets with the laws and punishments for breaking them. Several seconds passed as the human paused before resuming. I cannot overemphasize the effect this had on our species, councillors. Suddenly, there was a system to allow ideas to circulate amongst different people. It is identified as one of the most monumental developments in human history and has allowed our species to progress off the ideas preserved by those who had died centuries or even millennia before. Thus, we continued to grow, discovering new technologies and creating new ideas. Civilizations rose and fell, wars broke out and were settled, and religions began to spread. Ancient Greece, India, China, and many others greatly advanced our understanding of logic and rational thinking, expanding the knowledge of humanity. Many societies have used the concepts they created, including architectural styles as well as government structures. Even though we had discovered these things, however, humanity did not apply them in a practical sense. They existed to allow us to examine the world and ourselves, but not to question the established ways. That all changed in what we call the French Revolution. In a societal change that has few equals, the ruler of the country was overthrown and logical thought was applied to, well, everything. Following this was the Industrial Revolution, which changed humanity once again. We moved from handmade items to machine-made, allowing precision engineering and mass production. Work went from home-based to jobs, allowing change to almost every aspect of human life, the ambassador told the council. While most civilians around the chamber were listening intently, Musit could detect faint hints of apathy in the visage of each councillor as they listened politely to history they obviously didn't care about. Being human, this rudeness only encouraged the UEG representative to continue wasting their time as she continued, suddenly, we were inventing new technologies faster than ever before. Unluckily, morals and strategies were left behind with this advancement, leading to a bloody century of genocide and 2 world wars. Eventually, humanity learned and larger states began to tolerate, if not particularly agree upon, differing ideologies. With this began the Long Peace, a period of 200 years without direct conflict between the major powers of humanity. During this time we developed electronic communications that allowed near instantaneous interaction, along with a database to store the entirety of human knowledge in a digital format. At the end of this period, there were a series of interplanetary wars that led to the unification of humanity under the UEG. Now, with all states supporting this single organization, we expanded into our home system, colonizing moons and planets. Even with this expanded space, our increasing population soon caused issues. Musit glanced around before explaining, without the help of proteins, forerunners, or any other alien life form, humanity discovered a method of interstellar travel. Within several decades, we began colonizing other planets, leading to the creation of the inner colonies and eventually the outer colonies. After another 2 centuries of this peaceful expansion and discovery, the insurrection began. Looking back after our conflict with the Covenant, those that led this revolution did have significant and well-founded reasons to want change. The methods they undertook to achieve this, however, were unacceptable. What tactics are so reprehensible that you would specifically mention them here? Spiratus asked. As the attention of those in the council chambers shifted back to Musit, she answered, strategies and attacks that this council has banned. A nuclear weapon was detonated in a city on an inner colony, killing several million. Stealing ships and raiding civilian merchants. Attacks against the people that they claimed to be helping rather than against the opponent they hated. Even so, some credit must be given to these terrorists, as their actions caused the military of the UEG, the UNSC, to prepare for serious combat. If the insurrection had not begun, then humanity would have been much more unprepared to defend itself against the Covenant. The attack by the Alien Alliance came at first contact, destroying the outer colony of Harvest and prelude the greater assault against humanity as a whole. As our worlds fell, the enemy came closer to finding our home world. Only luck saved us, as well as the inherent corruption in the Covenant leadership, the ambassador said. Musit took a second before finishing. After the war, humanity was unsure of our position. Previous enemies had become allies, our interstellar empire was in ruins, and billions lay dead. Whereas before the UEG had ignored the demands of the colonies, they were forced to listen to prevent the entire state from shattering into pieces. When the offer came to us to join the Wardens of the Mantle, the UEG easily accepted. Even if public opinion was critical of the move, no one could deny that the shared protection would assist in the recovery, allowing the UNSC to focus on rebuilding worlds rather than wasting resources on the edge of our territory. Now, nearly 40 years after the end of the Covenant War, humanity is well off. Fleets guard our worlds, allies stand by our side, and we can focus once more on our curiosity rather than our survival. As such, counselors, the UEG is curious as to why this council wished to mount an assault against the Reclaimers, whether you knew that we were human or not, Musit informed the Citadel species, looking pointedly at each of the 3 counselors. The UEG representative could detect hints of their confusion, leading her to explain, the Citadel Council has claimed to the Ungoi, Jiralhani, and Sanghaila that the guidance of the council is the best solution to their problems. By these assertions, the Citadel is the true power of the galaxy, providing protection for its members and peace for its territory. The Wardens of the Mantle are unconvinced. We want to know why the council is better. Ultimately, the question that the UEG wishes to ask is what makes the council powerful? Is the belief in the council by member species what makes it the ruling body of the galaxy, or is there some facet of the council that we are missing that makes it the best regardless of which species are on it? Galekolo are well known to recite war poetry before, during, and after battle. They kept most of their culture throughout their time in Covenant, which apparently includes meditation. They had little need for religion, which I think implies a rational examination of their world, rather than blindly following the Sanshayuam. I know I skipped over a bunch of human history. Why that is on the story side of things will be explained next chapter, but outside of the story, I simply felt that a full, in-depth retelling of human history would be boring. Hope that this chapter was good. I've read over it 3 times. This section with the major meeting between the Citadel and Wardens will last at least through next chapter and perhaps even longer. Lot of stuff to cover. Next chapter is in production and will be out soon, hopefully. I know what I want to do for the next couple chapters, so just need to find the time to write them. Chapter 11, Political Brunch. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, MassEffect to BioWare. This is a direct continuation from where last chapter left off. Several reviews have asked about ancient humanity and why they were not mentioned to the Council. That has been addressed explicitly in this chapter, but know that ancient humanity will play a part, just not one that the Council needs to know about at first contact. Now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. To those I do not explicitly mention, thank you for reviewing. FER82, thank you for the suggestion on seeing things from the perspective of other species leaders. It was something I had considered and will get to, but it won't happen until at least after next chapter. Trif, to each their own, I was trying to capture the moment. As for the Forerunners and Covenant War, those will be examined in this chapter. Understood on the Prophet/Council comparison, thank you for the advice. Furied Giraffe, war tends to make societies more pragmatic, assuming that the belligerents are actually pressured by the conflict. Council hasn't been to war in a long time, but when it comes some replacements might be warranted. Interesting point in your second paragraph, and it will be explicitly addressed next chapter. There is a reason why they went through explaining what all civilizations achieve. Scaries, yes? I think. Edemus, when one is thought a fool, little attention is given to their actions. Counterintelligence by misdirection, if they think you don't know something you do, your enemy won't plan on you knowing that information. If that made sense. Now, onwards, to the meat of the matter. Second day of 20th month, 2458/March 1, 2589/March 1, 2180. Citadel Council. Citadel Chambers. Even Valern had to pause for a second to process the question from the human representative. Many had asked why they should join the council, but those questions were almost always along the line of what benefits could be gained from that move. Any that weren't were inquiries as to the limits and terms of joining the galactic community. Seeing as the other councillors had not yet replied, Valern took the lead and answered, the Citadel Council has stood for thousands of years, keeping the peace and protecting its members, as was stated before. Each member of the Citadel has joined because they recognize that the Council can help them, and their contribution increases the repute of the Council in turn. Members are protected and can prosper in the galactic community, and the Council can guide new species to share ideas and technologies. It is a simple but effective relation. Before I can agree or disagree to that, I think that we first must define greatness. Peace and security is nice, but if constricts expansion and innovation, then it could be argued that that is not great. New species would not be found by the Council, and members of the Council would face resource shortages, the UEG ambassador argued. Spiratus was the first to respond, expansion has been limited due to hostile contacts with other species. Progress comes from discoveries in protein technology. There are no issues with overpopulation on the worlds of Citadel species, nor an issue with obtaining resources such as food or raw material. At those words, several of the Citadel members behind the councillors glanced at the Turian's back, obviously disagreeing with his claim. Yet you have expanded into our galaxy, meeting the Wardens and Systems Alliance. Have those fears of hostiles been realized? Musit inquired. The fleets of Spectre Vakarian and Spectre Arterius did encounter a hostile ship that let them find the Ungoi. Otherwise, all other interactions have been peaceful, Tavos answered, purposefully omitting any mention of the criminal elements from Citadel space that had begun cropping up in the other galaxy. Better that those organizations were there rather than near Citadel planets. A nod from the human preceded her response, so the limitation of expansion is required to keep peace, but there is still some expansion by the Council. Discovering ancient protein technology, however, is not innovation, at least by our definition. Let us assume, for the moment at least, that this is progress in advancing the quality of life for Citadel citizens. This allows us to say that greatness is indeed continued peace and protection of those in Citadel territory. Yet, the Covenant kept peace between its members and protected them from outside influences, but the Covenant was not great. Thus, this cannot be the definition of greatness, for it would mean that the Covenant and Council accomplished the same goals, but one was great while other was not, Musit said, causing murmurs amongst the crowd at equating the Council with the Genocidal Alliance. Tavos considered this for a second before replying, without the Council, however, the races of the galaxy would be unable to work towards something more than they could normally. Whereas this Covenant suppressed its members, the Council allows species to rise farther than would otherwise be possible. To be great is to be above normal, which is the definition that suits your question. Excellent. We now have agreed on the definition of greatness, which allows us to judge whether the Citadel is such. Now, Councillor Tavos, you say that members of the Citadel are able to rise above normal due to their membership. I think you can guess my next question. Victoria Musit asked, a slight smile on her face. Define normal, Valern stated before either of the other councillors could speak up. An average or standard that is widely accepted or adopted. Issue, as standard could be construed if species are already members of the Citadel. The human nodded and agreed, exactly, Councillor. The definition of what is standard may change if all species joined the Citadel, as it would be normal to do so. I would also argue that the claim that joining the Citadel improves species is almost impossible to prove. Those of the Wardens are obviously not part of the Citadel Council, yet we have not fared any worse than members of the Council. This Council could have prevented the war between your species and this Covenant group. Thus, we can prove that membership in the Citadel community would have been better for humans, as the Systems Alliance has recognized, Spiratus countered. As you stated in your historical account, the Citadel Council has been involved in several wars. Your presence during first contact with the Covenant would likely have only led to the deaths of your own citizens as well as ours. A slight twitch of irritation crossed the Turian's face as he replied, we have fought off enemies far more powerful than this Covenant. That group fell to one race, while the Council has stood against the Rachni and Krogan without breaking. That's not the point, Counselor, Musit said, giving Spiritus a dismissive glance before explaining, what allowed the Citadel to fight those wars and to allow species to excel as members. The contribution of each member betters every other. With more members, the Citadel may continue to improve the galaxy and every being in Citadel territory, Tavos responded. So what is it that makes the Citadel a good thing in the galactic community? Musit inquired, leading the Council and those watching to the obvious conclusion. Valern answered, members of the Citadel and the guidance of the Council to allow galactic cooperation on issues facing all species. Therefore the Council great because of the belief that it allows the guidance of and cooperation between species, making members better than they would be otherwise. We are agreed on this. The UEG ambassador asked, looking between each councillor. It certainly seems sufficient, Tavos said before questioning, why is this important to this meeting? A short pause preceded the human's reply, we are interested in why you believe the Citadel Council to be a better option than the Wardens of the Mantle. This council was considering attacking the UEG because of our role as reclaimers. Obviously, we would not just leave such a threat to continue without understanding why it was made. The council merely wished to assure that the members of the Wardens had the freedom to join the Citadel community without the threat of reprisal, Tavos elaborated. I understand why the Citadel might be concerned with the autonomy granted to members of the Wardens, but our question was to discover why the Citadel might be a better option for our members, Musit said. Tavos smiled at that and responded, I am glad that the council could sufficiently explain how the Citadel community can help the Wardens. Before the Asari could continue, Ambassador Musit contested, the answer that was given does not prove that the Citadel community can help the species on it, only that the members of the Citadel believe that the council can help them. At the blank looks from around the council chambers, the human continued, if the Citadel is great because its members believe it is great, then we have a subjective definition. If the opinions of a member change to thinking that the Citadel is something other than great, then the Citadel would be both great and not great. Obviously, this is a contradiction. If all other members of the Citadel Council believe that it is a good thing, however, then it would be normal, Spiritus argued. No opinion of one member is above that of another, since the Citadel makes each member great by this definition. Unless, of course, if you had some way to distinguish between what made a species great or not great. It cannot be that being a member of the Citadel makes a species great, for that would mean that the Proteans would not be great, for they are not members of the Citadel, the human explained. She continued, if it is the belief of each individual of a species that they are great, then that opinion could change. Ultimately, each succeeding judgment is subjective, and therefore contradictory. So what is the brilliant answer that you reclaimers have come up with to solve this problem? Spiritus asked, no longer attempting to hide his irritation. Musit let out a bark of laughter and answered, I never said that humanity had the answer, Counselor, merely that the question was worthy of consideration. The original version was asked almost 3,000 years ago by one of our greatest philosophers about piety, yet we do not yet have any answer. If we take the subjective definition then we encounter contradictions, if we take the objective definition then we need to prove that it is true in a rational and logical manner. What point is there in asking a question with no answer? Valern inquired, his curiosity at odds with the irritation of his Turian and Asari colleagues. There very well might be an answer, but that's not the purpose, Counselor. Humanity has answered many such questions as we have advanced from a primitive people to the spacefaring power that we are today, but in doing so we have discovered more mysteries. Humanity has always questioned, always searched for answers, Musit told the three Citadel rulers. She explained, when humanity first began to expand as survival became assured, we didn't just accept that. While some made unsubstantiated or unprovable claims, logicians asked why we had survived. What had enabled us to rise above extinction and the simple nature that had been our way of life for tens of thousands of years? What made humanity more intelligent and more suited to thrive than any other species on our planet? Why are we here? In telling our history, counselors, I wish to make a point. Humanity advanced alone, with no help or limitations by outside forces. We have broadened our knowledge to include fields that other members of the Wardens have not yet invented and asked questions that challenge our existence. No other species in the Wardens of the Mantle or the Citadel has done that, the human representative finished. The council considered this for several seconds before Tavos inquired, what makes the Wardens great? This insight and wisdom that you seem to believe that your species possesses. All members of the Wardens of the Mantle are obligated to consult with other members about any attack on another species, but otherwise there aren't any military limitations. Members may ask for assistance with economic, cultural, or militaristic issues that face them, though they are not required to do so. That doesn't make the Wardens great, only another option for species who wish to be involved in the galactic, or at this point intergalactic, community, the UEG ambassador replied. As for insight, humans are simply proficient at identifying causal relations between events. That does not make us wise, only more experienced with rational thought. I, as an individual human, cannot say whether humanity itself is wise or not. Defining wisdom has similar problems to our debate on greatness, though please recognize that these are very simple philosophical concepts, counselors. Modern human rationale and logic is much more complex and requires decades of learning to understand, Musit told the Citadel leaders. When the human representative had finished speaking, there was a brief second of silence before Valern commented, "This method of rational thought is similar in the system's alliance with their military focus. Defending themselves from the threat of the Covenant above all else. I cannot speak for them, but I would imagine so," Musit answered. The Council has been able to assist the system's alliance to achieve prosperity with the trade of resources and information, Tavos started. Since the Reclaimers and Wardens have peacefully met with the greater intergalactic community, it would benefit all members of both if trade was established. Tavos knew that it was a rather blatant change of subject, something which the UEG representative knew as well by the subtle look she sent at the Asari counselor. Even if the human did know, however, the Asari matriarch was convinced that prosperous relations between the Wardens and Citadel could be established. The example of logical thinking by the ambassador had made it clear that these humans were not interested in senseless conflict. "I know that there are many businesses and individuals in the UEG who would be excited at this opportunity, counselor. At the same time, however, it is standard for certain regulations to be established so that the government can assure the safety of its people," Ambassador Musit replied. The arbiter added, "Most dealings with other Warden species will be done through representatives and craft masters rather than independent groups. There will be limits on what can be traded, however, as is to be expected. Of course, the same is true for the Citadel Council and its members. Certain products and materials are banned due to concerns over safety and security," Sparatus stated. Tavos went on, "Individual members of the Citadel may also accept or refuse any offer made to that specific species. Terms from trade with one member will not be applied to another without their agreement, although all members of the Citadel will be obligated to follow exchanges negotiated through the Council. If the Wardens have a general idea of products that are commonly regulated or exchanged, then perhaps a preliminary list could be established. I am sure that citizens of Citadel space are enthusiastic to have the opportunity to see the culture of new civilizations," the Asari counselor declared. While her statement was probably true, the real goal of hearing such a list now would be to establish a notion of what the Wardens might try to keep for themselves or otherwise be hesitant to let the Council know about. Several items are restricted or regulated in trade between members of the Wardens, so a comprehensive list for official use should not be hard to acquire for the Council's benefit. Actual negotiations will obviously take time and energy that we do not have for this first contact, but I can summarize some limits that are currently in place," the human offered. At the Asari counselor's nod, Victoria Musit continued, "All military technology is strictly limited, as obvious as that may seem. Information on major UEG and all UNSC fortress worlds is prohibited. Hazardous materials are highly regulated, with mandatory examinations before entrance into Warden territory. Weapons of any kind are subject to inspection and confiscation if not routed through the UNSC or an authorized firearms dealer. Citizens are not allowed weapons in your society." Sparatus inquired, disapproval evident in his tone. Seeing as all Turians were required to serve in the military, it was almost impossible to find a Turian that didn't own a weapon of some kind. "The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed," Musit countered, directing her attention to the Turian. "That is the statement, made verbatim, in which citizens of the UEG are guaranteed the right to bear arms, as it is known." Confusion appeared on the Turian's face at that as he asked, "Why regulate weaponry if all citizens can acquire it anyways?" "Partly to track criminal activity, partly to track taxes, but mostly it is to prevent violence. While the vast majority of owners merely want security or to use firearms as a hobby, there are those who would attack innocents. Every person has an inherent right to life, but a criminal gives up their rights when they promote or enact violence against their fellow citizens," the UEG ambassador explained. "What of those who are not citizens? For all members of the Citadel, citizenry in one species is the same in any other due to our shared laws. Is there such a system in place for citizens of Warden members?" Tavos asked. Musit replied, "All foreigners who enter the UEG are beholden to the laws of the state, regardless of the laws of their own place of origin. This also implies the supremacy of law of the greater body. Laws from the Wardens of the Mantle take highest precedence, followed by the UEG, then system laws, followed by planetary, then federal law of specific nations or colonies, then provincial, and lastly municipal law for cities and counties. Complex system, would require time to learn and great possibility of contradicting judgments," Valern observed thoughtfully. Ambassador Musit nodded to the Solarian and affirmed, "Most crimes fall within municipal to federal laws, which have been refined for hundreds of years. It isn't perfect, of course, but it is sufficient for our society. It is rare to see issues at the planetary or system level, though they happen with interplanetary smugglers from time to time. UEG judicial proceedings only take place for crimes against humanity or to settle disputes between planets and systems. Trials by the Wardens of the Mantle are held by the High Senate for civil crimes, the Council of Guardians for war crimes, and both for crimes against the Mantle of Responsibility. These proceedings are only held for those who have committed heinous crimes against multiple species or violated the Mantle, the human finished. We have heard of this Mantle of Responsibility from the Ungoi. It is an interesting concept, but is it really acceptable to have such an ideal as the primary guide for the Wardens? This council agrees that every species has a right to live, but sometimes sacrifices have to be made for the peace of the galaxy. The Rachni and Krogan are examples of this. If left unchecked, they would have infringed on the rights of Citadel members to exist, Tavos argued, pointing out the council's major issue with the Warden's mantle. The UEG representative smiled grimly and responded, "So it is, Counselor. That is why such things are decided in a court of law instead of with philosophy. Logically, we have no more or less right to exist than the Rachni. Legally, however, it is considered self-defense if you are threatened by another. While the Warden courts do have stipulations to enforce the ideals of the mantle on other species, we aren't here to punish you for your past actions. We may disagree with them, but that's not grounds for inciting conflict. As the reclaimers of the Forerunners and therefore the inheritors of the Mantle of Responsibility, humanity has made it our duty to both logically interpret the mantle as well as enforce it in a practical manner for all species we meet. The Forerunner interpretation of the mantle held that peace could only be maintained if all threats that would force change in a species were eliminated. Even with all their power, however, they could not force every species to obey that specific ideal, so instead they only interfered if the continued existence of a species was threatened. This broad goal is what the Wardens have set as our objective, at least until humanity can decide on a more specific interpretation in the coming centuries, Musit told the council. Seeing the suspicion in their gazes, the human assured them, as I stated before, the Wardens do not seek conflict. We are not unreasonable. It is understood that the Citadel Council fought for survival against their foes, just as humanity did against the Covenant. Our goal is to prevent the extinction of species, the most notable of which are the Krogan and Quarians at this time. You would have us rescind the genophage and allow the Krogan to expand across our worlds unchecked? Valerne exclaimed, incredulous at the suggestion. Of course not, Counselor. Without the genophage or some other limiting factor, the Krogan would expand far too quickly. The Ungoi have the same issue, but their population growth rate was stabilized without cutting it off entirely. As it is, the population of the Krogan as a species is declining. What the Wardens wish to do is allow the Krogan to grow and expand as a species at a reasonable pace rather than keep them stagnant and divided on their home world, Musit explained. Before the council could argue, she continued, even though the Krogan are not threatened by extinction at this moment, it is a distinct possibility that we wish to avoid. Since there is no unified Krogan government to meet with at this time and their situation is not an immediate priority, the Wardens and Council can continue to discuss this specific topic at later meetings between experts on the subject. Instead, our focus is on the species known as Quarians. From the publicly available Citadel history, they were once a member of the Citadel. They were kicked off because of their creation of the Geth, correct? The human inquired. Development of the Geth was in direct violation of Citadel regulations on AI. Therefore, they lost their membership when they failed to adhere to the treaties and agreements signed when they established an embassy on the Citadel, Valerne stated to explain the expulsion of the Quarians. Ambassador Musit responded, the laws of the Council and punishments for violating them are up to the member species of the Citadel. We are not debating the right of the Council to evict one of its member species for violating the terms of Citadel membership. What we are concerned with is the continued survival of the Quarian species, regardless of their transgressions against Council law. As it stands, the Quarian people are confined to their migrant fleet, barely able to survive with their current resources. I understand that the Citadel will not allow them to settle in territory that is already claimed by another member, but without the ability to settle at all, they will face great difficulty in surviving the coming centuries. Seeing as reclaiming their old worlds would bring them into conflict with the Geth, the Wardens would propose a solution. Allow the Quarian migrant fleet into our galaxy so that they may find a planet to colonize. Issues of borders and territory can be discussed later, but please consider it as a suggestion for further talks, Musit requested. It took a second for the three leaders to consider this. With the Turian Councillor starting, there is good reason for our intervention in the Quarians' attempts to colonize a new planet. By creating the Geth, they released a threat to the entire galaxy. Expelling them from Citadel space has already been done, but if they could be forced from the galaxy, it would ease the minds of many. The greatest concern with this, however, is the possible threat that they could pose to species in your galaxy if left to their own. While the concept of helping the Quarians is noble, understand the risks of doing so. While the Wardens may be willing to deal with the threat to their own citizens, Citadel members also hold territory in that galaxy. How will you ensure that the Quarians do not interfere with our operations? Sparatus questioned. Turian fleets already patrol your borders, the Arbiter said, picking up the conversation as it shifted away from civilian topics. I doubt that the Quarians would pose a threat to your territory. Seeing as the Turians provided most of the Citadel patrol groups, the other two councillors kept silent as Spiritus replied, it is not our concern that our worlds would come under attack by the Quarians, as their fleet poses little military threat. Even the inevitable damage they will do to whatever system they settle is of little concern. Encountering whatever threat they release next, however, could begin a conflict in your galaxy that the Citadel will be unable to contain. Your presence in our galaxy is fairly small, but there is no issue with finding new worlds. Any conflict can be contained by isolation for the current time, allowing the Citadel and Wardens to determine how to deal with that situation, the Sanghaila leader countered. While we do, the Quarians' mistakes will have time to grow and strengthen. They have already released the Geth on this galaxy, they cannot be allowed to threaten the frontier as well. A strong Citadel presence has kept the Geth from expanding, but will the Wardens be able to fulfill the same role? At the question, Spiritus glanced to the UEG ambassador before focusing solely on the Arbiter. A slight twitch from the Arbiter's mandibles was the only visible reaction as he answered, there is no concern with the ability of the Wardens to enforce our own borders or even expand beyond them. Any outside threat to a single member will be met by a unified defense if necessary. If the Citadel Council concerned about the security of its people, then the Quarians may be settled further away. We will continue to expand and explore, making contact with them inevitable. The Council is just pointing out issues with the proposed solution to find a logical and acceptable compromise. Is that not the process that the Reclaimers use in their society? Tavos pointed out. A quick look back by the Sanghaila led to Musit responding, that is true, councillors, and there is absolutely no issue with further consideration as to the specifics of this solution. As for the moment, however, the Wardens merely wish to propose this as a preliminary suggestion rather than any formal agreement. Before any action is taken, the Quarian people would need to agree to this as well, though we do not consider it likely that they would refuse. Once they have passed through the relay that connects our homes and left your borders, councillors, you would have no further issues with their fleet. No issues with their collection of resources from inhabited systems, the Arbiter mentioned in an attempt to draw the Council to agreement. Leaving the Quarians on their own is also not in the Council's interest for preserving peace. They would have to be monitored and guided to prevent the creation of more AI. Their current confinement to their ships was judged to be sufficient punishment by the Council, and they will not be allowed to avoid paying for their crimes. Just as the Krogan are confined to a single world for their attack on Citadel forces, the Quarians will be limited to a single world for releasing the Geth, Spiritus said, clearly displaying his support of the Council's judgment. Several of the Warden diplomats shifted as the Turian declared the Quarians' plight a just punishment. While there were different opinions as to what to do with defeated opponents, most members would not condemn a species to inevitable extinction from exhaustion. Jiralhani might gloat over individual opponents, but they wouldn't waste time letting an enemy live if there were more targets nearby. If the Citadel Council is so determined to oversee the Quarian people, perhaps a joint patrol could be organized with the Wardens, the Arbiter suggested. This does not have to be limited to areas around Quarian space, either. Many members of the Wardens are involved in joint operations against the Kig-Yar menace, operations which the Citadel would be welcome to join if it wished to do so. Ambassador Musit added, the terms and punishment of the Quarians can be discussed as well. That is a contentious issue, however, and something that can be left for a different time. Would the Citadel Council and its members be willing to accept our solution for the time and work out the details as relations are fully established? I speak for the entire Council in saying that we are certainly willing to consider this solution to the problem the Quarians represent. Military cooperation is certainly a common practice for species associated with the Citadel and would help build diplomatic lines between our members. Further discussions on force deployments and the Quarian issue can be scheduled in the future, Tavos answered. Seeing an opportunity, the Asari councillor continued, by allowing such a large number of ships into your galaxy, there is the issue of increased criminal activity. The Council cannot open the relay for the migrant fleet alone but will have to allow travel to your galaxy with restriction. Criminal groups may access the relay and establish operations in your galaxy. Lydas snorted, drawing the attention of the chamber to him as he declared, they will meet the fires of our ships and fall beneath our warriors. Warlord Atriox has already demonstrated his prowess in battle to the Citadel with the might of the Banished. There are already many such organizations in our galaxy, councillors. Ill-equipped and badly managed, but they do exist. Criminals from Citadel space will meet death in our galaxy as surely as they would here. It might provide yet more opportunities for our warriors to fight a common foe as well, the Arbiter pointed out to the Council. The Turian councillor replied, the Jiralhani Atriox has reported several victories, but his success has been against one or two ships and not the fleets of pirates that create a true threat. This council has not actually seen the Banished in action, as their only proof of destroyed vessels has been photos taken after battle. Instead of replying verbally, the Jiralhani Alpha just bared his teeth in the equivalent of a smile, letting the UEG ambassador pick up the dialogue. Even so, councillors, you sound interested in building meaningful relations with the Wardens. While this is great to hear, there was distinct emphasis placed on having members of the Wardens become party to agreements and treaties for maintaining galactic peace. Now that we have shared our history and begun learning about each species, we can properly ascertain the necessity of these accords. Excellent suggestion, Tavos said, perking up at the possibility of cooperation from members of the Wardens. As of right now, all species beholden to these agreements are members of the Citadel. Expanding these peacekeeping measures outside of the Citadel Council will help convince new species to adhere to them as well, protecting both our galaxies from unnecessary conflict. An admirable goal, Counselor, Musit stated when the Asari Counselor paused at the end of her introduction. Tavos smiled and continued, a goal which has been achieved through the enforcement of these treaties. Several minor agreements will have negligible effects on new species and can be discussed later, so for the moment we will cover the most effective of the Citadel treaties. Most prominent of these is the Treaty of Phyrexian, created after the Krogan rebellions when the Turians joined the Citadel. Designed to limit the number of dreadnoughts active across the galaxy, the agreements made at the Turian colony of Phyrexian were a measure to allow recovery following the rebellions. With the Turians having proved themselves in fighting the Krogan, they are not limited in the number of ships that they can build. Every other species with a seat on the council is allowed 3 dreadnoughts for every 5 the Turian build, and member species are allowed 1 for every 5 Turian vessels, the Asari explained. The foreign diplomats kept their expressions carefully blank as Musit inquired, what ratio tier would members of the Wardens be limited to? We are neither members of the Citadel nor Council, but we must have enough vessels to defend ourselves. As no species in your organization holds a seat on the Council, all members would be limited to the 1:5 ratio, Spiratus informed them. I am sure that the cooperation proposed between us will be able to accommodate any issues. The only ships limited by this are dreadnoughts. The human asked. A nod from the Turian preceded his answer. Cruisers and frigates are not included in the Treaty of Phyrexian, as they form the bulk of patrol fleets throughout Citadel space. These classifications are matched to those obtained from the Ungoi. The rumbling voice of the Arbiter questioned. Spiratus took a second to consider the query before replying, all species who have agreed to the treaty adhere to the Citadel Dreadnought standards. Discussions with the Systems Alliance has defined any armed ship over 800 meters by their measuring system as a dreadnought. Cargo transports equipped with weapons to defend themselves would be counted as dreadnoughts. The Sanghaila leader pressed. Your merchant ships are large enough to press that limit? Tavos asked in response. Ambassador Musit replied, fuel tankers, logistical support, repair cradles, passenger liners, and a variety of other ships are armed with small-scale weaponry for point defense if necessary. We cannot adhere to the suggested ratio if we need to decommission so many vessels. Dreadnoughts possess a primary weapon that allows them to engage at long range. If these other ships merely carry small armaments, then they will not be counted against you if they are of a reasonable size, the Turian declared. Anticipating the inevitable question, Valern interjected, vessels between 800 and 1,500 human meters are seen as reasonable. Larger examples, such as the banished ship of Atriox and your own vessel, are far too large to be excluded. Musit tilted her head to the Solarian in acknowledgement before addressing Spiratus. How many dreadnoughts would each member be limited to at this time, and how would that be enforced? Member species are allowed 7 dreadnoughts at this time, though with continued expansion into the new galaxy, this will probably increase to 8 soon. Any species with more than their allotment is required to destroy the excess ships. Inspections and enforcement are accomplished by Council Spectres, who have the Council's authority to travel wherever they are needed whenever, the Turian explained. After her colleague's statement, Tavos took note of each foreign representative, or at least tried to. There was no hope for an expression on the worm thing or the Ungoi's mask, and the Huragok was impossible to read. Almost no expression made it onto the human's face, though the matriarch's experience with Asari and SA humans allowed her to see hints of irritation. The major reactions, however, came from the Sanghaili and Jiralhani leaders. Lydas seemed to growl as he bared his teeth, though Tavos could hear no sound from the massive alpha. Twitching mandibles and narrowed eyes seemed to form a sneer on the Arbiter's face, though it was entirely possible that she could be mistaken considering his alien features. Once again the human representative took the lead, however, as she spoke up. Understood, thank you for the clarification, Counselor. This is not the only agreement, however, correct? Indeed, Tavos agreed. While the Treaty of Phyrexian limits the number dreadnoughts in the galaxy, they are hardly the only threat to peace. As seen by the Geth threat created by the Quarians, artificial intelligence is also a source of conflict and suffering. Before the Geth War, AI technology was developed in secure testing facilities, to prevent what happened to the Quarians. After their mistakes and creation of illegal and unrestrained artificial intelligences, however, the Citadel has halted all AI creation under the Veil Accords. There is no flexibility or exceptions to the rules in this. All technology, research, and facilities that could allow artificial intelligence are to be destroyed. This is enforced by Council inspection. Spiratus finished for the Asari, his voice unyielding as he laid out the terms of the Citadel Treaty. Tavos resumed from where the Turian had left off as she added, the Council should be alerted immediately if protein ruins are discovered. With our experience, we can make sure that all species benefit without destroying the site. Gene therapy is also restricted to medical or scientific uses. Correcting life-threatening or delebating issues is allowed, but enhancement with cybernetics is illegal. While useful, concern over Quarian cybernetics and how AI could affect them has led to this policy's inclusion in the Veil Accords, Valerne stated. The Asari continued, while it may not concern the Wardens due to your location, the last major measure that Citadel species have created for peace is a limit on the activation of new mass relays. Since your galaxy does not have relays, the effect of this measure is negligible. This is also the case for the Systems Alliance, however, they have still agreed to be party to these restrictions. Understood, thank you for the explanation, Counselor. Each treaty will be considered by the High Senate of the Wardens to be evaluated and decided upon. Further agreements between individual species can be sorted out at a later time. Our decision will be relayed to the Council when it is reached. Valerne responded, we anticipate your agreement and will make arrangements for formal ceremonies when that decision is made. Are there any treaties or documents that the Wardens have created to assure peace between species? Since all members of the Wardens are already allied by joining, we have no need for non-aggression pacts or limitations to exploration, Musit told the Council. As stated before, there are very few restrictions placed on members. An attack on an outside entity, such as the Citadel Council, cannot be undertaken without consulting both the High Senate and Council of Guardians, although defensive measures are not limited by this. She continued, if one member comes under attack, others are obliged to devote what forces they can to repelling the assault. So far, this tactic has been focused on the pirates that infest Kygyar worlds to hinder their ability to mount attacks against Warden members. Otherwise, the only agreement that all members are party to is that the UNSC is to be alerted immediately of any Forerunner structure discovered. After it became clear that the human was finished, Spiratus spoke up, you have mentioned these Forerunners several times now, showing that their influence plays a large part in the Wardens. Since it seems that we have covered most material for first contact, the Council has several questions about species that are not present here today. We understand that position, and our discussion on the Quarians was merely due to their precarious situation. Any questions remaining, whether about the Wardens or any other species, will be answered to the best of our abilities, Musit replied. There is no issue with that, Ambassador, Tavos told her. It shows that you are well informed and are willing to help others to better the galaxy. I also have questions about your history and position in the galaxy, but I will allow you to answer my colleague's question first. At that statement, the human focused her attention on Spiratus and explained, much like the proteins that members of the Citadel are familiar with, the Forerunners are an ancient race that disappeared long ago. From what we have found, they were wiped out 100,000 years ago, leaving only ruins behind. These structures are what led to the formation of the Covenant, as Alphalitus said earlier. While the prophets may have misunderstood or outright lied about the Forerunners, they were correct in regarding the alien species as far beyond them. Their architecture gives us a hint of the power that the Forerunners wielded, including a far greater knowledge of the fundamental forces of reality. Of course, every individual present who was part of the Warden Party knew that such a description of Forerunner might did not do them justice. If the Citadel species believed their station to be the largest artificial construction in existence, then they would have no way to imagine the size of Forerunner engineering. While their physical feats were impressive, they also had a plethora of cultural ideals. It was the Forerunner concept of the mantle of responsibility that led to our devotion for preserving life. While the original and modern interpretations and implementations may differ, the right to life has persisted through the millennia, Musit said. When the human took a second to pause, Valerne questioned, why would these Forerunners select the humans as the reclaimers? Your history indicates that you would not have been spacefaring, or perhaps not even sentient at that point in time. The UEG representative tilted her head to the Solarian in acknowledgement as she answered, why the Forerunners did what they did is as lost as their knowledge. We believe that humanity somehow impressed them enough to attain that title, since it can be assumed that it wasn't done by random selection. How we did that is under investigation, so any answer I give would not explain much. When the councillors accepted that, Musit had to conceal her inner cheer. Obscuring the existence of an ancient human civilization strong enough to gravely threaten an interim galactic superpower like the Forerunners had been one of the major restrictions placed on the ambassador by the UEG Congress. By comparing the Forerunners' reasons for their actions to their knowledge, the Council now believed that the UEG did not know why they were the reclaimers. Since the sum of Forerunner knowledge was stored in the domain, Musit wasn't lying with her statement. Humanity's reclaimer status was as unknown as the existence of the domain, which was to say not at all. Are reclaimers the only members able to study the ruins of these Forerunners? Tavos asked. Of course not. Any species that finds a Forerunner structure is welcome to examine it, whether they're members of the Wardens or not. The agreement that was mentioned earlier is between species on the Wardens, but outside species such as those on the Citadel are not required to adhere to its terms. Most species use it to avoid bureaucratic proceedings so that they can contact the UNSC directly, Musit clarified. She continued, when the Council finds Forerunner ruins, and you will, please alert the UNSC as soon as possible. Some structures may appear safe for a time, but almost every installation has hostile forces that will attack if disturbed. This is not a question of the bravery or ability of your military. The presence of reclaimers usually prevents conflict. Usually? If the forerunners have disappeared, why are their ruins still dangerous without anyone there to defend them? Tavos asked. Sentinels are the biggest threat, though other automated defenses will be present, the Arbiter replied, taking the lead since he had by far more experience with Forerunner ruins than the UEG diplomat. Valern seemed to perk up with anticipation at the mention of such technology. STG research and development would be ecstatic to be able to study another alien civilization, let alone structures that were still operable. Considering that these Forerunners had disappeared 100,000 years ago, their material knowledge must have been close to that of the Protheans. Knowing that such discoveries could advance the Citadel Council's knowledge far more than it had for the ignorant species of the Covenant, the Solarian Councillor questioned, "What have you learned from the ruins of the Forerunners? If the Covenant could become powerful enough to threaten you by learning from ancient technology, it follows that your status as reclaimers would allow you a much greater understanding. Many new inventions and alternate utilizations of Forerunner technology have appeared recently. Currently, the most pressing problem that has come from this addition is the automation of many jobs within our society. Fortunately, humanity has had centuries of experience in dealing with those problems," Musit stated. Of all the politicians of the Citadel Council, only Ambassador Udina would understand why the UEG was unconcerned with automation. With the invention of true artificial intelligence in the mid-21st century on Earth, humanity had quickly found that many menial jobs were no longer suitable for biological beings. Of course, that trend had been ongoing since the creation of computers, leaving many unaffected by the alien addition. The Systems Alliance representative seemed to understand that mentioning human AI was a bad idea, however, as he let Musit finish, all sectors of the economy have been affected by the introduction of Forerunner technology, though most effects have been indirect. The greatest change has been in the primary and secondary sectors, which encompass raw material production and product manufacturing. A variety of Forerunner Sentinels are used throughout UEG territory in construction and mining facilities, along with deployments of this labor force to other Warden members as needed. Sparatus seemed skeptical as he asked, "These Sentinels are the same type that protect Forerunner facilities?" "They are, though these are under our control. Constructor, Aggressor, and Retriever variants are used for civilian purposes, while the same and more are used in the UNSC to build ships, stations, facilities, and other items needed to secure systems," Musit clarified. "If the Wardens have access to such equipment, why did the Ambassador for the Allied Fringe use such a simple ship?" Tavos inquired after the UEG representative finished speaking. At the question, Musit moved to the side slightly so that Premier Dretaya was the main focus of attention. The Yonhet leader glanced at her human colleague before focusing on the council and replying, "I serve the allied species of the Fringe as a representative for first contact with the Citadel Council. As to the simplistic transport I arrived on, it was a cautionary measure." Dretaya explained, considering that the council was an unknown government with possible hostile intent, the allied species were nervous about this meeting. It was decided that no distinctive features were to be on our dropship, aesthetical or technological. After our experience with the Covenant, we were understandably wary of a coalition of alien species. Sparatus seemed to approve as he replied, "Understood, and while your measures were not needed today, it is a good to be prepared." "Were you involved in the war between the Reclaimers and Covenant as well?" Most species of the Fringe attempted to distance themselves as far as they could from the conflict. While some continued business with the Covenant species, most of those on the Fringe retreated for fear of being found by the humans. Considering the scale of the conflict, it is still upheld as the correct decision, the Yonhet leader stated. "What were the casualties from this conflict?" "A general estimate of several billion was given during your history, but are there more accurate figures from either faction?" Tavos inquired, bringing the attention of the chamber away from Dretaya. Musit's expression hardened slightly at the query, but she kept her voice level as she answered, 23 billion human casualties are estimated, though that number is not confirmed nor stable. Many survived the destruction of their homes only to perish from starvation, illness, or other such causes. That number may be lower if a large number of survivors joined the Systems Alliance. Many members of the Covenant took a heavy toll as well, the Arbiter said in the shocked silence that followed the human representative's statement. When the Council failed to respond, the Sanghaila continued, High Charity, the capital of the Covenant, became engulfed in civil war in the closing days of the war. Billions lost their lives in that single battle, most perishing with the destruction of the structure and its defense fleet. When the Arbiter finished speaking, Musit once more resumed, total casualties are estimated to be in excess of 50 billion if post-war conflicts between the Covenant remnants are included. This includes the Great Schism, the civil conflict that the Arbiter mentioned, along with the blooding years as war raged between several factions of Sanghaili and Jiralhani. Silence reigned over the council chambers as the UEG ambassador finished her statement. Such death tolls were completely unknown to the members of the Citadel, even with the threats they had faced. Even with billions dead in the separate conflicts of the Krogan rebellions, Rachni War, and Geth War, the combined fatalities from those events did not come close to human death alone in the Covenant War. While the Quarian race had been spacefaring and composed of several billion individuals, their stringent environmental requirements had limited their populations severely. With 4 billion deaths from the Rachni and Krogan conflicts, the addition of 11 billion Quarian deaths still left them far short of human deaths alone from the Covenant War. It took some time for the counselors to speak once more, with Spiritus starting, "Such casualties have never been seen in our galaxy. Well, there is nothing I can say. Understanding the scale of this tragedy is beyond anyone." "Absolutely correct, Counselor. Even having experienced it, humanity cannot understand. It's just a number, yet putting that into perspective escapes the abilities of our most intelligent philosophers. There is a reason that it has changed so much in UEG society," Musit replied. "Yet you are in an alliance with your former enemies?" Spiritus asked. The Arbiter replied, "There is much hate that remains, but we will persevere. Our alliance through the Wardens has already allowed cooperation, as much as many may disagree with that. Ultimately, we have decided to resolve our problems together, rather than let weakness guide our blades." A grunt from Lytus brought attention to the Alpha as he added, "Strength comes in many forms. Members of the Wardens have proven theirs by dealing with the past and fighting against shared enemies. The dishonorable loyalists and Kig-Yar scum have given us a target to unify against, and we will crush them, as is right. We have met these Kig-Yar, and while they were hostile, they did lead us to the Ungoi. Is there much known about them, even if they are not members of the Wardens?" Tavos asked, moving the conversation away from the horrifying reality of the Covenant War as the Jiralhani leader gave her the opportunity. "They have always been a fairly disorganized species, but even then they were accepted into the Covenant," the Sanghaili responded. "No single Kig-Yar faction represents the species, as they are ruled by queens who prefer to steal and pillage rather than cooperate together. While they are not a large threat if kept in check, they can quickly amass fleets due to the infighting between them. Letting one grow too strong could spark a conflict that the Wardens would much rather avoid." Before the Council had a chance to respond, Lytus added, "An invitation to join the Wardens was offered to several of the Queen tribes, but none accepted our offer. They continue to believe in the false prophets and the lies of the Great Journey. It is common for young Jiralhani to sate their bloodlust in a hunt for the scum, if only to trim the fat from their numbers. Vessels from the Turian hierarchy commonly foray into the Terminus systems with the same goal. It gives new recruits a chance to get some experience and reminds the filth of their weakness," Spiritus stated, a slight smirk breaking his usual bland expression. "I like this one," Lytus replied, baring his teeth at Spiritus in the Jiralhani equivalent of a grin. As Tavos looked away from the disturbing snarl of the Alpha, she caught a glimpse of Musit's raised eyebrow as the UEG ambassador glanced between Lytus and the Turian councillor. The expression was quickly concealed once more, however, as Musit noticed the attention of the Asari matriarch. Apparently the ambassador was ready to move things along as she observed, "It seems that the Turians and Jiralhani will have little issue with finding common ground. That also seems to be the case for humans and Asari, judging by Ambassador Udina's security." At the mention of the SA representative, Tavos turned slightly and subtly motioned for Udina to come forward and answer. "The humans with me are N7 soldiers, highly trained and ready to give their lives to protect the Council diplomatic party. Ensign T. Sony was asked to accompany them when we were told that we would be meeting with species from the Covenant. Systems Alliance officials wanted to show solidarity with the Council races, let them know that humanity would not be alone in standing against them. Of course, that has changed since the UEG has survived the war," Udina said, keeping his focus on Musit rather than the former Covenant species that were beside her. "It is surprising that the Systems Alliance would allow another species into the ranks of its military after fleeing from the Covenant. Integration with the Citadel must be going well," Musit commented. Any response from Udina was cut off as Tavos responded, "While the Systems Alliance has been cooperating with other members of the Citadel, very few have seen their worlds. No other Citadel member allows multiple species into their military, as fighting styles differ. An Asari will not fight in the same way as a Turian, nor a Valis like an Elcor. That the Alliance is so willing to find their specialty in Citadel society by observing other species is commendable." The UEG ambassador seemed to frown slightly at that before smiling and replying, "Thank you for the explanation, Counselor. Further questions about the Alliance will be brought up with them when the UEG contacts their government. Other issues or questions can be brought up with the Wardens in further meetings, or with the individual members that it concerns. We look forward to further conversations, Ambassador. Instructions for establishing diplomatic connections will be sent to your ship for all leaders to follow. A guide will show you back to the hangar for your departure," Tavos told them with a smile. "Thank you for a peaceful first contact between our people." With that last statement, Musit and the rest of the Warden politicians turned and began making their way off the platform. As the UEG ambassador passed by one of the massive armored beings, it took her helmet and attached it to what seemed to be a magnetic backplate. Tavos' gaze was drawn away from the green armor as the reporters and citizens in the chambers tried to shout questions to the Council and Wardens. Instead of answering, however, Tavos, her colleagues turned to make their way to a room reserved for council discussion out of the public eye. There was much to discuss, and much of it would be best left unknown to the public. 12th day of 20th month, 2458/March 13, 2589/March 13, 2180. Fleet Admiral Terence Hood. UNSC Infinity. Considering the effort and resources put into constructing this vessel, Hood couldn't help but feel that it was slightly insulting to once more use it as a glorified taxi service. The Infinity was meant to serve as a flagship for the UNSC fleet, however, which made it the most fitting vessel to send a message to the Systems Alliance about the UEG's recovery. What effect that message had remained to be seen as the massive human carrier dropped out of slipspace at coordinates provided by the Alliance. A quick glance at the view screens allowed Hood to see the massive fleet that the Innies had taken with them when they left, with every ship drifting in orbit above the planet. Orders flew about the bridge behind the fleet admiral as the Infinity began to move closer to the planet. While the UEG and SA bureaucrats dealt with the civilian interactions between their people, the real decisions would be made down below. From information provided by the Systems Alliance, Hood would be meeting with the Director of Enemy Countermeasures. It wasn't hard to figure out that the enemy was the Covenant, making this meeting even more interesting since no other Warden members were invited to this location. Eventually, Hood turned from the view and began making his way to one of the carrier's many hangars and the Pelican that had been prepped for his departure. Lasky gave him a nod as he passed by, though the Infinity's admiral continued his work at the hollow table without any other formalities. In short time, Hood was on his way down to the surface. It quickly became obvious that the planet lacked an atmosphere as there was no turbulence battering the dropship. Even so, Hood could feel the changes in acceleration as the pilot evened out to land at a designated pad at one of the facilities that dotted the landscape. After a few seconds, the all-clear was given for him to deploy, indicating that a breathable and clean environment had been found in the enclosed hangar they had landed in. As the ramp of the transport descended, a Systems Alliance soldier was revealed, making it obvious who to follow. A brief walk and the soldier stood to the side, allowing Hood to see the placard Systems Alliance Director of Enemy Countermeasures on the door. Aside from that one detail, the slab of metal and electronics looked no different from any other one in the building. With quick tug on his uniform jacket out of habit, Hood stepped up to the door. It silently opened to allow him through before closing once more behind him. The room beyond was sparse, with simple furnishings and the only occupant seated behind a desk. As the two military leaders looked at one another, no greetings needed to be shared for them to recognize each other. Hood glanced around the office, taking in the sparse accommodations without any surprise before focusing on the dead man in front of him. Hood. Terence nodded his head and replied in kind, Cole. As far as I can tell in me canon, Citadel armed forces are kept to a singular species. If someone knows or finds that that's false, please let me know. Actually, let me know about any mistakes you spot. PM works just fine, or review, whichever is easier. I know there's a lot of content in the chapter, so if I missed anything you had wanted to go over, please give a shout and I'll see about getting to it. Some things I may have intentionally left out, others I may have forgotten. Each universe has too much stuff for me to have gotten it all, but such is life. Chapter 12, An Honest Chat. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. Important note: please don't complain about the classified information shared in this chapter. The Alliance knows the coordinates of Earth, the UNSC knows that the Alliance cannot fight a war against them. Hood and Cole are both military commanders, they understand that the UEG and SA can each cause issues for the other. Hence this chapter. And important note. This meeting looks to be very, very interesting. Lot of stuff will be explained, some other items speculated. Really getting into the meat of first contact and what is to come. Honestly, however, I must say that this chapter was very difficult to write. Not because of a lack of topics to cover, but rather quite the opposite. I had so much fun writing this that I couldn't even write at times, all output was blocked by the flood of ideas. Now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. To those I do not explicitly mention, thank you for reviewing. To all of the reviews asking if the Wardens will accept the Citadel's treaties, have I really given the impression that that's going to happen? Honestly asking, as I was trying to convey the Warden's disdain for those limitations. No, they won't accept. Siphon 117, the Citadel has always been the center of power for its members. Thinking that a new species, even a group of them, being more powerful is unprecedented. I mentioned an Alliance AI presiding over their parliament way back in chapter 4 or 5, so easy to forget that the SA do have AI still. Wardens have main battle tanks, Citadel has Makos. Not hard to see how that will go. The cursed Merc, Citadel strengths would be mostly economic and cultural, since they have an established and solid economic base several hundred years old, and all Warden members except the UEG are trying to establish new social structures separate from the Covenant practices they used to hold. No, humanity is not going to go genocidal on the Citadel. Screwing up the story that badly makes me shudder. As for firepower, the numbers you state are for Citadel dreadnoughts, of which there are around 60 to 70 in canon. To compare, the UNSC has hundreds of cruisers, not to mention ODPs which far outclass anything the Citadel has. Bent that guy, I didn't have the Wardens reject the Citadel's proposals outright because those present did not have the authority to do so. It would require a formal vote in the High Senate to be rejected. Star Iron, the wisdom and capabilities of the Citadel Council? They're incapable of enforcing their own laws and are willfully ignorant to the threat of the Reapers in canon. There's nothing there to appreciate. Happy Halloween, now on to the chapter. March 13th, 2589/March 13, 2180/12th day of 20th month, 2458. Systems Alliance Facility 006. Unnamed planet. After the simple greeting, Cole gestured to the empty chair opposite him. As with the rest of the space, the seat wasn't designed for comfort but for practicality, something that Hood could appreciate as he silently accepted the invitation. The Alliance Director took several seconds to examine his counterpart once more before starting. I think that we can both agree to cut the political bullshit. The Alliance doesn't want any snooping from the Council, and the UNSC wants to keep their worlds hidden. We want to know where to stand to avoid war, and you want to know why that's an issue at all. Among other things. I've played my share of the political game, a good talk that never leaves this room would be welcome, Hood replied, thinking on the years of the Covenant War when the UNSC had declared martial law. As the Fleet Admiral of Earth's defenses, Hood had been the main line of communication between the UEG and UNSC, letting the politicians know what to do to keep up morale and prevent any hindrance to the war effort. Cole grunted and responded, the duties of High Command. Keep your troops alive and the civilians happy. I assume you want to know why I'm here. It took a second for Hood to process the quick change of topic, but he recognized that it was an assertion rather than a question. As such, the UNSC Fleet Admiral waited patiently for the director to begin. Vice Admiral Preston J. Cole, exemplary military record in the war against the insurrection, then the Covenant. Got promoted to Commander to avoid the spotlight, then Rear Admiral to avoid it again, and to Vice Admiral for an early retirement. Recruited once again for the war against the Covenant, promoted to Admiral, then back down to Vice Admiral. Why would someone who fought with the UNSC for over 30 years suddenly abandon them? Cole started, his gaze focused on Hood even though it was clear that the director was lost in his memories. Cole sighed softly before continuing, I swore to protect the people of the UEG when I signed up. From the dangers of new worlds, at first, then Innies a decade later. Returned to service to lead the fight against the Covenant. I was told to protect humanity, save us from the alien menace. I did my duty. Destroyed every Covenant ship I faced. What did it gain? We were losing the war, and everyone knew it. In that final battle, above Psi Serpentis, I destroyed over 300 vessels of the enemy. What did that do? Cole asked, looking at Hood with what bordered on a glare, though it wasn't hostile. The UNSC leader seriously considered the question and met Cole's gaze with his own as he replied, bought the UNSC some time to prepare. Inspired morale and gave people hope. Got the insurrectionists off our back as well. Wiping out that fleet let humanity win the war, though. The largest number of Covenant ships ever seen, destroyed in an instant. It made a difference. The director pressed. Hood's expression hardened and he narrowed his eyes as he answered, not a damn bit. Reach was hit with 750 ships, took out a good number but fell on August 30th, 2552. 3 separate fleets attacked Earth, wearing down our defenses over time, but the ODP network still down several hundred. Special forces took out almost 500 ships by destroying a Covenant fleet anchor. A nova detonated over one of their worlds, destroyed well over 400. Even then, the Great Schism was responsible for the destruction of thousands more, mostly around their capital and its fleet. Cole appeared shocked at the numbers but quickly schooled his expression and stated, exactly my point. We can get to how you survived the war later, but it could not have been predictable events that allowed victory. When there was no reaction from the Fleet Admiral, Cole continued, I was informed of a fleet of survivors, hiding out in the interplanetary void. They were lost, their worlds destroyed, the Covenant behind them and the unknown in front, and no leadership to tell them which was better. It was my duty to use such knowledge, my oath to protect humanity. Without orders from High Com, I would either risk desertion by guiding those people or dereliction of duty by abandoning them. Eventually the enemy would kill me, and when they did, it would destroy morale. Instead, I chose to go out in a blaze of glory, taking as many as I could with me. Before we could die from the induced stellar fusion of Viperity, the Everest made a slip-space jump to coordinates we had obtained from the insurrectionist fleet that had helped in the battle. It led us to the Exodus fleet, a massive gathering of vessels from the outer colonies who were fleeing the Covenant advance. Many were in support of destroying my ship when we dropped in, but they held back when I offered to lead them to safety, Cole said. Hood raised his head slightly and interrupted, leaving behind all you had sworn to protect. Why not lead them to Earth? I didn't have a choice, the director growled. We were losing the war. No matter how strong she was, the Everest would never be able to stand up to an entire fleet on her own. With entire planets falling in days, I took the route that I thought would save humanity, if not the UEG. Think of my acts as you will, but do not doubt reality. I put the survival of the species above that of a single government, and I will never regret that decision. Several seconds passed in silence before Hood replied, I understand. He let out a sigh as he noted the confused look that Cole sent him and explained, the ship that I arrived in, the Infinity. I'm sure you noticed her, would be hard not to. That vessel was built for the same purpose, Director. The flagship of the UNSC fleet, capable of destroying entire enemy battle groups and supporting planetary invasions, is a repurposed colony ship. A raised eyebrow was the only response as Hood continued, the cryobays were repurposed into launch decks for frigates, along with other changes, but even still she carries over 15,000 crew. If the Covenant ever found Earth, and they did, the Infinity was to flee, carrying the hopes of humanity into the stars. She was built during the war. Cole inquired, slightly surprised. Hood nodded and clarified, originally built in the Oort cloud, upgraded after the war with shields and forerunner equipment recovered from various ruins. While we have larger vessels, more powerful ones, the Infinity is still seen as the symbol of the UNSC fleet. Proof that we are recovering from the Covenant War, stronger than ever. UNSC vessels have energy shielding? Your allies shared that? The director asked, surprise and excitement obvious in his posture. R&D managed to break through and get it running in the last year of the war, shortly before Reach fell. After the war, with the Covenant in pieces and the Great Schism in full swing, the elites, brutes, and others needed our knowledge to survive. The prophets and engineers had always been the source of their technological prowess, and with the first extinct and the second fleeing to the UNSC, they had little choice, the fleet admiral explained. Cole snorted and muttered, ironic. Hood nodded and resumed, it guaranteed our survival, as no species could attack us. If one were to try, every other would destroy them. The same species that were trying to kill us suddenly became allies. Eventually, the remnants, those loyal to the Covenant and their genocidal ideals, were destroyed. In the aftermath, the Wardens of the Mantle were formed to try and keep the peace between the Jiralhani and Sanghaili, mostly. The UEG was invited shortly after, as we were still needed. At this point, all members of the Wardens are standing on their own, although not all are sure of what they want to do with that ability. Most of our focus has been on the groups of pirates that survived the conflict, allowing our forces to work together and unify against a common enemy. There is no concern that they will destroy humanity. The director questioned pointedly. Terence smiled slightly at the inquiry but answered evenly, by the time they could have tried, it was too late. We knew their technology, adapted it, overcame it, made it our own. Even so, I don't think that it would have been a problem. The Arbiter of the Elites has proven a trustworthy ally, and most of the Sanghaili respect humanity for standing and fighting. All the Jiralhani tribes are united under one ruling alpha, though that can change quickly. For now, the brutes are concentrated on the Kigyar pirate kingdoms. All other members are too weak to present a threat to the UNSC, and even the two that I mentioned would not be able to take Earth. Technological advancement is a part of that, but our status as reclaimers has ensured that any attack against us will be met with swift retribution. There are many in the Alliance who have questioned this whole reclaimer business, and we will get to it soon, but your defensive strategy does raise some immediate issues, Cole stated, concentrating on the consequences rather than reasons first. From your discussion with the Citadel Council, I assume that you know that they want your wardens to join under them, correct? At the Fleet Admiral's nod, he continued, they don't know that you have energy shields, or many other things that would prove useful in a conflict. It is widely believed by members of the Citadel that the only method for shielding is their kinetic barriers, which use element 0. By their logic, even though your ships are larger, they are inferior. No mass accelerators, no barriers, inferior computational equipment, and the such. I won't pretend to be disappointed. Doesn't make sense to me, though, Hood commented. Cole gestured dismissively with a hand as he replied, various theories have been suggested, but the most likely is that they've never seen anything different. No Systems Alliance vessel has energy shielding, nor anything else besides a slip space drive that has interested the Council. Even then, most of those were discarded due to issues after extended use. We do appreciate the assistance with the Spirit of Fire, however late that thanks may be. The Alliance has been sharing such technology with the Council, though. The Fleet Admiral asked, surprise obvious in his tone. We've told them about it, let them examine it. After it became clear to them that it was inferior to their MassEffect drives, they lost interest. As for shielding, we never let them know about the Covenant or the threat it presented. There was no way in hell that the Council would let us join if they knew about the Covenant. We only told them a general story, carefully dodging around the truth without outright lying, the director explained. Hood softly muttered, "Damn politics." The statement received a nod of agreement from Cole as the UNSC leader added, "We knew from contact with the Council that you hadn't told them of the Covenant. Based on that, we've encouraged all Warden members to keep a policy of information restriction. Several Alliance assets assigned to information retrieval have noted a significant decrease in criminal activity around our colonies in Citadel space. Ambassador Udina informs me that it's due to a group the Council brought on called the Banished. From the lack of reports, it seems that even independent groups are following your directive." Cole asked. "Not necessarily. Most of the Wardens want nothing to do with the Citadel, but they agreed to make first contact to keep the Council from doing something stupid like attacking them. The brutes are an exception to this, perfectly happy to find something to fight. Long as Lytus keeps them directed at the pirates and other irritations, I have no issue with that," Hood explained. The director considered that for a second before pressing, "You're not concerned about Citadel members acquiring specifications on the Banished ships? They're concerned as it is about Ka assault carriers, as is the Systems Alliance, but to know that such a ship can survive close to anything they throw at it. That it can glass entire planets? Not a good way to delay war. Atriox is smart, even when compared against many humans or Sanghaili. He understands the value of keeping things quiet. The Council has him on their payroll to trim out some of the Terminus scum, though I know that he doesn't report every kill. Acquiring information on the strengths and weaknesses of this Element Zero technology has been his main focus," the Fleet Admiral informed Cole. Preston frowned slightly and looked off to the side in thought before replying, "As long as he doesn't cause the Alliance any issues, I have no reason to consider him a threat." "Did he visit the Citadel, about 20 years ago?" "Yes, made first contact with the Council for the Jiralhani." "Why?" "Council was curious how a vessel could travel from our galaxy to the station so fast. Alliance scientists explained it as time dilation that has been known to happen in slip space, but we weren't sure why they were asking. When no attack came, we dropped the matter to focus on positive relations," Cole explained. Terrence raised an eyebrow at that as he asked, "They accepted that answer? How much experimentation have they done with slip space?" "Almost none. They built a drive with the help of the Alliance, but when it failed mid-flight, they abandoned that avenue," the director answered. "Why set it up to fail?" Hood asked, reading between the lines. Cole shrugged slightly and responded, "We knew that the enemy could track slip space vectors. It was possible that they couldn't track ESO drive signatures after jumps, hence a major reason why we built most of our technology around MassEffect. Even though it was inferior, was knew that UNSC tech hadn't worked against the Covenant, and we didn't have the shipbuilding facilities or resources to build more robust vessels like the UNSC. By discouraging the Citadel species from slip space, the Alliance could play catch-up. Prevent the Council from alerting the enemy to our location. Of course, that tactic is rather outdated now, so I can't say that that policy will continue. As of now, though, any assets we assign to their galaxy are made with ESO, allowing the Alliance to keep our heavy forces on Terra and not give the species of the Citadel an idea of our true military power. Why would you want them weak? You must have known that fleeing UEG space was merely a delay of the inevitable. Finding the Citadel Council allowed the Alliance to rebuild and gain allies to fight against the Covenant, Hood pointed out. That exact statement defines the differences between the UNSC and the Systems Alliance. You ask how to fight, how to become stronger and defeat your enemy. We never planned on fighting the Covenant, Admiral. If the UNSC could not stop them, what hope did we have? Cole replied. He continued, of all the things the UNSC was, weak was not one. Corrupt, overbearing, and dictatorial perhaps, but not weak. If the Alliance was ever found by the enemy, we would evacuate as many as we could with the fleet above this planet and they would run once again. While members of the Citadel faced the Covenant juggernaut, the last remnants of humanity would survive. Fleet Admiral Lord Terence Hood suppressed his automatic anger at that and kept his voice carefully monotone as he demanded, you would leave your allies to die, knowing that they stood no chance against the enemy. The Alliance would run, and I would do my duty, Cole snapped back. In the case of contact with any Covenant species or other threats, the Director of Enemy Countermeasures assumes ultimate command of all Systems Alliance military assets. All evacuation ships would be sent to Terra to pick up as many as they could while we held the line. Even if we fell, the Alliance ships could still retreat while the Citadel delayed the enemy. Implicating the Asari by bringing one in your armed forces to first contact. Show the Covenant that the Citadel Council had allied with you, Hood commented. Preston nodded and agreed, with the Covenant's lack of thought, they would declare the Citadel heretics for associating with humanity. Even if they managed to reach a peaceful agreement, however doubtful that was, it would still delay the enemy for our Exodus fleet to get away. A calm silence settled in the room as both men gathered their thoughts. It was broken as the UNSC Fleet Admiral questioned, what does the Alliance plan to do now? Why would I give you our goals? You're allied with the enemy, even if their organization is broken, they still killed billions. It would be just as easy to say that the UEG betrayed humanity by doing that as the Alliance doing so by fleeing, Cole argued. It's not an unfamiliar sentiment, Hood muttered with a hint of irritation in his voice. He raised his voice and clarified, the public wasn't too happy to learn that the UNSC wouldn't be taking the fight to the elites, brutes, and others. At the same time, it brought a kind of peace as each member of the Wardens held true to their word. Before the director could interject, Hood explained, little events that nonetheless caught everyone's eye. A Shanghai vessel rescued a civilian transport from some Kig-Yar, several Jiralhani cruisers deployed troops on a colony to beat back a pirate raid. Of course, ONI may have had a hand in setting up some of these, but as long as they can prove that they have the situation under control, I see no need to interfere with their scheming. Spooks, Cole commented derisively. Hood met the director's eyes as he lifted one shoulder slightly and responded, they serve their purpose. Keep them accountable and they're a powerful tool. Little lesson for any Alliance intelligence. Had to trim the fat? Preston asked. A little clean-up after the war wasn't unwarranted, Lord Hood answered. After a second, he continued, back to the point, however, is that the UEG has accepted the Wardens of the Mantle. There are issues, as is expected, but they are not insurmountable. Our largest concern is keeping the peace. Humanity has had enough of war, at least for a time. The brutes and elites do most of the fighting for the Wardens, the first to direct their aggression somewhere productive and the second for honor. Meanwhile, the UNSC builds its fleets, advancing and rebuilding what we lost in the war. Hood finished, I'm not asking for every detail of the Systems Alliance. Each of us have our secrets, and I know that there are some that cannot be shared. On the other hand, however, the UNSC would like to avoid conflict as much as possible. Butting heads with the Alliance over trivial crap that could have been solved with simple information is a waste of my time and yours. Cole smiled slightly at the Fleet Admiral and answered, I could not agree more, sir. As for instructions, I have yet to receive anything from the Systems Alliance Parliament. What I can tell you is that the Alliance is absolutely dedicated to that same goal. We do not have the resources or population to support a full-scale war effort. While that's technically classified, I think we can both agree that it is also obvious. Most of our effort over the years has gone into maintaining the Exodus fleet in orbit and building as many ships with MassEffect as we can, along with constructing infrastructure on Terra. Of course, that was in anticipation of the Covenant. With them out of the equation, confidence has been growing in the idea of establishing ourselves more permanently in our territory. Building colonies, stations, and the such. Most of the Alliance population is currently concentrated on Terra, along with some colonies in the Citadel's galaxy. If we do that, I want to make sure that the Wardens won't come along and destroy it all, the director said, his voice calm even while talking about such a possibility. The UNSC leader sighed as he replied, that is what we are concerned with. The Wardens do not want war, the Systems Alliance doesn't want war, yet can the same be said of the Council? Our first contact on the Citadel seems to have given them pause, but we've already received reports of STG vessels lurking where they shouldn't. Cole frowned as he considered that before responding, make no mistake, Fleet Admiral, they will have their war. The Systems Alliance will delay it as long as possible, but there is only so much we can do. Our greatest defense is the location of our worlds, most importantly Earth and Reach. If the Systems Alliance cooperates with the Council and reveals their coordinates, I cannot promise that you will not be attacked, Hood warned. I maintained an environment of strict information restriction in my fleet, the director pointed out. Almost all Alliance databases have been wiped of navigation data pertaining to UEG space. One of the reasons that Parliament is so hesitant to allow integration with Citadel species is to prevent the location of human worlds from falling into alien hands, however that happens. Terrence waited for a short time before asking, almost all. There's already so much illegal technology and restricted data on this planet that there would be no point in removing it. You can be assured that if this world falls, everything on its surface will be turned to ash, Cole declared. Understood. The same courtesy will be extended to the coordinates of this world and the Alliance home world, Hood replied. A nod was all the acknowledgement that Cole gave as he changed topics, which brings us to the issue of conflict. In the case of war between the Citadel and Wardens, I think it would be best if we determine some general terms today. Limitations, if you will, as much as I know that there is no way to enforce them. The UNSC can abide by some rules, off the record of course. Little things, missing Alliance civilian traffic or losing the trail of a clever Alliance patrol group. So long as the SA has the wherewithal to do the same, it shouldn't be an issue. ONI has a particular knack for setting up such convenient circumstances, Hood replied. Avoid the fight altogether, a sound strategy. What of your allies, however? Regardless of their past crimes, I know that elites and brutes are both fighters, and I do not think that they will accept pacifism in the face of inevitable Council threats, Preston commented. The UNSC leader tilted his head in agreement and countered, I never said that the UNSC would be hiding in the skirts of our allies, only that we would attempt to avoid Arjuna's dilemma. Humans fighting humans gets very nasty, very quickly, and neither UEG nor SA public relations would enjoy the results. As much as the insurrection may be hated by the UEG populace, there is a much greater hate for outside enemies. The UEG is dealing with its own social problems related to our status as reclaimers, something which I do not really wish to exacerbate by annexing the Systems Alliance. Our targets in a conflict would be in Citadel space, along with their positions in this galaxy. As for other members of the Wardens, that is a slightly more problematic situation, Hood mentioned with a thoughtful expression. Neither the Sanghailan nor Jiralhani particularly respect the alliance due to your retreat, however tactically sound it may have been. Before Cole could reply, the Fleet Admiral continued, giving contrast to that, however, is the behavior of the Council itself. While SA territory is much closer, the elites and brutes will be looking for a challenge. Since the councillors declared their might so readily during first contact, that strength will be tested. Preston considered that for several seconds before summarizing, avoid meeting them in direct battle and they will go after the more blatantly aggressive council. It would work well, except the issue of distance, as you mentioned. Why go all the way to the Citadel Galaxy when there's a target so close? Well, they don't know that you're here, Hood pointed out. You've kept up an impressive veil of silence, all things considered. The most likely event that would reveal the Alliance's location is a Council ship heading in this direction. Even so, fleets devoted to a conflict with the Council would be deployed to a forward operating base that has already been established. Interesting, though also concerning. As for communications, the danger of some random civilian trying to send a message back to UEG space was too high. Alerting the Covenant was the last thing we wanted to do, and as such we restricted all high-level communications equipment to vital personnel, Cole explained. That brought a hint of amusement to Hood's expression as he responded, escape the Covenant and the suppression of the pre-war UEG, only to realize why those policies were in place at all. How did other vessels know to follow you here if all communication was restricted, though? Insurrectionist data caches hidden in drop sites. Some ships staying behind to spread the message. It wouldn't surprise me if ONI had information on it, so others knowing about it isn't that surprising, the director explained. Terrence tilted his hand slightly in acquiescence and countered, if humans knew about it, though, how did you hide from the Covenant? A good question, and one I cannot answer. As much as the enemy seemed capable of tracking survivors across entire planets, they never found us. May have been luck, maybe something else, Cole answered. Something else is a much closer guess than anything logical, Hood stated. Seeing that he had Preston's attention, the Fleet Admiral clarified, it has to do with the status of reclaimers. Obviously the subject is still under heavy investigation by the UNSC, and really all members of the Wardens, but we do know enough to answer some questions. A second went by as Hood mentally structured his explanation before he resumed, not every human is a reclaimer. Humanity, as a species, is known as the reclaimers, but not every individual is marked as a reclaimer. We don't know what criteria is used in determining that distinction, nor how it is implemented, but we know that it exists. It is possible to detect a reclaimer with Forerunner technology, usually by using what is called a luminary, though there are other methods. The Infinity's sensor banks include one of these luminaries, allowing us to detect Forerunner artifacts, humans, and flood. Before Cole could ask, Hood waved a hand and answered, we'll get there in a bit. My point in telling you about that ability is that the Covenant had luminaries as well. It's how they tracked us down so easily when they entered a system. It is a localized scan, so there are limits to its range, but it's still far beyond anything we've ever built. If the Covenant tracked reclaimers using this Forerunner FFI system, then how would they not see your fleet? Sure, you were hiding in the space between planets, but surely one of the ships there could have been tracked to your location by the enemy. Unless, of course, if there was nothing to track. There were millions in the Exodus fleet. I don't know what the percentage of reclaimers is, but it cannot be that low if the Covenant tracked human locations with it, Cole argued. Hood nodded and confirmed, it's common enough, to say the least. We scanned Terra when we entered the system. Nothing invasive, simply something to confirm our suspicions. Director, there are no reclaimers in the Alliance's population, at least not that we've found. Well, that may be a problem, Cole commented after thinking for a time. Do all members of the Wardens know this? Not that I know of, but it is entirely likely that they know from observing Alliance worlds in the Citadel Galaxy, the UNSC leader answered. Preston accepted that calmly before inquiring, what does being a reclaimer imply? I understand that it means that humanity inherits Forerunner ruins and the such, but that seems extremely simple. There's no way that a galactic civilization would give primitive humans control of their structures and just disappear. Of course not, but we know significantly more than we told the Council. As the UEG ambassador said at first contact, it is not fully known why humanity was given the status of reclaimers. While that is true, we do know some details, or at least enough to get a blurry picture of the whole, Hood stated. What we do know is that there was an ancient human civilization with enough might to challenge the Forerunners for galactic dominance. This group of humans lost their war with the Forerunners, resulting in their society being dismantled and sent back to the Stone Age. While certainly interesting, it doesn't explain how that would have impressed the Forerunners. Cole nodded, keeping his expression blank of any emotion as Hood continued. It was what followed these humans that proved their worth to the Forerunners. A parasite, known as the Flood, began attacking their worlds. Ancient humanity hadn't fallen to just the Forerunners, they had been fighting a two-front war, defeating the Flood at the cost of defeat by the other. Eventually, the Forerunners were forced to admit their own defeat. They fired a set of 7 halo rings, wiping out every piece of life in the galaxy that could support the Flood. It wasn't some random event that destroyed them, but their own attempt to ensure the defeat of the Flood. Since humanity had defeated the Flood before, we became the Reclaimers, Guardians of the Galaxy. Pretentious, but that's the literal description. I may be proud of the UNSC, of its personnel and its fleets, but even I admit that we are nowhere close to able to perform such a duty. Nor, more importantly, do we want to do so alone. The Forerunners held up an ideal called the Mantle of Responsibility, hence Wardens of the Mantle. For them, it was an imperialistic peace, meant to justify their superiority. As the UEG has interpreted it, it is a guarantee that no species deserves extinction, Terrence declared. The Fleet Admiral finished, the Wardens of the Mantle were formed to uphold this ideal. As Reclaimers, it has become humanity's job to interpret the Mantle. All members of the Wardens have agreed that the right to exist is inherent to all species, though the UEG populace is overwhelmingly in support of basic sentient rights being included in that. So a human civilization once existed that could challenge a galactic superpower, then fell to the pressure of the Forerunners and this parasite, only for some alien legacy to be given to humanity. Cole questioned carefully. At Hood's confirmation of that summary, the director sat back slightly and stated, keeping that from the council was a good move. Sounds absolutely insane. That information is kept classified from the general population as well, as we are dealing with enough social upheaval with the Forerunners as is. The council had no need to know that much about our history. They'd become fixated on the threat we represented then rather than the idealized version of modern humanity we presented, Terrence commented. The director snorted and agreed, so they would. They'd do the same if the Alliance revealed our secrets as well. I know that the UEG ambassador mentioned that UNSC assets had begun examining Forerunner ruins, but I am confident in assuming that you've made significantly more progress than they will think. Must have made more progress, if you are using these luminary things. We have teams deployed to various installations around the galaxy. With the introduction of the Citadel as a factor, we've been focusing our efforts on sites that are at risk of being discovered by the Council exploration fleets. As friendly as we tried to portray the UEG in regards to Forerunner ruins, there are some things that the Council will never been allowed to control, Hood said with conviction. Cole considered this for a moment and replied, such as a superweapon capable of eliminating all life in the galaxy, among others. Only a Reclaimer can activate a halo, but you are correct. All 7 rings have been occupied by Warden assets and deactivated for further study. Artificial worlds have also been found, along with fleet anchors and advanced weaponry. Our greatest concern, however, is that a Council fleet will release the Flood from containment. Dealing with that would be irritating, the UNSC leader observed. I thought the Forerunners destroyed the Flood. Cole asked with concern. Hood shook his head slightly and clarified, the rings wiped out all sentient life. It didn't target the Flood itself, only their food source. Starve them out by bathing the galaxy in death. High Charity, the capital of the Covenant, fell to the Flood. We had to allow parts of Africa to be glassed to contain an infestation on Earth itself. If the Alliance finds any presence of the Flood, alert us immediately. There are no active infestations, but the Flood is not something to be trifled with. It is a galactic threat and is to be treated with extreme care. That threat is why all members of the Wardens have agreed to leave Forerunner ruins to the UNSC, as only a Reclaimer can direct installations to eliminate the parasite before it breaks out. Cole sighed at that and responded, good to know. It does present an issue for the Alliance, however, as the Council will not tell the Wardens about any Forerunner ruins they discover. If the UNSC suddenly appears at a location, it could create conflict with the Turians. At Hood's look, he clarified, they can be a bit overzealous when it comes to enforcing security. It is considered unlikely that members of the Citadel will be able to understand Forerunner technology. It took the UNSC decades during active war, and even then that was only understanding how to use it with our technology, not how it all works, Terrence stated. The Council will ask for Systems Alliance assets to reveal the secrets of any Forerunner ruins that they find. Obviously, the knowledge that the SA is bereft of Reclaimers is going to be heavily regulated. If it was removed when the Exodus fleet fled, however that works, is there any chance of earning that status back? Preston inquired. Several seconds passed as Hood considered the query, but he eventually asked, is that tactically sound? Even if it strengthens the Systems Alliance, the Council may learn more than you intend. Members of the Wardens are allowed to investigate Forerunner ruins and share technology between them. At least, if the aid that the UNSC has given to other members comes in that form, Cole argued. We have provided assistance with technology, both in repair and development. The difference, however, is that the UNSC is leading the Wardens in that aspect. This is no longer the Covenant War, Director. Humanity found a challenge, adapted, and overcame it to come out on top. I highly doubt that the Council would be amiable to sharing what is found in Forerunner ruins with the Alliance, or any other Citadel member, Terrence countered. The Director examined the argument for a short moment before replying, I agree with that assessment. In the interest of preserving human dominance over the current situation, I would encourage that a careful eye be kept on Forerunner locations. If I get wind of any findings by the Alliance or Citadel, I'll send them your way for ONI to check in on. Hood let his surprise show as he asked, you would go so far to prevent the Council acquiring Forerunner ruins? Even knowing that the UNSC could become an enemy by association with the Wardens at the behest of the Council. My oath is to protect humanity, Fleet Admiral. As Director of Enemy Countermeasures, my job is, or was at this point, to ensure that the human race would be able to escape a Covenant attack and survive. With the Alliance now establishing hesitant relations with the Wardens, my position will likely become active in arranging for the inevitable war that we discussed earlier, along with planning for future conflict, Cole stated. The Alliance will assign you to the rank of Fleet Admiral, or at least the equivalent. Even with your campaigns against the insurrection? Hood questioned. Preston nodded and explained, I'm the most experienced commander they have. I led the SA to their home on Terra, and I'm defended it since. Several conflicts with pirates on our colonies in Citadel space have also increased confidence in my ability to command the Alliance military effectively. Even though my involvement in the deployment of our forces in those cases was merely to give recommendations, it still helps. As the supreme leader of the Alliance military, however, I was given extensive freedom to perform my duties. What I was not required to do was renounce my oath to the UNSC. Hood glanced sharply at Cole as the Director continued, so long as I was not discharged from the UNSC, I am still performing as an active officer. That caveat is why the UNSC ace that joined our exodus helped the Systems Alliance, as they had orders from a UNSC officer to do so. Technically, as Fleet Admiral of the UNSC Navy, you are my superior officer. A rank only in name. I don't have the logistical setup to manage Alliance assets, and throwing orders around would just cause unnecessary issues with the Council, the Fleet Admiral countered with obvious irritation. I assume you concealed your rank to make sure that I wasn't some pompous idiot who would demand the surrender of the Alliance. Cole shrugged and agreed, there were some bad eggs in the command chain, though it seems that you are competent at least. As for order, that is true enough, but I know ONI can keep its silence well. Alliance intelligence units have spent decades setting up operations in the Citadel Galaxy. The UNSC gets intelligence on Citadel fleet deployments in a war, and the SA can avoid any members of the Wardens that could be itching for a fight. It took several minutes for the UNSC leader to respond, quite the web you've woven, Admiral Cole. Unluckily, the UEG can't accept the SA back into itself as colonies, and I highly doubt that the Alliance wants that at all. For now, continue your operations and I'll see about keeping the Wardens off your back in a war. A good distraction might be the Batarians in the Citadel Galaxy or pirates in this one, Cole suggested. At the questioning look from Hood, he clarified, Batarians are slavers, nasty scum, but we haven't been able to do anything against them due to their position as a member of the Citadel. They are heavily involved in piracy as well, and that has begun to spread to this galaxy, as the Citadel Council is too far away to see their presence here as a threat. I would be more concerned if the Kig-Yar weren't already being dealt with. I'll alert our border patrols and see about sending some forces to mop up the scumbags. Might be a good opportunity to get Warden and Citadel forces working together to delay a conflict. Maybe avoid it, though I doubt that, Hood replied. Preston took a moment to recall something and responded, we have a variety of assets that can be deployed to work alongside your own forces. Several promising avenues are being looked at, though the most likely is one that combines a Citadel Spectre, whatever troops you send, and the 2 soldiers noted at contact. That's mostly a publicity stunt, however, as most of the fighting will be done from combined fleets rather than ships with mixed crews. That is preferable, the Fleet Admiral granted. Information security is our highest priority. Any ships we send will be fairly minor, mostly in the corvette and frigate range. While we have the numbers to send cruisers and, well, full battle fleets, it might unnerve the Council too much. I assume that the Wardens are declining the treaties proposed by the Citadel. Cole inquired. Terrence scoffed and answered, of course. AI is integral to our infrastructure, and their ship limits would have us decommissioning entire armadas. Sharing Forerunner technology is also absolutely prohibited, as you may have gathered earlier. Considering the resources, assets, and information accumulated on and around this world, I believe that you have taken a slightly different route. We agreed to their treaties to join the Citadel for protection, but they can't effectively enforce those documents. Their ambassador on Terra has inspected Alliance assets and deemed us to be within the bounds of the agreements, but only the most vital of systems is managed by AI for us. The UNSC had issues with producing AI, let alone the Alliance. All your facilities have to be hidden, adding another layer of complexity. Risk-reward situation there, the UNSC leader mused. Sometimes, you just have yearned for the days when it was us versus them. Just the insurrectionists, Covenant, whatever. None of this political mess, Cole commented. Hood let out a huff of laughter and agreed, the enemy was simple, with the only goal being survival. On one hand, it's nice not to worry about humanity living to see tomorrow. On the other, we now have to deal with tomorrow, and all the galactic politics, species, and threats that it brings. Speaking of galactic threats, the director stated casually, drawing out a glare from Hood. Don't know if you know this yet, but the Alliance has its own warning of annihilation for the Citadel Council, not that they will listen. We've examined the footage of first contact between the Systems Alliance and the Citadel Council, would be hard not to notice the mention of these things. The Wardens have largely dismissed them as a problem for later, mostly because we haven't noticed the issue being pressed by the Alliance. Has a threat assessment been completed? The Fleet Admiral asked, all levity gone from his voice. An opaque holographic screen flashed into existence over the desk, allowing Cole to swipe several windows out of the way before pushing on the side of the projection, causing it to turn so both men could see its contents. As Hood examined the information presented, Preston leaned back and waited. He had read all of the file long ago, and was one of the few with full access to everything inside. After several minutes, Hood spoke without looking away from the screen as he asked, "Can a copy of this be made for analysis against Forerunner databases?" "Of course, I can have it transferred to the Infinity before you leave." "Any of it look familiar?" Cole inquired. The Fleet Admiral enlarged one of the drawings included in the file that an Alliance analyst had sketched from memory after their encounter with the protein object on Terra. "Not in the slightest. Just another galactic threat for Sierra to deal with," Hood replied eventually. "I assume that's some special operations branch." "You seem very nonchalant about such a threat to our own galaxy, though," Cole commented. "They're a threat to the Citadel Galaxy, not so much our own. From what information I see here, their exact size, capabilities, and nature are unknown, but we know that the Forerunners did not have any outstanding interactions with them. By that, these Reapers either avoided contact or were such a small threat that they weren't worth more than a footnote. Sure, we could be overwhelmed by numbers, but we'd know that it was happening and could take steps to prevent it. The rings, though, could have been activated without any warning," Hood responded. Preston acknowledged that as he stated, "True. From the records we have, the proteins fled into this galaxy to escape the Reapers that had found them. The relay was closed behind them and they survived here for a time, but ultimately left and attempted to rebuild their empire in the Citadel Galaxy. What happened to them from there we don't know. That would imply that these Reapers can control the relays," the UNSC leader commented. Cole agreed, if the Reapers created the relays, then any system with a relay anywhere close to it would be threatened. Such a threat could cut off the entire communications and travel network of Citadel space with that ability. There must be some limits to what civilizations these things attack, else no species would make it past the Stone Age, Hood pointed out. I would assume species advanced enough for interplanetary travel are targeted first. As for what other criteria they use, or why they attack at all, we don't know. The Alliance is currently more concerned with the possibility of the Reapers turning their attention away from the Citadel Galaxy, Cole replied. The Fleet Admiral considered this before inquiring, "Do we have any idea of when they attack?" 50,000 year intervals, at least, but any further idea? Analysis of several worlds seems to indicate a period of about 50 millennia, meaning that they're due for arrival. That may very well be subject to change, but it's best to assume the worst, Preston answered. After a second of thought, Terrence suggested, if they attacked 100,000 years ago, they could have hit in the middle of the Forerunner Human War, Human Flood War, or Forerunner Flood War. Any one of those conflicts could have scared them into staying away. It would explain why they left the proteins rather than pursuing. If there are no records about these things, though, then I rather doubt it was the Forerunners, the director said. Hood nodded in agreement and replied, "Mostly likely the Flood, though I can't say for sure. If they observed a planet entirely infected by the parasite, it wouldn't surprise me if they just retreated. Curious that the Flood didn't follow them, however. From what you've told me, the Flood is a biological menace. Reapers might be a mechanical race, as the only images in the protein ruins are of ships rather than any actual species. Ultimately, we will probably never know," Cole stated with an unconcerned tone. They have the firepower to eliminate an entire species and have little regard for whatever they destroy. If they've existed for that long, it would indicate that they are extremely dangerous, but I don't see any of that from what you've shown me. A decent threat, to be sure, but not unmanageable, Terrence responded. Cole took a second to consider the statement before countering, their own destruction of advanced species may be what is holding them back. If a species failed to adhere to artificial intelligence production containment procedures, then these reapers could be the result. They either went rampant or were created with faulty logic. Without improvements from their creators, however, they are unable to adapt or grow stronger, as they cannot invent new technology and kill all other species before they have a chance to do the same. I find that unlikely, Hood replied. If the Citadel species are limited by element 0, then these reapers could be secure in their mastery of its capabilities. That does fit with the assumption that the reapers created the relays, as any inexperienced species that found the relays would copy their technology, exactly as the Citadel did. What's the purpose, though? Obviously they have some directive or goal, and guiding species to exotech serves no purpose that I see. Exceptions would appear from species that didn't have contact with the relays. There's millions of stars with planets in the Citadel galaxy, no matter how thorough the coverage, relays can't reach everywhere, the director argued. When Hood didn't respond, he continued, the Alliance uses element 0 as an alternative to slip space, so that we could get kinetic barriers and better FTL. While that may have been eclipsed by the UEG's advancement, our similar technology lets us build relations with the Council without them breathing down our necks. Even so, we still have those alternatives. The Fleet Admiral interrupted, which is exactly my point, Director. Where did the Council's knowledge of MassEffect come from? Proteins, obviously, but then how did they learn about EZO? It's all one big long chain that seems to point to the Reapers guiding species. Unlike any other known species, humanity developed their technology alone. The Covenant had Forerunner ruins to guide them, and the Citadel had protein ruins to do the same. Cultural analysts in the UEG are fascinated by it because none of these species had the opportunity to develop such a diverse civilization as humanity. Asari provide culture, Turians bulk up the military, Solarians provide scientific discoveries, and the rest of the Citadel species fill the gaps. Most former Covenant species were devoted to the military, as their entire culture revolved around the worship of the Forerunners, with no thought to logic, rational thinking, or anything else that has resulted in massive changes to human society, Hood explained. The Fleet Admiral made sure he had Cole's attention before finishing. We are the only species to not be guided by alien technology for the majority of our time as an interstellar species. That's why the UEG is so concerned with the introduction of Forerunner technology and concepts. Adaptability has always been humanity's greatest strength, and relying on aliens will compromise that. Removing the adaptability of Citadel members so that they're reliant on each other is the best way to weaken them if the Reapers control the relays. Let them become dependent on EZO and interdependent on each other, then shut down the relays so that each is cut off from every other. An army that fights without coordination might as well be no army at all, Cole stated to show his understanding. Before Hood could speak again, Preston asked, what are the implications for the mantle of responsibility? If members of the Citadel become useless in a fight against the Reapers and the Wardens are so devoted to the right to exist, then it would require a massive force to counter the coming invasion. Are the Wardens prepared to commit that many resources? There is little choice when it comes to the mantle. As a threat to the continued existence of life, they will be rendered incapable of continuing their genocidal campaign, if not destroyed outright for their past crimes. The easiest solution to conserve resources to accomplish that would be to prevent any invasion from happening in the first place, Hood replied. Wardens suggested joint operations, and it is a good idea, but there are issues. There's no way that the Citadel would allow a force powerful enough to fight the Reapers within their borders. It would mean war, the director reminded Hood. Terrence sighed and grumbled, which means we need to solve the problem that the Citadel presents first. They've been upgraded from nuisance to problem. Cole asked, amusement obvious even in the serious conversation. We can't have a fight on our hands every time our fleets enter a new system to help. I'll need to present the issue of the Reapers to the Council of Guardians, find out what they think about the situation. For now, we can continue as planned and I'll alert you to any changes that come around. We may end up eliminating the Council entirely if it comes to war, Hood said calmly, even as a frown crossed his face at the suggestion. The director matched his superior's expression and responded, I would prefer if we found an alternative. As flawed as it is, the Citadel would provide much needed stability in a wartime environment. Even if they didn't fight the Reapers directly, their fleets could police the populace to help morale and prevent criminal incursions to allow the Wardens to deal with the Reapers. The greatest challenge would be finding an individual to unite the members so that they'd stop their political nonsense and cooperate. Obviously that person would have to come from the Systems Alliance, and even knowing that there is little we can do about it now. I don't know nor do I care to know every potential candidate for such a task. I'll gladly leave that to your expertise. I'm more concerned with the relay situation, Hood replied. Maintaining contact between species with the assumption that the relays will be down, Cole said, showing he understood Hood's line of thought. The UNSC leader nodded and clarified, if the Citadel galaxy is threatened, their exploration fleets would return to their home galaxy to help in the defense. That's all well and fine, except that this relay between our galaxies would be disabled by the Reapers, cutting off both communication and travel. requiring their forces to be transported with carriers from the Wardens if they wished to return, drawing assets away from the front line. Preston finished for the fleet admiral. Several seconds passed as both commanders considered the problem before Cole mentioned, why did the Reapers leave the super relay intact if they wished to isolate this galaxy, though? Hood perked up at this and replied, ONI Recon has already shown us visuals of the intergalactic relay, a standard mass relay, and the council relays. There are significant differences between each, in both size and design. It's been suggested that the super relay was not made by the same species that constructed the mass relay system in the Citadel Galaxy. If the Reapers built the mass relays, though, then it's doubtful that any society could gather enough resources to build the super relay before being destroyed, Cole countered. The Alliance fled the Covenant by traveling through slip space. If a society capable of slipstream travel were fleeing an enemy and found element 0, they could have had the same idea. Hide from their enemies by using an unfamiliar technology, Terrence suggested. Preston deduced the UNSC leader's idea and responded, ancient humanity. When faced with extinction, any alternative is preferable, and they took it. To avoid detection by the Forerunners, they built the super relays, shut them down, and retreated to the Citadel Galaxy until they were powerful enough to rise again. It might be a bit of a stretch. Are there any records from the Citadel archives or super relay itself? Studies by the Alliance or Council species? Hood inquired. Cole frowned and answered, no, not that they've shared or that we've been able to obtain. Any attempt by the SA has been thwarted by our inability to field the equipment necessary without drawing attention. As much as we are curious, destabilizing our position on the Citadel could have sparked a war that destroyed what remained of humanity. Fair enough. ONI has examined the relays in slightly more detail, but we've run into the same problems. Most of our scientific assets are tied up in Forerunner ruins, and deploying a full science team onto an alien relic that fired ships through the void at hundreds of light years per second wasn't a risk we were willing to take, Terrence replied. He continued, that leaves us rather limited in what we can deduce. What would be best is if the Wardens could get a chance to study the super relay in detail, but that's unlikely. For now, let us stick to hypotheses and planning rather than reacting to what might be shadows. We can suggest ideas all day, but I won't be throwing around forces based on this, at least not with the current situation, Cole responded. Of course, and neither will the Wardens, Hood agreed. We may not know their full capabilities or strategies, but we know what they can do with their creation of the mass relays. If ancient humans managed to figure out the relics, then it's possible that we could as well. The director tilted his head in acknowledgement of that and let Terrence continue. Once ancient humans had arrived, they wanted to stay hidden from the Forerunners. The technology of Element 0 allowed them to do this, thus they created the super relay and whatever else. If they had the resources to create such a large construct, however, then I would think they'd have a solid presence in the Citadel Galaxy. Considering their technological ability to engage the Forerunners, I find it doubtful that they would fall to the Reapers easily. Even weakened, ancient humanity was apparently extremely dangerous. Adaptable, industrious, and all that, Hood stated thoughtfully. As the fleet admiral paused, Cole asked, these ancient humans were the same as modern humanity? We do have a massive database that includes information from them, but we have yet to examine it. Technical answer is no, simple answer is yes, and the truth is somewhere in between. Their lifespans were in the hundreds if not thousands of years and they were larger, stronger, and smarter than modern humans. Of course, none of that makes them not humans, Terrence began explaining. At first, it was believed that their technological prowess had allowed them that leap. Spartans in the UNSC have augmentations that improve their capabilities in those aspects, though obviously not to the extent that ancient humans were capable of. Recent investigations into our heritage as reclaimers, however, have changed that. Preston interjected, that information wasn't included in this data that you've recovered. Hood shrugged slightly and replied, perhaps it is. In fact, it probably is. The issue isn't that it isn't there, it's accessing it. We would need to index the entire database. There are other options, but those present their own issues. Can't have an AI just go through and do this? Sure, might take a while, but if it gets done in the next decade or so, it should work, Cole suggested. In all their existence, the Forerunners never managed to discover everything in this library. It predates them by a factor that we cannot even comprehend. For now, we are stuck with deduction, the UNSC leader answered. It took several moments for Cole to register that statement before he furrowed his brow and questioned, what the hell did you find? That is one of the few things that I cannot share. To be honest, we're not even sure ourselves. Just know that the system's alliance may be affected by what we find. I cannot say for sure, but it is possible. For now, we will have to rely on intellect and logic rather than knowledge, Hood stated. Preston sighed and agreed, always seems that way. So, how does humanity's status as reclaimers make ancient humans only somewhat human? It would be more accurate to say that modern humans are less than what we could be. Reclaimers aren't limited to accessing Forerunner technology, they are the beginnings of our species regaining its original characteristics, Hood explained. When ancient humanity lost its war to the Forerunners, we were devolved as a species, split into various subspecies. While it did neutralize the threat we had presented to the Forerunners, it also posed an insurmountable problem when the Flood attacked. Without any humans left that knew how the Flood was defeated, or even what it was, the Forerunners were doomed to defeat when they failed to contain the parasite at the first signs of infection. The Fleet Admiral finished. Since humanity was chosen to take up the Forerunners' place in the galaxy, one of their leaders built a gene plan for our species. How that is done or what it means for the future of humanity is unknown, but it is thought to mean that we will attain our previous glory as traits from these subspecies are folded back into the whole. How does the UNSC know this? Why didn't you share this before, when we were discussing the role of reclaimers? Cole asked with a slight edge to his voice. It is classified information on the basis that it would cause disruptions in human society that aren't appreciated. Obviously that cannot last, but the measure will stay in place until the UNSC can explain the implications to the UEG populace. As for why I didn't talk about it earlier, there's nothing that the Alliance can do about it and there's not enough known to give a complete explanation, Hood explained. When Cole gave a slight nod of understanding, the Fleet Admiral resumed, most of our information has come from one of the UNSC's more versatile assets. An encounter in a Forerunner structure led to his gene plan being accelerated. Post-mission examinations revealed changes to genetic material, enhancements, and a variety of other aspects. Investigations into this revealed the existence of human subspecies, but it's ongoing research so there's not much more I can say with confidence. To bring this back to the original question, it is this information which pushes me to the conclusion that ancient humans would have fought until the last. Now, the Reapers must have some capability to monitor galactic events to know when to start their attack, meaning that they would have recognized humanity when the SA joined the Council. If the Reapers and ancient humans had fought, I find it extremely unlikely that the Reapers would delay any attack. The most likely option that comes to mind is that ancient humans simply didn't fight the Reapers, instead hiding away from the relays. The issue with that, of course, is the lack of humans in the Citadel Galaxy and the continued existence of the Reapers. If a civilization as advanced as ancient humanity was allowed 50,000 years to fortify, the Reapers would stand no chance in a conflict, Hood stated. Preston took a short time to think on that before suggesting, if their goal was to avoid detection by the Forerunners, they would have taken some rather drastic steps, just as the Alliance did. Converting to MassEffect technology only to get involved in another galactic war would hardly qualify as laying low to avoid the Forerunners. True, and they couldn't have hidden from the Reapers while maintaining their technology, Terrence pointed out. He clarified, one guaranteed method to ensure their survival would be reducing their own technological prowess to such a point that the Reapers would pass over them. That still leaves it up in the air as to their current status. Can we just do away with the assumption that they survived and state it as fact? Cole asked, foregoing any subtlety. Hood laughed slightly and agreed, gladly. Dealing with the UEG leaves me talking in circles, my apologies. The director waved off the apology and replied, I'll cut right to the conclusion that I think we've both reached. Ancient humanity survived the Reapers, somehow, and spent the last 100,000 years rebuilding their society. During that time, their former glory was either forgotten or faded into myth, lost in the struggle for survival. At some point over that time, they were greatly altered through contact through element 0, causing the mutations that we see today. It is likely that the proteins made contact with the primitive Aseri and altered them, though that's mostly speculation as I hardly see how some of the more, unique traits of the Aseri could come about naturally. Ensign T. Sony, the Aseri you saw in the SA delegation at first contact, has been working extensively with theories on the proteins. Genetic testing has shown similarities between Aseri and humans, as expected considering their body structure is so closely matched. What had always confused us, however, were the other differences that Aseri possessed. Their lifespans, their method of reproduction, and their monogendered nature. It didn't fit, Cole explained. Terrence easily understood the implications and concluded, our information on ancient humanity fills those gaps. We know of at least one subspecies of humans that had lifespans stretching several hundred years, though they're not extinct. No idea about the reproduction or single gender, that's significantly different from natural humans. The protein's ability to manipulate human genetics to such a degree is concerning, however. It is impressive, but it didn't help them against the Reapers, the director commented. I am not sure that I agree with that, Hood argued. At Cole's questioning look, he clarified, currently the Citadel Galaxy has more than 10 different species wandering the stars, along with several others that once did or will in the future. Yet when we look at the protein ruins, there are no different designs. Preston hummed as he saw what the Fleet Admiral was getting at before replying, the proteins altered various species to form them into one force. It would explain the prevalence of and lack of diversity in protein ruins. Of course, that also means that once weakness was found in their strategies, they would have an extremely difficult time adapting. Especially if the mass relays were disabled. Hard to coordinate a defense if there's no communications between worlds. Obviously, genetic alterations could only go so far, but it would explain why the proteins were so consistent in their architecture as well as how they would be able to alter ancient humans, Terence stated. These humans would not have had the Forerunner alterations since they fled from the conflict. Am I correct in assuming that there's no way for the Asari to be reclaimers? Cole inquired. The UNSC leader considered that for a second before replying, agreed. If that didn't disqualify them, then I would think that the Protheans' genetic meddling would, or the mutations from Element Zero. Would those still be mutations, though? They do have a cultural practice of lacing their consumables with ezo. It's entirely possible that Protheans made those changes. Why have a species consume such an important resource as MassEffect, though? Preston asked, obviously already ready with his own answer but wanting to hear Hood's opinion. Terence quickly answered, what is possible with a species that has naturally occurring biotics, can live 1,000 years, and has such broad reproductive options? It does fit with our assumption that Protheans tried to alter other species to become Protheans themselves. Cole tilted his head in agreement and added, it would allow the Asari to homogenize the galaxy under their species, given enough time and determination. If even one Asari survived the Reapers, they could repopulate the entire species since they aren't required to reproduce with their own species. If Protheans could make those types of alterations to humans, though, could they do the same with their own species? Hood asked. From what you've told me, it seems as though human genetics are simply easy to manipulate. The Forerunners did it, though that's not really surprising given their technological advancement. Protheans altered ancient humans, even though their society would overall be significantly less advanced than Forerunners. Hell, modern humanity has had genetic augmentation procedures since the late 21st century, Preston responded. The Fleet Admiral gave a slight shrug before replying, we've come a long ways, but there's always new opportunities. This does complicate the coming war, however, even if neither of us speak of our discussion here. Obviously we will not be the only ones to note the similarities between Asari and humans, considering it's fairly blatant. Preston sighed at the reminder and replied, luckily, cursory genetic analysis shows enough differences to dismiss most suspicions. Even the extensive studies by the Alliance ran into inconsistencies that were only solved just now with what I assume is highly classified UNSC information. Still, anyone with basic knowledge of evolution will know that humanity and Asari would never have developed so similarly. Well, I can immediately think of two ways to deal with that, though both have issues, Hood responded. First is to just ignore the theories until such a time as it becomes impossible to do so, someone breaks the silence or slips up, or it is convenient and beneficial to let the public know this information. Cole scowled and argued, traditional government tactic, usually just leads to issues. I assume your other suggestion is to just announce that the Asari are modified humans or something like that. Terence confirmed that as he answered, more or less, though perhaps not in such blunt terms. Maybe something closer to prehistoric Asari being visited by the Protheans or the such. Sounds pretentious and might cause issues with the republics. The Alliance can try to keep its silence on the issue for as long as it wants, but it does need to be addressed. Yes, yes. I'll bring it up with the Parliament. We are already getting information that the matriarchs that guide the Asari republics are rather displeased by our ploy with T-Sony. Not sure how much is them and how much is her mother, however. At Hood's obvious curiosity, Cole clarified, Ambassador Benazia T-Sony. Ah, the Fleet Admiral said, not having many other words for that situation. Cole made a grunt of agreement but was content to remain silent otherwise. After a short time, Hood continued the conversation by asking, have there been any interesting discoveries by the corporations in the Citadel Galaxy? Cole focused on the UNSC leader for a moment before scoffing and questioning, ONI. Hood simply shrugged and answered, I'm sure they have their suspicions, but I don't need them to tell me that those SA companies aren't wholly legitimate. I've worked with, against, and presided over ONI for 4 decades, Admiral. I know a covered R&D OP when I see one. Fair enough. Can't really argue with that, especially if that working against was a purge following the war, Cole replied. At the gesture of agreement from Hood, the director continued, good for that. They seemed to forget who they were fighting for at times. They got a lot worse in the years following the war. After an attempt to take over a UNSC vessel that was in a bit of a weird spot in the command chain, I had no choice. Lost a lot of skilled operatives, but the real issue was upper command. Anyways, it's been solved now, and I would prefer to learn this information from you rather than send in agents, Hood explained, drawing the conversation back to his original question. Preston leaned back and responded, understood. Obviously you've already deduced that most corporations in the Systems Alliance are undertaking more disreputable research for the Alliance. While I do not have direct command over them, we do have an agreement. They do research and development for the SA that the Council has declared illegal, and our patrols conveniently miss some more questionable facilities on their worlds. Most of the corporate planets are in the terminus. The Alliance lets them keep their fleets to fight off pirates, and the Citadel doesn't care enough to bother bringing it up. None of these facilities host any other technology that the Alliance considers high risk, such as slipspace information or artificial intelligence. Our cybersecurity, and therefore yours as well, is secure from the Citadel, but that doesn't help with physical agents. There's some genetic augmentation research, genophage cure research, and Rachni experimentation, amongst other miscellaneous projects hidden under the guise of plausible deniability. At the mention of the supposedly extinct race, Hood seemed slightly amused and interjected, Council was nearly as thorough as they thought. Of course not, Cole answered with a scoff. We found a vessel out in dark space with a Rachni queen egg on it. Gave it to corporation researchers and told them to figure out why the Rachni attacked and how to fight them. Haven't gotten anything back, but the project is still secure, so I'm not worried about quick results. That can't be your only measure for conducting clandestine research or operations. Considering the amount of material on and around this planet, I'd expect a fairly large intelligence organization as well. Maybe one connected to the Alliance and another that could be discredited as rogue, Hood stated in a suggestive tone. Preston snorted and replied, they're called Cerberus, a faction that's technically rogue but follows my direction alone. They guard the operations in the Citadel galaxy that can't be entrusted to private companies. Most of our intelligence is gathered through them, as well as a figure called the Shadow Broker. Before Terrence could ask, Cole clarified, intelligence aggregator. A useful resource for the moment, but something that the Wardens might want to watch out for. His agents have attempted breaches on Alliance data systems before, and I know they've succeeded with some less important ones. The UEG might have its systems secured by AI, but the rest of your allies will not. Noted. If they threaten our operations, this broker will be eliminated, as useful as they may be. Seems that the Council is rather lax with their inspections and patrols if they can miss so much. How do they enforce their guidelines on the construction of dreadnoughts or sharing the technology found in Protein ruins? Hood asked, confident that Cole would deal with the Rachni situation in a suitable fashion. Most species simply allow Council patrols throughout the entirety of their territory, making inspections fairly trivial. Most of the time, those are carried out by specters due to the freedom they're given by the Council. For the Systems Alliance, however, we have kept the location of Terra a closely guarded secret, Cole explained. The director continued, while it has caused issues with the Council, the presence of a Council ambassador on Terra has allowed us to maintain decent, if not great, relations. Inspections on Alliance dreadnought numbers are carried out by another Asari who came with the ambassador. From what I've seen and heard from one of my admirals who works with Ambassador T. Sony, the two of them were sent due to their experience and high standing as matriarchs and to get them out of the public's reach. Oh? A controversial figure for a controversial species? Hood asked, obviously amused at the though. Cole waved his hand slightly to show his uncertainty but still answered, it's some cultural thing. Apparently it's frowned upon for two Asari to have children. No, I don't know why, and to be honest I don't really care. Benazia is an experienced diplomat and her partner knows enough to pass the Alliance on our dreadnought limits. It works for the Alliance well enough that I don't want to disrupt the established relations between the Parliament and Ambassador. You've met this Ambassador? Terrence asked. A few times, most recently when discussing the Alliance's concerns about the Citadel meeting with what we thought was the Covenant. I'm sure I'll hear from her again soon when the Republics give her orders, the director replied. Hood frowned slightly and inquired, she knows about this world and the fleet in orbit? Hell no. We've met on Arcturus Station and on Terra. If she knew about this world then the Council would have already sentenced us as they did the Quarians, Krogan, and Rachni, Cole explained. True enough, the fleet admiral responded. After a second of though, he resumed, what is her impression of the Alliance? Its people, military, culture, all that. Preston considered that for a moment before replying, obviously I cannot say for certain, but from what I've observed it is decently positive. I would like to note, however, that Terra is more similar to a large outer colony or small inner colony of the UEG, so the infrastructure is much more spread out. It has a very different feel than the cities of Reach, Earth, or the large inner colonies. When the Council presses for an ambassador to the UEG, they'd be meeting with the Senate on Earth. If this ambassador Benazia T. Sony has experience with humans in the Systems Alliance and is willing to travel aboard our vessels, she would certainly be welcome to meet with the UEG Senate and President, Hood commented. Trying to steal our ambassador? Cole replied with amusement. Terrence smiled slightly and answered, just trying to give a different perspective on humanity. One planet doesn't represent the species as a whole. True. I'll discuss it with the Alliance Parliament. Seeing the differences between Earth and Terra might delay war slightly longer, though I highly doubt it'd stop it altogether, Preston replied. Of that I have no doubt. If I may, I have a couple unimportant questions to ask before I leave. Why the change in date for the Alliance? Any information on why the Citadel's timekeeping is so similar to our own? Why did the Alliance name their capital planet Terra, of all things? The UNSC leader questioned. The director sighed and explained, as misguided or violent as they may have been, the insurrectionists weren't campaigning for the destruction of the human home world. Well, their leadership wasn't, some of the more extreme followers may have been. The goal of the movement was to separate from Earth's rule, not destroy the human race with an alien menace. We thought that Earth was destroyed. Thus, the world that we settled on would be the home world of humanity. Seeing as there was no name that had great support, the Alliance just went with that. Obviously that's a bit of an issue now that we know that Earth is still intact, but I'm content to let the politicians deal with that, Cole explained. As for the date thing, people just wanted it to be some time before the UNSC was formed. There's no real rhyme or reason to it, it just happened to be that way. I assume that the time similarities have something to do with ancient humanity, but maybe not. I don't know, nor care. 2 citadel kilometers is 1 human kilometers, 1 human second is 2 citadel seconds. That's all there is to it. Automatic translators can simply convert between the units, so I'd advise just ignoring it. The Fleet Admiral snorted softly and agreed, sounds fine to me. I'll be in contact, Admiral Cole. Understood, Fleet Admiral Hood, Preston replied. Halo, Warfleet explicitly points out the Forerunner luminary in the Infinity's sensor bank. Think what you will, but it's canon and has some interesting implications. Florians are one of about 20 subspecies of humans that were created after the defeat of prehistoric humanity by the Forerunners. These subspecies were created to prevent humanity from ever threatening the Forerunners again by separating the strengths of humans. That is canon, not something I just made up. With the Reclamation and the Forerunners deciding that humanity would inherit the mantle of responsibility, I think that the Librarian's gene plan is supposed to unite these branches once more. Interesting, yes?